Chapter 1, The Half-Paralyzed Medical Fairy. What the hell is this place? Yi Qing murmured dazedly, remembering the last scene. It was the alchemy furnace exploding. But what could be seen in front of him? There was no elixir, only white walls. The pungent smell of the potion made Yi Qing frown slightly. Even the debris from the explosion of the alchemy furnace could not be seen at all. However, right at this moment, as if to answer Yi Qing's doubts, suddenly a stream of complicated information surged out madly from the depths of Yi Qing's mind. Yi Qing stifled a grunt and his face went pale for a moment, and only after a moment, when everything returned to calm, did Yi Qing slowly open his eyes. So that's how it is. After the explosion of the Dan furnace, Yi Qing's body was directly destroyed by the raging energy, but for some unknown reason, his soul did not perish. Instead, it crossed dimensions, came to Earth, and was reborn into the current guy lying on the hospital bed, also called Yi Qing. This Yi Qing, also really poor. This is a small person. After graduating from college, did not find a suitable job. Coupled with this, Yi Qing is not much motivation. Simply went to the bar as a waiter. $1,000 a month wages. Scribbling, waiting for the existence of death. But already like this, God still refused to let him go. A car accident so that Yi Qing lower limbs paralyzed. Lying in the hospital. Until now, he has been in the hospital for almost a month. Paralyzed. Yi Qing was shocked. He was a medical immortal. If he was paralyzed, wouldn't that thing not work? Yi Qing's eyes instantly became deep, as if the stars of the ages were contained in his eyes. Pupil art, evil king's true eyes. Yi Qing's previous life's most proud immortal art, and realm has nothing to do with. By the soul is strong and decided. Although at this time Yi Qing lost all his cultivation, but the soul is still strong. Can use the evil king's true eye for this time. Yi Qing is definitely a good news. A few moments later, Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the violent impact of the car accident made Yi Qing's leg bones compress to the lower body meridians. In layman's terms, it is the meridians blocked, but it was caused by the car accident at a later stage, which is more than simple for Yi Qing. With this in mind, Yi Qing directly began to mobilize the pitifully small amount of power in his body, slowly repairing the meridians in his lower body. Right at this moment, the door to the room of the ward was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a girl wearing a tight white nurse's uniform came in humming a song. "Ha, you're awake." The girl walked into the ward and at a glance, she saw Yi Qing staring at her with wide eyes and politely greeted her. After a month's time, she was also more familiar with Yi Qing, knowing that big beautiful Lin is coming. "Of course I woke up early." Yi Qing laughed and said casually. Lin Ruoyu looked at Yi Qing with surprise, as if she had discovered some new continent and generally wondered. "I used to see that you were honest. Why do you seem to have changed today?" Yi Qing slightly choked and smiled awkwardly. "Maybe it's a sudden enlightenment." "Alas, don't be a smart ass. Aren't you clear about your current situation?" Lin Ruoyu suddenly sighed and spoke. "What condition am I in? The lower half of your body is paralyzed. It's useless to rely on medication alone to maintain it. You have to have surgery. It's been almost a month. If you can't come up with 100,000 yuan for the surgery, and you miss the optimal surgery period, you'll just can't be cured, right? It doesn't matter." Yi Qing said indifferently. "Are you giving up on yourself?" Lin Ruoyu glared, seemingly dissatisfied with Yi Qing's indifferent attitude. Yi Qing was laughing in his heart. He was talking to Lin Ruoyu while he was self-medicating, and now he was halfway there. By this time, two uninvited guests once again came to the ward, a man and a woman. The woman was born beautiful with an alluring figure. The man was dressed in a white suit, topped with a greasy hairstyle. Yi Qing frowned and coldly said, "Why are you here?" The girl, named Wang Yujiao, Yi Qing's girlfriend for 4 years in college, but just a day before Yi Qing was hospitalized in a car accident, they broke up. The reason was Xia Yu, a veritable rich second generation standing beside Wang Yujiao. "Why can't I come?" A trace of intolerance swept across Wang Yujiao's face, but it was eventually replaced by a cold smile. Counting the time, "It's been almost a month, right? What? The surgery hasn't started yet? That's not something you need to bother about," Yi Qing said with a cold smile. "After all, we don't have anything to do with each other now, don't we?" The moment these words came out, somehow Wang Yujia suddenly became agitated. "Yi Qing, you'll always look like this, not thinking about progress but arrogant and cocky. I'll say it again, how I am, has nothing to do with you," Yi Qing continued. Betrayal, this kind of thing, was the last thing Yi Qing could tolerate, no matter if it was in his past life or in this life. Xia Yu took a step out and walked to Yi Qing's hospital bed, looked up and down, and pretended to feel sorry for him. TSK, paralyzed in the lower half of the body. It's really miserable, nah. What exactly do you want to say? If there's nothing else, please go out. I'm going to rest, Yi Qing said without a good face. If this was in his previous life, when he came across this kind of dog and man, Yi Qing would have already slapped the two of them away. You begged me. Wang Yujiao suddenly spoke. As long as you beg me, Xiao Xia will pay for your surgery, and you won't have to lie here for the rest of your life. Thanks. No. Stubborn, Wang Yujiao growled, her complexion inexplicably slightly frantic. Are you angry with me? But ask yourself, what have you given me in your 4 years of college? $5 of hairpin? Or an old purse from a stall? Yi Qing violently twisted his head to look at Wang Yujiao. Once past events, one scene after another surfaced in his mind. Freshman year. You because of the family's poverty. You have to drop out of school to go home. It's me. I abandoned my studies. Go out to work part-time. All the money I earned to spend on your body. To pay for your schooling. You ask me what I've given you? Wang Yujiao color change. Originally beautiful face at this time looks a bit hideous. So what? What you gave me in 4 years of college is not as much as what Xie Xiao gave me in a day. Yi Qing suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. Spoke. What he gave you is money. What I gave you is the future. Bull asterisk 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 future. How about you be realistic? Nah, you look down at yourself. Graduated from college. Accomplished nothing. What I want you can't give me anything. And now you're paralyzed. If Xie Xiao doesn't pay for the surgery, you'll be lying in a hospital bed for the rest of your life. So you want me to beg you? Yi Qing said lazily. That's right. This is your only chance. Wang Yujiao said triumphantly. You're asking me to beg you, but you just want me to admit my incompetence and admit that I didn't take care of you, so that your conscience might be slightly more comfortable, right? The corner of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly as he said teasingly. But unfortunately, it can't be as you wish. After saying that, Yi Qing suddenly raised his hand to lift the quilt, lifted his leg, got up and stood up. What? How is this? This possible? Wang Yujiao's face changed slightly in shock. Xia Yu was also shocked. Yi Qing didn't bother with Wang Yujiao anymore, but walked to Xia Yu's side, attached his ear and lowered his voice and said, Xia Xiao is it? Ask you a question. If a beautiful woman strips off her clothes and lies on the bed, and you realize that you are sexually impotent, isn't it a wimpy thing to do? With the evil king's true eyes, discovering this little problem in Xia Yu's body was not as easy as a slap in the face. Xia Yu's body shook violently. His eyes were huge, looking incredulously at Yi Qing, but Yi Qing had already turned around and walked towards the outside of the ward. Walking out 2 steps, Yi Qing stopped again, turned his head to look at Wang Yujiao, and said, one more piece of advice for Xie Xiao. A woman like this? I wouldn't even want to give her to me for nothing. After saying that, Yi Qing raised his foot again. Wait, Xia Yu exclaimed, what you just said. Said, you have a way? Xia Yu swore to the heavens that there was no second person who knew about this matter of his sexual impotence besides himself, but Yi Qing had seen through himself with a single glance. This Yi Qing was by no means as simple as Wang Yujiao said. Since I can tell, I naturally have a way. What method? Xia Yu said with an excited expression. Want to know? Oh, come beg me. Yi Qing didn't return his head and laughed loudly as he walked out of the room. Chapter 2, Patient or Doctor? Hey, wait for me. Lin Ruoyu panted as she caught up with Yi Qing and said with a shocked face. Yesterday, he was a paralyzed patient who was half paralyzed. How can he run so fast today? How did you do it? Yi Qing touched his nose. It was probably luck that it recovered on its own. Recovered by yourself? Is this really possible? Lin Ruoyu said half-heartedly. Of course it can. There is nothing strange under the sun. Yi Qing said smilingly, although Lin Ruoyu was still a little skeptical. But after all, I have seen with my own eyes. Yesterday Yi Qing's examination results are still deteriorating, but now it is even fit as a fiddle. It's a miracle. Right at this moment, a middle-aged doctor with his assistant brushed past the two. Director Wang. Lin Ruoyu hurriedly greeted, but that Director Wang didn't seem to be in the mood to respond at all. Ignoring Lin Ruoyu, turning his feet and hurriedly walking to the ward next to him, Lin Ruoyu skimmed his mouth, did not care, but turned his head to look at the ward, sighed and said, alas, it is really pathetic. The patient in the ward is an old grandfather, looks like a rich family, his condition and you are the same, is also paralyzed in the lower half of the body, and the condition is still deteriorating. But it is said that the old grandfather have run all over the country's major hospitals, and also cannot check out anything. This way down. I am afraid that it is not the case. I am afraid that it is not the case, and it will be the case. Thing. If this goes on, I'm afraid that old grandpa won't live for long. Oh, rich people? Yi Qing's eyes brightened slightly. Lin Ruoyu nodded. It's rich, but unfortunately, even more money won't cure him. The two of them walked for a while longer. Lin Ruoyu left to go about her own business, while Yi Qing turned his head back with a turn of his feet. Inside a separate luxury ward, a heated argument was going on at the moment. A middle-aged man stood by the side of the hospital bed and loudly scolded. Director Wang, Our Tang family donates so much money to your hospital every year, and now you're telling me that there's nothing I can do about my family's old man's illness? Director Wang was sweating nervously. Although he was being chided, he didn't dare to feel any dissatisfaction at all. He could only nod his head and say, Mr. Tang, the old master's illness is indeed odd. Our hospital has checked everything that should be checked, but we really haven't found the cause of the illness. You mean my grandfather's illness is innate? A wonderful young girl beside the middle-aged man also couldn't help but frown. On the hospital bed, there was an old man lying. It could be seen that the old man had been tormented by the disease for a long time. His complexion looked quite haggard, but even so, that pair of eyes still contained a hidden essence. When he was young, he was afraid that he was also a great man. The old man sighed, said, this cannot be blamed on you. The country's major hospitals have run through. No way. For fear of this world, no one can cure my disease. Life should be right at this moment. A lazy voice sounded at the entrance of the ward. How about I come and try? Afterward, Yi Qing swaggered in, and was also wearing a hospital gown. Who are you? Director Wang was slightly stunned, and after looking at Yi Qing's hospital gown, he immediately frowned. Which ward are you a patient of? What are you running around for? Yi Qing ignored him and instead turned his head towards the old man and spoke. I heard that the old man is being tormented by the disease and is all out of options, so I came here to take a look. You know how to look at diseases? The old man felt amused and casually asked. A little bit, Yi Qing said modestly. The middle-aged man sneered and looked at Director Wang. This is your hospital's management system? In my opinion, it seems like it needs to be reorganized, right? Director Wang, who was on the side, turned white and looked at Yi Qing and said angrily, do you know who you're talking to? What kind of trouble are you causing? Get out of here. Yi Qing didn't take it personally and shrugged his shoulders and continued. Elder, I've already made it clear. I'm here to see you. The old man smiled and didn't say anything. Of course he didn't believe Yi Qing. Director Wang saw that Yi Qing didn't listen to the advice. He became even more anxious. If he incurred the displeasure of the Tang family because of this, he would have to eat his words. I'll say it one last time. If you don't go out, I'm going to call the police. Director Wang warned again. The middle-aged man also looked at Yi Qing with contempt and said, I've seen many crooks like you, but you picked the wrong person. Yi Qing frowned slightly, knowing that it wouldn't work if he didn't show some real skill, or else he would really be taken away by the police in a while. The old man was a soldier in his early years? Yi Qing said coldly. The old man was shaken and looked at Yi Qing in surprise, but then immediately regained his composure. This kind of thing can still be found out as long as someone with a mind to look into it. In a sense, it's not much of a secret. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly as he continued. The old man suffered a gunshot wound some years ago. How many people know about this? The old man was shaken. His complexion suddenly became serious. Looking at Yi Qing with a grave expression, the middle-aged man angrily said, Nonsense, what the hell? Hurry up and give me Tianjiang. The old man interrupted the middle-aged man with a soft shout and continued to stare at Yi Qing and asked, How did you know? Yi Qing smiled without saying anything, while the middle-aged man looked at the old man with a shocked expression. Could it be that the youth in front of him was telling the truth? But, he as the old man's son didn't even know? The old man seemed to understand something, turned his head to look at Director Wang and spoke. Director Wang, take your people out. This, Yes. Elder Tang, we're leaving now. Director Wang's face changed, and he hurriedly took his assistant and left in a grayish manner. Now that there are only people from my Tang family here, you can speak. Tang Lao looked at Yi Qing and continued. Yi Qing nodded his head and organized his words before speaking. Some years ago when Tang Lao was a soldier, he suffered a gunshot wound. The location was at the root of his thigh. Only for some unknown reason, Tang Lao didn't remove the bullet. He just scribbled and bandaged the wound. Is that correct? The old man's body had trembled slightly. Yes, Yi Qing was right. This matter, only a few old comrades back then knew about it. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know. Say on. The old man's voice trembled somewhat uncontrollably. Seeing the old man's reaction, Yi Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he guessed correctly. Then let's get right to the point and talk about the condition. It's been more than 10 years. That bullet has been severely decayed, but the metal particles have not been discharged from the body. And over the years, the erosion of the blocked thigh meridians has led to a poor circulation of the blood, which in turn triggered the hemiplegia. This is just your guess, right? The middle-aged man said in disbelief. Yi Qing let out a light laugh and said, Whenever the weather is cloudy and rainy, the meridians contract and the metal particles increase the degree of obstruction. Tang Lao's legs that have lost consciousness will always be in pain, right? At these words, Tang Lao almost didn't roll off the hospital bed. He fiercely raised his head and stared at Yi Qing, excitedly saying, Stop it. I believe you. You really have a solution for my illness? Of course, but I won't cure the disease for nothing, Yi Qing affirmed. What do you want? Tang Lao subconsciously asked. Money, $1 million, Yi Qing said with a lion's mouth. Chapter 3, The Full Package. That's right, money. Yi Qing needed money. As a medical immortal, Yi Qing's attainments in refining medicines and alchemy were already pure. He was reborn on Earth, and if he wanted to recover his strength quickly, pills were the only shortcut. After fusing the memories of Earth, Yi Qing knew how expensive medicinal herbs were, and he needed a lot of them. So money was a necessity, which was why Yi Qing turned around and came back. Tang Lao looked embarrassed. Are you sure? $1 million? Yi Qing frowned slightly and spoke. If it's too much, the price is still negotiable. No. $1 million is a drop in the bucket for my Tang family. Are you sure you only need $1 million? Tang Lao said in surprise. Such a marvelous figure only needed $1 million. This made him feel incredible. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. His intestines repented. Damn, I should have known to order more. But words spoken, water spilled. Sitting on the fence was not Yi Qing's style. Since this is the case, then just keep pretending. Yi Qing said in a deep voice, the healer's parents' heart. Do Liangshan good man thing? Today to see. Also counted fate. 1 million. Enough. Good. Young man, as long as you can cure me, money is not a problem. What do you need now? I'll ask someone to prepare. This is the hospital. All equipment is available. Tang Lao hurriedly opened his mouth. No need to be so troublesome. Yi Qing smiled faintly, walked to the old man's front and spoke. Can you take off your pants? What did you say? The middle-aged man was enraged. Who were you kidding? What was the status of Elder Tang? Taking off his pants in front of a young man? Tianjiang. It's okay. Tang Lao stopped the middle-aged man's words and continued. Help me take off my pants. He was partially paralyzed and it was inconvenient for him to take off his pants. The middle-aged man originally had his suspicions, and now that he saw that Yi Qing was planning to use no instruments whatsoever, it even deepened the idea that Yi Qing was a fraud. But the old man had spoken and was adamant, so there was nothing he could do about it, and he could only unwillingly take Tang Lao's pants off. Seeing Tang Lao's exposed legs, Yi Qing also frowned slightly. The meridian blockage had been going on for too long. Tang Lao's legs had some muscle atrophy. The skin had even become a little blackened and necrotic. The condition was much more serious than what Yi Qing had imagined before. Some trouble. Yi Qing frowned and said, Tang Lao's illness could be cured, but to completely recover, he had to use his spiritual power to warm it up. But the spiritual power he could use right now was really pathetic. He couldn't do it for the time being. What? This is difficult? Tang Tianjiang said with a cold smile, as if he had long seen through Yi Qing's trick. Yi Qing glanced at Tang Tianjiang and shook his head. The condition is much more serious than I had imagined. I can remove the root of the disease, but the later stage of warming up needs to wait for a while longer to be carried out. What does Elder Tang think? Tang Tianjiang interjected. Of course, when the old man can walk on the ground. When will I give you the money? No, the money has to be given today. Yi Qing shook his head. This was something that couldn't become. He was in dire need of a large amount of medicinal herbs now. Money was essential. Dad, I've already said that this guy is a liar, and it's still going to take place after a while. By then he'll have taken the money and run away. Tang Tianjiang said to the old man. Tang Lao gazed at Yi Qing for half a second and spoke. Today, I believe you. The money will be given as it is. If you're real, my Tang family won't treat you badly. If you're fake, Tang Ru, admit it today. 1 million. The Tang family can afford to pay for it. How do you want to treat it? Yi Qing's eyes brightened slightly. This temperament of the old man was really good. Dad, Tang Tianjiang was a bit unwilling. Stop talking. That's it. Tang Lao's tone was undeniable. Good, then let's start. Today, I will first help you remove the root of your illness. Yi Qing nodded and walked to Tang Lao's front, stretching out a hand and pasting it on the root of Tang Lao's thigh, after which, the only bit of power left in his body was frantically mobilized by Yi Qing. He let out a loud shout, and his hand shook violently, and a splash of blood immediately oozed out from the root of Tang Lao's thigh. All right. Yi Qing withdrew his palm and spoke. Using all his power at once made Yi Qing a little overwhelmed, his face slightly white. Tang Lao, Tang Tianjiang, the wonderful girl on the side. The three of them froze in unison. What was this? They had bounced around all the major hospitals without any help, and the youth in front of them got better after touching it? Simply ridiculous. If the disease can be cured so easily, my Tang family would need to turn around the country's major hospitals? Tang Tianjiang laughed back in anger. The wonderful young girl next to him also shook her head in disappointment at this time, pulling out her cell phone and saying, I'll call the police. But right at this moment, the old man's agitated voice sounded beside him. Wait! The old master reached out and touched his thigh, his complexion shifting, and Tang Tianjiang and the girl also had a strange look on their faces, not knowing what condition the old master was in. Dad, how do you feel? Tang Tianjiang asked worriedly. Just now Yi Qing touched Tang Lao's thigh. The blood splatters that soared out were clear to him. If Tang Lao's body developed a new condition, he would definitely not bypass this liar. Tang Lao's hands were a little trembling. His complexion was cloudy. Only after a minute did he raise his head. My legs have a sense of sensation. What? Tang Tianjiang and the girl were shocked in unison. That's right. There's intuition, Tang Lao said excitedly, his eyes slightly reddening. 10 years. 10 whole years. It's been 10 years since I lost feeling in my legs, and today, I finally have feeling. Yi Qing saw that his maneuver was indeed correct. Then he spread his palms and said, I've sucked out all those metal particles. However, Tang Lao's legs' meridians have been blocked for too long. In order to walk normally, it will take some time to recuperate. However, the root of the disease has already been removed, and it's only a matter of time to recover. When I have the chance, I will strike again to speed up Tang Lao's recovery progress. The three of them twisted their heads to look. In Yi Qing's palm, a layer of blood plasma, dots of small things emitting a metallic luster spread all over his palm. Chi man, the three people's faces changed. Just by touching it, they actually sucked out the metal particles in it, the disease that had bounced around the country's major hospitals without any solution. The youth in front of them had only used 3 seconds. The old man Tang Ru. This is the canine son Tang Tianjiang, and granddaughter Tang Euro. I don't know how to address Mr. Tang Lao opened his mouth to introduce himself. His address had unexpectedly changed from lad to sir. In Tang Lao's opinion, Yi Qing was definitely that legendary hidden expert, and he didn't know what kind of luck he had cultivated in his previous life to be saved by a strange person. My humble self, Yi Qing. Yi Qing said casually. Mr. Yi, really sorry, before my attitude may. Tang Tianjiang said with some shame. Such a strange person. He was so skeptical and abusive before, simply looking for death. On the contrary, Yi Qing completely did not bother with him, to the end, was concerned about the old man's condition. Yi Qing, on the other hand, did not care about him at all, and was concerned about Tang's condition throughout. How did he know that Yi Qing was concerned about his money? If he couldn't be cured, the money would be gone. There is no harm. As I said, the healer is a parent, and since I have the honor of seeing him today, I will give him a hand, Yi Qing said in an old-fashioned manner, pretending to be a full set. Tian General, quick, give the money to Mr. Yi, Tang Lao urged from the side. In this moment of time, the feeling in his legs was getting more and more real. After losing his intuition for 10 years, he suddenly regained a little bit of it, which made him feel as if he had regained his life. Tang Tianjiang fumbled on his body for a while, and said with some difficulty, that, Mr. Yi, there is 300,000 in this card. I didn't bring that much money with me when I went out today. How about this? I'll immediately ask someone to send it over. Mr. Yi just needs to wait a little bit. Only 300,000? Yi Qing was slightly stunned. This discount was also too harsh, right? But right now it seemed like it would be able to make do for a while. No need. 300,000 is enough. It's good to have this intention. If there is an opportunity in the future, then I will warm up Tang Lao's meridians and speed up his recovery. Yi Qing put the card into his pocket and spoke. Then thank you Mr. Yi. Tang Tianjiang even liver blood, and seemed to suddenly think of something in general, hurriedly pulled out another card from his pocket. Mr. Yi, there is also this card. You and keep it. It was a hot gold-colored card, with no complicated patterns or words on it, only a simple word, Tang, although he didn't know what it was for, but since he had given it, it would be a waste not to have it. Yi Qing also took it and casually slipped it into his pocket. Seeing Yi Qing's couldn't care less expression, a few people's hearts were even more surprised. A high person is a high person. Jinghai City doesn't know how many famous families want to get such a gold card, but they can't get it at all. Yi Qing got it, but he doesn't care about it at all. Chapter 4 Sky High Protection Fee. Yi Qing had originally planned to go shopping for medicinal herbs, but after coming out of the hospital, it was getting late, so he gave up on that plan. After thinking about it, Yi Qing still decided to go back to the bar to have a look. After all, he still had a job there. Jinghai City is a city of the night, at this time although it is late, but the life of the city of the night has just begun. The bar door is full of men and women. Yi Qing just came to the door. The security guard at the door stopped Yi Qing. Brother Wang, long time no see. Yi Qing greeted with a smile. Yi Qing, what the hell are you up to? Inexplicably disappeared for a month. The boss is furious. You'd better go to the boss's office to meet her now. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. A woman with a marvelous figure instantly appeared in his mind. Inside the office, Yi Qing casually stood in front of the desk and casually shouted, Sister Xia, you're looking for me? A luxurious to exaggerated leather seat was placed behind the desk. A beautiful woman with long lavender hair wearing a tight ultra-short skirt, as if a kitten was lazily nestled in the middle of the seat. Hearing Yi Qing's words before she slowly looked over, under the long eyelashes, there was a pair of sleepy eyes, a straight nose, a graceful eyebrow, and light red lips. This was the boss of the Green Harvest Bar. Xia He, it's good to be back. It's almost time. Change your clothes and go to work. Xia He nodded and said casually, to the Xia in front of him. Yi Qing's heart is still very respectful. Back then he graduated from university, no qualifications, no background, it doesn't matter, nothing, and just when he had nothing, it was Xia who took him in and gave him a job. I left for a month without a word. You're not going to fire me? Yi Qing hesitated for half a second, but still couldn't help but ask. Yi Qing didn't notify anyone about the car accident, but Xia didn't ask him where he went, and didn't blame him for leaving for a month without a word, as if nothing had happened, which made Yi Qing feel very strange. Fire you? Do you have somewhere else to go? Xia he asked rhetorically, casually lighting a fragrant cigarette, placing it on his lips and lightly inhaling it. Yi Qing looked up at Xia He and thought for a moment, before he shook his head. No. Yi Qing liked to see Xia He smoking, that lazy posture, lighting a fragrant spraying clouds, the whole body exudes an extreme seductive power. This was a woman that was enough to make all men go crazy for. If you don't have it, just continue to stay here. Xia He let out a light smile and continued, but if you didn't go to work for a month, you won't have your last month's paycheck. In the future, don't let this happen. Right at this moment, suddenly a waiter rushed into the office in a fiery hurry, not even knocking on the door. Xia He frowned slightly and coldly said, I've said it many times, knock before coming in. Xia, Sister Xia, I'm sorry, it's because someone came to make trouble. I was in a hurry before. That waiter's face slightly blanched before he hurriedly said, Oh. Xia He raised her eyebrows slightly, but didn't seem to be surprised. She slowly got up, whisked out the cigarette in her hand and exhaled it slowly, before she spoke. Let's go. Go out and take a look. Yi Qing thought about it and followed. Bar hall. That noisy metal music at this time has stopped. The original crazy twisting men and women now also know how to hide on the side to watch the fun. In the center of the dance floor, a bunch of punks stood there very casually, each holding a stick, with a very arrogant attitude. And in front of this pile of punks, is the number of at least half less than a group of bartenders? Bartenders? In front of the bartenders, stood a cowering tall skinny young man. Yi Qing knows him, named Zhang Chang, the head of the bartenders, known as Brother Chang. But this Zhang Chang himself has no ability, completely because of the long time in the Green Harvest Bar, only mixed such a position. Weekdays yells and shouts. Yi Qing early to see him not happy. Seeing Xia He appear, Zhang Chang hurriedly greeted him. Sister Xia, you finally came. Seeing Zhang Chang's obviously relieved look, Xia He frowned slightly, but didn't reply and walked straight to the group of punks who came to cause trouble. The group of punks led by a bald fat man, bare-chested, skin crawling with tattoos, delinquent youth almost written on his face. Xia He lit another cigarette and took a drag before speaking. What is this that Brother Biao is raising a fuss about? The fat man, named Huang de Biao, the neighborhood famous gangster, for people ruthless, fighting and what in family routine like. The original Xia sister in That's good to say. Very simple. Protection fee, 50,000. Huang de Biao said smilingly. When this statement came out, Xia He's face also changed slightly. 50,000. Previously there were also gangsters to collect protection fee, not to say whether to pay or not, but no one dared to ask for this price. This is simply robbery. Xia He sneered and spoke. I don't think you are here to collect protection money, right? Who let you come? Ming people don't say dark words. That's right. It's someone who let me come, and let me smash your venue, but I think I've always been more talkative. As long as you pay this 50,000 protection fee, this smashing will be exempted. How about it? Huang de Biao was unapologetic, to say the least. This kind of errand, naturally that side of the money more which side to speak. What if I don't pay? Xia He asked with a cold look. Good to do. Don't pay, I'll smash your field today, and more than today, I'll come every other day. You decorate once, I smash once. Xia sister is a smart person. We are also counted as acquaintance. I advise you don't think about it. 50,000 for Xia sister. It's nothing. When this statement came out, the face of Zhang Chang beside Xia He instantly became a burst of pale. To smash the venue, these bartenders of theirs will take the brunt of a beating. Sister Xia, there are too many of them. Why don't we just break the bank today? Zhang Chang fearfully looked at Huang de Biao and said to Xia He with his ear. Xia He frowned even more, turned around and nonchalantly slapped Zhang Chang on the face. Eating and crawling thing, get out of the way. Zhang Chang's face changed. He hurriedly retreated to the side, but a pair of eyes glanced at Xia He maliciously. How can he say that he is also the head of the bartenders? Now in front of so many people was slapped by Xia, disgraced to the grandmother's house. Huang Debiao also couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this, and spoke with a helpless face. Alas! Originally I was planning to move my muscles today, but I didn't realize that the bartenders of your Green Harvest bar are just like this. None of them can fight. It seems that Sister Xia only has to pay up this way today. Wanting protection money? No way. Xia threw away the cigarette in her hand and spoke faintly, because Xia knew that even if she paid the money, it was impossible to completely solve this matter. Huang Debiao would not take the money and never come back. As long as the other party offered a higher price, Huang Debiao would still come. When is this the end? Huang Debiao frowned. Dissatisfied, give face to face. Call you a summer sister is to lift you. Do you really think you are still the big sister who was famous in Jinghai back then? Tell you, not anymore. After saying that, Huang Debiao shocked directly raised his hand and slapped towards Xiao's face. This action even Xiao did not expect, caught off guard under the eyes to hit. But right at this moment, a hand suddenly flashed out from the slant, grabbing Huang Debiao's wrist with a snap, stopping his next action. Chapter 5 Apologized to Sister Xia. Hearing Huang Debiao's words, even though Xia had seen a lot of big scenes, he couldn't stand such an insult and was shaking with anger. But before he could react, he saw Yi Qing standing out. Once Yi Qing, when he had nothing, it was Xia who took him in and gave him a mouthful of food. Although Xia himself might not even feel anything, but to Yi Qing, Xia had always been the one he respected the most. This respect was now inherited to the current Yi Qing as well. The fact that Huang Debiao dared to insult Xia, out to hit Xia, and still hit him in the face, made Yi Qing directly move to true anger. Yi Qing, what are you doing? Xia froze violently and said in shock. Yi Qing looked indifferent, faintly looking at Huang Debiao in front of him. Apologized to Sister Xia. Huang Debiao was usually a good fighter, a ruthless person. What kind of person would dare to treat Huang Debiao with this kind of attitude? Huang Debiao frowned, subconsciously about to swear, but raised his head and Yi Qing glanced at each other. Huang Debiao's heart seized fiercely. What kind of look was that? Cold, stern, as if looking at a dead person. Zhang Chang sneered from the side. Originally it was simple, pay the money and get it over with, but now because of this idiot, I guess it's troublesome. Shut up. Xia turned around and gave a cold shout, stepped forward and stood beside Yi Qing, speaking. Yi Qing, let go, don't be impulsive. Yi Qing shrugged, and really let go of Huang Debiao's wrist, but the words remained the same. Apologize to Sister Xia. Ha ha, Xia your men are not all goons, but unfortunately, the brains don't seem to be enough. Huang Debiao looked viciously at Yi Qing and waved his hand. Unload one of his legs and teach him how to talk to me in the future. After saying that, a few punks around Huang Debiao wailed and waved the sticks in their hands towards Yi Qing for the sake of performance. Yi Qing grabbed Xiao's arm and pushed it behind him, and spoke. Sister Xia, wait for me next to me for a while. It'll be quick. In the next second, instead of retreating, Yi Qing advanced, bent his legs, bullied his way up, directly slammed into a guy's arms, shortened his body, and nimbly nudged his toes in a guy's armpit. The key point was attacked. The gangster let out a cry of pain. His arm immediately lost its strength. Even the stick in his hand couldn't hold it and fell down. Yi Qing smoothly grabbed the stick in his own hand, and backhandedly hit the other guy's small stomach with a stick. With the stick in his hand, Yi Qing was like a tiger with wings, rushing into the gangs, killing in all directions, but also ruthless. As long as it was smashed by Yi Qing's gangs, directly fell to the ground and rolled up in pain. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Qing stopped. There wasn't a single gangster around him who could continue to stand. The remaining large number of gangsters surrounded Yi Qing. Each one looked at Yi Qing as if they were looking at a monster. They were all hooligans in the neighborhood. Fighting was a common occurrence, but they had never seen such a tough one. A person to fight dozens of people without losing the wind, and even flipped over a dozen. Huang Debiao, who was watching from afar, had a slight frown on his face. He didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. Seeing that the result didn't go the way he expected, he was dissatisfied and said, "My friend, quite capable of fighting, isn't it a bit too heavy?" Yi Qing shook the stick in his hand and moved his wrist, suddenly looking up at Huang Debiao, repeating his previous words. Apologize to Sister Xia. I poo. Want me to apologize? Oh, when you're on the ground you can still say this sentence. I'll serve you. Huang Debiao said with a fierce smile. The gangsters around him naturally knew what it meant, but the previous scene had already made them fearful as newborns, and although they had gathered in a circle, no one still dared to rush over. Yi Qing laughed, twisted his neck and took the initiative with his stick. He didn't want to waste time here, as before, but anyone who had contact with Yi Qing was directly smashed to the ground, even if some were still able to stand up. At the sight of this scene, they hurriedly lay down again. The sound of thumping was endless. Even those bartenders in the Green Harvest bar were all listening to each and every one of them with fear and trembling. He looked at the scene in front of him with shock. He suddenly realized that this normally silent little boy suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. Finally, in front of Yi Qing, there were no more punks. No one dared to approach Yi Chang anymore. And Yi Chang, after half a day of melee, his body was also hung with colors. After all, his strength had not yet recovered. But even so, his cold and indifferent demeanor remained unchanged. Yi Qing raised his head, took a step, and once again walked towards Huang Debiao. And during this process, not a single person dared to stop Yi Qing. He rushed to Yi Qing's side with an arrow step, grabbed Yi Qing's arm and shouted, "Yi Chang, don't be impulsive, let him go." He knew very well that it was fine to teach Huang Debiao a lesson, but if he really beat Huang Debiao up, this matter would be immortal. Yi Qing licked the mouth blow that was stained with blood and shook his head. The stick in his hand pointed straight at Huang Debiao. "Other people can. He can't." Huang Debiao gulped a mouthful of saliva. He was afraid. Horizontal ground afraid of rash. Rash afraid of life-threatening. Look at the surrounding horizontal and vertical lying a ground of punks. Huang Debiao finally reacted. Today is mentioned iron plate. No, not iron plate, is a steel plate. It was too late to hesitate. Huang Debiao gave Yi Qing a vicious look and turned around to run. "Can you leave?" Yi Qing let out a cold shout. The stick in his hand came out, heavily smashing on Huang Debiao's back. Even he didn't react. Yi Qing instantly accelerated, rushed to the back of Huang Debiao, grabbed the bouncing back stick with his hand, then grabbed Huang Debiao's collar. When the tall and big Huang Debiao was just like this being carried back by Yi Qing carrying a small chicken in general, the scene looked very bizarre. Yi Qing casually threw Huang Debiao on the ground and looked at him smilingly. "Brother, no, big brother, I was wrong. You let me go." Huang Debiao tried hard to squeeze out a smile, but he didn't realize that this expression of his was even worse than crying. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Apologize to Sister Xia." It was still the same words. The surrounding crowd looked at Yi Qing with fear one by one, and he was even shaken. A very complicated emotion inexplicably bubbling up in her heart. "Sister Xia, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong." "You quickly persuade him to let me go," Huang Debiao said with a crying face. He never dreamed that he would have today. He was slightly relieved when she heard this. She turned her head to look at Yi Qing and spoke. "Yi Chang, he has already apologized to me. Let him go." But Yi Qing shook his head decisively. "His matter with you is sort of over. But if I remember correctly, you said before that you wanted to remove one of my legs?" "Leg?" Huang Debiao's face instantly turned pale. He almost kowtowed to Yi Qing. "Big brother, it was Lei Gang who told me to come. It was all his idea. I'll tell you everything. I'll give you everything. Please spare me. Thanks for telling me that, but it's useless." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he raised the stick in his hand. Xiaohe's face changed drastically, lifting her feet and running towards Yi Qing. "Yi Qing, don't!" Click. The hand raised and the stick fell. Huang Debiao's right leg was directly smashed from the position of the knee, presenting a weird angle. Huang Debiao's face was as pale as a piece of paper. Pig-killing screams came out from his mouth. The Yi Qing standing in front of him now was no longer a human being, but a devil. Chapter 6 The Proper Little Bee. Huang Debiao was carried away by his own men, but the surrounding onlookers still hadn't come back to their senses. "Sister Xia, this kid dared to break one of Huang Debiao's legs. Huang Debiao will definitely not stop. In my opinion, this kid is deliberately causing trouble for you," Zheng Chang said with a sneer as he walked to Xiaohe's side. He was the supervisor, but the limelight was stolen by Yi Qing, so Zheng Chang was naturally unhappy. Without saying a word, Xiaohe snapped and threw out a slap again. This was the second time Zheng Chang was slapped today. "He dares? Do you dare?" Xiaohe said with glaring eyes, while turning his head to look at Yi Qing, adding, "From today onwards, Yi Qing will be the supervisor." Yi Qing and Zheng Chang froze in unison. "But what about me?" Zheng Chang was surprised. That was his position. "You, get out of my mother's bar." Xiaohe was also enraged. His supervisor didn't work at the critical moment. He even wanted him to break the bar. "Yi Qing, you don't have any opinions, right?" Xiaohe asked Yi Qing again. "Getting promoted and getting rich? Of course I have no opinion." Yi Qing looked tired and shrugged his shoulders and said, "By the way, there won't be trouble for today. Nothing will happen for now." Xiaohe said easily, "Well, I'm going to rest first." Yi Qing nodded his head and said, turned around and left. He could hardly hold on anymore. His strength hadn't recovered yet, and his body was still in the state of being bedridden for a month and just woke up. The battle just now was completely forced by the consciousness of his previous life. The uncontrolled outbursts were very damaging to his body. Yi Qing felt like he was almost floating when he walked. "Right, when you go out, pay attention. That Lei Gang is a trouble." Looking at Yi Qing's obviously somewhat tired figure, Xia, he added. Back in the office, in Xia He's mind, it wasn't the scene of the fight just now, but rather the words of Yi Qing that echoed back and forth. Apologize to Sister Xia. For the first time someone defended him like this. Yi Qing alone faced dozens of punks for her. Interesting little guy. It seems like I neglected you before. Xia He lit a cigarette, took a puff and murmured secretly. The next few days, Yi Qing lived quite comfortably. With the $300,000 given by Tang Lao, Yi Qing bought a lot of medicinal herbs, cultivated during the day, and spent the night in the bar. Even though he was promoted to a supervisor and didn't have to work, he still had to go to work, didn't he? The only thing that makes Yi Qing a little bitter is that the bar's dormitory is a group dormitory. Yi Qing refining medicine are sneaky to come, but still inevitably let the nearby several dormitories are permeated in a smell of Chinese herbs. Lying in front of the counter, slowly sipping wine, Yi Qing was a bit distressed. This is not the way to go on. We have to find an opportunity to move out. Now also have money. A change of residence should not be a big problem. Just at this moment, Yi Qing suddenly heard a clamor behind him. He couldn't help but twist his head to look, and he realized that it was someone making a scene. Yi Qing drank the wine in his cup in one go, before he lifted his foot and walked over. There was work to be done. 3 drunken guys with tattoos crawling all over their bodies were surrounding a girl on the dance floor with revealing clothes, full of profanity. Some bartenders went up to persuade them, and they were directly dry humped to the ground with a slap. Some of the bartenders in the vicinity hurriedly surrounded them. That girl, Yi Qing has some impression, named Su Mei, a very beautiful girl. Is the atmosphere of the bar mediator to beauty to drive the guests' spending power, commonly known as Little B. However, Yi Qing knew that this Su Mei was not some immodest girl, and it seemed to be a college student. The reason why she chose to do this line of work, maybe because life forced her to do so, but those things had nothing to do with Yi Qing. Why are a few big brothers in such a temper? Yi Qing smiled and went forward to ask. The bartenders saw that Yi Qing had appeared, and shouted in unison in greeting. Brother Yi, yo, it seems like you're still in charge. Come on, you judge. Brother came to your bar to play. He saw this chick and wanted to have some fun, but this chick wasn't allowed. Brother isn't too bad for money, right? The leader of an inch head full of wine breath said. Yes, no big brother, you are not bad money, but really sorry we this bar, no do that business girl, are decent people. Yi Qing nodded his head and said. As he spoke, Yi Qing walked to Su Mei's body, blocking Su Mei behind himself. I'm going to you. You're still a decent person. You still want to set up a house of cards after being a big brother? I still have my eyes on this chick today. Who dares to stop me? The inch head arrogantly shouted at Yi Qing. Su Mei was a bit scared and hid behind Yi Qing. Usually there were some customers who liked to molest them, but because of Xia He's cover, the general public didn't dare to make trouble here. Today these 3 guys were probably drunk and unforgiving. Seeing that Yi Qing didn't say anything, that inch head got even more complacent and said with a cold smile, What? Scared? Then I'll tell you an even scarier one. Know who my big brother is? Lei Gang from Empire Entertainment. Who? Yi Qing raised his eyebrows and asked. Lei Gang? What? You recognize? Before the inch head finished his words, he realized that he was kicked hard in the stomach. He was already drunk and unsteady on his feet, and now he was kicked by Yi Qing. He immediately fell over and knocked over the table behind him. The other 2 guys were confused and stood in place at a loss. Asterisk. You dare to hit me? The inch head came back to his senses and cursed, struggling to get up. But right at this moment, Yi Qing rushed over with another arrow step and kicked the inch head in the stomach. This kick was not small in strength. The inch head's body was once again viciously kicked out. Adding this kick, inch head was completely enraged and roared. What are you still waiting for? Give me to abolish him. Only then did the 2 little brothers come back to their senses. Although they were scared in their hearts, they still rushed towards Yi Qing with their heads held high. The surrounding bartenders took a look at the fight, but no one moved. They all stood on the side to watch the fun. Brother Yi made a move. Let's take a break. Well, do you want melon seeds? Have some? I bet $100 that these 2 guys won't last 10 seconds in Brother Yi's hands. 10 seconds? You're underestimating Brother Yi. I bet 5 seconds. Yi Qing had a smile on the corner of his mouth. One hand was stuck in his pants pocket, as if he was walking in his own backyard garden towards the inch head, while those 2 guys who were rushing towards him, Yi Qing didn't even look at them. Just in the moment they approached Yi Qing struck out 2 lightning-fast punches. The 2 men fell to the ground with a sound. Directly no movement. 1 second. The inch head sitting on the ground saw this. The alcohol was directly scared awake. Spoke with a bit of a big tongue up. What do you want to do? Yi Qing slowly squatted down, just looked at the inch head, and did not speak, maximizing to give the inch head a kind of psychological pressure. A minute. Inch head to collapse. Are about to cry out. Yi Qing only faintly asked, Lei just let you come? The inch head nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. His intestines were repenting. Lei just gave him money. Let him come to cause trouble. The hell knows that Green Harvest Bar even has such a perverted a big brother in ah. Without saying a word, he made a move. Very good. I won't hit you today. You'll pay for the damaged things in a while, as well as the girl's mental damages. A total of 5,000. Not even 1 point less. Understand? Yi Qing nodded and said, understood. The inch head hurriedly nodded. $5,000. It was already cheap. Also, go back and tell Lei Gang, come back to cause trouble again. Find some reliable people. If you can't, let him come over personally. Chapter 7 Be My Boyfriend. Just now the thing for Yi Qing is just a small episode. After finishing, and then continue to lie down in front of the counter to drink wine. Drink not drunk, but these slightly floating feeling let Yi Qing enjoy, as if drinking and drinking so ascended to the immortal. At this time, Yi Qing's phone suddenly rang. Yi Qing, slightly stunned, strangely took it out and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. Previously Yi Qing, character withdrawn and introverted. Also not many friends. The reason for having a cell phone is because of the need to contact with Wang Yujiao. Later Wang Yujiao with Xiaoyu. This cell phone never rang again. Was Yi Qing as a watch to see the time to use? After hesitating for a while, Yi Qing pressed the answer button. Brother Yi? On the other end of the phone was some coy voice, but Yi Qing still heard who it was the first time. Xiaoyu ah, something wrong? Yi Qing sneered in his heart. Of course he knew why this bastard was looking for himself. Xiaoyu sexual dysfunction. The problem was actually very simple. But with the current medical treatment, it wasn't simple. It would be a hell of a thing to cure. That, Yi brother ah, before you said, my that, you know, Xiaoyu said with some difficulty. What that, what are you talking about? Yi Qing pretended to be puzzled and said, it is. Xiaoyu hesitated for a while, finally gritted his teeth and said, Brother Yi, honestly, I have been sick for a while. Brother Yi, you believe me, Wang Yujiao I didn't even touch. Yi Qing's face instantly grimaced. Coldly said, I'll talk to you again. That woman and I don't have half a relationship. Whether you touch her or not doesn't matter to me. You don't have anything else, I'll hang up. Wait, Yi brother, is this way? You see, you said last time there is a way to help me to treat. I just think you would have time. Help me to take a look. The money and so on are good. Drop. Yi Qing directly hung up the point of the phone. Joking, robbed the old man's girlfriend, but also in front of the old man to be pleased with the comer. Count on the old man to save you. Want to think beautiful. Just hung up the phone. Yi Qing felt a fragrant wind on the surface. A warm and soft body so lying on the counter beside Yi Qing. Surprisingly is Su charm. Honestly speaking, Su Mei's posture, absolutely is considered to be the best. Perfect posture, watery eyes like water. People like its name. All over the body is an extreme charm. Seeing that Yi Qing was staring at his own body, Su Mei did not have any inhibitions. Instead, she also held up her breasts in front of Yi Qing. Yi Qing coughed awkwardly and spoke. What are you doing here without going to work? I'll have to deduct your salary if you're lazy. You won't. Su Mei directly shook her head. Are you so sure? Yi Qing raised his eyebrows and asked with some amusement. Of course, I have a feeling that you and Zheng Chang are different. Su Mei cocked her head and said. Yi Qing skimmed his mouth and didn't reply. Nonsense. A medical fairy and a goon. Can they be the same? Comparing Yi Qing to Zheng Chang, that would be an insult to Yi Qing. Seeing that Yi Qing didn't say anything, Su Mei once again leaned towards Yi Qing's direction, sticking herself on Yi Qing's arm, staring at Yi Qing's side face just like that. 1 minute, Yi Qing was indifferent. 2 minutes, Yi Qing's expression got a little unnatural. 3 minutes, Yi Qing gulped. Yi Qing conceded defeat, shook his head with a bitter smile and asked, looking for me for something? Say it. If it's to say thank you there's no need. Self-siblings, it should be. Be my boyfriend? Su Mei said coldly. Yi Qing puffed out the wine in his mouth, coughed violently and looked at Su Mei dumbfounded. Ah, Su Mei aggrieved beeped and spoke. Look at you aggrieved. Just let you pretend to be my boyfriend. It turns out that today Su Mei has a class reunion. A few sisters will make fun of Su Mei with their boyfriends every time they get together, and there are a lot of people hitting on her. Su Mei is annoyed, so today she intends to borrow Yi Qing. So Yi Qing was slightly relieved, but we have so many handsome guys here. You just find them. You are a big beauty. This favor, they will definitely line up to come. No, although they are handsome, they are unreliable. Although you are ugly, you are capable. Su Mei shook her head and said naively. Yi Qing had a reluctant face. It's not very ugly alright, at most it's a little bit more popular. Ha ha, and you joke la. Really, then it's a deal A moment I get off the morning shift to find you. Do not go After saying that, Su Mei then jumped and left. not giving Yi Qing a chance to answer at all. In that case, go just go. But after work, after Yi Qing's efforts, he finally borrowed transportation, a brand new, electric car. Riding this won't seem like we're dropping the ball, right? Yi Qing said with some concern. After all, lose to support the facade. Too shabby cannot be good. Su Charm gentle smile. It's okay, there you are good. If the average boy, may have long been Su Charm to the soul to hook, but Yi Qing heard just nodded, and then threw the key to Su Charm. Ride slower. Safety is the most important. Sumi froze and took the keys, blinked her eyes, finally reacted and looked at Yi Qing incredulously. I'm driving you? Right. Yi Qing blinked his watery eyes. I don't know how to ride a bike. Sumei opened her mouth. Such a big individual can't ride an electric bike. How strange is this? Her skills are actually not very good. The electric car is crooked. Finally, in the first 5 minutes before the impending tardiness, rushed to the destination, the Crown Plaza Hotel. Inside a private room in the banquet hall, everyone had basically arrived, just missing Sumei and Yi Qing. When the two of them walked in, the entire private room fell silent. Every time Sumi appeared, she would cause such an effect. Only today, this effect was destined to be prolonged. Wow, Sumi, who is the little handsome guy beside you? The one who spoke was a girl who looked a little baby fat, with 2 tiny dimples on her face when she smiled. And what attracted the most attention had to be her breasts. Yu Xiaoyan. Sumei glared at the girl. It wasn't a good idea to draw the battle to Yi Qing at this critical moment. Yu Xiaoyan was Sumei's best BFF, spat out her tongue and looked at Sumei with an innocent face. The others also had the same expression, waiting for Sumei to introduce them. Okay, this is my boyfriend. His name is Yi Qing. Sumei smiled and introduced. Yi Qing politely nodded his head, considered to have said hello. Still a gentle big boy. Yu Xiaoyan said enviously. Among Su Mimi's group of sisters, only she and Su Mimi didn't have a boyfriend. Su Mimi because she didn't want those things for the time being, and Yu Xiaoyan because she was too demanding. Now, Su Mimi finally has a master. He Yu Xiaoyan can become a Barad commander. But at this moment, a very discordant voice appeared. Yo, isn't this the most famous bee in our class? What's the matter? Little Bee brought her own guest today? Chapter 8 Real Men. The people present were a little embarrassed. The topic of Little Bee would not be mentioned by any smart person. After all, it was a rather sensitive profession. Lu Yunji, why are you here as well? Sumei frowned and turned her head to look at Yu Xiaoyan. You didn't say that he would also come. Yu Shiny's expression was a little embarrassed. We are all classmates. I think it's okay. It was only later that Yi Qing realized that this Lu Yunji was Sumei's follower, but most of the time, he was a stalker, a womanizer, and his family did a small business, the kind that especially despised people. Sumi snorted coldly, pulled up Yi Qing and turned to leave, but right at this moment, Yi Qing suddenly reached out and yanked Sumi. A hand pulled Sumi into his arms. This action scared Sumi, but the two are now acting. Sumi is not good to show anything, and for some reason, Sumei's heart didn't seem to resist much. Since you've come, it's always impolite to leave like this. Have a seat, Yi Qing said with a smile. This Lu Yunji even dared to insult Sumi. No matter what, Sumi is now his nominal girlfriend. As a man, Yi Qing couldn't leave. Yu Xiaoyan, who was on the side, hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Come. Sit down first. Yi Qing, right? Our Su big schoolgirl is now taken care of by you. How can we drink 2 cups? After saying that, Sumei filled 2 glasses of beer for Yi Qing. Who knows? Lu Yunji mocked from the side again. How can 2 cups of wine be enough? 1 bottle will do. Yu Xiaoyan's face was embarrassed. She didn't expect Lu Yunji to be so unreasonable. She could only laugh and say, it's not safe to drink too much alcohol and drive. It's better to drink less. It's okay, we came on an electric bike. After saying that, the 2 cups of beer in front of him had already gone down. Electric car. The atmosphere in the room is even more awkward. Lu Yunji is even more crazy harumphing. This brother, you also have the nerve to say, what brand of electric car? Ferrari not? Another male student looked at the scene as really embarrassing. Also couldn't help but interject, even if it is an electric car, drinking too much wine is not good. 2 cups will be fine. Who knows that Yi Qing also coldly said, it's okay, I don't know how to ride a bike. It's Sumei who drove me here. When this statement came out, even Sumi could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill down. Yi Qing's so blunt words let Sumi feel very loose face. Although she is not the kind of vain person, but as a girl, who does not hope that their boyfriend is a one-man, 10,000 people on Prince Charming? Lu Yunji had already come up for air from laughing, and right at this moment, Yi Qing opened his mouth again. It's really no fun for me to drink alone. This brother is called Lu Yunji, right? How about drinking together? Or, you don't know how to drink. The slightly contemptuous words caused Lu Yunji's laughter to come to an abrupt end as he looked fiercely at Yi Qing and said grimly, brother, Are you challenging me? Lu Yunji didn't dare to say anything else. He was a spendthrift on weekdays, and his alcohol consumption wasn't something to brag about amongst these classmates. Yi Qing shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Challenge dare not say. Just think as a man. Drinking is a necessary skill. Fine. I'll drink with you. Lu Yunji sneered, opened his mouth and shouted. Waiter, bring a case of beer here. Wait. Yi Qing suddenly interrupted Lu Yunji. Since you want to drink, beer is no fun. How about white wine? After saying that, without waiting for Lu Yunji's reaction, he similarly shouted, Waiter, come a few bottles of erguotu. Erguotu, cheap, but the wine is strong. The average person can't really drink much, and Yi Qing directly asked for a few bottles. Lu Yunji's face was a bit ugly. Seeing Yi Qing so calmly asked for a few bottles of erguotu, he couldn't say anything. At this time saying no, that would be a big loss of face. This is not Lu Yunji's character. So at that moment, he could only grit his teeth and kept silent. But even so, in Lu Yunji's opinion, Yi Qing was only trying to save face. In terms of alcohol, Lu Yunji was really not afraid of Yi Qing. Soon, a few bottles of erguotu were sent over. The surrounding students were also interested at this time. Yu Xiaoyan was even looking at Yi Qing with a strange look, as if Su Mini's boyfriend wasn't that bad. Really okay? Su Mei was a little worried, holding Yi Qing's arm and asked. Yi Qing reached out and patted Su Mei's hand, and when he looked at the table, someone had already filled a cup of erguotu for both of them. I hope brother won't roll under the table in a while. After saying that, Lu Yunji directly picked up the cup in front of him and tilted his head back to drink. After drinking it all, Lu Yunji was also a bit uncomfortable by the alcohol. Taking a deep breath, only then did he put down the cup. With contempt on his face intending to despise Yi Qing for a few sentences, Lu Yunji's face changed greatly, knowing that he had met his match today. Young Lu, people are blowing on the bottle. The male students next to him coaxed. I'm not blind. Lu Yunji glared. Now riding the tiger is difficult. He also has no way out. Can only be tough. Also unscrewed a bottle began to pour. The wine gas rushed Lu Yunji, tears and snot are flowing down. It is not easy to finish a bottle. Lu Yunji felt his stomach is burning. But look down. Yi Qing has unscrewed the second bottle. Lu Yunji's head was dumbfounded. The first time he encountered someone drinking erguotu as mineral water. Yi Qing's bravado also aroused the resonance of all the men in the audience. One by one, they shouted out loud, while Su Mei looked at Yi Qing with some concern. She understands in her heart. Yi Qing is taking revenge. Lu Yunji wanted to force Yi Qing to drink a bottle before. Now, Yi Qing will drink a bottle to show him, and it is still white. But Lu Yunji was a little difficult to do. His stomach was now turning over and twisting, and if he poured it down again, he would really have a problem. And Yi Qing, the second bottle has been filled, is going to unscrew the third bottle. Yi Qing suddenly found Lu Yunji stopped. Surprised, brother, you're not it. A bottle of the amount of awe, listening to the students in the ear loud friendship, as well as Yi Qing's contempt. Lu Yunji face cannot hang on, stood up and snapped and dropped the cup in his hand, angrily roared, can drink terrific ah? If you can drink again, you are riding an electric car, while I, on the other hand, am driving a BMW. Yi Qing put down the bottle in his hand and looked at Lu Yunji coldly. Speak in front of me, pay attention to your words. Ha, what? Not convinced ah? Find a million people riding the B and think you are great? Damn, tell you, Sucharm is also just the old man play left over. Heart enthroned to you, Lu Yunji shouted loudly, wanting to cover up his embarrassment of failing to spar just now. Who knows? Just as his words fell, Yi Qing stood up with a flash, and without mercy, he threw out a slap with a snap. Lu Yunji's head was confused, and when he twisted his head, his face was hot and painful, and there was an additional clear slap mark. Get your facts straight. Sumi is just not looking at goods like you. If I hear you dare to insult Sumi one more time, I'll knock your teeth out, Yi Qing said coldly. The scene transformed too quickly. When everyone was a bit unable to react, Yi Qing had already slapped Lu Yunji's face. Sumei's face changed slightly. She knew that Yi Qing could fight, but this Lu Yunji's family was a bit powerful. When the time came, she was afraid that it would not end well. I'm going to you. I'm going to curse. Snap. Yi Qing interrupted Lu Yunji's words with another slap. This slap Yi Qing slightly used a bit of force. Lu Yunji's big incisor directly flew out. The male students present one by one Jirua shivered looking at the murderous Yi Qing. At this moment, they really recognized Su Mini's boyfriend. A hard man ah. You wait for me. My big brother happens to be here. You wait for death. The incisor teeth were knocked out. Lu Yunji was already furious, but he didn't dare to make a move with Yi Qing. He could only ruffle a harsh word, turned around and rushed out of the private room. Chapter 9, Portia driving for fun. After Lu Yunji left, Su Mei then hurriedly grabbed Yi Qing's arm and said, Yi Qing, are you alright? Who knows? But Yi Ching suddenly reached out and took Sumi's hand off his arm, then asked back, I said that before. It made you lose face? Sumi's heart was startled, looking up at Yi Ching's face. For some reason, Yi Ching was clearly still smiling, but within that smile, there was a slight indifference mixed in that was not there before. Sumi's heart suddenly ached, as if she had been stabbed hard by something. She opened her mouth but closed it again. Yi Ching was right. For a moment before, she did have that feeling of disgrace. In fact, Yi Ching didn't mean anything else. It was only because he inherited the memories of Yi Ching from before. He was more or less affected a little bit. Wang Yujia was in love with him for 4 years. In the end, it was because of the dislike of Yi Ching that she left. And just in the moment before, Yi Ching felt this in Sumei's body. Right at this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open vigorously. The person who walked in first was naturally Lu Yunji. But the person who came in behind Lu Yunji was the one that Yi Ching could not have imagined no matter what. This person was Wang Yujiao, sister-in-law. It's this guy. Lu Yunji proudly reached out and pointed at Yi Ching and said, while at the same time, he turned his head to Yi Ching and said, Kid, my big brother has something going on right now. He'll come over in a while, so you're just waiting to die. Behind Wang Yujiao, there are a bunch of gangsters followed in. Xiaoyu usually loves to raise these idlers. Now they are being turned into Wang Yujiao's traitors. Yi Ching looked up at Wang Yujiao. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Wang Yujiao was heavily made up. Her clothes were exposed, and her perfume was so strong that it was pungent. This woman was enough to make all men go crazy for her. But at this moment, Yi Ching didn't have half a feeling. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be Yi Ching. This trash, Wang Yujiao said with a smile. Lu Yunji was slightly stunned and looked at the two in surprise. Good so these two people know each other then it would be better to make a move. Yi Ching kept his mouth shut. He, who did not bother to answer, also did not have the need to open his mouth. A small bartender of a bar. Now you even dare to cause trouble. Why didn't I find you so accomplished before? Wang Yujiao continued to sneer, her face full of sarcasm. What did you say? Sumi glared. No matter what relationship Yi Ching had with her, if she dared to talk about Yi Ching like that, Sumi would not agree. Sumi, I'll handle it. Yi Ching reached out and blocked in front of Sumei, signaling that Sumei didn't care herself. Yo, new girlfriend 4 years in college, you saved money, part-time job outside. All the money of all the people was spent on me. But unfortunately, you were still dumped by me. And now where did you get the money from to support this little beauty? Wang Yujiao once again burst out a shocking news. Sumei was shaken, turning her head to look at the side of Yi Ching's face. But Sumei felt a burst of heartache. 4 years in college and finally dumped. Failure is nothing more than that, right? But for some reason, although Yi Ching still maintained a smile, his face was completely devoid of half a ripple. Calm and palpitating, the mind of the hallowed medical immortal was as firm as a rock. So it's a bartender. I said how come he can drink so much? Lu Yunji heard that Yi Ching was nothing more than a small bartender, and immediately said with a sneer. And right at this moment, outside the private room once again walked in a youth wearing a white suit. It was actually Xiaoyu. Which punk dares to beat up my men? Xiaoyu crossed the crowd and looked at Wang Yujiao and asked, Hubby, you came just in time. No, the person who caused trouble was actually this loser. Wang Yujiao said as she looked at Yi Ching with contempt. Xiaoyu twisted his head and immediately brightened up. He had begged Yi Ching for so long. He didn't think that he would actually let him bump into him, and immediately shouted in surprise, Brother Yi, you're here too? Brother Yi? Wang Yujiao was slightly stunned. What was the situation? Isn't this that loser? When did he become Brother Yi? Who knows? Just as Wang Yujiao's words fell, Xiaoyu suddenly turned around angrily and raised his palm towards Wang Yujiao's face and slapped it. Asshole, how do you talk to Brother Yi? Snapping sound. Listening to the sound this slap was not light. Xiaoyu's disease, as long as Yi Ching could cure it. If Yi Ching didn't make a move, Xiaoyu would always be an incomplete man, an unseemly waste. In order to please Yi Ching, Xiaoyu can give up Wang Yujiao at any time. Wang Yujiao and Lu Yunji were completely confused. Wang Yujiao was not clear about the situation, but Lu Yunji's face had already darkened. He was just a piece of Xiaoyu's renegade. But now, seeing Xiaoyu's attitude towards Yi Ching, he knew that he was in deep today. Young Xie, you beat me for this loser? He's just a loser. Wang Yujiao covered her face and panicked in fear. Xiaoyu sneered and spoke. If you dare to insult Brother Yi again, it won't be as simple as a slap. Xiaoyu sneered. I have followed you for so long. Didn't you follow me for money? What? You can't stand this bit of suffering now? Then you get out of here before it's too late. From today onwards, I, Xiaoyu, don't have half a relationship with you. Wang Yujiao was shaken, incredibly looking at Xiaoyu. Without Xiaoyu, she would be nothing. The life of a rich man was about to leave her again. No, she couldn't let this thing happen. She was afraid. Wang Yujiao suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Qing and spoke. Yi Qing, no, brother Yi, for the sake of our previous relationship, you let me off the hook. You spare me. I know I'm wrong. You let Xiaoyu not abandon me. I beg you. Seeing Wang Yujiao's appearance at this moment, with her heavy makeup and disheveled hair, Yi Qing did not have the slightest ripple in his heart. Yi Qing remained silent, a pair of eyes that were indifferent. No, it can't be like this. Yi Qing, you can't be like this. Wang Yujiao shouted frantically. Xiaoyu was afraid that Yi Qing would be upset, and gave a wink to the gangster beside him, and directly drove Wang Yujiao out. Only then did Xiaoyu turn to look at Yi Qing and spoke. Brother Yi, are you alright? The people in the room all felt a bit dazed. They could naturally see that this youth in white suit was Lu Yunji's so-called big brother. But now, this big brother was so respectful to Yi Qing. What exactly is the identity of this Yi Qing? A small bartender in a bar? How is that possible? Even if it killed them, they didn't believe it. It's nothing. This Lu Yunji is your man? Yi Qing glanced at Lu Yunji. In his eyes, a murderous aura boiled. Xiaoyu shivered in fear and immediately reacted, turning his head to angrily look at Lu Yunji. What's going on? Without saying a word, Lu Yunji flung himself on his knees, dryly, decisively, begging for forgiveness. It's my fault. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai. You shall. You spare me. Xiaoyu twisted his head to look at Yi Qing, waiting for Yi Qing to decide. Yi Qing lifted his foot towards Lu Yunji, step by step, as if stepping on Lu Yunji's heart-beating node. Yi, brother Yi, you. Lu Yunji looked at Yi Qing in fear. Those eyes, just one glance, as if piercing through the soul. Such a scary look. Yi Qing casually kicked Lu Yunji to the ground, then stepped on his chest, slightly lowered his head, and said in a cold voice, from now on, where I, Yi Qing, appear, you are not allowed to appear again, or else, I will see you once, and beat you once. Understand? Understood. Understood. Lu Yunji shouted hurriedly. Yi Qing was not in a good mood. If it wasn't for Su Mei being here, probably Lu Yunji would have already died. To Lu Yunji, this was already considered Yi Qing's mercy. Yi Qing turned his head and said to the frozen Sumi, Sumi, let's go. So long, don't lose the electric car. This world, it's a mess. Electric car? Xiaoyu, slightly stunned, hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Brother Yi, don't be anxious. This is good. My Porsche is right outside. Brother Yi, drive it to play. The crowd's mouths were almost able to hold eggs. Porsche, drive it for fun? No, can't drive. It's better to have an electric car. Yi Qing laughed, pulled up Su Mei, who was still in a bit of a trance, and crossed the crowd. Right, brother Yi. You see what I called before. Xiaoyu of course will not be stupid to surrender his own disease here. I'll think about it. Yi Qing dropped a sentence and disappeared with Su Mei at the door. After leaving the hotel door, Yi Qing suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was actually Wang Yujiao, who hadn't left yet. Wang Yujiao stood at the door as if she had lost her soul, looking at Yi Qing and Su Mei walking out holding hands. Her face was in a state of agony. Yi Qing did not even look at a glance. Still carried by Su Mei, Yi Qing, two people's electric car is still crooked, disappeared in the night. Wang Yujiao hid behind a pillar, looking at the direction where the two disappeared. Her face was full of bitterness, tears bearing down. That youth that she had looked down upon, had now completely transformed into something else. Haughty, conceited, his strength was profound and unpredictable. With the aura of looking out of the corner of the world, she began to regret. Chapter 10, Curing All Diseases. Back in the dormitory, Yi Qing was a bit distressed. The price of herbs is too expensive, but Yi Qing's consumption is very large. The $300,000 given by Tang Lao is also almost spent. According to this situation is not the way. Yi Qing has to hurry to make money. After thinking hard, Yi Qing took out all his remaining medicinal herbs and observed for a moment and finally came up with a solution. Alchemy. Now that he was at the third level of qi refining, alchemy was impossible, but he was able to refine medicines. After a night of fighting, at dawn, Yi Qing finally managed to roll out 3 knuckle-sized black clay pills. The results were not bad. Yi Qing put the mud pills into his pocket and left the door. That's right, Yi Qing was going to sell medicine. Tianbo Street, Jinghai City's largest flower and bird market. Antiques and paintings, Buddha beads and magic weapons have everything. Real goods, fake goods are also many. Weekdays come to Taba people naturally also more. Here is Yi Qing's destination. Turn your eyes to see around the cluttered roadside stalls, which sells antiques, sells paper money, sells magic weapons, and even the dog skin plasters have. Yi Qing walked to a stall selling Buddha beads for money and casually asked, Boss, how do you sell Buddha beads? Yo, brother good I this Buddha beads. Can be serious Longquan Mountain open light? A string of 800. You see which string to want? The owner of the stall is a thin pole child. See someone asking for a price. Bright eyes, hurriedly greeted. Yi Ching heart funny, turn around and go. These beads in Buddhist 8-rod cannot play. Buddhist breath is half no. $800. Here prices are too cheap. According to this sale, Yi Ching will die of exhaustion. Half an hour later, the side of the Buddha bead stall. Yi Ching resupported a stall. A yellow square cloth spread in front of. Above the 3 black mud pills that look unorthodox. Next to the erection of a flag. Written in 4 big words, cure all diseases. Asterisk. Pure ah. Sparrow couldn't help but say breathlessly. Yi Ching hemmed and hawed, and did not reply. But he did not intend to sell according to the hemp pole child, so, in line with the intention of either not open and eat for 3 years. These 3 mud pills, the price is not cheap. Not long ago, a man and a woman came to Yi Ching's stall in front of. The man dressed in expensive clothes, face slightly white, eyes slightly green. At a glance is the indulgence of alcohol and sex of the rich second generation. Asshole 1. Looking up again at the girl, Yi Ching immediately brightened up. Beautiful woman. This girl in a light-colored casual dress, body slender, delicate face, absolutely superb beauty. Just do not know why. This beauty is now full of sadness. At this time is staring at the flagpole on the package to cure 100 diseases of the 4 big words dazed. Beauty want to buy medicine? Yi Ching greeted. The girl only came back to her senses after hearing this, looked down at Yi Ching and asked, can it really cure all diseases? Before Yi Ching could say anything, the youth next to him suddenly interjected. Xinger, let's go. I've already contacted foreign doctors for your grandfather's illness. Your grandfather will always wake up. The girl frowned and said coldly, call me by my full name. Fong Miaoqing. You can leave if you don't like it. No one is stopping you. Also, my grandfather's illness has nothing to do with you. How can I leave you alone here? The youth pretended to be gentle and said, I've made an appointment with my sister, and she'll be here in a while, so you can leave? Fong Miaoqing still said without a good face. The youth looked slightly embarrassed. It was neither right to leave nor right to stay. Can it really cure all diseases? Fong Miaoqing looked down at Yi Ching and opened her mouth to ask. Of course, but I need to understand the symptoms first. Yi Ching said solemnly, still understanding the symptoms. Pretending is quite decent, the youth said with a cold smile from the side. Fong Miaoqing briefly talked about her grandfather's condition, and after she finished, she looked down and saw the 3 grayish-black clay pills, and also felt a bit ridiculous that she would talk about her grandfather's condition so seriously with such a charlatan. Is it cured? Fong Miaoqing casually asked. Of course, Yi Ching said confidently. Although Fong Miaoqing didn't say much, Yi Ching still roughly understood that it was a vegetable. Modern medicine didn't have any methods for vegetative people, but Yi Ching was different. Although these 3 clay pills weren't enough to qualify as elixirs, they were still more or less a bit of Yi Ching's alchemy. The medicinal effect was absolutely fine. Xinger, don't believe these crooks. Let's wait for the foreign. Shut up. Fong Miaoqing interrupted the youth with a soft shout. Looking down at Yi Ching, how much is this pill? I'll take it. Yi Ching's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to have business so soon. 50,000 a pill. Yi Ching said with a smile. I'm going to you. Robbery. 50,000 a pill for this broken mud pill? The youth's eyes glazed over and he cursed. Beside him, the sparrow had been paying attention to this side. Seeing this was also almost not suffocating himself with a breath. 50,000. Fong Miaoqing slightly stunned, surprised to look at Yi Ching. This pill is indeed expensive. But, Fong Miaoqing took out a card, threw it to Yi Ching, and spoke. I don't have that much cash. There is 100,000 in this card. Give me 2 of them. Alright, Yi Ching agreed with a full mouth, used a disposable plastic bag to pack 2 pills and handed it to the girl. Remember, the patient can only eat 1. 2 pills will be too potent. Seeing that the packaging was so rudimentary, Fong Miaoqing's heart grew more and more annoyed. Picking up the pills, she turned around and walked away. She wasn't buying medicine. She was just buying some psychological comfort. The youth glared viciously at Yi Ching and hurriedly followed Fong Miaoqing's footsteps. As for Yi Ching, he had already started to close the stall. 100,000. It was enough for a short time. Asterisk. Brother, the means can be Marat Air's eyes were red. He worked his ass off for a day and couldn't sell a single item. Yi Ching opened his business for less than an hour. $100,000 came to hand. Tang Euro looked around for a while before she saw Fong Miaoqing and hurriedly shouted, Miaoqing, here. Seeing Tang Euro appear, only then did a long-lost smile appear on Fong Miaoqing's face, as she turned to look at the youth and spoke, aren't you leaving yet? Seeing that Fong Miaoqing had indeed made an appointment with her sisters, the youth would be a bit of a deadbeat if he didn't leave, which was why he left with some reluctance. What are you holding in your hand? Tang Euro asked strangely. Pills. Fong Miaoqing said casually. Your grandfather's illness? Tang Euro subconsciously said, after finding that Fong Miaocheng's complexion suddenly darkened. Only then did she hurriedly change her tone and asked, "This pill looks very chic, how much does it cost?" 100,000. Ah, Tang Euro glared. "Silly girl, you've been cheated. Ah, where is that scammer?" Fong Miaocheng smiled bitterly and turned her head towards Yi Qing's stall. She naturally knew that she had been cheated, but she didn't care. Tang Euro also looked in that direction and was seeing Yi Qing's back as he left. She was slightly stunned. Inexplicably she felt that this guy's back seemed to be a bit similar to that high-profile person in the hospital who treated her grandfather's legs. But how could it be? That kind of high person would come to Tianbao Street to sell dogskin plasters? It was simply a joke. Forget it, it's only $100,000. It's not much. Let's leave it at that. Fong Miaocheng shook her head and said, "Alas, you." Tang Euro wanted to say something, but finally sighed. "But I do know of a divine doctor. But it's a pity I don't know where he is." "Are you talking about the one who cured Grandpa Tang? The one who cured Grandpa Tang's illness by just reaching out and touching him?" Fong Miaocheng asked with a slight stare. Tang Euro nodded. "If only he could cure your grandfather too." "Forget it, how could that kind of high-ranking person make it easy? It's just fate." Fong Miaocheng smiled bitterly. Seeing that Fong Miaocheng's expression had mourned up, Tang Euro hurriedly changed the topic. Alright, don't be unhappy, let's go. Since we're here, let's go to your house and take a look at Grandpa Fong. Chapter 11, The Wonderful Doctor. Returning to the vacation, the two girls saw at a glance several unfamiliar cars parked in front of the villa, and outside the door of Grandpa's room, a middle-aged man was anxiously beating around. "Dad, what are you doing?" Fong Miaocheng asked in surprise as she stepped forward and looked at the door of her grandfather's forbidden room, making a gesture to go in. "Miaocheng," the middle-aged man shouted and said, "Elder Mu is treating your grandfather. Don't disturb." Tang Yuro, who had greeted the middle-aged man on the side, heard this and couldn't help but murmur, "Surname Mu Yunzhong?" Fong Miaocheng suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Mu Yunzhong of the Mu family, known as the Wonderful Hand Divine Doctor. Elder Mu? The middle-aged man nodded seriously. "Yes, it's hard to invite. Don't disturb people, wait outside. Grandpa is saved." Fong Miaocheng cheered excitedly. "Don't be too happy too early. Old Man Mu said that the old man's illness is not optimistic. We'll see when Old Man Mu comes out." The middle-aged man sighed from the side and said, Not long after, the door to the room opened and a young assistant probed and said, "You guys come in." Inside the hospital room, because it was cleaned with care and well ventilated, there was no pungent smell of medicinal water, and while the room was light and bright, the hearts of the people were clouded. An old man with white hair sat on the edge of the hospital bed, waiting for a few people to come in. Then he got up and sighed, shaking his head at the middle-aged man. A vegetable. There was nothing he could do. The middle-aged man is okay, after all. And he also thought of, so many years, visited the famous doctors, but also all the way, although Muold fame, but the art of specialization, brain damage. Muold is also a lack of help. Fong Miaocheng's eyes that were originally full of expectations instantly darkened. Tang Yuro grabbed one of Fong Miaocheng's hands and whispered comfortingly, "How could this be? How could this be?" Fong Miaocheng's entire person looked a bit dazed. "Even Mu Lao can't do anything?" Tang Yuro looked a burst of heartache, reached out and patted Fong Miaocheng's back, wanting to comfort but not knowing what to say. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat dull and depressing. Just at this moment, Fong Miaocheng, however, suddenly broke away from Tang Yuro's hand and rushed to her grandfather's hospital bed with an arrow step, directly opening the plastic bag in her hand and taking out the pills inside. "That man said that this medicine can cure all diseases. It must have an effect. It must have an effect." After saying that, Fong Miaocheng pulled out a clay pill and prepared to stuff it into her grandfather's mouth. "Miaocheng!" The middle-aged man took an arrow step over and slapped on Fong Miaocheng's arm, knocking the pill out of Fong Miaocheng's hand. The black pills rolled down onto the bedsheets, looking very ugly and ridiculous. "Simply nonsense!" the middle-aged man roared angrily. Tang Yuro hurriedly walked over to block in front of the middle-aged man. "Uncle Fong, Miaocheng is also worried about Grandpa. That's why. Why? Even if you are worried again, how can you fool around like this? What is this black thing and you send it into Grandpa's mouth? Do you know the consequences?" The middle-aged man was also furious, roaring angrily. Tang Yuro's eyes were slightly red, staring blankly at her sleeping grandfather in front of her. 10 years? Her grandfather had been lying in bed for 10 years. The grandfather who had loved her since childhood hadn't come to his senses for 10 years. Fong Miaocheng was about to break down. Mu Lao on the side was about to say something, but suddenly froze slightly. He inhaled his nose, his eyes glared, suddenly turned his head to look at the black pill that rolled down on the bedsheet, subconsciously reached out and picked it up, putting it under his nose and sniffing it. In the next second, Mu Lao stood up abruptly. This sudden movement startled everyone. At this moment, Mu Lao's expression was agitated and his face was slightly flushed. Old Mu? What's wrong? The middle-aged man asked in surprise. Mu Lao did not reply, but instead turned his head to look at Fang Miaoqing and asked, Girl, where did you get this elixir from? Fang Miaoqing looked at Mu Lao's strange reaction, but still subconsciously said, On Tian Bao Street, a roadside stall. The middle-aged man frowned. How could a place like Tian Bao Street buy anything real? But right now, looking at Mu Lao's strange expression, the middle-aged man didn't say anything. I can distinguish some of these simple herbs, but some herbs that are so simple can neutralize such amazing medicinal power. It's simply too terrifying. The person who refined this medicine is a true divine doctor, Old Mu said with an excited expression, as if a lottery player had learned that he had won the $5 million jackpot. Although Fang Miaoqing didn't understand much, she still got the general idea. She brightened up and asked tentatively, Is this medicine real? Of course it's real. Mu Lao glared and greeted. Someone come, help the old man take this medicine. Things suddenly took such a drastic turn that no one could have imagined it. Fang Miaoqing and Tang Yuro glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. That charlatan was actually a divine doctor? Tang Yuro suddenly thought that earlier she felt that back was very similar to that divine doctor in the hospital, and suddenly realized in shock that perhaps that person who sold Fang Miaoqing the pills was Yi Qing. Tang Yuro's intestines were all green with remorse at this moment. After Tang Lao went back, within a few days, he was miraculously able to walk on the ground, and it was then that they realized just how powerful Yi Qing was, and the Tang family had been searching for Yi Qing ever since, but there were no clues. Today it was hard to see it, but it slipped away from under their noses. At this moment, the pills had already been taken by the assistant to help the old man, and everyone held their breath one by one as they waited patiently by the side. Mu old face full of anticipation, but in fact the heart is still a little nervous. That pill medicinal power is amazing. Naturally is true, but exactly can cure Master Fang's disease, is not yet known. But just at this moment, suddenly, lying on the bed to prevent the old man gently coughed. The crowd's heart can't help with the defense of the old man's coughing hard trembled a bit. Bedridden 10 years not wake up the old man. Just now even, coughed a bit. Fang Miaoqing's face was happy and hurriedly came closer. The middle-aged man also hurriedly took a few steps forward, while Mu Lao was greatly relieved. In the next second, Elder Fang slowly opened his eyes, really opened his eyes, blinking his eyes. Elder Fang seemed a bit confused, frowning slightly, and after looking at the few people around himself, he spat out two words weakly only after half a second. Tian Qi? The middle-aged man was shaken, and at his age, tears were flowing out as if a floodgate had been opened. Dad! The middle-aged man cried out excitedly. Grandpa! You are awake, Fang Miaoqing said in a small voice, afraid of scaring the old man. Elder Fang turned his head to look at Fang Miaoqing again, but with a confused look. 10 years had passed, and Fang Miaoqing had grown into a big girl. It was naturally a bit difficult to recognize her at a glance. Are you Xiao Miaoqing? Well, after a few seconds, Elder Fang suddenly said in a daze. Fang Miaoqing nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, too excited to speak. Oh, little Miaoqing is so big. Elder Fang murmured a few words and slowly closed his eyes, falling asleep again. A few people slightly froze, nervously looking at Mu Lao. How come the patient had just woken up and slept over again? Mu Lao waved his hand and said, Don't worry, Elder Fang is already fine. The next step is some conditioning process. It's been 10 years. Elder Fang's brain is still not active. Let Elder Fang rest for now. After hearing this, only then did a few people completely breathe a sigh of relief, while Mu Lao had his eyes staring straight at Fang Miaoqing's hand. If he wasn't mistaken, in the plastic bag, there was also a clay pill. Chapter 12 Alley Crisis. That, girl look, your grandfather's illness is now also good. That elixir in your hand, can you sell it to me? Mu Lao swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but say. Fang Miaoqing slightly stunned, hurriedly babyishly stuffed the elixir into her bosom, carefully guardedly looked at Mu Lao. Such a magical thing, how can you say sell? And, the Fang family is not short of money at all. Of course it is impossible to sell. The middle-aged man also stood out, blocking in front of Fang Miaoqing, and laughed. Old Mu is also tired today. Why don't we just leave it at that for today? Old Mu also take a good rest. Mu old man's face was a hard look. This heck directly gave an expulsion order. $10 million, sell it to me, or, I'll exchange it with something else, as long as you guys make a price. I definitely won't blink an eye. Old man Mu still said without dying. If this was heard by Yi Qing, he would probably be vomiting blood in 3 liters. $10 million. How many medicinal herbs would that have to buy, to be hobbled by him for 100,000? And they were still talking about the price of one. Mu old man joking. This pill is the daughter accidentally from the hands of a high person, is also considered fate. If sold, is not it offended the high person? 10,000 cannot The middle-aged man continued to laugh. Nonsense. Of course it's not for sale. Mu Lao sighed deeply. It was right. This kind of treasure, if it was him, he wouldn't sell it either. However, Mu Lao was still undeterred. Turning his head towards Fang Miaoqing, he asked, "Did you meet that high-ranking person in Tianbao Street before? Can you inform old man of the specifics of his appearance?" It didn't matter if the medicine wasn't for sale. This didn't matter. Anyway, that high person had already left by the time Fang Miaoqing left, so Fang Miaoqing told Yi Qing's appearance characteristics one by one. Over 20 years old? Old Mu's eyes glared. No way. That high-ranking person is so young? Could it be that the pill wasn't made by him? Right at this moment, Tang Yuro on the side suddenly spoke up. It should be him, right? After attracting everyone's attention, Tang Yuro sighed and continued. He should be the same high person who cured my grandfather. You should all know about my grandfather's illness. After being touched by him, he's now able to walk on the ground. Oh, you know him? Mu Lao's eyes were almost glazed over. He was naturally clear about the Tang family's old illness, but after being touched by that high person, he was actually able to walk. Mu Lao hurriedly turned his head to look at Tang Yuro and asked. But to Mu Lao's some disappointment, Tang Yuro shook her head. That high man seems to be unwilling to let others know where he is, and I only know his name. Yi Qing. Elder Mu nodded, deeply impressed. That is, if he is a high person, he naturally has his own rules. Now it seems that this high person is afraid that he is intentionally waiting for you at Tianbao Street. He is not selling medicine, but he is purposely helping your Fang family. Fang Miaoqing slightly froze, seemed to think of something in general. Shocked, that's right, such a miraculous pill, but he sold it to me for 50,000 apiece, and at that time, I bought his medicine, and after that, he directly closed his stall and left. Now that I think about it, he should have waited for me, but he even all but calculated that I would go to his stall to ask for the medicine and that I would buy it. It's too scary. Speaking here, Fang Miaoqing felt a little guilty. That high person acted like this, just to help her Fang family. She even had that kind of attitude before. It was really damned. Soon after, old man Mu left, and Tang Yuro also claimed that she had something to do and quickly left. After the two left, Fang Tianqi shouted, "Come on people, pass on my order. Find that high person at all costs." Just like him, old man Mu had gone back to do this. For a while, the entire Qinghai city, the Mu family, Tang family, Fang family and the three big families began to frantically search for Yi Qing. But our main character, Yi Qing, now threw the $100,000 that hadn't even warmed up into the medicinal herb company, exchanged them for a bunch of medicinal herbs, and returned back to his dormitory in a happy manner. Yi Qing how to know that he has now been rumored to be God. Back to the dormitory. There is a pill not sold. Yi Qing temporarily do not intend to sell. These herbs, for the time being, is enough. However, there was one thing that made Yi Qing a little depressed. He was here refining pills, causing all the surrounding area to be filled with a strong herbal odor. Although the others didn't dare to say anything, Yi Qing's heart felt a little bit overwhelmed. Going on like this is not a solution, Yi Qing murmured bitterly. Subsequently, Yi Qing made an important decision. He would go out and rent a house. Anyway, now that he was going to have more than $10,000 on hand after buying herbs, renting a house would definitely be enough. After leaving the door, Yi Qing was planning to go directly to the real estate agent. Although the middle is a bit darker, but they have a lot of properties in their hands, and it's easier to find one that meets Yi Qing's conditions. And just when Yi Qing walked to a small alley, Yi Qing suddenly felt that something is not right up. This alley on weekdays, although there are few people coming and going, but today it is also too quiet. Yi Qing stopped his steps and looked up. At the entrance of the alley in front of him, two men in black walked over with a cold look. Yi Qing's heart moved. He twisted his head and looked behind him. The same two men in black. Yi Qing's heart laughed coldly. It seems to be blocked. He just didn't know what person instructed him to do so. What person told you guys to come? Yi Qing directly opened the door and asked. Dead people don't need to know. The man in black spoke indifferently. Surprisingly, he had come to kill himself. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he spoke. But didn't the person who told you to come and block me tell you that 4 people are simply not enough? Is that so? The man in black let out a faint smile. Reaching into his pocket, a black pistol was taken out by him. 4 men in black, 4 pistols. The black holes of the guns were just pointed at Yi Qing. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. His brows immediately furrowed. Who on earth had sent these guys here? To the point where they were prepared to directly lay down a killer. Now do you still think that the 4 of us aren't enough? The man in black laughed. But in the next second, he realized that Yi Qing's figure had directly disappeared from sight. Big brother, be careful, a henchman warned loudly. He then realized that Yi Qing had already arrived in front of him without knowing when. So fast, without even thinking about it, He raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger at Yi Qing. With a pang of a gunshot, Yi Qing didn't fall to the ground in response. Instead, the man in black felt that someone had grabbed his wrist, and in the next second, with a pain in his wrist, the pistol disappeared from his hand. The other three people saw Yi Qing and the boss entangled together. They didn't dare to shoot. They could only grit their teeth and rushed over. Yi Qing laughed coldly in his heart. What he wanted was this effect. Waiting for a few people to rush over, the pistol in Yi Qing's hand was directly thrown out. Under the infusion of chi energy, it directly smashed into the face of a guy. His nose was barely broken. In an instant, tears and nosebleeds were left all over his face. The other two guys were also quickly cleaned up by Yi Qing. Yi Qing was actually still a little nervous. If one person came to deal with him and shot from afar, Yi Qing's risk factor was much higher. Now that 4 people surrounded him, Yi Qing took advantage of this. 4 men in black, 3 were directly knocked out by Yi Qing. The only one left behind was the big brother of the 4, the one who had been conversing with Yi Qing. But this man was now also beaten by Yi Qing and sat on the ground fighting, unable to stand up. He could only look at Yi Qing with a face of fear. 4 people, 4 pistols. Surprisingly, they all couldn't dry out Yi Qing. What the hell is this guy? Yi Qing was now angry. Really angry. He slowly crouched down and faintly asked, "Who told you guys to come? Even if you kill me, I am." Splat. Yi Qing directly threw out a slap. The force was so strong that the man's 2 incisors were directly knocked out, and half of his face lost his intuition at the moment. "Who told you guys to come?" Still the same words. "I won't tell you. Just die." The man in black still had some backbone, and said forcefully. Yi Qing nodded. He wasn't going to waste any more time. He casually grabbed one of the man's hands. Click. One of the man's fingers was directly broken. The man let out a pig-killing scream. He almost didn't faint to death. Click. The second one. Without a word, Yi Qing once again broke one of the man's fingers. Click. The third root. Don't, I said. It's Lei Gang. It's her who asked me to kill you because you ruined his plan earlier. The man looked at his fingers that took on a weird shape, and his entire body was trembling violently as if in spasms. Oh, Yi Qing slightly raised his head. He had only beaten Huang de Biao back, and chased away those 2 guys who wanted to molest Sumi, but he had even provoked Lei Gang's killing heart. Yi Qing made up his mind. It seems that he has to go back and ask Xia He about this Lei Gang's information. It's necessary to pay a visit to his door. Chapter 13 Attitude Problem. After solving a few black-clothed men, Yi Qing continued to the real estate agent with a normal demeanor. The matter of renting a house had to be settled as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be too inconvenient. "Mr. Wants to buy a house?" The one who received Yi Qing was a heavily made-up girl. The heavy perfume odor on her body made Yi Qing frown slightly. "No, want to rent a house." Yi Qing shook his head and said. The girl's face was obviously a little disappointed. If they rent a house, the commission they get their hands on is really pathetic. And looking at Yi Qing's dress, it doesn't look like a rich person. This kind of person tends to be the most troublesome, picking and choosing, not to mention that, after they are done with their work, it is also possible that they still don't rent it. And even if you rent, you won't make much money. The girl directly got up, twisted her head and shouted, and left. "Nana, you come to receive." Soon, another girl hurried over. "Hello sir, may I ask what your name is?" "Yi Qing." Yi Qing nodded slightly. No matter the attitude or the dress code, it was very much to Yi Qing's liking. Looking at the girl's badge, a very cute name, Jean Nana. "What kind of house does Mr. You want to rent?" Jean Nana asked politely. "A quieter one." "Quieter? Let me think." Jean Nana took out her work tablet and rummaged through it. The girl from before, however, teased at this moment. "This little brother means a cheaper one." Yi Qing frowned and suddenly got up and walked towards the girl, speaking faintly. "What's your name?" Seeing Yi Qing suddenly approaching her, that girl was still a little nervous. "You? What are you asking me my name for?" "Nothing. There's something wrong with your attitude. I want to complain." "Where's your manager?" Yi Qing continued. The girl laughed. So she was looking for the manager. This she was not afraid of. "Manager? Ah, look at him. He wants to complain about me." The girl pretended to be aggrieved and said to the manager, her hands wrapped around the manager's arm. The manager here, a short and fat man who didn't look too old, enjoying the beauty of his arm, hearing Yi Qing's complaint, his eyebrows immediately frowned. "I didn't find any attitude problems with our reception, but rather sir, you're here to rent a room. It's best to finish your formalities. Don't make more trouble." A fire immediately sprang up in Yi Qing's heart. Just now he was almost wounded by a gun. Now renting a room also encountered this kind of goods. "Is this how you receive guests?" Yi Qing asked rhetorically. "Yes, that's it. What's wrong? If you don't like it, get lost." "Damn it, where to rent a house with so many things?" The short fat manager please spit and said very arrogantly. He also saw that Yi Qing was dressed in ordinary clothes. Even if he made a mess, he couldn't make much of a mess. Jean Nana on the side hurriedly walked over to round up the situation. Mr. Yi, don't be angry. Why don't we do it this way? You see what kind of house you can look at. I will give you some more cheap. The girl glanced at Jean Nana and casually said, Nana, why do you take any job? Are you going to receive a beggar next time? Sister Jing, don't say that, Jean Nana said anxiously. Just at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Brother Yi, it's really you. What a coincidence. Yi Qing was slightly stunned and turned his head to look, realizing that it was actually Xiaoyu. Why are you here? Xiaoyu walked to Yi Qing's front with a smile on his face and said, This Dayan real estate is my family's. You know, my family is doing real estate. I have nothing to do. I didn't expect to run into Brother Yi so coincidentally. Two people chatting there, next to the short and fat manager, and the girl has been pale. Xiaoyu is what they naturally clear, but this guy in front of them? Xiaoyu even called this guy Brother Yi. This is the first thought of the short and fat manager. This was the first thought of the short and fat manager. And the girl's face was also ashen. So it's your family's Yi Qing sneered. It seems that your service attitude in this company is really not good. Seeing that Yi Qing was obviously a bit dissatisfied, Xiaoyu's heart thumped. He didn't dare to provoke Yi Qing. The happiness of his lower body was still in Yi Qing's hands. What's going on? Xiaoyu asked Jean Nana, who was beside him, with a serious look. Jean Nana was also slightly embarrassed, but she also felt that the manager and the girl's attitude towards Yi Qing just now was a bit too much, so she told what had just happened here one by one. After Xiaoyu heard it, his face was as gloomy as water. He turned his head to look at Yi Qing and asked, Brother Yi, what do you say to deal with it? Yi Qing laughed, took 2 steps forward, walked up to the manager and casually asked, Manager, right? Yes, the short and fat manager said with a slight promise. The cold sweat on his forehead was already coming out. Do you still think your attitude is okay now? Yi Qing asked with a cold smile, and after saying that, without waiting for him to react, he turned his head to look at the girl from before. How come you're not hugging your manager's arm now? What? He can't save you anymore? The girl's face turned white, looking at Yi Qing in fear. The person who could be treated so respectfully by Xiaoyu, his identity was not something she could even mess with. Yi Qing suddenly turned around, pulled over Jean Nana's wrist, pulled Jean Nana to his front and said to Xiaoyu, I think there is a problem with your staffing arrangement here. For example, it's the position of the manager. I think this girl called Jean Nana is perfectly fine. What do you think? Xiaoyu was slightly stunned and looked at Jean Nana in surprise, not expecting Yi Qing to defend this girl so much. Of course, since Brother Yi thinks it's fine, then it's naturally fine. Your name is Jean Nana, right? I will inform the personnel department of the position transfer in a while. Don't worry, Xiaoyu softly said to Jean Nana. Jean Nana's entire body was dumbfounded and is still in a bit of a trance. Happiness came too suddenly, right? This, manager, me, isn't it? Isn't it not very appropriate? Jean Nana said with some nervousness. After struggling for so long, anyone would like to be promoted, but now, just so suddenly popped up to the position of manager. She is still a little reactive. No, this is what you deserve. Yi Qing patted Jean Nana's hand and said, and Xiaoyu also said to the manager and the girl at the right time, claim this month's paycheck and get the hell out of here. Xiaoyu was also on fire, almost ruined his lower body happiness by these two jerks. That, Brother Yi, you see, it's really sorry. The first time I came to our company I gave you this kind of experience. I'm really sorry, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Yi Qing's heart was amused. Of course he knew why this Xiaoyu would have this attitude towards himself. At that moment, Yi Qing pulled out the clay pill left from the sale from his pocket, stuffed it into Xiaoyu's hand, and said to Xiaoyu with his ear, eat this, and it will guarantee your recovery. Xiaoyu was slightly stunned and looked down. Is this really okay? This black and unattractive mud pill can cure his sexual impotence? Give it back to me if you don't believe it. No, how could it be? I'm just asking. He. Xiaoyu hurriedly put that pill back into his pocket carefully. After learning that Yi Qing wanted to rent a room, Xiaoyu was even more enthusiastic to personally participate and help Yi Qing pick it out. Soon, Yi Qing found a suitable place. Brother Yi, wait a moment. I'll have the staff contact and help Brother Yi with the formalities, Xiaoyu said enthusiastically, and next to him, Jean Nana also hurriedly nodded her head, but it was rejected by Yi Qing. No, I know the address. You give me the landlord's phone number. I'll just go and take a look in person. Yi Qing felt that it was better to see the place with his own eyes to decide if he was satisfied or not. Chapter 14. $20 also want to return. House location is not very remote, but because it is an urban village, and it is said to be about to build a remodel, so there are not many people, the environment is very quiet. Yi Qing is very satisfied. The landlord is an old lady. According to her, her children have gone out to settle down, also gave her to buy a house. This old house is also idle. so it is rented out. Price is also cheap, $600 a month. Yi Qing paid a year. The house is rented. Not big or small yard. There is a flower bed in the center. 3 houses. One is the other side of the miscellaneous goods warehouse. The other 2 empty. Can live in people? It's not bad. The rest is to have time to move the gifts over. Just went out the door. On the face of a wearing a tight black leather jacket of the little sister rushed over the wind. The alley was originally narrow. See Yi Qing blocking the front. The little sister immediately shouted, "Get out of the way. Quickly get out of the way. Don't be in my way." Yi Qing slightly stunned, sideways, only to realize that there were 3 punks were chasing the little sister behind. This matter and Yi Qing originally had nothing to do with it, but at this moment, the little girl in front suddenly shouted without looking back, "Dare to mess with my mom? Do you know who my mom is? I'm the sister of Shaha of Qinghabar. If you mess with me, I'll make you all suffer." Yi Qing's heart moved. Without saying a word a flash went in front of the 3 punks. "Get lost, don't block my way." A yellow hair at the front saw Yi Qing blocking the way and directly cursed angrily. Yi Qing naturally wouldn't get out of the way. Seeing that the punks had rushed in front of him, he directly kicked out. That yellow hair completely did not expect that Yi Qing would suddenly make a move, and was caught off guard, and was directly kicked off by Yi Qing. The other 2 guys' eyes glared, and directly swung their fists towards Yi Qing, but with this kind of goods, they were ruffled by Yi Qing in 3 strokes. Sitting on the ground, the 3 gangsters were still a bit confused. It was only one look. 3 people were solved by others with a few punches. This is still a fart. The little sister realized that no one was chasing after her, turned around and saw this scene. Her eyes lit up slightly, then she turned around and walked back. This little girl has a petite figure, not too old, but the dress is quite non-mainstream. Flat snow white belly is so bare. The lower body is just a super short pants. A pair of beautiful legs extended to the feet. Nice figure. Seeing that Yi Qing was staring at her body, the little Taiyukai symbolically straightened her body. Yi Qing bitterly smiled and shook his head. This girl was Xiaohe's sister? This difference is too big. Why are they chasing you? Yi Qing asked to a few punks. Didn't pay for dinner. The little sister shrugged her shoulders. Alas, I didn't mean to do it. When I got off the plane, my wallet was stolen. I didn't say I wouldn't give it. I'll give it on credit first, and I'll pay it back later on. It's not just fine. Chasing after chasing after chasing after chasing. Just no chasing after chasing after chasing after chasing after chasing after chasing. Several punks of face speechless. Who I know you but also on credit. By the way, do you have $20? The little sister suddenly turned her head and asked. Yi Qing nodded his head and gave 20. As soon as the little Taiyumi took it, she threw it in front of a few punks. No, meal money, here you go. Only then did the 3 punks leave satisfied. Brother, where are you from? Good hands. The little Taiyuyu tossed her shoulder-length hair and asked. Yi Qing didn't answer her words, but instead asked back. Is Xiaohe your sister? You know my sister? The little Taiyuji brightened up and asked. Heard of it. Just heard of it. The little too young sister was a little disappointed. This time, thanks to you, or else I would have to trouble my big brother. You also know that my big brother, Yi Qing, is very busy. Yi Qing almost didn't turn off his breath. He looked at the little Taiyuyu with wide eyes. When did he have such a fierce a little brother? Oh no, it's the little sister. Never heard of my big brother? The little Taiyu raised her eyebrows and said with a disgusted expression. 7 days ago, my big brother took on a few hundred punks by himself, with one hand, and with his eyes closed, he ruffled all of them, and my big brother was intact. How about that? Awesome, right? Yi Qing mouth corners are twitching. Night. Awesome. Yi Qing all wanted to yell. Come on waiter, give this little too young girl another bottle of wine. She can still continue to blow. Forget it, I don't blame you. My big brother is a godly dragon. It's hard for ordinary people to see him. The little Taiyumi shook her head and said. Yi Qing sort of understood. This little too young sister seemed to have never seen herself at all, and did not know where she heard about the previous fight in the bar with Huang de Biao's group, and worshipped herself as an idol. But this rumor was also too outrageous. A hand, and closed her eyes. Right, just now took you $20. You come with me, I'll get you the money. That's not necessary. Yi Qing was a little embarrassed. $20 only. What, don't need it? The little sister glared. Am I, Xiaobai, the kind of person who borrows money and doesn't return it? It's just $20. It's actually okay. Yi Qing waved his hand and said. This little Taiyumi was really windy. No. You don't want me to return the money that's looking down on it. The little sister insisted and said. After finishing, directly pulled up Yi Qing's arm and left. Yi Qing was a bit speechless, but looking at the little miss insisted. He had no choice but to let it be. But after 10 minutes or so, the little Taiyu sister brought Yi Qing to the Empire Entertainment Club. At this time it was daytime, and there weren't many people in the hall, but there were quite a few clubhouse thugs and gangsters, gathered around in twos and threes. What are we doing here? Yi Ching asked somewhat strangely, but right at this moment, as soon as Yi Ching's words left his mouth, the little Taiyukai beside him just let out a yell. Where is your boss, Lei Gang? Let him roll out. Yi Ching almost didn't plop down on the ground with a rinky-dink. Lei Gang? He suddenly remembered what Huang Debiao had said before, and instantly reacted. The boss of this Imperial Deluxe Entertainment Club, isn't it Lei Gang? Yi Ching also intended to ask Lei Gang some situation. Come over to pay a visit. Did not think that now directly by the little sister to pull over. After yelling, the little sister turned back to Yi Ching and grinned. Don't worry, I'll collect the protection fee in a while, then I'll return you 20. Yi Ching was in a state of tears and laughter. I don't want this $20, okay? The surrounding gangster beaters heard Xia Xiaobai's words and immediately curiously gathered around. Yo, little sister, what are you doing here looking for our boss? A punk said with a smile, seeing that you have a good figure. How about coming over to accompany your brother to drink a couple of cups first? Ka! Xia Xiaobai kicked out directly, hitting the center of the punk's crotch. Yi Ching sweat hairs all over his body. Looking at that punk boiled a voice bout on the ground, full of pain. Yi Ching all feel his crotch a burst of cold, cannot help but clip the clamp legs. This little sister not only character tough, this shot is also very tough ah. Xia Xiaobai beamed and snorted coldly. Daring to talk to me like this is simply looking for death. Tell your boss. Last time he sent people to my sister's bar to cause trouble. Now I've come to get back for my sister. Tell him to get out. Your sister? Who is your sister? A man in the crowd was slightly stunned and asked. Xia He. Xia Xiaobai said triumphantly. The man's eyes lit up, carefully looked at Xia Xiaobai, waved his hand to let the surrounding punks disperse before he spoke. Come with me. Our boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 15. I don't like your stinky ass expression. Inside the private room, a row of sofas. Lei Gang sat in the center of the sofa. Behind Lei Gang, there was a long line of bodyguards. These bodyguards are all big and strong, with a ferocious air, obviously not ordinary gangsters. As for Lei Gang, as his name suggests, he was a muscle maniac, as if he was a gorilla, and at this moment, he was smiling as he looked at Yi Ching and Xia Xiaobai. However, looking at his expression, he didn't seem to recognize Yi Ching. Otherwise, he had just sent someone to kill Yi Ching earlier, and now he wouldn't be reacting this way. That row of bodyguards was nothing. The only thing that caught Yi Ching's attention was a young man standing directly behind Lei Gang. This young man's figure was not considered shapely, but he was able to give Yang Xian a faintly dangerous aura. Are you Xia He's sister? Lei Gang asked with a smile. What? Scared? Xia Xiaobai said smugly. Yi Ching on the side was a bit helpless. Look at this gesture and appearance of others. Where is the expression of half a bit of fear? Scared? Lei Gang let out a giggle and looked Xia Xiaobai up and down before he continued to speak. Rather, I have never heard of Xia He having a sister. How did you come up? I went abroad a long time ago, and now I happen to be back. And when I heard that you dared to find people to cause trouble at the Green Harvest Bar, I came to take a look. And, by the way, to make you make amends and apologize. Xia Xiaobai said thoughtfully. Yi Ching some headache. He also just started to not react to Xia Xiaobai in the end to do. Otherwise, so stupid to idiotic behavior. Yi Ching killed will not let this little girl over. Simply as a sheep into the tiger's mouth ah. To the end, no one was paying attention to Yi Ching. In their opinion, Yi Ching was at most a cheap little brother brought by Xia Xiaobai. I believe that with you. Xia He will definitely compromise with me. Lei Gang smiled and beckoned, and immediately a few bodyguards walked over towards Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai's face changed slightly. Surprised? You're not afraid of me? Yi Ching was almost thunderstruck. Uing just saw it. Lei Gang was also amused by Xia Xiaobai's idiotic look, and said with a laugh, Afraid? Of course I'm afraid, but I'm afraid that you'll run away. Since you've sent me to the door, how could I not accept it? I'm warning you, my big brother is Yi Ching. If you dare to mess with me, Yi Ching will definitely not let you go. Xia Xiaobai was a little scared. She was thick-headed and only now did she come back to how stupid her current behavior was. Oh, Yi Ching? Although I've never seen it, but it's said to be quite powerful. It's just a pity that he's probably dead now, Lei Gang said with feigned regret. Yi Ching's heart fluttered. This Lei Gang even didn't know that his man had failed. Seeing that a few bodyguards had already walked in front of Xia Xiaobai, Yi Ching then dodged and blocked in front of Xia Xiaobai's body. Fatally looking at Lei Gang in front of him, he opened his mouth and said, Let's call it quits for today. We'll leave now. How about it? Lei Gang was slightly stunned. The two guys who came today were not having brain problems. Looking at Yi Ching, Lei Gang lightly laughed. And where did you come from? Yi Ching had not yet replied. Someone outside the door suddenly limped in. Yi Ching glanced at him, and with some dismay, he realized that this person was actually Huang Debiao. The leg that was broken by himself was still not good, and he was on crutches, walking with a limp. It looked very comical. Brother Lei, those 4 guys, failed. Huang Debiao opened his mouth with a slight frown. He also didn't expect that 4 people with 4 pistols could not even take Yi Qing. Just after saying that, Huang Debiao felt that someone was looking at him, so he subconsciously twisted his head to look. Yi Qing laughed and looked at Huang Debiao as well, and laughed. What a coincidence. We meet again. Huang Debiao froze in place, and in the next second, the cane in his hand was thrown out with a snap, and the whole person sat on the ground with his butt, and he was still continuously stomping his legs, rubbing in the direction of the corner, wanting to be as far away from Yi Qing as possible. Hearing Huang Debiao say that the assassination had failed, Lei Gang was originally a bit puzzled. How could it fail? But before he could get angry, he saw this behavior of Huang Debiao. Huang Debiao, what the hell have you seen? Lei Gang angrily scolded. Huang Debiao gulped down his saliva. More than a ghost, it was scarier than a ghost. He pointed at Yi Qing with a trembling hand. His voice was a little unstoppable. Yi Qing. He is Yi Qing. What? The crowd froze in unison. Xiao Xiaobai looked up at Yi Qing in surprise. His mouth grew whiter and whiter. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Lei Gang's face snapped, turning his head to look at Yi Qing, who was smiling. You are Yi Qing? You really aren't dead. Yi Qing shrugged. Those 4 men of yours are just a little too useless. I'm not so bad that I would die in their hands. Hearing that the person in front of him was Yi Qing, the sliver of bodyguards behind Lei Gang all surrounded him with a crash, while the skinny youth still stood behind Lei Gang with a cold expression. Lei Gang narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed. You still have a big life. I admit, you're getting out of my expectation. Unfortunately, your head doesn't seem to be too bright. Daring to barge in here single-handedly, you really don't know how to die. Yi Qing was still smiling, but in his heart, he was wailing. I damn well wouldn't have followed if I knew that the little Teiyukai was going to come here. Killing myself would not have been a good idea. Although Yi Qing was planning to pay a house call, but barging in like this brightly, that's something that a little cutie, only something that would be done. You dealt with the Green Harvest Bar 3 times, and you also went after me. Isn't it normal for me to come and settle the score with you? Yi Qing shrugged and said. Lei Gang looked at Yi Qing with a smile on his face. For some reason, this youth in front of him who looked very slim and didn't have any weapons with him, but he managed to give Lei Gang a faint feeling of uneasiness. Kill him. Lei Gang waved his hand and said softly. He was a cautious person. All dangers must be nipped in the bud. A group of bodyguards just rushed towards Yi Qing. Xiao Xiaobai's face turned white and she hid behind Yi Qing in fear. Yi Qing lifted his foot. His body floated out like a breeze, drilling into the group of bodyguards. Both fists came out, so the bodyguards who came into contact with Yi Qing all instantly fell to the ground. In less than 3 minutes, all the bodyguards, not a single one of them was able to stand. Yi Qing was still looking at Lei Gang with a smile on his face. The pupils of Lei Gang's eyes suddenly shrunk. At this moment he finally refreshed his understanding of Yi Qing. This hand, simply terrifying. However, Lei Gang was not nervous. The youth standing behind him had already touched a gun the moment Yi Qing made his move. The black hole of the gun was pointed at Yi Qing. His expression remained cold, as if he was completely unconcerned about Yi Qing's stance. I admit that you are very strong. Strong beyond my imagination. But unfortunately, you are still going to die today. Shoot. Lei Gang lightly drank. The youth standing behind him sniffed and without saying a word, pulled the trigger at Yi Qing. Yi Qing's heart tightened. He was originally staring at the youth with his full attention. As long as he fired, Yi Qing could react in the first moment, and the chance of dodging was still high. But Xiao Xiaobai was hiding at Yi Qing's back. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, holding Xiao Xiaobai with one hand. His body shuddered at extreme speed. The bullet just grazed Yi Qing's shoulder and slid past, rubbing out a bloodstain. The youth was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yi Qing to be able to dodge his own sure shot. The youth thought that what he relied on the most was his marksmanship, and because of that, he was carried around by Lei Gang, and he didn't know how much trouble he had solved for Lei Gang. But now, for the first time, he had encountered an opponent. There was no time to hesitate. The youth was immediately about to pull the trigger again, but how could Yi Qing give him a second chance to shoot? When he dodged the first shot, Yi Qing had already darted out and rushed in front of the youth with an arrow step, and a lightning-fast fist smashed out. The youth's gun had just been raised, and with a click, it was smashed into parts by Yi Qing and scattered all over the place. The second punch that followed directly smashed on the youth's face, breaking the youth's nose, and the whole person fainted. I don't like your stinky expression. Yi Qing shrugged it off and said. Chapter 16 Xiaoha's once. Looking at the mess in front of him, his bodyguards were all lying on the ground. Huang Debiao, who was cowering in the corner, had seen Yi Qing's skill, but he had not expected that Yi Qing was not even afraid of guns. This was beyond their understanding of a normal expert. Lei Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. Although it looked like Lei Gang was still able to maintain his composure, his heart had already turned over long ago. Yi Qing bent down and picked up the youth's pistol, easily striding his feet and walking in front of Lei Gang, smiling. The clubhouse is nice, quite big, and makes a lot of money, right? You need money? I can give it to you, Lei Gang said without hesitation. However, Yi Qing shook his head slightly. No, I only want to know one answer right now. Why did you go through all the trouble to deal with Xiaohe? She stole my business. I naturally have to deal with her, Lei Gang said subconsciously. Yi Qing shook his head. This answer was very unsatisfactory to him. Without saying a word, he raised his pistol. Don't! Bang! One of Lei Gang's legs directly pierced through a small hole. Blood gurgled out. Lei Gang's face was somewhat twisted up at this moment. She's just a small bar. Your clubhouse's income for a day is estimated to catch up with her income for a month, right? If you still don't tell the truth, then you're wasting your life. Lei Gang's forehead was covered in sweat. He took a few violent breaths and said to Yi Qing in a pretense of calmness, Brother, aren't you going a bit overboard? Yi Qing bristled and raised his pistol again. Lei Gang's other leg was also wasted. He finally couldn't help it and let out a miserable scream. His hands covered the wound, but he couldn't stop the blood that was gurgling out. You have one more chance. Yi Qing aimed his gun at Lei Gang's head. Lei Gang's breathing came to a screeching halt. He didn't dare to utter a single breath. His head tilted back slightly as he exclaimed, He used to be a famous figure in Jinghai City. He suppressed me for many years. Now she doesn't have the ability to do it anymore. While I do, I naturally want to take revenge. Lei Gang was on the verge of breaking down. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. Was Xiaohe so powerful in the past? But why is she now keeping a small bar and scribbling her way through life? It's already come to this point. There's no need for me to lie to you anymore, Lei Gang said fearfully. This was the first time he had been pushed to this level, and he had long hated Yi Qing with a passion. During Lei Gang's statement, Yi Qing had been paying attention to Lei Gang's expression and eyes. Lei Gang hadn't lied. This was something Yi Qing could still tell. However, what had the once Xiaohe gone through to change from that big sister that Jinghai was known for to the current owner of the small bar? If I don't kill you today, I don't know if you will still deal with me. That's your own choice. But next time, catching you again, it won't be so simple. Yi Qing spoke indifferently. After saying that, Yi Qing held the pistol in the palm of his hand. A clicking sound came out. A pistol that was still intact just a moment ago was directly pinched into a ball of iron by one of Yi Qing's hands. Lei Gang gulped down his saliva, not daring to say anything. Turning back, Xiaobai was still staring at Yi Qing with a pair of eyes, full of adoration. Yi, no, big brother, finished? Yi Qing sniffed and directly reached out and knocked on Xiaobai's head, saying viciously, now go back with me. Let your sisters see how arrogant you are. Xiaobai aggrievedly beamed and covered her head, before she reluctantly followed Yi Qing out the door. A long time after the two left, Lei just pulled out his cell phone with difficulty and dialed a number with a trembling hand. Big brother, can you go back to Jinghai for a trip? Something has happened. Green Harvest Bar. At this time, it was almost nightfall, and the business of the bar had started. Inside Xiaohe's office, she was looking at Yi Qing and Xiaobai in front of her with a frosty face. It's simply nonsense. Do you know what you've done today? Xiaohe glared at Xiaobai with a pair of eyes. Yi Qing was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen Xiaohe really angry. Even when someone had smashed the store in the past, Xiaohe seemed to be indifferent. And now, involving Xiaobai's safety, she immediately lost her cool. It's not that nothing happened. Xiaobai also knew that she had made a mistake, and said in a wriggling manner, nothing happened? If it wasn't for Yi Qing today, you would. Xiaohe said here and didn't dare to say anymore. Xiaobai shrunk to Yi Qing's back, spat out her tongue at Xiaohe, and tugged on Yi Qing's clothes. Anyway, there is my big brother. It will be fine. Xiaohe looked at Yi Qing in surprise. When did you become her big brother? Yi Qing burst into a bitter smile and shrugged his shoulders. How would he know where he came up with such a little brother from? Also, why didn't you inform me when you came back from abroad? Xiaohe continued to ask. I wanted to give you a surprise. Surprise? Xiaohe glared. Are you sure it's not a surprise? Okay, sister, don't be angry. I know it's wrong. I won't in the future. I'll go out to play first. I just saw a lot of handsome guys. After saying that, Xiaobai ran away in a flash. She was really the age of crazy play. Yi Qing shook his head and also intended to leave. Yi Qing, wait a moment. Xiaohe's face didn't look too good. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. She lit a cigarette and just looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing was also looking at Xiaohe. He had always enjoyed watching Xiaohe smoke. There was a lazy feeling of extreme temptation. Lei Gang doesn't matter if you beat it, but that Lei Gang has a big brother, called Lei Tai. You made a very heavy strike this time. With Lei Gang's character, he is bound to go and inform Lei Tai. You'd better be careful. This Lei Tai is a character. He took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke in his lungs. Only then did he open his mouth with some worry. Yi Qing nodded. No matter what, he was also doing it for his good. If it was before, I wouldn't have been afraid of Lei Tai. But now, Yi Qing looked at He curiously. What disappointed him was that when he said this, He suddenly paused, and after half a second, sighed and continued. If Lei Tai really comes back to find you, you let him come to me. Sister Xia, what exactly happened to you before? Yi Qing really couldn't help but ask. The cigarette in Xiao's hand violently stuttered in midair, and her face also immediately turned ice cold. These things have nothing to do with you. You'd better put your curiosity away. Seeing that Xiao was obviously unwilling to mention the previous things, Yi Qing could only skim his lips and gave up for the time being. Looking at Yi Qing's departing back, Xiao was silent. Yi Qing was curious about Xiao. Xiao was equally curious about Yi Qing. Yi Qing's transformation was just too big. Today, he even single-handedly broke into Lei Gang's base camp, broke both of Lei Gang's legs, and retreated unharmed. This was not something that an ordinary person could do, but such an expert. Before, he was working as a small bartender in his own bar. If not for the matter of Huang Debiao, maybe Yi Qing had still been hiding in the shadows. What kind of a person are you in the end? He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and murmured, and in her beautiful eyes, there were a lot of different colors. Chapter 17, You Can't Beat Me. After renting the house, Yi Qing had sort of stabilized and progressed rapidly, soon reaching the 6th level of qi refining. On this day, Yi Qing got up early for morning exercise. There was a park nearby. Yi Qing would come here for morning exercise when he had nothing to do. The spiritual qi of the heavens and earth in the morning was the purest and thickest. Yi Qing naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. After finding a quiet place, Yi Qing just stared straight there. Practicing boxing was useless to Yi Qing. All Yi Qing wanted was to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Those flowery stands were just for show in Yi Qing's opinion. After being attacked a few times, Yi Qing deeply knew that his current strength was still too weak. If he encountered some assassination or other situations, one carelessness could kill him. Therefore, Yi Qing must grow up as quickly as possible. Until he breaks through the qi refining and advances to the 1st grade, Yi Qing can be considered to have truly regained his identity as a cultivator. And at that time, Yi Qing's safety will also be able to obtain a greater guarantee. Not far away, an old man in tang suit with a white beard was assisted by a tall girl as he walked slowly, and not far behind the two of them, there was also a man in black trailing behind, quietly following behind. Although the old man is already old, but the eyes are hidden light, inch-long white hair combed meticulously. Looks like the spirit is not bad, and the girl, but also attracted the attention of many people around. Tall figure, wearing a light-colored tight sportswear, the slender body perfectly outlined, long ponytail in the back of the head aflutter. The girl was also pretty, and there was also a hint of heroic spirit between her eyebrows, which made her even more unique. Grandpa, why are you so excited today? Running to the morning exercise? The old man laughed and casually said, Hey, what morning exercise? Recently my body is not feeling well. I have to ask you to hold me up when I walk, and I'm really suffocating at home. The old man breathed in the fresh air, his eyes narrowed slightly, enjoying this feeling very much. Just at this moment, the old man seemed to suddenly discover something in general surprise to raise his head to look in front of him. Grandpa, what's wrong? The girl asked strangely. Li Lan, look at that person. The old man reached out and pointed to Yi Qing, who was not far away like a pole, and opened his mouth. Sun Li Lan twisted her head to look and was a bit puzzled. Grandpa is talking about that guy? What's wrong? The old man shook his head, looked carefully around him. Sun Li Lan was slightly stunned and looked carefully. Suddenly she was shocked to realize that there was a thick layer of mist wrapped around Yi Qing, because it wasn't very obvious. She hadn't even noticed it before. What is this? This is a very powerful cultivation technique. I've only heard others mention it, but I've never seen it before. I never thought that I would be able to meet such a high-level person today, the old man said excitedly. Che, what high person? I think Grandpa was wrong. This morning, the humidity is already very high, Sun Li Lan said in disbelief. The old man frowned slightly, sighed and said, You girl, is just competitive? Your grandfather although a big age, but this eyes are not bad. That youth, not simple I don't believe it, but since Grandpa said he's an expert, then this is good. I'll go and spar with him. Let's see if the military physical fist that our family has been practicing for generations is powerful, or he is. Sun Li Lan said unconvincingly. The old man looked at his granddaughter with a bitter smile. He knew that this girl was aggressive. If she didn't go to spar today, she would probably annoy herself for a month, so he didn't say anything at that moment, and was considered to have acquiesced. But even so, in order to prevent accidents from happening, The old man still twisted his head to the man in black behind him and gave a wink. The man quickly approached and sat down on a nearby bench, looking in this direction. Discovering that someone had walked straight to him, Yi Qing could only stop for the time being. Such a good time being wasted. Yi Qing's face looked a little impatient as he looked at the two men. What kind of expression do you have? Sun Lilan glared and said. Something's wrong? Yi Qing spoke indifferently. Lilan, don't be unreasonable. The old man stood out at the right time. Little brother, we also saw you practicing and were curious for a moment, so we came to take a look. It's really embarrassing to disturb you. Yi Qing's heart was slightly moved. This old man even knew that he was practicing? Could it be that? The evil king's true eyes instantly activated and looked towards the old man and Sun Lilan. While the old man even trembled, he realized that Yi Qing's eyes instantly exploded with a burst of shocking aura. Under his gaze, the old man had a feeling of being instantly seen through. After a few seconds, Yi Qing stopped and slightly shook his head a little disappointed. This old man had obviously practiced, but the realm was not even the first level of chi refining. At best, he had only practiced some of the art of strengthening his body. While Yi Qing, this action caused the girl's dissatisfaction. What do you mean by shaking your head? No one in sight. Do you really think you're good? Dare to spar with me? Yi Qing was slightly stunned, thinking, shaking my head is in your way too? Forget it, you're not my opponent. It wouldn't be good to hurt you. Yi Qing waved his hand and said casually, not even one level of chi refining. Isn't fighting me looking for death? Sun Lilan became even more angry. Without saying anything, she rushed out with an arrow step. The old man's face changed slightly. He hurriedly shouted, Lilan, but it was already too late. Sun Lilan had already rushed to Yi Qing's front, and set up a stance to slam out a fist towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing stood in place and watched indifferently. The movement was wide open. The speed and power were good, but in order to pursue the stance, there were many breaks. The next second, Yi Qing slightly raised his hand, and gently raised it to block the girl's fist. Yi Qing then exerted a slight force and the girl's body stomped back to her previous position. What's the deal with you, chick? I didn't mess with you. Why did you take a shot at me? Didn't I say that you can't beat me? If you do it again I won't be polite. Yi Qing said with a slight frown, although it's a beautiful woman, but you can't run over and hit me for no reason. You. Sun Lilan glared and made a gesture to charge up again. Yi Qing sighed, twisted his head and suddenly reached out to pick a holly leaf from a nearby bush. Sun Lilan and the old man froze in unison, strangely looking at Yi Qing's action. The next second, they saw Yi Qing flipped his wrist, and the leaf actually flew towards the girl with a whoosh sound, and then slipped past the girl's head in a dangerous way. The leaf crossed mid-air, and there was even an ear-piercing sound of breaking air. Ding! A dull crash came from behind. The girl blinked her eyes in shock, and the old man turned his head at the same time to look behind him. That holly leaf just nailed straight into the trunk of a small tree behind the two men. Originally the small tree was not very thick, only a small arm thick. Now by the leaf embedded, there is a kind of feel that it will be broken off at will. Still fighting? Yi Qing asked as he shook off his hand. Chapter 18, Shared Beauty. The black-clothed man on the bench in the distance was shocked when he saw the scene and directly rushed over, but he was stopped by the old man. Little young, don't be reckless. The old man stopped the man in black's action. His heart turned over. His body was trembling slightly from excitement. Divine technique, divine skill. The old man has spent his entire life in the military, but I never thought that I would be able to meet such a high-level person in my later years. Little brother, the old man apologizes to you for his granddaughter's recklessness before. The old man respectfully said to Yi Qing, such an expert. Not fighting with Sun Lilan just now was completely to protect Sun Lilan. However, this old man suddenly being so respectful made Yi Qing a little uncomfortable up. He scratched his head and laughed. It's just a small tactic. Sun Lilan turned around and walked to the trunk of the tree, reached out and touched the soft holly leaves, and slowly pulled the leaves out. At this look, Sun Lilan's face changed even more. The tree trunk was about to be cut off, but this leaf was intact. How in the world did he do it? Old man Sun Zhongtian, this is my daughter Sun Lilan, and my guard Xiao Yang. I don't know how to address you. Little friend? The old man looked at Yi Qing and asked respectfully. Yi Qing, this old man even had an escort, and there was also a hidden murderous aura on his body, so he thought that he was also a number one character when he was young. Sun Lilan clutched the piece of holly leaf in her hand and walked to Sun Lao's side. Her eyes looked at Yi Qing in amazement, but she didn't dare to speak. Yi Qing was right, she was not an opponent at all. Think about it, a leaf can exert such a huge killing power. Into the wood, if it is shot on their necks. Sun Lilan didn't dare to think about it anymore. She didn't think that her neck could be much harder than a tree trunk. This kind of character, any random thing in his hand could kill. What a terrifying strength. Little friend has such strength at such a young age. Truly a hero is a young man. Still unable to hold back the excitement in his heart, elder son praised. After saying that, The old man coughed and a trace of pain surfaced on his face. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is elder son a disease branded by the qi energy vibrating his heart and lungs?" The old man was slightly stunned. His eyes snapped into a burst of light. Looking at Yi Qing in surprise, "Little friend knows how to heal wounds?" "A little bit." Yi Qing's face was calm, but in his heart, he was already happy. When he observed with the evil king's true eye before Yi Qing had discovered this, and now he just happened to mention it. In these few days, his medicinal herbs had also run out, and he was worried about not having a place to get the money, and this old man sent it to his door. "Then does little friend have a way to cure it?" the old man said with a face full of hope. Yi Qing pretended to have a difficult look on his face, and only after half a second did he speak. "Yes, it can be done. However, it needs to be done with the help of something. I need to go back and prepare it." Of course, this is fine. Xiao Yang, leave my phone number to Yi Qing." Hearing that Yi Qing really had a way to cure his illness, the old man looked even more excited and hurriedly greeted him. The man in black at the side was slightly stunned, surprised. "First, well, old man's son, your own phone number? Nonsense. Of course it's mine. Otherwise could it be yours?" Sun Lao glared and said. After leaving his phone number, the old man's mood seemed to be much better. Looking at Yi Qing with a joyful face, scrutinizing up and down. Young and capable, good looking, good character. If this could be his granddaughter-in-law, there are really no words to say. Yi Qing was a little awkward by the old man's gaze, and hurriedly said, "In that case, I will leave first, and personally pay a visit some other day." Well, if you have something to do, just go and get busy. Right, you keep an eye on my granddaughter's phone number as well. You young people, it's easier to communicate. The old man seemed to suddenly think of something, generally opened his mouth and said, "Sima Zhaji's heart is known to everyone." Sun Lilan whines and looks at her grandfather, "Grandpa," but in the end, Sun Lilan still left the phone to Yi Qing. After all, to really say it, she didn't hate Yi Qing, and before to the opposite was not really belittling herself, but she was really too weak. Looking at Yi Qing's departing back, the man in black attached his ear to the old man's son said, "Move chief, do you want me to send someone to check?" The old man was startled. "Check? You crazy this kind of character you also dare to check? Really, the more you live, the more you go back." After leaving the park, Yi Qing then stopped by and bought a set of ordinary silver needles for medical use. Sun Lao's illness wasn't considered serious, but with Yi Qing's strength right now, it was still a bit of a struggle, but Yi Qing had a better way, and that was the golden needle piercing. If Yi Qing remembered correctly, it seemed like there was such a technique on earth, called acupuncture, but the two were not on the same level at all. The technique of gold needle piercing was rather old-fashioned. It was considered a stupid method. In his previous life, Yi Qing was a medical immortal, so naturally he couldn't use it. But right now, this was the only most effective method that Yi Qing could use, and treating Sun Lao's illness was also a lot simpler. However, although this technique is called golden needle piercing, but Yi Qing bought an ordinary stainless steel millimeter needle. Gold and silver texture is too soft, so the specification is also coarse, is not conducive to Yi Qing's play. This stainless steel millimeter needle is the best to use, and the price is also cheap. In addition to this, Yi Qing also needed to refine a pair of medicine to assist in his own treatment. The bit of herbs he had left was just right for use. Alas, it's still the realm that's too low, otherwise where would I need to go through so much trouble? Yi Qing said bitterly, but just after saying that, Yi Qing suddenly realized that he had made a very stupid mistake. Damn, just promised to cure the disease. This treatment fee has not been negotiated yet. Careless, too careless. Yi Qing couldn't help but slap his forehead. Returning to his residence, Yi Qing found a large pink suitcase sitting in front of his house, and a plainly dressed girl was sitting on the threshold of his house, her head resting between her knees as she dozed off. Yi Qing, slightly stunned, looked up, and did not go wrong? This is my house, but what is the situation of this girl? Yi Qing reached out and knocked on the girl's suitcase. The girl only then leisurely raised her head to look, blinked, confused, and did not wake up, seemingly wide-eyed. And Yi Qing, honestly speaking, the girl is still quite good-looking, considered a beauty, and there is no makeup. Keep a simple look. This point is most let Yi Qing appreciate. After half a ring, the girl finally came back to her senses and stood up with a startled cry, looking at Yi Qing with a face full of embarrassment. "What are you doing here?" Yi Qing asked strangely. This is my house. What are you doing in front of my house?" Yi Qing asked breathlessly. Oh, right. I am like this. I want to rent a house." The girl gathered her courage and swallowed her words to Yi Qing. Yi Qing blinked, and then, "Just want to ask if you still have an empty house here. Those small homes are too expensive. I want to share a rent." The girl's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Yi Qing instinctively want to refuse. After all, he rented a house here for the purpose of quiet, no one to disturb, but to have someone to share the rent, then it will be inconvenient a lot more. But look at the girl's dusty appearance, also carrying a large suitcase, Yi Qing and some heart, and if he refused the girl, she went to find someone else to share the rent, and ran into bad people. How to do? Yi Qing felt that there were not many people in the world who were as honorable as he was. Moreover, looking at the girl's simple, shy appearance, Yi Qing inexplicably remembered Wang Yujia when she first entered the university, and his heart was immediately moved with compassion. It's okay, there's an empty room in the courtyard. You can stay if you want to. However, the other room is mine. Without my permission, you can't go to my room. Got it? Yi Qing thought about it and spoke. The girl nodded in surprise, but immediately her face became a bit critical again. But I don't have any money right now. I need to wait for my paycheck before I can pay you the first rent. But don't worry, I'll pay my paycheck in a few more days. It'll be quick. It's fine. Just give me the rent when you have it. Yi Qing waved his hand. Originally a courtyard is only $600 a month. A room is less than $300. It's meaningless to ask for it, and see that the girl is more economically challenged. Just forget about it. However, explicitly saying that they don't want the rent doesn't seem to be that big of a deal, so they just said that they will give it again when they have it. Chapter 19, Pine Loose Grass. Early the next morning, Yi Qing carried a small wooden box out the door. This is what he bought yesterday, sort of his own small medicine chest, so it looks more like that. After all, people rely on clothes. Looking up to see the opposite side, last night's girl has also gone to work, but the door is unlocked. It seems to be a simple to terrible girl. Yi Qing sighed, suddenly realized that he still do not know what the girl's name it. That pair of auxiliary medicine was also refined, and placed in a small box with the silver needles. Yi Qing went out, made a phone call, and quickly determined Sun Lao's address, so he directly took a taxi and rushed over. The location of the Sun family is in the center of the Jinghai and not very luxurious villa area. Yi Qing did not feel surprised at all. At that time Yi Qing felt, that Sun old man is not an ordinary person, and people still have guards. Came to the door of the Sun family. Yi Qing was shocked. A few camouflage military vehicles parked at the door. A long line of soldiers with loaded guns guarding the door. What is this situation? What exactly is this Sun family for? And just when Yi Qing was hesitating how he was going to go in, Xiao Yang, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, saw Yi Qing and hurriedly greeted him. Yesterday in the park, Yi Qing's methods were clear to him, and he admired Yi Qing a lot. Let's go in. The old master is waiting for you, Xiao Yang respectfully said to Yi Qing. After saying that, he also seemed to think of something and reminded, the eldest young master also came back today. You have to pay attention in a while. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. The eldest young master? What does that have to do with me? Yi Qing came to Sun Lao's room without any problems. Sun Lao was sitting on the sofa waiting patiently. Seeing Yi Qing come in, he hurriedly greeted cordially. Yi Qing came. Come, do, taste the tea I just brewed. From an old friend there to get it, visible on the market cannot be. Yi Qing smiled and sat down, put his own small box aside, took the tea handed over by Sun Lao and took a sip. No feeling. Xiao Yang just backhanded and prepared to close the door, and then someone rushed in with wind and fire. A man with a stout body like an ox, his inch head as if steel nails were rooted above his head, a camouflage military uniform, and a vigorous atmosphere. Brat, come back without coming to see Grandpa first. Where did you go? Sun old man glared, dissatisfied said. He. Old man don't business. This time back but brought back a divine doctor for you. The man said. This man was the third generation of the Sun family's eldest young master. Sun Guoxiong, Sun Lilan's own brother. Sun family up and down, generations from the military. The old man Sun Zhongtian is the head of the Sun old Nia Sun, but do not like the military, chose to go into business, and now also seems to have been on their own. Because of this reason, the Sun old naturally put their hopes in the third generation of the Sun Guoxiong's body, and now also given to the cultivation of the military good hand. Sun Guoxiong himself also liked the military this set, but very let Sun Zhongtian like. After Sun Guoxiong finished speaking, he pulled out a thin old man behind him. The old man's body was so thin and weak that it was surprising that he was not even seen before being blocked by Sun Guoxiong. The old man seemed to be a bit nervous as he stood there looking at Sun Lao and smiled. This is what I call the divine doctor. Their family has been practicing medicine for generations, known as the sage of Chinese medicine, to treat Grandpa's illness. Naturally it's not a problem, Sun Guoxiong said proudly. Sun Lao looked at Yi Qing with some embarrassment. He had said that Yi Qing would come to treat him. Now that he has come, you have come up with a so-called Chinese medicine saint. Isn't this slapping Yi Qing's face? I've found the divine doctor. You let this old gentleman go back first. Sun Lao smiled and said. Sun Guoxiong stared. What divine doctor? Where is it? Xiao Yang kindly introduced from the side. It's this one. Yi Qing, Mr. Yi. Sun Guoxiong looked down at Yi Qing, blinked his eyes, and said in surprise, "Just this measly kid? A divine doctor? Grandpa, you've run into a charlatan, right?" Put. Sun Lao's mouthful of tea was sprayed out. Yi Qing's identity was mysterious. His hands were even more terrifying, now being shouted at by Sun Guoxiong as a Jianghu cheater. It was simply looking for death. "Asshole, what are you saying? Apologize to Yi Qing," Sun Lao angrily shouted. Sun Guoxiong laughed coldly and spoke, "Apologizing is impossible. Grandpa, you also know that I, Sun Guoxiong, don't believe in anything else. I only believe in ability. Such a young sparrow, can he be a miracle doctor? What a joke." Yi Qing was silent at the side, while that old Chinese doctor couldn't help but look at Yi Qing at this moment. This Sun Lao even gave himself up because of a young guy, which made the old Chinese doctor feel that his authority was being challenged. He looked down at Yi Qing's small medicine box and couldn't help but ask, "Little brother is also a Chinese medicine practitioner?" Yi Qing nodded. The treatment method he was using now was indeed quite similar to Chinese medicine. Hearing this, the old Chinese doctor's expression immediately became complacent. When it came to attainments in Chinese medicine, the old Chinese doctor was still very confident. He didn't believe that Yi Qing, a young lad of such a young age, could be higher than his own methods. The old Chinese doctor no longer paid attention to Yi Qing. Instead, he pulled out an object from his own medicine box and opened his mouth to say to Sun Lao, "Sun Lao, this is the blood ginseng that has been treasured by our family for a long time, and with this in place, I have a great certainty that I will be able to cure Sun Lao's illness." In the old man's hand, he was holding a ginseng-like thing, but it was bright red all over, as if it was condensed from fresh blood. Yi Qing casually glanced at it, and suddenly his eyes glared skittering round. He rose up boldly and rushed to the old Chinese doctor in an arrow step, and subconsciously opened his mouth and said, "Old sir, you sell me this thing." Yi Qing's heart was trembling. Song Luo grass. Surprisingly, it was Song Luo grass. I didn't expect that there would be this kind of spiritual grass on earth, and looking at the year it was definitely more than 100 years old. Although it looked similar to ginseng, but in reality it was not even close to ginseng. If he could get his hands on Song Luo grass, Yi Qing was certain that he would advance to the first grade realm within 3 days. Stepping into the true cultivation realm, the old man was slightly stunned, somewhat not reacting to Yi Qing's words, while Sun Guoxiong on the side had been paying attention to Yi Qing. Seeing this, he directly grabbed one hand towards Yi Qing's shoulder. "What kind of status do you have? How dare you treat the divine doctor in such a manner?" However, in the next second, his wrist was grabbed by Yi Qing. Sun Guoxiong's movements came to an abrupt end. He frowned slightly. Subconsciously he was about to draw his hand back, but after trying to struggle for a few moments, Sun Guoxiong's face changed drastically. Yi Qing's body seemed to be as solid as Tarzan. One hand seemed to be like an iron clamp. He couldn't even move a bit no matter what. Sun Guoxiong's face sank. He knew that he had looked away. However, this also equally aroused Sun Guoxiong's competitive spirit. He let out a cold snort. His other fist smashed towards Yi Qing in a smooth manner. Yi Qing frowned slightly. This bastard was really annoying. With a casual hand, before his fist could smash over, it was thrown out by one of Yi Qing's hands. The body as strong as an ox just flew out, smashing into the wall 10 meters away with a loud thud. The entire audience was shocked. The seemingly skinny Yi Qing, with one hand, didn't even look squarely at Sun Guoxiong, just casually flung his hand, and the 1'9" muscular man was just thrown out 10 meters. What kind of power is this? Sun Guoxiong lying on the ground for half a day did not come back to God. Such a hand, Sun Guoxiong has seen, but that is already a myth in the army. The youth in front of me, but so powerful. Sun Guoxiong's face was a burst of excitement, and with an arrow step, he rushed in front of Yi Qing. Yi Qing frowned. Wait, big brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to make a move. Please accept me as your disciple. Sun Guoxiong suddenly knelt down on one knee, clasped his hands and said respectfully, "Ah." Yi Qing's face was a little embarrassed. This bastard's face changed too quickly. Chapter 20 Golden Needle Piercing. Sun Guoxiong's thick skin was fine, and Sun Lao was relieved, but at the same time, seeing Sun Guoxiong's performance at this moment also made him cry and laugh a little. "Brat, get up first," Sun Lao angrily scolded. Sun Guoxiong, however, stubbornly shook his head and looked at Yi Qing. "If you don't accept me as a disciple, I will kneel for a long time." "Well, then you can kneel," Yi Qing said casually, thinking, "You like to kneel and I have half a penny to do with it." What he was most concerned about right now was the pine luo grass in the old Chinese doctor's hand. "Old sir, you still haven't answered me. What you collected, can you sell it to me?" Yi Qing continued to ask. This, looking at Yi Qing's hands, the old Chinese doctor was also a little scared, but the things in his hand were his family's treasure. Now it's hard to get down and take it out. It's also for the purpose of curing Sun Lao's illness. How can he say sell it? Unexpectedly, the sight of Sun Guoxiong but suddenly stood up, disgusted. A broken ginseng seed put you treasure. Give my master is not finished? I'll give you a bunch back. The corners of the old Chinese doctor's mouth were twitching. A bunch? This is a blood ginseng. Ah, where did you get a bunch from? There's no harm in it. The old gentleman can think about it. I'll treat Sun Lao first. Yi Qing thought about it and said, looking at the old man so precious this Son Luo grass, should be reluctant to sell to himself? And Yi Qing suddenly remembered that his whole body now seems to not have a few $1,000s. To buy it seems to be not enough. First to Sun old man treatment. If you can get the treatment fee, and then buy is not too late, even if the old Chinese doctor does not sell. In addition to the villa, rob over. Having made up his mind, Yi Qing went to his small medicine box and took out his new stainless steel millimeter needle that he bought yesterday. Acupuncture? The old Chinese doctor was slightly stunned. As a family of Chinese medicine practitioners, he was naturally no stranger to millimeter needles, but he didn't expect that Yi Qing, who looked so young, would also know this kind of esoteric means. Moreover, it was still a stainless steel millimeter needle for practicing. You're a stainless steel millimeter needle? Are you sure this will work? The old Chinese doctor couldn't help but mutter from the side, still thinking that Yi Qing couldn't possibly be as good as himself in terms of Chinese medicine. Heavy swords have no sharp edges, and great dexterity doesn't work. And with kung fu in your hands, you don't care about the utensils, don't you? Yi Qing asked rhetorically. At the same time, he took out all the needles and held them between his 5 fingers. The old Chinese doctor slightly choked. The words were right, but he had never heard of any old Chinese doctor who was using this kind of needle. Can Elder Sun take off his shirt? Yi Qing asked, while handing over the slightly prepared pills to Elder Sun. Take this medicine first. Without any hesitation, Sun Lao uncovered his blouse and exposed his chest, while swallowing that pill in one gulp as well. Yi Qing's evil king's true eye was instantly activated. Carefully observing the spread of the medicinal power, Sun Lao's injuries were heavy on his heart and lungs. The medicinal power quickly melted away. It was now. Yi Qing slightly bent down. One hand wiped across Sun Lao's chest, so fast that only faint residual shadows could be seen. Wherever one hand passed, the millimeter needles held between the 5 fingers were also inserted one by one in a lightning-fast manner. In a few seconds' time, Yi Qing withdrew his palm. All the millimeter needles had unexpectedly been densely inserted in Sun Lao's chest. The old Chinese doctor's face changed drastically, and he said in shock, "Whisking needles. Surprisingly, it's whisk needles. Gosh, is this very powerful?" Sun Guoxiong couldn't help but ask. The old Chinese doctor swallowed his saliva and nodded. Whisking needle, a legendary technique. I also heard my grandfather talk about it. There are some divine doctors whose medical skills have reached the state of perfection. Then they will use this trick, stroking over with one hand and instantly laying down the needle. Fast, accurate and ruthless. And looking at the angle and position of this gentleman's needle. Yes, it really is a whisk needle, the old Chinese doctor said excitedly. Sun Guoxiong sniffed. Although he was a little hard of hearing, he still said with a smelly face, "That must be, you don't look at who my master is?" The old Chinese doctor had an embarrassed look on his face, thinking, it seems like they haven't agreed to be your master yet. After doing this, Yi Qing was also slightly relieved. Even in his previous life, Yi Qing hadn't used this most basic technique for a long time, so it was good that he wasn't rusty yet. The medicinal power was also fully dissolved at this moment. Yi Qing once again reached out. The evil king's true eyes observed the medicinal power in Sun Lao's body, constantly reaching out and skimming over the end of a millipede needle. Wherever he passed, a millipede needle just gently trembled. It looked like it was magical. Whisking needle. This is the whisking needle. The old Chinese doctor was about to cry out in excitement. Whisking needles, as the name suggests, one hand lightly whisks the end of the milligram needles, so that the milligram needles and the previous medicinal power to fully catalyze the efficacy of the medicine. The right remedy, this is exactly what this is a high-level person. Yi Qing also heard the words of the old Chinese doctor and couldn't help but nod slightly. This old Chinese doctor was still a bit of a level. In fact, if the old Chinese doctor was to treat Sun Lao today, there was a high possibility of success, but the recovery speed would be much slower. The medicinal power was fully dissolved in the tremor of the millimeter needle, and under the urging of Yi Qing's qi rapidly repaired Sun Lao's damaged heart and lungs. At first, Sun Lao's face was still slightly pained, but as time passed, slowly, Sun Lao's face became more and more reddish pastel, and his originally somewhat haggard face seemed to have recovered instantly. It was amazing. Only after 5 minutes did Yi Qing stop himself, looked at Sun Lao and spoke. Sun Lao, hold your breath. I'm going to pull out the needle. Sun Lao hurriedly held his breath when he heard this, and was still thinking about how long he was going to hold his breath, when Yi Qing had already pulled out all the millimeter needles in an instant. Alright, it's done. Yi Qing smiled and said, how does Elder Sun feel now? Sun Lao slowly got up and moved in place. His eyes glowed for a moment and he exclaimed, "It's completely fine. Ha ha, Xiao Yang, come, first give me a pipe of big dry cigarettes. Damn, this period of time can suffocate old me." Xiao Yang looked a burst of embarrassment. Ear to Sun Lao said, "Chief, Mr. Yi is still there. You still don't smoke." Only then did Sun Lao realize that he had just gotten a little carried away, and hurriedly smiled awkwardly and said to Yi Qing, "Hey, I've made you laugh." Yi Qing smiled and didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was shouting furiously, "Money, you're cured. Where's my money? Bunny, come here, do you have money on you?" As if to confirm Yi Qing's thoughts, Sun Lao shouted to Sun Guoxiong. Yi Qing's heart was happy. It seemed that this Sun Lao was still quite on board. Unfortunately, Sun Guoxiong was shaking his head. "Grandpa, as you know, I never bring money when I go out." Sun Lao frowned slightly. Right at this moment, Sun Lilan, who had been watching outside the door for half a day, suddenly walked in, handing over a card to Yi Qing's hand. "Mr. Yi, I know that with your status, this amount of money is nothing, but this is a little bit of our Sun family's heart. Please make sure that you accept it." Yi Qing nodded slightly, and without any pretense, he put the card away, but in his heart, he was depressed. "Just how much money do you have in this card?" Of course, this couldn't be asked out. Yi Qing lifted his foot again and walked to the old Chinese doctor's face, and opened his mouth. "Old sir, I really need what you have in your hand. Look, how much is willing to?" No, divine doctor, you have excellent medical skills. This blood ginseng can only be maximized in your hands." Before it was the old man who had no eyes. "I hope the divine doctor will not take offense." Unexpectedly, that old Chinese doctor even directly raced the som luo grass in his hand into Yi Qing's arms. Yi Qing looked at the old Chinese doctor, not expecting this old Chinese doctor to be so uptight. "Good, in that case, I'll take it first." Seeing Yi Qing take it, the old Chinese doctor was even more excited. After thinking about it, he tentatively asked, "I don't know what door Mr. Teacher is from? This is sorry, the division has rules." So, Yi Qing was slightly stunned. Where did he get the division? So he believed in it and said. The old Chinese doctor was a little disappointed, but still nodded and said, should. Famous sect, the rules cannot be broken. It was done. There was no need for Yi Qing to stay here. Thanking Sun Lao for his kindness to stay for dinner, Yi Qing left. Xiao Yang sent Yi Qing to the courtyard, but behind him, Sun Guoxiong chased after him, while shouting, Master! Yi Qing twisted his head to look. "Master, the food at home is not appetizing. How about this? How about I take Master outside to eat? I know a wine and food. That flavor is absolutely no problem. Good wine and meat. It's also considered as an apprentice me picking up for my master. It seems like I didn't promise to be your master, right?" Yi Qing said breathlessly. This Sun Guoxiong even relied on himself. "But I am sincerely worshipping my master." Sun Guoxiong's bullseyes glared and said with a chest beat. Yi Qing thought about it, turned around and walked to a big tree in the yard that was hugged by two people, and opened his mouth. "You can be my disciple if you want to be. Your body strength and explosive power must pass, so you should practice this first." After saying that, Yi Qing slammed his fist out in a lightning-fast manner. With a click, Yi Qing's entire little arm just didn't enter into the hard trunk of the big tree, and then pulled it out, unharmed. Sun Guoxiong in the end took a mouthful of cold air, refreshing his perception of Yi Qing. This attack power, this degree of body defense, simply perverted. "Yes, master, I will learn and practice diligently," Sun Guoxiong said excitedly. What Yi Qing didn't expect was that his unintentional remark had caused Sun Guoxiong to start ravaging and torturing the big tree in front of him like crazy. Chapter 21 Lei Tai is back. Yi Qing was in a good mood, carrying a small pillbox and whistling all the way back. Getting the pine luo grass meant that Yi Qing could raise his strength to a first-grade alchemist within 3 days. By then, Yi Qing would be able to step into the cultivation world even if he truly stepped into the realm of cultivation, and his strength would naturally be incomparable. The most crucial thing was that at the first-grade realm, Yi Qing would be able to truly refine pills, instead of rubbing mud pills. Returning to his residence, Yi Qing hadn't even entered the door. The first thing he asked was a smell of rice. He was slightly stunned, thinking it was a nearby family that was cooking, and didn't care. But after a busy day, Yi Qing was also a little hungry. Pushing the door, the scene in front of him made Yi Qing a little dumbfounded. The original messy courtyard was gone, neat as new. Even the weeds were taken out, and the small flower bed in the center seemed to have been carefully repaired. And most importantly, under the big tree in the center of the courtyard, a small round table that looked a bit old was quietly placed there, with some steaming hot meals on it. The girl who shared the room with Yi Qing was standing timidly at one side, looking at Yi Qing somewhat nervously. "You cleaned this courtyard?" Yi Qing asked in surprise. The girl nodded nervously, then spoke. I counted that you're almost back, so I cooked. You eat together. Yi Qing's complexion was a little complicated. Looking up at the girl, after a tiring day, returning to the home that belonged to him, a gentle and virtuous girl made a good meal and waited for him. This was a life that Yi Qing had once very much desired, and to his surprise, it was realized in this kind of scene. I don't know if you've eaten. So, if you've eaten, it's okay, then next time. Seeing that Yi Qing stood still and didn't say anything, the girl seemed to be even more nervous. Never ate it. Yi Qing grinned, put down his own small medicine box and walked over, inhaled his nose, and his eyes lit up. Wow, the colors and flavors are all there. This was the truth. Yi Qing himself did not have much research on food, but the meal in front of him, although none of them were any expensive ingredients, it still made Yi Qing's fingers tingle. This girl, the cooking was excellent. Getting Yi Qing's praise, the girl was very excited and hurriedly brought bowls and chopsticks to Yi Qing, while sitting on the other side of the table herself. Yi Qing ate a delicious meal. His heart size, it can be seen. The girl's economic conditions are very poor. This meal is also the cheapest vegetables in the market, but the flavor is really good. At the same time, Yi Qing also saw the suitcase that had been opened on the side. Simple, a few pieces of clothing. The rest are some induction cooker and other things. Yi Qing's heart is even more bad taste. Originally thought that the girl's suitcase are some cosmetics, clothes and other things. Now it seems that it is not so at all. I don't know how this girl is so poor. By the way, such a thrifty girl, casually working a shift, can also save a lot of money. Right, big brother. My name is Chuyu. I still don't know what your name is. The girl herself didn't eat much. She all watched Yi Qing eat. Seeing Yi Qing eat with relish, she was very happy, but then suddenly thought that she still didn't know what Yi Qing's name was, so she hurriedly opened her mouth and asked, Yi Qing. Yi Qing casually said. After thinking about it, Yi Qing pulled out a few $100s from his pocket and put it in front of the girl, and spoke. You can take this money first. Chuyu exclaimed and hurriedly said, No, my rent hasn't been paid yet. What are you giving me money for? Yi Qing blinked. This is considered the food fee I paid. For the next period of time, you can use this money to buy food. Just let me know when you run out. Your cooking is delicious. Really? The girl said excitedly. Yi Qing nodded seriously. Put down the chopsticks. Look at the time is not early. Yi Qing still have to go to the bar, so he got up and said, That's it for now. Thank you for today. The yard cleaned up so well. I still have to work, so I'll go out first. Be careful on your own at night by yourself. You write down my phone number. Feel free to call me if there's anything wrong. Still have to work at night? The girl asked in surprise. He saw Yi Qing went out during the day. Thought he was going to work. Didn't think he had to go out at night. Well, part-time job. Yi Qing credulous Huzo Road. Left the phone and went out the door. Came to the bar. The doorman immediately greeted, Brother Yi. Sister Xia looking for you. Looking for me, why don't you call? Yi Qing was a little strange. Pulled out his cell phone only to find out that the damn cell phone had run out of power a long time ago. Yi Qing was a little embarrassed. He usually doesn't use his cell phone much and didn't care. It seems that he will have to recharge it in the future. Cell phone this thing, or very convenient. To be in the previous life, the cell phone is definitely a heaven-defying invention. Xia shrank among his soft table and chair as usual, his fingertips holding a lady's cigarette, one hand lazily placed on the table, gently snapping the desktop. Click. Xia stopped. Her long eyelashes fluttered for a moment. Looking in the direction of the doorway, Yi Qing happened to walk in. Yeah, big brother, why are you here? With a cry of surprise from the side, a soft and delicate body jumped into Yi Qing's arms. Yi Qing had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect Xia Bai. This girl was also there. Xiao Bai, don't make a scene. Xiao's words were still very effective. Xiao Bai spat out her tongue at Yi Qing before she returned to the sofa again, her legs resting on the armrests of the sofa, revealing a section of her bare calves as she flung them around, holding her cell phone in her hand as she went back to playing the game. Yi Qing softly looked at Xiao Bai. Having such a little sister surrounding herself, the feeling was actually still good. Sister Xia looking for me? Yi Qing twisted his head and asked. Lei Tai is back. Xia he raised her eyes to look at Yi Qing and said, Oh. Yi Qing nodded his head, but didn't have much of a reaction. Lei Tai, Lei Gang's brother. Before Xia he said that after beating Lei Gang would most likely turn to Lei Tai for help. Now it seemed to be true. Looking at Yi Qing with a look of indifference, Xia he was a bit helpless. Sighed, Lei Tai Lei Gang, two brothers, no father, no mother. For the only brother, Lei Tai has always been very protective. This time he came back. It is clear that he is rushing towards you. Yi Qing shrugged his shoulders, still with a disinterested expression. Come as you please. If he wants to come and mess with me, his brother is his downfall. Xia he frowned slightly. extinguished the cigarette in his hand, shook his head and continued. It's not that simple. 7 years ago, Lei Tai had already covered the sky with one hand in Jinghai City. I understand this person. He is very ambitious and ruthless. Now he has even developed his forces. This person is not easy to deal with. Yi Qing slightly froze, seemed to suddenly think of something in general, suddenly turned his head to look at Xiaohe. Sister Xiao will have trouble? After all, nominally speaking, the cause of the matter was because of the green harvest bar. It didn't matter if Yi Qing was left alone, but if it caused trouble for Xiaohe, it wouldn't be good. Xiaohe suddenly laughed and spoke. Don't worry, Lei Tai doesn't dare to touch me. His younger brother Lei Gang. It's okay for kids to have a small fight, but Lei Tai is not a reckless person. That's good. Yi Qing was slightly relieved, but I just don't know how Lei Tai is going to deal with me. Xiaohe reached out and pushed a red thing on the table in front of Yi Qing and spoke. This is Lei Tai's way of dealing with you. Yi Qing was surprised and picked it up and looked at it, even more so with an odd face. This is an invitation? That's right, the invitation. Lei Tai came back on the same day to release the news, to organize a charity reception. Jinghai City has a face of the people are among the invitation. To Lei Tai's status position now, many big families also categorically will not be absent. Such a big scene. Lei Tai even also invited you. There is definitely something fishy, according to my opinion. Or do not go for the better. No, go, of course go. Someone invited for dinner. How can I not go? The corner of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly. This Lei Tai, a bit interesting. A wine party? Then it would be good to go and join in the fun. He would like to see what means this Lei Tai has. Great. Wine party. I'm going too. Xia Xiaobai, who had been silent for half a day beside him, suddenly got up, jumped up and ran to Yi Qing, cheering excitedly. Chapter 22. You want money? You have to take it off first. 3 days. 3 days after the Hongmen banquet, Yi Qing went to set. But before that, the first thing that Yi Qing has to do is to refine the pine roses first, to advance to the first grade. 3 days, just enough time. With this in mind, Yi Qing also did not want to go to work, asked for leave, and directly hit the road back to the house. At this time it was late, the nightlife has just begun. Just at this moment, Yi Qing suddenly saw a familiar figure from Yi Qing not far away hurriedly past. A closer look was actually the hospital's beautiful little nurse, Lin Ruoyu. Living in a city, the probability of running into each other by chance was not a big deal, but it was not a surprise. But Yi Qing realized that between Lin Ruoyu's running, one of her hands was still wiping over her eyes from time to time. She was actually crying. Yi Qing frowned and looked again. Lin Ruoyu had already turned into a building next to her. Yi Qing looked up and saw the famous star restaurant in the neighborhood, Moon Lin Xian. After thinking about it, Yi Qing lifted his foot and followed. Lin Ruoyu is really something wrong. No matter what, the two people are also considered to know each other. In the hospital, Lin Ruoyu is also good to Yi Qing. If Lin Ruoyu encounters any difficulties, Yi Qing should also help in any case. Lin Ruoyu cried and ran into the hotel. After turning around, she finally stopped in front of a VIP room. She took a deep breath, wiped the tears on her face, before knocking on the door and walked into the room. Yi Qing came to the door and was a little hesitant. If people were just dealing with personal matters, it wouldn't be good for him to barge in. Thinking about it, Yi Qing still took a seat on a chair on the side. At the same time, his power was pushed to the extreme, and he started eavesdropping. Ruoyu is here. A young man on the sofa who was drinking saw Lin Ruoyu come in and immediately brightened up, directly pushing the two girls snuggled up to his side away. Lin Ruoyu frowned slightly and raised her eyes to look. In addition to a few accompanying ladies in the private room, there was only Wang Jia. Come, Ruoyu, why are you standing? Sit, don't be polite. Seeing Lin Ruoyu still standing stupidly in place, the youth greeted again. Lin Ruoyu shook her head. No, I still have urgent matters. Wang Jia, I really need this money. Please lend it to me. I will definitely return it to you once I have saved enough money. Wang Jia laughed, narrowing his eyes at Lin Ruoyu. $100,000 is not a small amount. You know, although my father is the dean, but he doesn't make much money, and he controls me strictly. My pocket money is not much. Lin Ruoyu's heart even more disgusted. She is a nurse. The hospital, how black she is clearer than anyone else. And the dean is usually the most spoiled. Wang Jia. To say that Wang Jia does not have money, she really do not believe. If she didn't really not know any other rich friends, Lin Ruo would not come to Wang Jia no matter what. What exactly do you want before you are willing to lend it to me? Lin Ruoyu's expression cooled down and she opened her mouth to ask. When she was in the hospital, Wang Jia had been stalking her, but Lin Ruoyu had never let up. And now that she had something to beg Wang Jia in turn, she was instead being taken advantage of by Wang Jia. Wang Jia drained the wine in the cup in one gulp. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Looking at Lin Ruoyu, after such a long time, How do I want it to be? You won't be unclear. How about this? You accompany me for a couple of nights, and I'll lend you the money. Although Lin Ruoyu had long thought of this answer, but now that she really heard it, the resistance in her heart was even worse than imagined. I won't promise you, Lin Ruoyu said with an ironized face. Wang Jie shrugged. I'm just saying that. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I'm not forcing you. You can leave any time. Lin Ruoyu's chest continued to rise and fall. Wang Jie was certain that she really had no other way to raise money, which is why he did this to her. But really, Lin Ruoyu really had no other way. Wang Jie calmly sat on the sofa, looking at Lin Ruoyu with a confident face. He knew that Lin Ruoyu could not wear out herself. Sure enough, it was only after a minute that Lin Ruoyu spoke with difficulty. Okay, I promise you, but you have to give me the money right now. I really need that money. Wang Jie nodded with satisfaction, but the expression on his face became even more sinister. Okay, since you promised, come on, take off your clothes. What? Lin Ruoyu was furious. Her teeth clenched and she stared at Wang Jie dead in the face. Wang Jie laughed out loud, looking at Lin Ruoyu triumphantly, shouting, otherwise, what makes you think I will give you money? Wanting money without paying something, where in the world is such a good thing? I'll be clear with you today. What I say, you do. If you don't, then I'm sorry. Please go out. I won't stop you. The decision is yours. Along with Wang Jie's words, Lin Ruoyu's face became whiter and whiter. Later on, her face was like ashes. Her eyes were covered with despair. She really had no way out. Under the eyes of everyone, Lin Ruoyu unzipped her jacket with a trembling hand, ready to take it off. But right at this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open by someone outside, and with a loud thud it was almost taken down just like that. Yi Qing walked in with an iron face, walked over to Lin Ruoyu's side, and reached out to put Lin Ruoyu's jacket back on in Lin Ruoyu's surprised gaze, and zipped it up with his own hands. During this process, Yi Qing's face was iron blue, his expression was cold, and he didn't say a word. He was furious. Yi Qing? How did you come? Lin Ruoyu froze. Wang Jie was also annoyed on the sofa. Damn, the best part was about to come, and was stirred up by this guy. Who the hell are you? Get out. Yi Qing of course didn't say anything. After helping Lin Ruoyu put on her jacket, she directly turned around and walked towards Wang Jie who was screaming. What do you want? Wang Jie raised his eyebrows and asked. Yi Qing didn't say anything either. His face was gloomy, and with a lift of his hand, he grabbed a bottle on the table and backhanded it, snapping it on Wang Jie's head. The surrounding accompanying girls each had a big change in face, and scattered with a clatter. You dare to hit me? Wang Jie stared with his eyes, one hand covering his head, incredibly shouting loudly. Yi Qing remained silent. The second wine bottle picked up and once again opened Wang Jie's head. The glass shards cut through Wang Jie's head. Blood gurgled out. Wang Jie could no longer speak. He could only let out a gurgling, pig-like scream. But Yi Qing still didn't stop. The third bottle, the fourth bottle. When it smashed into the seventh bottle, Lin Ruoyu on the side got scared and hurriedly went forward to hold Yi Qing's arm, crying, Yi Qing, don't fight. If you fight again, something will happen. Yi Qing turned his head to look at Lin Ruoyu. That crying pearly face makes Yi Qing a heartache. In the hospital hospitalized for a month, Yi Qing also has a basic understanding of Lin Ruoyu's. The family's situation is not good, but she did not give up on herself, and worked hard to go to work, and take care of the patients with all her heart. But even so, every month only that poor little internship salary. A girl who had worked so hard to live and endured so much suffering. Why did she still have to suffer from this kind of asshole? Don't fight, Wang Jie said breathlessly. Blood blurred his eyes. He was really scared now. Yi Qing's expressionless face was that horrible in Wang Jie's eyes. Chapter 23, Supreme Gold Card. The chaos in the private room soon drew the attention of the outside world, and a circle of bystanders surrounded the entrance. Right at this moment, the doorway suddenly stirred, and a man in a black suit came striding in from outside. Looking at the mess before him, he also couldn't help but frown slightly. Both of you, those who have come to Yulin Xian are guests, but if you are causing trouble here, please also get out. The man directly opened his mouth and said. Behind the man, a group of sturdy bodyguards gawked at him. He was the lobby manager of Yulin Xian. Don't look at it as just a lobby manager, but his identity was outstanding, because behind Yulin Xian stood but Ginghai Tang family. So even if he was the lobby manager here, ordinary people would not dare to mess with him. Seeing the lobby manager appear, Wang Jie's eyes glowed and he shouted in surprise, Manager, where is your boss? I want to see your boss. The man glanced at Wang Jie and casually said, Not everyone can see our boss. Just talk to me if you have anything. Wang Jie seemed a bit dissatisfied, reaching out to fumble around in his arms for a while, pulling out a silver white card and shouting triumphantly, I have the Tang family's silver card. Can I still see your boss? The man was slightly stunned at the sight of the silver card, nodded slightly at Wang Jie and spoke. If you have the Tang family's silver card, you are an honored guest of Yulin Xian, but you are unable to see our boss with this card. The crowd of onlookers outside also became excited. What is that silver card? Someone asked curiously, because seeing the silver card flashed out, that lobby manager's attitude seemed to be a little more respectful. Tang family silver card. Ah, it is said that you only issue less than 100 a year. This young man actually has one in his hand. It seems that he is also a young master of a rich family. There is a lively scene to watch today. He himself had flashed his silver card unexpectedly, could not even meet the boss of Moonlin Xian. Wang Jia was even more dissatisfied, but remembering the dean's advice to him, no matter what, don't mess with the people of Moonlin Xian, so he resigned himself to the situation. But turning his head to look at Yi Qing, Wang Jia became excited again. As an honored guest, I am now being attacked by this guy for no reason. How does that count? The man nodded and turned his head directly to Yi Qing and spoke. Sir, please leave this place and don't make things difficult for me. How had Lin Ruoyu ever seen this scene before? She was a little nervous and grabbed Yi Qing's sleeve, hugging Yi Qing's arm. Yi Qing raised his hand and patted on the back of Lin Ruoyu's hand, signaling her not to be nervous. While during this process, Yi Qing's line of sight had been placed on top of that silver card. This thing, it looked familiar, and Wang Jie also realized that Yi Qing had been focusing on his silver card, and became even more smug. What? Don't recognize it? Let me tell you, the Tang family issued a distinguished silver card. With this card, you can get a 20% discount on any consumption at any Tang Group's property, and the key thing is, you can also enjoy VIP services. It's like, Wang Jie sneered and looked at the man. Manager, I am now asking you to throw him out as a VIP. The man was slightly stunned. Wang Jie was bossing himself around, which made him a little upset as well, but there was no way around it. Rules are rules, and the silver card still had this authority. At that moment, the man beckoned the bodyguards behind him to make their move. Wait! Yi Qing suddenly shouted. Wang Jie's silver card. There was no complicated pattern on it. There was only a simple word Tang, and Yi Qing suddenly remembered. When he first treated Tang Lao's legs in the hospital, didn't Tang Tianjiang hand himself a gold card? The look of that gold card was exactly the same as this silver card, but it was gold in color. Yi Qing was a little hesitant. It couldn't be a fake, right? But right now, this situation, hands do not seem too good. Yi Qing can only bite his teeth. From the pocket will be that card to turn out. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing had just flashed the gold card. Before he could open his mouth to speak, that manager suddenly froze, and then bent down, giving Yi Qing a 180-degree bow. Sir, could you show me the card in your hand? The manager still bent over and said to Yi Qing. That level of respect was simply a world away from before. Yi Qing nodded. Although he was a bit puzzled, he still handed it over. The man took the gold card, and pulled out a small electronic instrument from his pocket, not knowing what he was doing. After a few breaths, the man put away the electronic instrument, handed the gold card back to Yi Qing, smiled faintly at Yi Qing, then turned his head to look at Wang Jie. His face immediately turned cold. Someone, throw him out. Wang Jie's face changed drastically. Seeing the bodyguards rushing towards him, he frantically shouted, What are you doing? Is it a mistake? I have a silver card. How dare you do this to me? The manager snorted coldly, flashed Yi Qing's gold card and spoke. Silver card? Oh, this Mr. Yi has our Tang Group's supreme gold card in his hand, so he naturally has the right to be like this. Gold card? What is that? Wang Jie asked blankly. The onlookers outside the door also had curious faces. Gold card? Never heard of it before. Since the establishment of Tang Clan Group, a total of 6 supreme gold cards have been issued. This one in Mr. Yi's hand is the 6th one. Having this card is equivalent to the personal presence of the head of the Tang family. Even if he wants to demolish Yulin Xian right now, it's still a reasonable request, the manager said in a serious manner. The onlookers outside suddenly quieted down. One by one, their eyes widened to the extreme. This kind of gold card, it's worth it to even look at it. Wang Jie's body was so soft that he paralyzed on the sofa. Supreme gold card. Having this card was equivalent to the presence of the Tang family's head in person. He was naturally clear about what concept this was. Looking up at Yi Qing, Wang Jie's face changed. What exactly was this guy's identity? Since the establishment of Tang Clan until now, only 6 of them had been issued. The person who could own this card, his back was so big that even if he pinched him, Wang Jie, no one would bother. Wang Jie winced, his face was ashen. He no longer dared to clamor, letting a few strong men drive him and prop him out. Mr. Yi, your gold card, please keep it. The manager once again made a big 90-degree bow and handed the card to Yi Qing. Yi Qing froze and took it, looked down in surprise. His heart was equally shocked. This gold card, so bullish. Look at the action before the experience. It should be identification and other actions. Did not think that even their names are entered. This manager checked to know their own line of leaves. Lin Ruoyu did not think so much. Also do not understand what the Tang family means. But look at the manager, this respectful look. And drove Wang Jia out. She understood Yi Qing's identity, higher than Wang Jia. Mr. Yi, I don't know that you are here. It is my dereliction of duty. Allow me to help Mr. Yi to change a private room. Mr. Yi line of defense has the supreme gold card. In the name of the Tang family group of all the consumption of all the industries, is completely free of charge. The manager once again said in a shocking manner. Completely free. Tang Group's industry chain in Jinghai City included almost all service industries. That is to say, with this card, glory and wealth for a lifetime without spending a dime. No, I have other things to take care of. Let's call it a day. Yi Qing said with some embarrassment. His impression of this manager was quite good, and this level of respect, it all made Yi Qing a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the manager was shocked, thinking that Yi Qing was still angry. If he really messed with such a bullish guest, he would have to eat it all. This makes Mr. Yi have such an unpleasant manager. It's my dereliction of duty. I'll notify the boss. The specific punishment matters. Wait for our boss to come back, and then make a decision. I only represent the individual, and you Lin Xian once again apologized to Mr. Yi. No, I don't mean anything else. It's just that I've already eaten. I came to look for a friend. She's the one I'm looking for. Now that I've found her, we still have a little bit of other things to do, so we'll leave first. Yi Qing hurriedly explained. This card is also too bullish. His own little dissatisfaction after all, have such a big consequence. It seems that saying that this gold card is equivalent to the Tang family head's personal presence is true. Chapter 24. Everything has me in. Shortly after Yi Qing left, a red Lamborghini made a sharp break and stopped at the entrance of Yulin Xian. Tang Euro didn't even lock the door of her car, and hurriedly rushed into Yulin Xian. Missy, you're here. The manager greeted somewhat awkwardly. Yi Qing appeared? Where is the person? Tang Euro didn't bother to greet him, and directly opened the door and asked. The manager's face became even more embarrassed. Mr. Yi left 10 minutes ago. The manager's heart was also curious. When Tang Euro's All Industries gave an order, but wherever Yi Qing's gold card appeared, notify her at the first time. He was still curious as to what kind of character Yi Qing was, but now it seemed that Tang Euro's importance to Yi Qing was far towards the imagination. Why don't you leave him behind? Tang Euro glared. Searching for Yi Qing for so many days was nowhere to be found. Now it was hard to get a clue, but it was still slipped away by Yi Qing. Mr. Yi is a gold card user. I don't dare to keep it, the manager said with difficulty, while carefully inquiring. Missy is looking for Mr. Yi for something? Tang Euro shook her head in disappointment, sighed, and said, what am I looking for him for? It's my grandpa who's looking for him. He's someone very important to my grandpa. The manager's body was in a pang. Someone who was important to the Tang family's Tang elder. Of course Yi Qing didn't know that Tang Euro went to look for him. At this time, he and Lin Ruoyu had already exited Yulin Xian and walked far away. In the night, the two of them were walking on the street. Lin Ruoyu was still a bit stunned. What she had just experienced in an hour was more thrilling than all her life's experiences combined. Little nurse, are you short of money? Yi Qing thought about it and asked. Lin Ruoyu nodded and immediately became anxious again. It's over. If I can't find money today, what will my mom do? What about your mom? Yi Qing was shocked and asked. Lin Ruoyu's heart was anxious, and she cried out with a wow, swallowing and telling Yi Qing what happened. Originally, Lin Ruoyu's mother was in a car accident 3 years ago. The owner of the car escaped, and now it wasn't even found, and her mother was just bedridden. To treat it, the cost was too high. Lin Ruoyu couldn't afford it, so she had been maintaining it with medication for all these years, but her mom could barely hold on anymore. Go to your house. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and directly pulled up Lin Ruoyu's arm and said, what are you doing going to my house? Lin Ruoyu exclaimed. To cure your mom. Maybe I have a way. Yi Qing said seriously. You know how to cure diseases? Lin Ruoyu said with an odd face. Back then, Yi Qing himself was still lying in the hospital for a month. How could he cure a disease? However, when she thought of this, Lin Ruoyu's eyes suddenly lit up, immediately remembering Yi Qing's miraculous recovery back then. Perhaps, he really had a way. In fact, Yi Qing could give Lin Ruoyu money. After all, when he was in Sun's house, Sun Lilan also gave Yi Qing a card. But up to now Yi Qing had forgotten to check how much money was in the card, and there was no place to go to get so much money in this big night. If it was something else, Yi Qing could withdraw the money tomorrow, but now since he was sick, it would be a good idea. A generation of medical immortals. All other things are lacking, only not lacking medical skills. Lin Ruoyu's home wasn't far from here, But when he came to Lin Ruoyu's home, Yi Qing still frowned slightly. This was too simple. In the most remote location of the urban village, a bungalow that could obviously be considered a dangerous house. This was Lin Ruoyu's home. Ruoyu is back. When the neighbors saw Lin Ruoyu return, they all greeted her cordially. Yo, you even brought your boyfriend back. Lin Ruoyu's face was red, pulling up Yi Qing and rushed into the house. In the dark little house, Yi Qing saw Lin Ruoyu's mom. Her bones were as thin as a wood. After so many years of illness, his mom's body had reached its limit. Less than 10 square meters of small house, crowded with 2 single beds. Lin's mother in the side near the window. The other side of the crib is naturally Lin Ruoyu. Because of the old illness in the bed, there was still a pungent smell of decay in the house. This condition, Yi Qing couldn't have dreamt of it. The house is a bit simple. You don't mind. Lin Ruoyu originally wanted to greet Yi Qing and sit down, but there was really not much room to sit in the house. It's okay, I'll take a look at Mom Lin. Yi Qing waved his hand to show that he didn't mind, lifted his foot and walked over to Mama Lin's hospital bed. Lin's mother was weak and seemed to feel someone approaching. Opening her eyes to look and finding that it was actually a youth she didn't recognize, she seemed a bit confused. Mom, this is my friend from the hospital, the new doctor. He's here to give you a look. Lin Ruoyu hurriedly introduced, and added a sentence at the end. We're on good terms, and it doesn't cost anything for him to treat you. Yi Qing inexplicably felt his nose a bit sour. He sighed, smiled at Lin's mom, and launched the evil king's true eye without hesitation. A moment later, Yi Qing let out a long sigh of relief. Although Lin's mother's appearance looked like she had run out of gas, she was actually not sick. When the car accident happened, some parts of her body had already hemorrhaged internally, but because Lin Ruoyu didn't have the money to treat it, she had been dragging her feet. The injury slowly worsened, and some parts started to necrose, which was why Lin's mom's body was getting worse and worse. This was simple. Yi Qing's qi energy had the effect of nourishing the blood and flesh and warming the meridians. Having made up his mind, Yi Qing then directly raised his hand and grabbed Lin mother's bony wrists. At the same time, he said to Lin Ruoyu, I might need a long time next. You wait patiently for a while. Lin Ruoyu nodded seriously. No matter what Yi Qing was going to do, he supported Yi Qing. After all, she was already very grateful that Yi Qing could come and help her. Yi Qing slowly closed his eyes. The qi energy came out through his body, following Yi Qing's hand and transmitting into Lin's mother's body. Lin Ruoyu was a bit puzzled. If you want to say that it was healing, Yi Qing just grabbed her mom's wrist and didn't move. If you want to say that it wasn't healing, but Yi Qing's face was very grave and very odd. But just at this moment, Lin Ruoyu suddenly realized that from Yi Qing's body, it was emitting a light white light mist. At first Lin Ruoyu thought it was her own illusion, but slowly, that white light mist was getting brighter and brighter. The lighting in the room was already dim, and now it was even more clearly visible. Lin Ruoyu opened her mouth wide in surprise and looked at Yi Qing with a dumbfounded look. This scene was like a master on TV using internal energy to help others heal their wounds. Oh my god, Yi Qing was a martial arts master. Lin Ruoyu was shocked by this discovery of her own. She seemed to remember something and hurriedly got up and closed the door of the room. She couldn't be discovered by others. In Lin Ruoyu's opinion, martial arts masters were generally very mysterious. Half an hour later, Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes. There was a deep sleepiness in the depths of his eyes. If Yi Qing had reached the first grade realm now, naturally, he wouldn't need to exert so much effort. And now, to nourish the body of Lin's mother who had been bedridden for several years, the amount of qi consumed was not normally large, but fortunately Yi Qing persevered. All of Lin mom's necrotic flesh and blood came back to life, and her bones were also connected by Yi Qing. Lin mother slowly opened her eyes, twisted her head to look at the two of them and said in surprise, so comfortable. The body hasn't been this comfortable in a long time. At this time, Lin mother, although she still had a thin look, her face was still flushed up. Lin Ruoyu saw it truly. Her heart was excited. It was true that it was right. Yi Qing was a martial arts master with real skills. No wonder Yi Qing was able to get out of bed in a month. It was a paralyzed body. At this moment, Mother Lin also had the strength to speak, and her entire body seemed to be transformed. Mother Lin, your body has just recovered. Don't talk too much. Take a good rest first. Seeing that Mom Lin was fine, Yi Qing was also happy. Mother Lin nodded. How dare she not listen to the doctor's words? She hurriedly closed her eyes, and in a short while, she fell into a deep sleep again. Yi Qing sighed in relief, stood up, winked at Lin Ruoyu and left the room. Lin Ruoyu had just closed the door with her backhand. When she turned around, she saw Yi Qing handing over a pile of money. She was jolted and looked at Yi Qing in surprise. This money is not much, a few thousand. You take it first. Although your mom's body has recovered, but the old disease is in bed. Her vitality is greatly injured. By some supplements, the recovery will also be a little faster. After a few days of being able to get out of bed and walk, you'll rent a house again. To recover, the environment is also very important, Yi Qing said in a serious tone. Lin Ruoyu just looked at Yi Chang. Her eyes slowly reddened in front of her eyes. The next second, she jumped into Yi Qing's arms, and wowed with a bitter cry. The aggression that had been suppressed in her heart for many years was finally exuded at this time. If there was no Yi Qing appeared, she really did not know what she was going to do. Even at the time of Yulin Xian, she had decided to dedicate herself to Wang Jia. She couldn't imagine what she would do in her future life if she really did that. And Yi Qing's help was definitely not just as simple as helping Lin's mom with her illness. Yi Qing slightly froze, reached out and patted Lin Ruoyu's back, softly said, "I'm here, it's fine, nothing will happen in the future." Returning to the residence, since it was already late, Shu Yu had already rested. Yi Qing thought about it and simply took out the herbs and mixed them with pine roses to start rubbing mud pills. With Yi Qing's current strength, he could only rub the mud pills. Although this technique could not maximize the medicinal effect of the pine loosegrass not being lost, Yi Qing could only go this way now. Rubbing the mud pill, Yi Qing stuffed it into his mouth as soon as he could, and returned to his room. The 3-day seclusion began. Chapter 25, Sword Emperor Nan Wuyu. During these 3 days, although Jinghai City appeared calm on the surface, within a certain social level, almost everyone could feel the undercurrents. Lei Tai had returned. Not only that, after returning, the first thing Lei Tai did was to organize a reception, and he had invited quite a few big families. Lei Tai's power was as strong as ever, so the number of people attending such a boring reception naturally wouldn't be small. But those big families only sent the third generation of their families to make up for it. The location of the reception was in a magical place in Jinghai City, the Nightingale Club. The reason why I say magical is because, like this club, generally will choose the night business, but the Nightingale is different. More than 8 o'clock in the evening, punctually closed, 8 o'clock in the morning, punctually open, and, to enter which, must have the Nightingale's membership card to enter. This membership card is not the average person can do down, therefore, can come here to play. Also the vast majority of the Jinghai City's high society figures. But today, there was an exception. As long as one had Lei Tai's invitation, they could enter. Yi Qing walked on the street, constantly feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body. His heart was happy. The first grade realm, just reached. It was not in vain of his 3 days of seclusion. It seems that the medicinal effect of the pineapple grass is really magical. Today's trip, he may not be the focus, but since Lei Tai invited himself, he will definitely deal with himself. Just don't know what Lei Tai plans to do. Just when Yi Qing was rambling, an ear-splitting sound of brakes suddenly came from his ears. Yi Qing didn't even think about it. He dodged out of the way with a dodge. He frowned slightly and looked at a white sports car that had stopped in front of him with a sneer. If he was creating a car accident to kill himself, this Lei Tai was also too inadequate. The car door opened. A very clean-looking youth hurriedly got out of the car and walked to Yi Qing's front, first bowing before saying, "I'm really sorry. Are you alright?" As the saying goes, reach out and don't smile. Although Yi Qing was a little confused about the situation, he still nodded, "It's fine." At the same time, Yi Qing was also looking up and down at the youth in front of him. This youth was dressed in an elegant Western-style small dress, straight figure, a head of long silver white hair draped over his shoulders, a face that was too clean, and a tall figure. At first glance, he even thought that this was a girl. The most crucial thing is that in the waist of the youth, a large silver metal box is hanging diagonally, and the end of the metal box facing upwards reveals a few sword hilts. This was a sword box. What an odd getup. Hearing Yi Qing say that he was fine, the youth then sighed in relief. Once again bowing to Yi Qing, he continued, "Once again, I apologize. My name is Nan Wuyu. This is my business card. In the future, if you have any difficulties, you can come to me at any time." Yi Qing nodded his head and took the business card. On it was simply written a name and phone number. Nan Wuyu. What an elegant name. These days, there aren't many people as polite as you. And in a sports car. Yi Qing skimmed his lips and said, "Thank you. I want to ask you something. May I ask how to get to the Nightingale Clubhouse?" Nan Wuyu thought about it and asked. Yi Qing looked at Nan Wuyu in surprise. This guy was also going to the Nightingale? Could it be that he was also among the invitees? But after turning his head to look at the white sports car, Yi Qing was relieved. This guy must also be a member of the upper class. It was normal to be invited. "I'm also going to the Nightingale. Let's go together." Yi Qing shrugged and opened his mouth. So far, this Nan Wuyu gave Yi Qing a good impression. A polite mess. "Then thanks a lot. Let's get on the car," Nan Wuyu said happily. Actually, originally the Nightingale Clubhouse was not far away. Less than 3 minutes away. The two arrived. Getting out of the car, Nan Wuyu once again bowed at Yi Qing and spoke. "Once again, thank you." You are the first person I've met here. Can we become friends? Friends? Yi Qing was slightly stunned and nodded. Yes, my name is Yi Qing. The two of them walked to the door. The guards at the door immediately stopped the two of them. Special period, please show your invitations. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. His face instantly turned a little ugly. He suddenly realized that he had gone out and actually forgot to bring that invitation. Nan Wuyu pulled out a small card from her bosom and handed it to the guard's hand, politely saying, "Hello, I don't have an invitation. It was Mr. Lei Tai Lei who asked me to come. This is his business card." The guard turned out the business card, looked up at Nan Wuyu, and instantly reacted. Right, Miss Nan, I remember Mr. Lei explained. Go in. After waiting for a few seconds, the guard realized that Nan Wuyu was still standing in front of him, and couldn't help but look up in confusion. Miss Nan, why aren't you going in yet? At this look, the guard shuddered. Nan Wuyu's originally smiling face disappeared, a pair of eyes with a regal and viciously stern aura staring at him in death, accompanied by an icy voice without any emotional fluctuations. I'm a male. I'm sorry, it's really because you're too clean looking, that's why. The guard's face changed drastically. He had heard of Nan Wuyu's name, but he didn't realize that Nan Wuyu was actually a male. Nan Wuyu stopped talking and continued to lift his foot and walked in. Yi Qing hurriedly followed Nan Wuyu's footsteps behind him. He forgot to bring the invitation and could only sneak in like this. Hey, what are you doing? Where's the invitation sticker? The guard asked as he pulled Yi Qing. Forgot to bring it. Yi Qing said awkwardly. You're the 17th one to say you forgot it today. You don't even look at what place this is if you want to fish in troubled waters, the guard said with a sneer. Nan Wuyu's footsteps came to a screeching halt, slightly sidestepped her head and said coldly, You dare to embarrass my friend? Don't dare. The guard hurriedly stood up straight and said cautiously. Nan Wuyu turned her head to look at Yi Qing. Her complexion instantly softened. Let's go in. But Mr. Nan. The guard still wanted to say something. No, nothing. Nan Wuyu's eyes almost scared the guard to death. Where would he dare to have half an opinion? Yi Qing walked into the clubhouse, still feeling a little bewildered. This Nan Wuyu's attitude towards herself was too good. Why are you helping me? Yi Qing couldn't help but ask. Have you forgotten? We are friends. Nan Wuyu smiled faintly and said thoughtfully. Yi Qing was a bit helpless. This friend is also too worthless. And this guy didn't rely on the invitation to come in, but Lei Tai's business card. You're Lei Tai's person? Nan Wuyu shook her head. No, entrusted by someone to help Lei Tai kill someone. Kill who? Yi Qing was shocked in his heart. Don't know yet. Yi Qing, go play by yourself. I'll leave first. Nan Wuyu shook her head and said. The guard at the door was half awake, causing his companion next to him to burst into laughter. A rich second generation. Scaring you like this? What rich second generation? He's Sword Emperor Nan Wuyu. The guard said in shock. Is it very powerful? Of course it's powerful. Did you see the sword box on his waist? Yes, it's for pretending. These days, people still use swords? Lonely, legend has it that Nan Wuyu's sword box has 5 swords in it, one more powerful than the other. But up to now, it seems that only people have seen him use the third sword only. The 2 most powerful ones have yet to appear. Chapter 26, Duel of Life and Death. Although there was a sword box hanging diagonally from Nan Wuyu's waist, Yi Qing didn't feel any energy fluctuations from Nan Wuyu's body, so he didn't take it seriously, and just thought of it as a decoration. Anyway, this person, Nan Wuyu, was indeed quite strange. Right at this moment, a voice rang in Yi Qing's ears. You know Nan Wuyu? Yi Qing was surprised and twisted his head to look. He suddenly realized that Xia He and Xia Xiaobai were standing in front of him. Yi Qing was startled on the spot. Why are you guys here? Xia He shook the invitation in his hand. I'm also in the invitation. Of course I can come, and each invitation is limited to bring 2 people in, so I brought Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai was holding a piece of cake and nibbling on it. When she heard this, she looked up at Yi Qing and raised her mouth and said to Yi Qing, Big brother, didn't you promise to bring me when you came? Going back on your word. Humph, eat your cake. Xia He said breathlessly, not knowing how little White became so dependent on Yi Qing, dying to follow. You also know Nan Wuyu? Yi Qing asked strangely. Sort of no. Sword Emperor Nan Wuyu. Very few people know him, but at a certain level, he is a very scary existence. And this person, how to say it, is a bit strange. Xia He thought about it and opened his mouth. Indeed quite strange. Yi Qing nodded with deep thought. But I only just met him and said a few words. The Nightingale Clubhouse had a large area, and this time, the venue was in the first floor hall, which was carefully arranged, with a table casually placed around it, piled high with all kinds of cakes, fruits, drinks and such things. From time to time, there were waiters carrying red wine shuttling through. Snap! Some paper flowers suddenly exploded in the sky above the hall. scattering down in a flurry, carrying some colorful ribbons, and the stereos everywhere began to drum and vibrate, delivering a clear and crisp voice that seemed like a nightingale. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. First of all, thank you all for coming. Let's all have some drinks first. 10 minutes later, there's a wonderful program dedicated to you all. On the stage, a woman wearing a purple evening gown walked out with a graceful step. Her delicate body immediately attracted everyone's attention. He received a glass of red wine and shook the glass in his hand before continuing to speak. Yulan, the boss behind Nightingale, is also Lei Tai's lover. But this woman's background doesn't seem to be simple. Yi Qing slightly narrowed his eyes. Behind Yulan, where the light couldn't shine, a burly figure stood there, looking like he imagined Lei Gang by 8 points. Yi Qing almost instantly concluded the identity of this guy. Lei Tai. Beside Lei Tai, was Lei Gang, who was sitting in a wheelchair? Yi Qing had broken his legs with a bullet back then, and now it seemed that he had not recovered. Behind Lei Tai, standing right next to him, was a black-clothed youth. The youth stood lazily where he was. Hawkish nose, his gaze had a sinister feel to it. Yi Qing Evil King's true eyes was launched. He was slightly shocked. The third level of Qi refining. This was the first time that Yi Qing had seen a Qi refining realm martial artist on Earth. But the realm was too poor. Only the third layer of Qi refining. When Yi Qing had just been reborn, he had also used only one night's time to refine the third layer of Qi. There was another person, hanging the sword box diagonally, one hand pressed on top of the hilt of the sword box, his body leaning on the front not far from Lei Tai, not saying a word. It was Nan Wu Yu. Big brother, I heard from the attendant. Yi Qing actually did come over, Lei Gang said excitedly. Let her die here when she comes, Lei Tai said smilingly. But why did you design such a setup to kill him? Would it be too troublesome? In my opinion, just find a few assassins to finish him off, Lei Gang asked with some confusion. Lei Tai shook his head and responded. What's the point of killing him quietly? To beat him to a dog in full view of everyone and then kill him. This feeling is the most wonderful. Lei Gang's heart burst, and he glanced at Lei Tai with some fear. This big brother, acting more and more crazy, but setting up this bureau today. Yi Qing is just a small episode, not enough to worry about. My purpose is to tell the entire Ginghai, I, Lei Tai, am back again. Lei Tai sneered, narrowed his eyes, and cut a few eyes fiercely on the delicate body of Yulan, who was speaking in front of him. Alright, I believe everyone has had almost enough fun. Now, the good show begins. Pixie Orchid looked around, cleared her throat, attracted everyone's attention, and opened her mouth once again. As soon as the words fell, in front of Yulan, a group of staff members used their fastest speed to quickly clear an empty space on the stage, and simply some equipment surrounded the empty space. So a simple ring just appeared. Today's good show, life and death duel. How? The corners of Yulan's mouth rose slightly as she opened her mouth to ask. The scene was instantly triggered, and bursts of cheers continued to ring out. Most of those who came today were rich kids, who had played with enough scented cars and beautiful women on weekdays, and had long since gotten tired of it. But this kind of life and death duel was something not often seen, and it immediately ignited the violence factor in their bodies. He frowned slightly, looked at Yi Qing and spoke. Something's not right. His target is me, Yi Qing said with a cold smile. Sure enough, after a short burst of atmosphere, Yulan spoke again. The rules are simple. 1-on-1, the loser withdraws, the winner stays and continues the duel, and for each win, $1 million is awarded. But, this duel, life and death regardless. Life and death regardless of the 4 words were Yulan aggravated tone read out. The atmosphere is once again high. Have to say, this woman in mobilizing the atmosphere is indeed very means. Next, let's welcome the first pair of warriors on the court. Snap, the lights instantly focused on the body of the man in black beside Lei Tai, accompanied by Yulan's crisp voice, the young expert under Mr. Lei Tai, Liang Xiaojie. It's up to you today. Remember, you don't need to kill him quickly, but you must let him die in pain, Lei Tai said to Liang Xiaojie in a low voice. In the warm applause, Liang Xiaojie lightly jumped and lightly landed on the ring. This hand also successfully attracted a lot of people's attention. Some nymphomaniac women even crazily screamed. A cocktail party instantly turned into an underground boxing match, and at the very next moment, the spotlight twisted again, and with a snap, it was fixed on Yi Qing's body, the red man under MS. Shaha, Yi Qing, let's give a round of applause. Yulan's gaze turned and shouted once again. Xiaohe's heart shook, and she subconsciously said, don't go. Something's not right. Yi Qing shook his head slightly. If I don't go, won't it weaken your name, Sister Xia? Since Lei Tai wants to deal with me, it definitely won't just be this time. Since I'm here, let's have some fun. After saying that, Yi Qing also slowly climbed onto the ring. At the same time, several pairs of eyes from the crowd under the stage instantly focused on Yi Qing's body. It's really him. Chapter 27, Killing Liang Xiaojie in Seconds. A cocktail party that almost pulled half of the upper class of Dinghai City over, with all the major families involved. Of course, most of those who came were only the third-generation sons and daughters of some families, considered to give Lei Tai face. The elders naturally wouldn't come. In the crowd, Tang Yuro and Fang Miaoqing were feasting on the cake in front of them. When she heard Yulan's words, Tang Yuro was the first to raise her head in surprise. Yulan even said Yiqing? It was no wonder that Tang Yuro was so sensitive. During this period of time, Elder Tang was always chanting in Tang Yuro's ears. Tang Yuro was getting cocooned from listening to the two words Yiqing. What are you looking at? Fang Miaoqing looked up suspiciously, and after a slight stare, she couldn't help but exclaim as well. It's actually him. On top of that, in the crowd, there were several pairs of eyes that were staring at Yiqing dead on. A drinking party that seemed to be becoming more and more lively. Big brother, that guy is very capable of fighting. This one called Liang Xiaojie that you brought, can he really do it? Lei Gang was a little worried. The impression Yiqing gave him was just too deep. Just watch yourself. If Yiqing can last 3 moves under Liang Xiaojie's hands, count me as a loser. Lei Tai said with a cold smile. To Liang Xiaojie, he seemed very confident. On the ring, Yulan had long since retired, leaving the empty field to Yiqing and Liang Xiaojie. Yiqing stood dangling, looking at Liang Xiaojie in front of him, while Liang Xiaojie looked at Yiqing with his nostrils. That arrogant look made Yiqing almost unable to resist going up and rewarding him with a few slaps before speaking. Hey, are you going to fight or not? Yiqing asked in a depressed manner. This Liang Xiaojie stood there and didn't make a move. He was just so wide-eyed with himself. Could it be that Lei Tai's so-called desire to retaliate against himself was just to make himself feel bored? You seem to have forgotten that this duel is life and death. Are you in such a hurry to die? Liang Xiaojie said with a cold smile and a calm look. Yiqing blinked. Are you sick? Ha? Liang Xiaojie was slightly stunned and his face sank. What did you say? I'm very busy. Are you playing or not? If you keep talking such nonsense, I can go down. Yiqing said casually, being so contemptuous. It didn't let Liang Xiaojie experience that sense of superiority that a strong person should have at all, and he was enraged. In the next second, Liang Xiaojie's legs slightly flexed, then violently straightened, and his body flashed as he rushed towards Yiqing. The speed is not bad, but unfortunately, it's still too slow. Yiqing nodded and commented, while slightly sidestepping his head to avoid Liang Xiaojie's palm strike. However, just a moment after Yiqing had just dodged the other party's palm strike, the corner of Yiqing's eye skimmed a flash of cold aura from within Liang Xiaojie's sleeve. Yiqing secretly said it was bad, and immediately flew back to retreat, but it was still too late, and by the side of Yiqing's ear, he was cut with a bloodstain. Sword in the sleeve? Oh, Lei Tai looking for someone is this kind of goods? Yiqing touched the blood mark on his ear and spoke faintly. Seeing that Yiqing had dodged his own attack as well as the sword in the sleeve, Liang Xiaojie seemed a bit surprised, but still spoke. There was no rule against using weapons, wasn't there? That's true. Then let's continue, Yiqing said with a gloomy face. If it was a normal fight, Yiqing might still let this bastard go, but now that this bastard dared to use such a despicable fight, then don't blame Yiqing for being nonchalant. He despised this kind of person the most in his life. The sword in the sleeve failed to sneak attack and still retracted back into Liang Xiaojie's sleeve. No one in the crowd at the scene could even see it. Lei Tai's face was grave. Yiqing's performance had surprised him a bit. Liang Xiaojie also launched a second attack at this time, the same as the first time. Liang Xiaojie once again close to the body. From the sword in the sleeve can be seen, this Liang Xiaojie is good at his close attack. Scurrying to the front of Yiqing, Liang Xiaojie's body twisted. His right foot stomped on the ground, and smashed his fist to Yiqing with all his might. At this time, only Yiqing could see Liang Xiaojie's fist had already exuded a silky white aura. It seemed that Liang Xiaojie didn't hold back this time. The power of the third level of qi refining was completely utilized by him. Is that all the force you have? Yiqing raised his hand to casually block the punch and shook his head. It's my turn next, right? Liang Xiaojie was slightly stunned. Yiqing had blocked his full force strike so easily? How was this possible? In the next second, Yiqing similarly blasted out with a punch. Of course, in order to not be so shocking, Yiqing did not use spiritual energy. The qi energy through Yiqing's fist directly smashed into Liang Xiaojie's shoulder. Liang Xiaojie's face changed drastically. This punch of Yiqing, no matter whether it was the force or the tricky angle, as well as the speed, all exceeded Liang Xiaojie's expectations. He knew that he had still underestimated Yiqing. When his shoulder was attacked, Liang Xiaojie's body immediately lost his balance and tilted towards one side. He subconsciously tried to maintain his balance, but how could Yiqing give him a chance? A sideways turn flashed to Liang Xiaojie's back. At the same time, a hand clasped Liang Xiaojie's chin. If the people Lei Tai found are just this kind of goods, that's really disappointing. Yi Qing said lazily, and in the next second, Yi Qing's eyes suddenly became sharp. Ka-ching! A creepy sound rang out. Liang Xiaojie's neck was instantly broken by Yi Qing, and his body just collapsed straight onto the ring with a loud boom. And right at this moment, Liang Xiaojie's body had just ended up in the bottom. A blackish thing fell out from Liang Xiaojie's arms, and the most crucial thing was that Yi Qing could even feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy from the top of this thing. Yi Qing hurriedly bent down and picked that thing up, but he didn't have time to look at it carefully now, and casually slipped it into his pocket. Lei Tai rose up with an open heart. His face was ugly as he looked in the direction of the ring. This Liang Xiaojie was an expert that he had spent a great deal of money to bring back, but now he was so easily solved by Yi Qing. The crowd under the stage were also all afraid to utter a single breath. Yi Qing had actually killed Liang Xiaojie just like that. Although before, Yulan did say that life and death were not a matter of concern, but right now seeing Liang Xiaojie's neck being snapped by Yi Qing in a raw manner, this scene was just too exciting. The entire hall was silent. Xiaohe's hand holding the red wine trembled slightly, and twisted his head to look at Xia Xiaobai, realizing that this fellow was not tall enough, so he concentrated on eating the cake at the side, which was only slightly relieved. Ha, how come there's no sound? Is my big brother still fighting? Xia Xiaobai found that the surrounding noise suddenly disappeared, and asked somewhat strangely. No, the fight is over. Your big brother won. Xiaohe said faintly, her eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Yi Qing on the stage, the sofa was decisive. Twisting a person's neck did not have any reaction. Is this still the downtrodden college student that he took in at the beginning? Yi Qing, you even killed my people. Lei Tai roared through gritted teeth. The host said before that this duel, life or death, have you forgotten? Yi Qing said with a cold smile, it's also my fault. I didn't expect the people you found to be so weak. I thought that the experts under your Lei Tai were more or less capable, but it seems that I overestimated. Lei Tai's face became even more ugly. He originally didn't take Yi Qing too seriously today. In his opinion, as long as Liang Xiaojie stepped up, Yi Qing was absolutely dead. But now he suddenly realized that this was a terrifying opponent that was completely beyond his expectations. Nan Wuyu, kill him. Lei Tai suddenly shouted sternly. Nan Wuyu, who had been watching the battle from the side, nodded slightly at the words and flew a line, landing lightly on the ring, looking at Yi Qing with an expressionless face. Yi Qing frowned slightly. To this person, Nan Wuyu, Yi Qing's impression was not bad. If possible, he was not willing to fight with Nan Wuyu. Nan Wuyu pressed one hand on the sword case on his waist and looked at Yi Qing. Make your move. For some reason, the moment Nan Wuyu's right hand was placed on the sword box, Nan Wuyu's entire aura changed drastically in an instant, and the person who originally didn't have the slightest aura of power instantly made Yi Qing feel a hint of danger. You want to fight me? Aren't we friends? Yi Qing recalled Nan Wuyu's words from earlier and shrugged his shoulders and said. Nan Wuyu froze violently, and after a few seconds of being dumbfounded, she suddenly changed her face drastically and bowed deeply to Yi Qing. I'm sorry, in a moment of impulsiveness, I actually wanted to take a shot at my friend. It's really damned. Yi Qing looked at Nan Wuyu awkwardly. This guy was really a weirdo. No. Nan Wuyu suddenly raised her head. Wuyu was entrusted by someone to help Lei Tai kill someone today. It's you. Do it. After saying that, Nan Wuyu once again placed her hand on top of the sword box. Chapter 28, The Four Great Families. Who is this person again? Lei had just recovered from the shock of Liang Xiaojie's murder when he saw Nan Wuyu jump onto the ring and couldn't help but ask. Sword Emperor? Nan Wuyu. Lei Tai said with a gloomy expression. He's Nan Wuyu. Lei Gang's face changed slightly. Nan Wuyu, who was rumored to have worked as a mercenary and defeated a team of heavily armed men with just a sword? That's right. I'll see where Yi Qing can still pop up today. Seeing Nan Wuyu put her hand on top of the sword case again, Yi Qing had a headache. Even if you're a friend, do you still want to make a move? Nan Wuyu blinked her eyes, seemingly a bit confused, but after a moment, she still shook her head. Blunt sword number 1, for sparring purposes. Sharp blade number 2, cuts iron like mud. Nan Wuyu placed her hand on top of the third sword hilt. No. 3 air sword is Wuyu's favorite sword. Wuyu has an order to do so. She is not allowed to do so, but Wuyu has a rule that the no, 4 and no, 5 swords are not allowed to be used against a friend. So today, I'm going to use the no, 3 sword to fight you. After saying that, Nan Wuyu drew his third sword with a rubbing sound. It was a very thin sword with a blade that was only a finger's width, and it looked very odd, because this sword can emit sword chi, hence the name. Do it! Nan Wuyu finished his introduction, and without further ado, his body leaned forward and instantly darted out. The thin sword in his hand slashed down. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. He could clearly feel an invisible sword chi instantly condensed and sliced vertically towards himself, but the destructive power didn't seem to be very strong. This person, Nan Wuyu, was too eccentric. Yi Qing didn't dare to be careless. One of his hands swung out violently. His aura gathered in his palm, and came face to face with the sword chi. The invisible sword chi collapsed with a loud bang, and Yi Qing's palm was also slightly sore, but there was no damage. This Nan Wu Yu himself didn't have any aura of power, but as long as he drew his sword, his entire person would undergo a sea change. It was really odd. It was rumored that Nan Wu Yu had 5 swords, one more powerful than the other. Yi Qing couldn't help but get a little curious at this point. What exactly were the mysteries of Nan Wu Yu's 4th and 5th swords? Seeing that the sword chi was shattered by Yi Qing's palm, Nan Wu Yu's forward charging body came to an abrupt halt and stood in place, blinking his eyes. In the next second, Nan Wu Yu instantly put away his sword and sheathed it, and after freezing for a few seconds, he opened his mouth and said, "Can't beat it, won't fight anymore." After saying that, Nan Wu Yu turned around and jumped off the ring. Ha! Including Yi Qing, everyone was shocked and their jaws dropped. This Nan Wu Yu was also too puzzling, right? Nan Wu Yu, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your orders? Lei Tai shouted anxiously. Moonless isn't interested in orders. I only want to make friends. Nan Wu Yu said indifferently and returned to the corner, resuming his previous appearance. Lei Tai's face was hard to see. This was the first time Lei Tai felt so humiliated. He was obviously preparing to deal with Yi Qing, but at this moment, Yi Qing was intact, and the expert he had spent a lot of money to hire was also killed by Yi Qing. And after Nan Wu Yu and Yi Qing exchanged hands once, he even stopped fighting straight away. Lei Tai didn't dare to say anything. Nan Wu Yu would come just because that person owed Lei Tai a favor. Really speaking, Nan Wu Yu and Lei Tai, not a single penny of relationship. If he pissed off Nan Wu Yu, Lei Tai knew what would happen to him. Mr. Lei, if there is no more coming out to fight with me, I will leave. It's not early today. Yi Qing cried and laughed as he glanced at Nan Wu Yu and turned his eyes to Lei Tai. Can you leave? Lei Tai's voice was a bit hoarse, as if it was the hissing of a wild beast. A door at the back of the hall was violently pushed open, and a group of black-clothed bodyguards rushed in aggressively. Lei Tai, will kill you today. Who dares to obstruct? Lei Tai let out a loud laugh and looked at Yi Qing triumphantly. I admit that I underestimated you today, but the result is actually the same. Today, you must die. Lei Tai concluded that for the sake of a small person, although the other clans were not afraid of themselves, they were also not guilty of messing with them for the sake of a Yi Qing. Yi Qing was Xia He's person. He didn't dare to kill Xia He, but he wouldn't be afraid of Xia He all the same. Even if Xia He stood out, Yi Qing had to die today. Yi Qing frowned slightly. This Lei Tai was already a bit hysterical. Looking at that group of bodyguards, they were also well trained. To a large extent, they were from special forces. It seems that this Lei Tai is the same as what Xia He said. Nowadays, the power is really as good as it gets. Yi Qing was indifferent. Just fight. Yi Qing would not be afraid of these special forces. But just at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. Tang Yuro crossed the crowd, walked up to Lei Tai, stood beside Yi Qing, smiled at Yi Qing, and opened her mouth. Mr. Yi has a favor in my family's old man. Lei Tai, what do you want? When this statement came out, the whole audience was shocked. Tang family Tang Yuro, who doesn't recognize the 3rd generation of children? But according to what Tang Yuro said, Mr. Yi Qing actually has a favor with the Tang family's Tang elder. Oh my god, what's going on here? Lei Tai was slightly stunned. His face was ugly for a while. He didn't expect Yi Qing to have a relationship with the Tang family. This could be a bit troublesome. Fang Miaoqing also walked up to Lei Tai and spoke. Mr. Yi, thanks for your hand last time. Now, the old master's body has recovered. He has been chanting to meet you. The crowd had been stunned silly. The Feng family also stood out. This was not enough. As Lei Tai's face became more and more ugly, Sun Lilan and Sun Guoxiong even walked up to Lei Tai as well. Sun Guoxiong's character was already rough. At this time, he couldn't help it even more. Yi Qing is my master. Lei Tai, if you dare to touch a hair on my master's head, believe it or not, tomorrow I will send the army down to dismantle your Nightingale clubhouse? Sun Lilan smiled at Yi Qing with some embarrassment. She was a little bitter. She shouldn't have brought Sun Guoxiong here today. Lei Gang's face completely changed. The Sun family. The Sun family military was very powerful. Messing with the Sun family, he wouldn't want to mix. Although he also didn't believe that Sun Guoxiong really dared to be so messy to send the army out to clean up after himself. But from this, he could see the relationship between the Sun family and Yi Qing. That wasn't all. A young man with golden glasses similarly walked up to the ring, smiled, and spoke. My name is Mu Beishing of the Mu family, and I have been ordered by the Mu family's old man to invite Mr. Yi to his residence. Lei Tai's body had begun to tremble, his heart furiously crying out, this Yi Qing? Who in the world is this Yi Qing? The 4 great families unexpectedly appeared at this time, supporting Yi Qing. Before Lei Tai had felt that no one dared to stop him, but now, it was a feeling of fiery pain on his face. Would he still dare to make a move? Nonsense. Of course he wouldn't dare. Under this kind of situation, the four great families supported Yi Qing. If he still dared to make a move, then it would really be too long for him to live. That's right, with Lei Tai's power nowadays, there was no need to be afraid of the other families, but the four great families were united together to protect Yi Qing, so he couldn't move. Yi Qing rubbed his nose, smiled at the few people around him and spoke. I didn't expect you all to be here today. Thinking about it, this reception, Lei Tai had invited a lot of clans, and naturally, the third-generation sons and daughters had come in a large number. The others Yi Qing had all met. Tang Yuro, the girl from the first time she treated Tang Lao's legs in the hospital. Fong Miaocheng, the girl who bought her own medicine at Tianbao Street. I didn't realize that Fong Miaocheng also had a family background behind her. As for Sun Guoxiong, Yi Qing was speechless. This guy really took himself as a master. As for Mu Beisheng, never heard of him. What about the Mu family? Here, it was estimated that only Fong Miaocheng and Tang Yuro knew the reason for this. Fong Miaocheng took Yi Qing's medicine back, and the person who was treating Fong Lao at that time was none other than the Mu family. Mu Yunzheng, who was known as the Wonderful Hand Divine Doctor. Thanks to the few people for their help today, but I have some other things to do today. I'll pay a visit some other day. Yi Qing said politely to the few people. Although Yi Qing wasn't afraid of these bodyguards of Lei Tai, but these few people appeared and were obviously supporting themselves. Yi Qing was still very grateful. A few people were quick to agree. Just like Mu Beisheng, the reason he came out was because the old man had explained that to Yi Qing. He could only show goodwill and not be an enemy. Just now, the three great families came out. There was no reason for him not to come out. It was just the right time to do a favor. This time, Yi Qing was leaving in a big way. Lei Tai stood in place. His face was suffocating red, but he didn't even dare to let out a fart. And just shortly after Yi Qing left, in the corner of the hall, a girl in red had set her eyes on him. Young lord, Liang Xiaojie is dead. We can leave Jinghai City. A middle-aged man respectfully said to the girl in red. No, I suddenly don't want to leave. Uncle Lai, help me investigate this Yi Qing. The more detailed the better, the girl said with a smile. Chapter 29 today is not what it used to be. The only good thing about Xiaohe and Xia Xiaobai coming to the reception today as well, is that Yi Qing doesn't have to take a taxi back. Xiaohe's car, not really expensive, an elegant Ford Fiesta, was just a little less spacious, and Yi Qing wasn't really tall, but there was still a faint feeling of suffocation sitting inside. Yi Qing, how do you know those big families? Xiaohe looked in the rearview mirror and opened his mouth to ask Yi Qing, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, recognized them by accident. Yi Qing said casually. It wasn't that Yi Qing didn't want to talk about it, but there were too many things that happened in this that couldn't be said in a few words. I was a bit worried about you before, but now it seems that my worries were completely redundant. I've never seen Lei Tai being pushed to this extent before. Xiaohe said with some amusement. Yi Qing slightly nodded his head, squinted his eyes and comfortably leaned back on the soft seat. As for Lei Tai, Yi Qing hadn't really put much thought into it until now. Yi Qing inhaled his nose. The car was filled with a light fragrance. There was a kind of aroma that looked like a mixture of roses and lilies. Not as pungent as perfume, but it smelled very good. Yi Qing was a little surprised. It was body fragrance. He raised his eyes to look at Xiaohe in front of him, and then looked at Xia Xiaobai. He didn't know who this elegant body fragrance belonged to. I'm so hungry. Xia Xiaobai suddenly beamed and complained. After coming back, under Xia was strict education. Xia Xiaobai had already changed her line of being a little too young girl. At this time, Xia Xiaobai looked like an overgrown child. Xia Xiaobai belonged to that kind of petite and cute girl, which would always make people can't help but raise a desire to protect. Just finished eating so many cakes. What are you hungry for? Xiaohe glared. Just now when Yi Qing was dueling in the ring, Xia Xiaobai couldn't see it because she was short. She was nibbling on the cake the whole time, and now she even shouted that she was hungry? But people are really hungry, Xia Xiaobai said aggressively, twisting her head, her big watery eyes looking at Yi Qing. Big brother, I'm hungry, Yi Qing's heart furiously exclaimed. This little eyes. Can't stand it. Why don't you? Sister Xia, pull over. There are still quite a lot of places that can eat in this neighborhood. Speaking of which, it seems like I haven't eaten anything even after fighting for half a day. Yi Qing could only say stiffly to Xiaohe. Unexpectedly, Xiaohe was very decisive and directly pulled over. Xia Xiaobai let out a cheer and got out of the car. Yi Qing casually found one that looked reasonably sized, and led the two inside. Xiaohe frowned slightly. Are we really eating here? With Xiaohe's status, she had never come to eat in this kind of place before. But it wasn't that Xiaohe felt that eating here was a drop in the bucket, but she was mindful of the hygiene issue. Don't worry about it, it tastes good, Yi Qing said with a reassuring expression. As for Xia Xiaobai, she didn't even have half a reaction. Anyway, for her, it was good to have food. As for where to eat, it actually didn't matter. The big stall also has the advantage that the food is served quickly. Ordered the food, waited for a while, then there will be a waiter with the food up. Yi Qing casually raised his eyes and looked at it, and then he was shocked and surprised. Looking at the waiter in front of him, Wang Yujiao. A few guests have been waiting for a long time. This is the dish you ordered. There are more behind it, so just wait a bit and it will be served, Wang Yujiao said with a compensating smile. At this time, Wang Yujiao no longer had the broad appearance of the rich second-generation girlfriend. Face also no makeup, body apron stained with grease. For some reason, Yi Qing's nose inexplicably some sour. Wang Yujiao was about to put down the dishes. Suddenly she felt that someone had been staring at her. Subconsciously she turned her head to look and saw that the person sitting in front of her was actually Yi Qing. Wang Yujiao let out a cry of surprise. With a flick of her wrist, a plate of dishes just snapped in front of Yi Qing, and the dish juice splattered all over Yi Qing. Wow! You waiter, what's wrong with you? Xia Xiaobai exclaimed. Not because Wang Yujiao soiled Yi Qing's clothes, but her delicious food. Wang Yujiao froze and looked at Yi Qing in front of her, only suddenly reacted after hearing Xia Xiaobai's words and hurriedly smiled with a smile. I'm sorry. I'll reserve you guys a copy of this, but I've been waiting for so long. You, Xiaobai. Xia he opened her mouth to stop Xiaobai's words. She could feel that there was something wrong with Yi Qing. Hearing the commotion over here, the owner of the stall also came out, and seeing the scene in front of him, he was instantly enraged and directly cursed at Wang Yujiao. What's wrong with you? You can't even do this little thing right? It's only been a few days. How many mistakes have you made? Wang Yujiao's face slightly changed, once again nodded and said, I'm sorry boss, I know it's wrong, I won't do it next time. Next time? You still want to have a next time? The boss remained unforgiving and said. Yi Qing frowned slightly, seeing Wang Yujiao's appearance. Yi Qing's heart was inexplicably a bit blocked. He twisted his head to look at the boss. Enough, it's alright, grab the food. The boss compensated a smile at Yi Qing and spoke. This brother don't be angry. This waitress is new, not too good at her job. I'll teach her a lesson. After saying that, the boss turned his head to look at Wang Yujiao again and said grimly, didn't you hear what the guest said? Why don't you hurry up and serve the guests? If you make another mistake, you won't get your salary this month. Get the hell out of here. Wang Yujiao's face changed slightly, looking at the boss with some fear. I'm sorry boss, don't ever deduct my salary. I need this money. My rent hasn't been paid. Still bull with my old man. It seems that you really owe education. The boss roared, and a slap was deleted towards Wang Yujiao's face. Yi Qing stood up boldly from the chair. Without saying a word, a foot flew out, directly kicking that boss to fall to and out, knocking over a few tables, his body hanging all over the vegetable juice and debris. The boss froze and sat on the ground, not coming back to his senses for half a day. Wang Yujiao stood still in shock. Seeing the boss being beaten, she let out a cry of shock and was about to walk over, but was yanked by Yi Qing. Boss, are you alright? Wang Yujiao asked worriedly. Yi Qing had beaten the boss, although he had helped her temporarily, but with Yi Qing gone, this would still be blamed on her. Damn, I do see. You little, not satisfied with the way Lousy treated you these past few days. Looking for help, right? The boss shook and climbed up, cursing. Yi Qing frowned slightly and was about to raise his foot to walk over again, but was stopped by Wang Yujiao's backhand. Yi Qing, I'm begging you, go away. I'm grateful for you helping me, but, go away. Wang Yujiao cried and begged. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. His throat seemed to be blocked with a lead block. Xia he sighed and spoke. You helped her now and beat that boss, but if you leave, the one in bad luck is still her. You can't help her. Chapter 30, Gangsters and the Army. But now even if Yi Qing left, things can't be solved, because just as the boss stood up, the store's fellows had already swarmed out. This kind of big stall has an advantage. That is, the boss's fox and dog friends are especially many, and these people are mostly some of the neighborhood loitering punks, mixing well here, and occasionally can be exempted from a few orders, eat for nothing, naturally, also have to do things. If someone makes a mess, they will come forward to support the scene. Give me that kid's legs broken, and that little, today I'm going to educate her properly. The boss patted the dish juice on his body and said with a fierce smile. Yi Qing didn't say a word, stopping his body to block in front of Wang Yujiao, coming over one, knocking over one, but all those who rushed in front of Yi Qing, without exception, were smashed to the ground by Yi Qing with a direct punch, and couldn't stand up. The store owner's face changed slightly, knowing that he had run into a tough fight today. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. Brother Hao, this is Fatty Lu. I have someone causing trouble here. Wang Yujiao lost her mind and looked at the back in front of her. The back that she once thought was so unproductive and so disgusted that she wanted to leave. But now Wang Yujiao wanted to hug him. Wang Yujiao smiled bitterly. She knew that she didn't have a chance anymore. The feelings that she once had been torn apart by her own hands. Soon, the punks in front of Yi Qing had already fallen a big half. The remaining few also stood cowering in the distance and didn't dare to come over. There was no way. Yi Qing was too capable of fighting. Two black commercial cars stopped with a sharp break in front of the store. The one who led the way down was a fat man with a big belly, a face of horizontal meat, his body crawling with tattoos, and his face also had a knife scar. It looked very gruesome. "Brother Hao," the store owner shouted in surprise. "I didn't expect Brother Hao to be so fast. This is my lowly head. If someone makes trouble, that's ting on my Zhang Tianhao's head. Can it not be fast?" Zhang Tianhao sneered and walked to the store owner. Immediately someone pulled a seat for Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao sat down with a big horse, and only then did he coldly look at Yi Qing. "It's you kid who's causing trouble?" After saying that, Zhang Tianhao also stared at Xia He and Xia Xiaobai seriously for a few moments. The two beauties, one ripe and exuding extreme temptation, and the other youthful and tender, had a different flavor. Zhang Tianhao was a bit puzzled. This brat is not blessed with a lot of lust nah. She is my friend. She works here as a waitress in your place, but she was treated unfairly, so I naturally have to come out and say a few words. Yi Qing said indifferently. He didn't make a move. Xia He was right. If he made a move now, even if he broke Zhang Tianhao's leg, it wouldn't make the other party fear him. Instead, he would intensify his actions against Wang Yujiao after he left. Is this what you call saying a few words? Zhang Tianhao looked at the punks lying all around him. His heart was also jolted. One person had knocked over so many punks and he was unharmed? Xia He frowned slightly and spoke. "Yi Qing, do you want me to call someone?" Yi Qing shook his head. "You can't call out for people. Today's matter, it has to be resolved peacefully." Peaceful resolution? Ha ha. Good I, Zhang Tianhao, have always been good at talking. Let's do it this way. You beat up so many of my men. Medical expenses, 100,000. Not too much, right? Of course, if you can't take it out, it's okay. I'm a bit interested in the two girls behind you. It's all negotiable. The moment these words came out, Yi Qing almost didn't hold back from rushing out, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and endured. After thinking about it, Yi Qing took out his own cell phone and started dialing. "What? Calling someone? Fine. I'll wait for you here. See who you can call, but I'll remind you beforehand. The neighborhood here is all my Zhang Tianhao's territory. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to save you," Zhang Tianhao said arrogantly. Yi Qing was too lazy to bother with him and spoke into the phone. "Brother Yang?" Xiao Yan was accompanying the old man for a walk in the garden. When he heard the familiar voice on the phone, he was slightly stunned, and immediately said in shock, "Mr. Yi, well, I want to ask you for a favor. Is that okay?" Yi Qing nodded and said. Xiao Yang twisted his head to look at Sun Lao, who also had a curious look on his face, and spoke. "Mr. Yi, but there's no harm in saying it. I had an incident in XXXXXX. Can you handle it?" Yi Qing actually wasn't sure if the Sun family could handle it. Yi Qing felt that since the Sun family had power in the military, this little matter should be fine. Something happened? Can Mr. Yi say it clearly? Xiao Yang was shocked and opened his mouth to ask. Yi Qing roughly told him what happened, and finally spoke. "Their boss seems to be called Brother Hao. Do you know Brother Hao? In that land's words, Zhang Tianhao?" Xiao Yang thought about it and asked. Yi Qing nodded. He remembered that Zhang Tianhao said this name before. "Mr. Yi, wait for a moment. I will go over there. You tell Zhang Tianhao to tell that kid to wait for me." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Sun Lao also almost understood what happened. Immediately blew his beard and glared. "Dare to touch my old son's brother. Simply tired of living. Xiao Yang, greet the men. I'll go too." Xiao Yang was embarrassed. After his condition recovered, Sun Lao seemed to have regained his former pugnacity, and he didn't know if it was considered a good phenomenon. But in the end, Sun Lao still didn't follow under Xiao Yang's persuasion. After all, Sun Lao's identity was where he was. If he went, it would probably cause quite a commotion. Yi Qing hung up the phone, looked at Zhang Tianhao, organized his language and opened his mouth to crash out 3 words. "You wait." "Ha, well, I'll wait. I'd like to see who dares to meddle in this idle business today," Zhang Tianhao said with a calm demeanor. The land in this neighborhood was his. Zhang Tianhao was confident that in this land, he was the boss. Not long after, 3 or 2 military camouflage vehicles stopped at the entrance of the stall. The doors opened. A team of loaded soldiers rushed down. Without saying a word, Zhang Tianhao's group was surrounded by them. The black holes in the muzzles of the submachine guns in their hands caused Zhang Tianhao's face to change drastically, and his buttocks slid to the ground from the seat. Xiao Yang came out from the crowd. looked at the scene of fallen punks, and then saw that Yi Qing was intact. Then he was slightly relieved. It's good that Yi Qing is fine. Brother Yang? When Zhang Tianhao saw the visitor, his eyes went wide. Zhang Tianhao, I think your brat has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. You even dare to touch our Sun family. Do you know what kind of relationship Mr. Yi has with our Sun elder? You're really tired of living. Xiao Yang roared at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao's face grew pale as he looked at Yi Qing in fear. This guy, he actually had a direct relationship with Sun Lao. Gosh, Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but tremble fiercely in his heart when he thought back to what he had just said. It was simply a death wish. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Xiao Yang asked with concern. Yi Qing shook his head. His brows locked. He was thinking about how to perfectly handle the matter at hand. Teaching Zhang Tianhao a lesson was not the purpose. His purpose was to ensure Wang Yujiao's life. Xiao Yang turned his head towards Zhang Tianhao again and shouted, intending to harm my Sun family's nobleman. Arrest him for me. Zhang Tianhao's face changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Brother Yang, don't arrest me. It's because I have eyes but don't recognize Tai. Please let me go. Useless. It seems like you still don't know how big of a mistake you really made today, Xiao Yang said with a cold smile. Yi Qing spoke at this time at the right time. No need to arrest him. Chapter 31 The Longing. What is Mr. Ye's proposal? Xiao Yang opened his mouth and asked, thinking that it was Yi Qing who had a better idea to teach Zhang Tianhao a lesson. Zhang Tianhao swallowed his saliva, finally reacting. Here, the one who could sway his fate was not Brother Yang, but this Mr. Yi. Brother Yi, Mr. Yi, I know I'm wrong, please let me go. Zhang Tianhao turned around and begged for a detour. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Tianhao. After half a second he suddenly spoke. It's okay, you didn't do anything anyway. I didn't receive any harm, right? Zhang Tianhao was slightly stunned, and hurriedly nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Right, what Brother Yi said. Xiao Yang looked at Yi Qing somewhat strangely, not knowing what Yi Qing was planning to do. So, let's forget about today's matter. Yi Qing turned his head and said to Xiao Yang, Mr. Yi, this. Xiao Yang looked at Yi Qing in surprise. Just let it go? Zhang Tianhao also looked at Yi Qing with a surprised face. The other party was really planning to let himself go just like that? That's right, I wasn't hurt anyway. But, Yi Qing's words turned, and Zhang Tianhao's heart followed in his throat before Yi Qing pointed to Wang Yujiao and continued. This is my friend. In your place of work has been treated unfairly. I hope this won't happen again in the future. Wang Yujiao trembled. Her eyes quickly reddened. She finally understood. Yi Qing had done so much. The ultimate goal was still for her sake. Even when she had abandoned Yi Qing like that, and hurt him to the bone, he still defended himself as always. Wang Yujiao's heart was very difficult. She seemed to have experienced the despair of Yi Qing when she and Yi Qing said they were breaking up. But herself, she was that desperate. Brother Yi, don't worry. Brother Ye's friend is my Zhang Tianhao's friend. No. It's my Zhang Tianhao's big brother. Oh, no, it's big sister. Brother Yi, don't worry. In the future, this piece of land, whoever dares to bully my big sister, that's just to cross the line with me, Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao hurriedly patted his chest and assured. Xiao Yang was slightly stunned. He seemed to have finally reflected. He gave Yi Qing an appreciative look. This way of dealing with the situation, it had to be said that it was indeed the best way of dealing with the situation right now. Brother Yang, I'm troubling you today. Yi Qing nodded and said to Xiao Yang, Mr. Yi is too polite. Mr. Ye's matter is the Sun family's matter. Just contact me despite Mr. Yi. Xiao Yang said peacefully. Whatever Yi Qing said, he did. This was also the reason why Yi Qing didn't call Sun Guoxiong. If that bastard came, it was estimated that this big stall would be demolished. After dealing with the matter in front of him, Yi Qing turned his head to look at Xia He and Xia Xiaobai. Sister Xia, Xiaobai, you guys go back first. I'll be back in a while. Xia He looked at Wang Yujiao who was standing beside Yi Qing, indicating that she understood and nodded. Seeing that Xia Xiaobai's mouth was about to pout, she hurriedly pulled Xia Xiaobai up with one hand. Xiaobai, aren't you hungry? Go, let's go back to eat. But, Xia Xiaobai reluctantly looked at Yi Qing, but the words were not even finished, but was taken away by Xia He even pulling and dragging. In the neighborhood of this night urban area, there was a not too big and not too small artificial lake. Yi Qing leaned against the safety railing, feeling the breeze that slightly blew over his cheeks slightly damp, and had a moment of confusion. He didn't know whether what he was doing now was right or wrong, but Yi Qing knew that he really didn't want to see Wang Yujiao being bullied by that group of assholes. Wang Yujiao stood in front of Yi Qing, seemingly a little nervous, her hands clenched together, her face a little gloomy. In the 4 years of college, Yi Qing had given all he had for Wang Yujiao, time, money, studies, and even gave up his future. But in the end, Wang Yujiao abandoned himself because of money. Maybe Yi Ching at this time to Wang Yujiao bad language, but see Wang Yujiao poor look, he simply cannot do it. Yi Ching do not want to think about anything, he knows, his world from Wang Yujiao has become more and more distant. From now on, the two would never have any possibility of crossing paths. Today's matter, thank you, Yi, Mr. Yi, Wang Yujiao said hesitantly. That's right, those big shots before, that's how they shouted at Yi Ching. Hearing the three words Mr. Yi, Yi Ching's heart sank hard. A sentence of Mr. Yi, the two people's world was completely separated. I still like you to call me Yi Ching. Yi Ching opened his mouth and said. Wang Yujiao was slightly stunned and opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything. Yi Ching was inexplicably a little annoyed, reaching out and pulling out a card from his pocket. There's $100,000 in this card. You take it. Wang Yujiao was startled and hurriedly waved her hand. No, I can't take anything from you. What you gave me is already a lot. Yi Ching's face stared. That's right. Enough. 4 years in college. Gave enough. Take it. It is considered that I borrowed from you. In college, you and I are different. You are gifted and smart. You also finished your studies well. I think, doing business, it is also much better than me. This money you take, when you earn money, then return to me is. After Yi Ching finished speaking, he directly shoved the card into Wang Yujiao's hand. Wang Yujiao's shell teeth lightly opened, biting on her own lower lip, and one hand deadened the card in her hand, and her hand was trembling. Thank you, Yi Ching. Wang Yujiao spoke again. Hearing this familiar name, Yi Ching snapped a sigh of relief. No matter what, this is what it should have been originally. Missed, is missed, since it is destined not to be together. Then expect, you can live well. There was only so much Yi Ching could do. Yi Ching, Wang Yujiao suddenly looked up at Yi Ching. Can we still be friends? At this moment, Wang Yujiao's face, with a slight stubbornness, expectation, seemed to have returned to that late summer in Jinghai, the first day the two people knew each other, the small town in the south, the warm wind in warmth. Every girl expects to be a princess, with the world's happiest smile, with the world's most romantic praise, with the world's most handsome prince. Unfortunately, when we inadvertently make a mistake and personally tear that innocent feelings, we will always find that you are already a prince, but I am not a princess. Yi Ching in this moment suddenly a little afraid and a girl to look at each other. At this time Wang Yujiao, eyes clear, serious, like a child who opened his heart, put down all the wariness and reserve. She did not hide her emotions, she just looked at Yi Ching like this. Even if she was destined to be hurt in pain, she still wanted to stare at him with wide eyes, to see truly, to see clearly. Seeing that Yi Ching was being silent, Wang Yujiao's complexion was a bit gloomy. Don't misunderstand. I don't expect you to forgive me. It's just that, I still want to be friends with you. Is that okay? She was still stubbornly looking at Yi Ching, with a poignant smile on her face. Yi Ching's heart trembled. He sighed and nodded. Of course, we have always been friends. Wang Yujiao smiled sweetly. She didn't know when Yi Ching left, looking at the artificial lake in front of her eyes that was constantly rippling because of the breeze, just like Wang Yujiao's heart, tumbling and stirring. Once that big boy who was silent for 4 years in the university, now, has grown to such a point, he is calm, wise, courageous, and it seems that there is no longer a lack of beautiful women around him, and even those big shots have to be respectful to Yi Ching. Sure enough, the world of the two people has crossed over. There is no longer a point of origin, cannot go back to the beginning. Wang Yujiao also left the artificial lake, left the stall. Who does not know where she went? Perhaps for her world only really began above the artificial lake. I do not know when. The breeze has stopped. The lake surface gradually calmed down, smooth as a mirror. Chapter 32 Misunderstanding is a bit big. When he returned to the bar, Yi Ching didn't see Xia He and Xia Xiaobai. He didn't care. Anyway, Xia He was the boss. He could go wherever he wanted, and no one would care. As usual, Yi Ching plopped down in front of the counter and started drinking. The difference was that today Yi Ching's mood seemed to be a bit low, maybe because of Wang Yujiao. Brother Yi, I haven't seen you in the past few days. Where have you been? Fragrant wind pounced on her face. Sume intimate came up, reached out to hold Yi Ching's arm, and opened her mouth to ask. Today's Sume, as usual, tight red ultra-short skirt, low-cut dress, long black hair casually draped behind her head. Her whole body exudes the ultimate seductive power that makes Yi Ching's mouth dry. What? Haven't seen your boyfriend for a few days? Miss me? Yi Ching said with a teasing smile. Sume's face was slightly red. Poverty. Before it was for you to pretend to be my boyfriend. You're still addicted, aren't you? Yi Ching laughed, helping someone to the end. Maybe next time you still need me. Sume once again came closer to Yi Ching. Between words Yi Ching could even feel Sume's warm nostrils. In fact, If you are my boyfriend, the conditions are barely passable. Oh, or brother, ye consider it? Sumei said with a smile, her eyes looking at Yi Qing's side face. That can forget it. Red-faced scourge, do not know? Can't afford it. Yi Qing shrugged and said. Sumei's complexion had a moment of gloom and loss, but was immediately and skillfully covered up by her red face. Whoa, is this considered to be complimenting me for being beautiful? Yi Qing suddenly twisted his head to look at Sumei, until Sumei, who was looking at him, was a bit uncomfortable. Then he said seriously, you have always been beautiful. Sumei sniffed slightly, shook her head and spoke. Okay, just want to tell you, last time you helped me, I don't seem to have thanked you much, so I'm going to ask you to dinner. When do you have time? Dinner? Ah, no fun. Yi Qing skimmed his mouth and said, then what do you want? Sumei glared and said with a beeped mouth. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly. Actually, I think it's good to give my body in return. What do you think? Yi Qing. Sumei gritted her teeth and reached out to pinch Yi Qing's waist, but just now she did it and felt that this action seemed too intimate. The two of them didn't seem to have developed into that kind of relationship, and immediately retracted her hand like an electric shock. Okay, no more fooling around. If we eat, when we'll be fine. You decide. Just call me when the time comes. Yi Qing opened his mouth and said, speaking of dinner, Yi Qing suddenly remembered Chuyu at home. Speaking of which, Yi Qing was somewhat missing Chuyu's cooking. It was a rare delicacy. Hearing Yi Qing promise, Sumei then nodded excitedly and bounced away. Yi Qing picked up the wine glass in his hand, put it to his mouth, and was just about to drink when he suddenly felt another person plop down on the counter beside him. What's the matter again? Yi Qing turned his head and asked, but when he saw the person who came, Yi Qing was slightly stunned. In front of him was indeed a girl, but it was not Sumei, but it was a very pretty girl all the same. The girl's skin was very white, so white that it could make all the girls jealous, as if it was as warm as gelatin. Long pink hair draped over her fragrant shoulders, amber eyeballs, eyes like water, light nose, gentle eyebrows, red lips pale. This girl had the aura of a high and mighty princess. When Yi Qing looked at the other party was also looking at Yi Qing. Green Harvest Bar. Most of the people who came here to play were young men and women. There were naturally not less beautiful women. Yi Qing was immune to all of them, although the girl in front of him was indeed very beautiful, and even among the countless beautiful women Yi Qing had seen, she was an existence that could be ranked. Smiling at the other party, Yi Qing turned his head to concentrate on starting to drink again. Yi Qing? The girl suddenly opened her mouth and called out. Aha! Yi Qing answered and continued to drink. After the bar battle, he had already made a name for himself. For someone to recognize him, Yi Qing didn't feel surprised at all. Can you be my boyfriend? The girl said in a shocking voice. The wine in Yi Qing's mouth spewed out in one gulp. He was a bit confused and didn't understand. Ah, what did you say? Why such a big reaction? The girl beamed. I said to let you be my boyfriend. Yi Qing blinked and spoke blankly. Why? Because you're awesome. I like you, the girl said thoughtfully. Yi Qing suddenly rang back to the previous time when Sumei first came to look for her shield. Sumei also said the same thing, and was somewhat relieved. It seems that the reputation of this errand of his own has already spread out. Ah, it can be. Yi Qing shrugged his shoulders and said, anyway, it's a shield. If he can help, Yi Qing will naturally help. However, this girl looks a bit unfamiliar. Haven't seen her in the bar. Could it be a new arrival? Really? The girl looked at Yi Qing excitedly. It seems she also didn't expect Yi Qing to agree so quickly. By the way, my name is Yu Shuyao. You have to remember your girlfriend's name. Oh, Yu Shuyao. Yu's surname seems to be rare, but the name is very nice. Yi Qing nodded and sort of agreed. Yi Qing had already agreed. Yu Shuyao seemed to immediately become relaxed. She intimately came close to Yi Qing, almost to Yi Qing's nose. Liang Xiaojie was originally our target, but now it's been solved by you. Do you think I should thank you? Yu Shuyao suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Yi Qing's heart shook when he heard this. As if he thought of something, he violently twisted his head to look at Yu Shuyao. Before he had a faint strange feeling. Now this feeling was even stronger. The evil king's true eyes was instantly unleashed. The 8th level of qi refining. Yu Shuyao was a cultivator. Yi Qing's face changed slightly. Suddenly thinking of what happened before, he hurriedly asked, wasn't it Sumei who asked you to come to me? Sumei? Who is it? Don't recognize it. Yu Shuyao said blankly. Shock. Yi Qing's head was confused, swallowed his saliva and tentatively asked, then what you just said about male and female friends, is it true? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Yu Shuyao said in a serious manner. Yi Qing's face was embarrassed for a while. This was a joke. What people said was true, and he had agreed to it so rashly. That. Yi Qing touched his nose and opened his mouth. Just now you said about the boyfriend thing. I think, isn't it better to let me reconsider? Yu Shuyao's eyes glared, and she said pitifully, you've only just gotten together. And you're going to abandon people? Is it because I'm too ugly? Yu Shuyao's big watery eyes just looked at Yi Chang. A layer of water mist quickly filled her eyes, with tears swirling inside. Yi Ching was startled and hurriedly waved his hand. No, 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 I don't mean that. It's just, unexpectedly. Upon hearing Yi Ching say this, Yu Shuyao immediately smiled cheekily again. I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. After saying that, Yu Shuyao even turned around and left, leaving Yi Ching with a dashing and delicate back, but did not leave Yi Ching the chance to argue again. Yi Ching's mouth was open. This Yu Shuyao, joking right? However, a cultivator of the 8th level of qi refining, why would she find herself? Yi Ching felt a little strange. Chapter 33, Encountering Nan Wu Yu. In the next few days, Yu Shuyao never appeared again. Yi Ching gradually faded away, only thinking that it was that beautiful girl who was joking with herself. The entire Jinghai city seemed to have suddenly calmed down. Yi Ching also resumed to a 3 o'clock and one-line life, occasionally coming to the bar at night to work a shift. Most of the time during the day Yi Ching chose to cultivate and consolidate his realm and home. Those medicinal herbs, Yi Ching also did not go to buy again. The herb store are ordinary herbs. On the refining realm is still a bit useful. Now Yi Ching is already a realm of first grade. Naturally cannot be used. But where would one go to get some high-grade herbs? On this day, as usual, Yi Ching came to the neighborhood of the bar before nightfall. He was used to using the back door. Behind the bar was a large residential area interspersed with many shady alleys. Yi Ching walked into an alley for 2 minutes before he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something wasn't right. He snapped his head up to look ahead, only to see 2 black-clothed men slowly approaching towards Yi Ching. Yi Ching looked back. It was also the same 2 black-clothed men, cutting off his retreat. This scene, déjà vu. However, with the help of the evil king's true eyes, Yi Ching still immediately discovered the difference. These 4 people were actually all martial artists at the 5th level of qi practicing, and not ordinary people. The 2 people in front of Yi Ching, one of them had a slightly shorter stature, while the other had a hawkish nose, and his thin and tall head looked as if he was a sparrow. You are Yi Ching? The hawk-hooked nose walked up to Yi Ching and spoke coldly. The 4 people quickly took their positions and surrounded Yi Ching. Something wrong? Yi Ching asked back. Did you kill Liang Xiaojie? The other party asked again. It was Liang Xiaojie again. Yi Ching frowned slightly and spoke. What? Looking at your stance, are you friends of that loser? Here to seek revenge on me? The hawkish nose, however, shook his head and said contemptuously. You're right about one thing, that is indeed a loser. However, on this loser's body, there's an item that's very important to us, so please hand him back to us. Hearing the other party's words, Yi Ching's mind suddenly remembered the scene when he killed Liang Xiaojie at the Nightingale Clubhouse that day. At that time, after killing Liang Xiaojie, an item fell out of Liang Xiaojie's arms. Yi Ching remembered that he had put that item into his pocket at that time, and if this hawkish nose hadn't come and reminded Yi Ching of it, Yi Ching would have almost forgotten about it. He wanted to take it out and take a look, but unfortunately Yi Ching had already changed his clothes, and that thing was now thrown at home. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I didn't take anything from Liang Xiaojie either. You guys got the wrong person. Yi Ching said casually, jokingly, something that is important to you guys. Then it's a treasure? Why would I give it back to you? Yi Ching remembered correctly. At that time on top of that thing, there was some slight fluctuation of spiritual energy. We went to the place where you killed Liang Xiaojie to look for it. That thing has disappeared. It must be on you. Hawkish Nose said with certainty. I'm sorry then, I really haven't seen anything. Yi Ching shrugged and said, Your Excellency, is this unwillingness to return it to us? Hawk Hook Nose narrowed his eyes slightly, and the aura on his body slowly climbed up. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that this bit of strength of his was really unbearable in Yi Ching's eyes. Yi Ching sighed slightly. The attitude of these guys was really annoying. That's right, that thing, I took it, and don't want to give it back to you guys. Satisfied? Is there anything else? Yi Ching said casually. Hawk Hook Nose sneered. The other 3 also seemed to sense Hawk Hook Nose's meaning, and quickly pulled back, before Hawk Hook Nose spoke. In that case, then we'll just have to kill you, and come find that thing ourselves. Yi Ching laughed, still not half conscious, casually standing there, despising, wanting to kill me. That also depends on whether you guys have that ability. Yi Ching's words had just fallen. That Hawk Hook Nose directly struck out, because the distance was very close. Hawk Hook Nose directly slammed his fist towards Yi Ching's chest, and the short man beside him flew up and kicked Yi Ching's solar plexus. The 2 men behind him also looked for Yi Ching's back and attacked at the same time. The first strike was a killing move, and the 4 of them completely blocked Yi Ching's path of retreat. It seemed like they hadn't cooperated like this on a regular basis. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they might have been beaten up by them, and would have waited for death. But unfortunately, the one they encountered today was Yi Ching. Yi Ching's body leaned forward violently, slamming into Eagle Hook Nose's arms instead of retreating. At the same time, one hand grabbed the foot that flew towards his temple, and threw it vigorously, directly flinging the short youth behind himself. The two people behind him saw that their attacks were about to hit Yi Qing, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Qing disappeared, and the one who appeared in front of him was actually his own companion. The two people's faces changed drastically, and they hastily stopped their attacks in a hurry. Hawk Hook Nose was miserable, not to mention that his punch was empty. After being slammed into Yi Qing's arms, he was then given a knee bump by Yi Qing, directly toppled off, and smashed heavily on the ground. Unbearable, Yi Qing said with a cold smile. Hawk Hook Nose's face changed slightly. Yi Qing's strength exceeded their imagination. In that instant, he even made such a swift and effective way to counterattack, and no matter whether it was speed or force, it was far above himself. He had run into a tough opponent. The opponent was actually an expert. What are you three waiting for? Kill him, Hawk Hook Nose shouted, and stood up himself. When the three of them heard this, they didn't hesitate and once again pounced towards Yi Qing, but that Eagle Hook Nose, while Yi Qing was dealing with the attack of the three of them, he directly turned around and ran. But just a moment after he had turned around, suddenly there was a puffing sound. The Eagle Hook Nose's body froze in place. A thin sword pierced out from the Eagle Hook Nose's back, and drops of blood fell. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. Surprised, he looked in that direction. The next moment, a familiar straight figure flashed out from in front of Eagle Hook Nose. It was actually Nan Wuyu. Nan Wuyu pulled out his fine sword, not even looking at the body of Eagle Hook Nose that fell to the ground without breath, took out a white handkerchief and wiped the blood on it. Yi Qing remembered correctly. This should be the third sword that Nan Wuyu liked to use. That is, the chi sword that Nan Wuyu had said. It was just that Nan Wuyu didn't seem to use her sword chi today. The three people behind him were also closing in on Yi Qing at this time. Yi Qing turned around and without saying a word, he took care of the three guys in 3 tries. With such poor strength, there wasn't really much difference between them and the ants in front of Yi Qing. Nan Wuyu wiped her sword clean and looked up in Yi Qing's direction. After realizing that the 3 guys had already been killed by Yi Qing, only then did she backhandedly insert her sword into the sword box, while bowing deeply to Yi Qing. I'm sorry, Yi Qing, Wuyu came late. Yi Qing's face was odd for a moment. Nan Wuyu really seemed to consider herself as a very close friend. However, the two of them didn't seem to have spoken a few sentences in total, and he didn't know what was going on with this Nan Wuyu. Never mind that, why are you here? Yi Qing thought about it and opened his mouth to ask. Wuyu came to find Xia He for a little something. I didn't expect Yi Qing that you are also here. It's a coincidence. These people dared to hurt Wuyu's friend. Damn it! A trace of hostility flashed across Nan Wuyu's face. Nan Wuyu was actually here to find Xia He? That would be correct. This place wasn't far from the Green Harvest Bar, so it must have been because Nan Wuyu sensed the aura of a battle here, and that's why she rushed over. Chapter 34, Is a Friend of a Friend a Friend? Nightingale Clubhouse. Since the last incident, Yulan closed the clubhouse, shut down and reorganized. After all, there was a human life in plain sight. Although in the upper-class society, even if there is a human life, no one will be idle to deal with it, but more or less still have to do something. Inside the luxurious private room, Lei Tai stood in the center of the hall with some fear, carefully looking at a man on the sofa in front of him. By his side stood Yulan, and as far as could be seen, Yulan's face didn't look too good either. The man sat there quietly, not saying a word, staring intently at the teacup in his hand. A henchman walked in from outside and looked at the man, only to continue after the man nodded slightly. Failed. All 4 people are dead. Oh, the man raised his eyes slightly. That Yi Qing, is he really that powerful? The henchman mused for half a second and shook his head as he spoke. 3 of them were killed by a powerful force blasting their hearts, but the other one was killed by a sword. I suspect it was Nan Wuyu. Nan Wuyu. The man's face sank. Why would he make a move against our people? When Lei Tai heard this, he hurriedly spoke. The ring at the reception before as well. That Nan Wuyu should be Yi Qing's friend. For this reason he even disobeyed my orders. Right now Nan Wuyu would come forward to help Yi Qing. It's not a very strange thing. The man narrowed his eyes slightly and took a sip of tea before continuing to say to his opponent. Don't worry about Nan Wuyu for now. That's a crazy person. There's no need for us to make a move with him. There's other information? Speak on. There is. The Moon family's people are also in Jinghai, but they don't seem to be rushing towards that thing. The Yu family is in Jinghai City, this I know. They are after Liang Xiaojie. Now that Liang Xiaojie is dead, they should leave Jinghai. Don't worry about them, the man said casually, not taking the news seriously. However, the henchman shook his head, but according to our intelligence, the Yu family doesn't seem to have left Jinghai City. Moreover, it seems that Yu Shuyao even looked for Yi Qing once. The man snapped. Yu Shuyao? That genius scion of the Yu family? What is she looking for Yi Qing for? I don't know yet. Yi Qing is not a simple person. Our men only dare to follow her from afar. And in order to make sure that the other party doesn't find out, the ones used are ordinary people who don't dare to get close. The henchman said with some helplessness. Dealing with this kind of expert is troublesome. Using an expert, it is easy to be detected by the other party. Using ordinary people but not daring to get close. Apart from their whereabouts, they can't find out anything. Oh, right, that Yi Qing's identity is the current supervisor of the Green Harvest Bar? Before it seems to be just a small bartender, and the owner of the Green Harvest Bar, Xia He, seems to be not simple. This matter, Lei Tai should be clear about it. The henchman looked at Lei Tai again, looking at his mouth and said, nonsense, of course Lei Tai is clear. This trip back, it is because his younger brother Lei Gang gave him a call. The reason for this is still because Lei Gang just started to let Huang de Biao to look for trouble before triggering so much trouble behind. Xiaohao? Oh, it seems like it's been a while since I've heard this name. Remember, no matter what, don't mess with that woman. The man's face looked a little odd as he drained the tea in his cup in one gulp before speaking. This Yi Qing, it seems to be a little more troublesome than imagined. Green Harvest Bar. Yi Qing brought Nan Wuyu straight to Xia He's office. Normally, Xia He would be in her own office. Other than that, Yi Qing didn't seem to have seen Xia He go to any other place again. This woman seemed to have lost interest in everything. Xia He, long time no see. Nan Wuyu politely greeted. Xia He slightly opened her eyes and her long eyelashes fluttered for a moment before she asked in surprise, Nan Wuyu, looking for me for something? Nan Wuyu nodded. 3 days later, there will be a special auction at the Golden Cauldron Auction House. You should know about it, right? Nu. Moonless has been entrusted with an item and hopes that you can consign it to consignment. Nan Wuyu said seriously. Oh, what thing? Xiaohao raised her eyebrows and spoke faintly. Nan Wuyu was slightly stunned, and shook her head decisively. I don't know, but the person who commissioned me told me, saying that when you hear this, you'll know what that thing is. Then you should go back and tell him that it's impossible for that thing to appear on the auction block, and that if he wants it, he should come and get it in person. Nan Wuyu blinked her eyes and suddenly drew out a broadsword with a rubbing sound. This was the first time Yi Qing had seen Nan Wuyu's first sword, a wide and thick sword with no blades on either side, as if it was a palm-wide steel plate. Was this Nan Wuyu's first sword, a blunt sword? This sudden action of drawing the sword startled Yi Qing, who dodged and blocked in front of Xia He. Nan Wuyu, what do you want to do? Xia He was also slightly stunned. This Nan Wuyu, joy and anger is not visible. Think of a place as an out. Now it will not be because they do not agree and directly intend to rob it? Nan Wuyu waved the blunt sword in his hand, calmly opened his mouth. Wuyu only for the completion of the task. If you want to promise, Wuyu will go. If you don't promise, Wuyu will force you to promise. Obviously killing words, but in Nan Wuyu's mouth, it was as if it was a common household occurrence. His expression was calm, completely unable to see Nan Wuyu's heart fluctuations. Or rather, this eccentric fellow simply did not have any mental activities. If you want to move her, go through me first. Yi Qing spoke indifferently, although Nan Wuyu's attitude towards him made even Yi Qing a little flattered. But right now, if Nan Wuyu wanted to hurt Xia He, Yi Qing would not agree no matter what. Nan Wuyu's eyes were confused for a moment, and after a few seconds, he suddenly froze slightly and looked at Yi Qing in surprise. Yi Qing, you're my friend. I can't take action against you. You are also my friend, and Xiaohai is also my friend. Since we are all friends, of course I won't let you hurt Xiaohai. Yi Qing thought about it and spoke. Nan Wuyu's eyes became even more confused. Standing in place, after thinking for half a second, Nan Wuyu suddenly flew back and sheathed her sword, bowed to Yi Qing, and spoke. Wuyu understands, since we are all friends, Wuyu can't make a move. Ms. Xia, please think about my request just now. Wuyu will leave now. After saying that, Nan Wuyu dissipated turned around and quickly left the office. It was really a thunderous weirdo. Yi Qing was slightly relieved. He knew that Nan Wuyu was weighing it up. According to Nan Wuyu's rules, to deal with his friend, he couldn't use the fourth and fifth swords, but if he used the first three swords, Nan Wuyu was sure that he couldn't beat Yi Qing. It was just that Yi Qing was now curious as to whether Nan Wuyu had given up on making a move because of this reason, or because of his friend. All in all, it was really a strange person. When did you get so close to Nan Wuyu? Xia he asked with an odd expression. Yi Qing burst into a bitter smile. How would he know? I also met Nan Wuyu at the reception that day. I don't know what this guy is up to. Did you guys know each other before? Xia he shook his head and spoke. Not really, no. This Nan Wuyu, once famous in Jinghai City to town one side. His strength is also very strong. The name of Sword Emperor is not blown out, but 3 years ago, he suddenly disappeared from Jinghai City. These 3 years, no one has seen him again, and now I don't know why he even came back again. Right, the special auction that Nan Wuyu said earlier. What does it mean? Yi Qing suddenly rang up Nan Wuyu's words just now and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. But he wisely didn't ask Xia He what exactly was the thing Nan Wuyu was talking about. Xia He lit a fragrant, lightly opened her red lips and inhaled a mouthful, nestled her body lazily into the soft seat, before she narrowed her eyes and explained. The Golden Tripod Auction House will hold a special auction every 4 years. The things auctioned are not many, but each of them is a rare and precious item, and there's no lack of strange and weird things amongst them, and at the same time, it will also attract the forces from all sides. Why? Do you want to go? No, just asking, Yi Qing said casually. Yi Qing admitted that he was indeed very curious about this auction, but it was just that. According to Xia He, the Golden Tripod Auction House belonged to the industry under the Golden Tripod, and its auction house also almost monopolized the entire auction market in Jinghai, while the Golden Tripod Group's back was not a local force, but seemed to be from the capital. To be able to make the business so big and smooth, this Jinding Group, I'm afraid it's not simple. Yi Qing knew that the special auction that could attract forces from all sides to participate in, and was only held once every 4 years, the things that were auctioned off were by no means extraordinary, and the prices were naturally scary. Yi Qing didn't have the money to go and splurge there. Chapter 35, The Man Who Carries a Big Tree. Today Yi Qing got off work earlier, because his heart had been thinking about the black thing he got from Liang Xiaojie. Yi Qing felt it was better to go back and take a look. In the vicinity of the urban village where Yi Qing lived, there was an abandoned construction site with overgrown weeds and garbage all over it, and in the past days, when Yi Qing field passed by here, he didn't feel anything. But today, when Yi Qing passed by a piece of weed, it seemed that because stray dogs and such things often passed by here, a piece of weed was lifted off, and a piece of black deadwood was exposed in front of Yi Qing. The deadwood was nothing, but Yi Qing felt the faint power of lightning from above this deadwood. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. The evil king's true eye was instantly launched. A few seconds later, Yi Qing surprised himself by squatting down, and came to the side of the deadwood, and after a closer look, it was true that this deadwood was indeed thunderstrike wood, lightning-struck wood. As the name suggests, is a tree that has been struck by lightning, but not all trees that have been struck by lightning are called lightning-struck wood. What is the species of this deadwood Yi Qing can no longer tell, but obviously, the original wood of this tree should be able to store lightning. This kind of deadwood that was struck by lightning and died, but does not decay all year round, it is called lightning-struck wood. Yi Qing tried to drag the deadwood out, and immediately felt some pity. Although this deadwood was long and similar to a utility pole, the wood containing lightning attributes was only the one that Yi Qing had seen before. However, this was already considered a rare treasure for Yi Qing at the moment. Of course, this lightning-strike wood was not used for refining medicine, but for refining weapons. Although Yi Qing, as a medical immortal, did not have much in-depth research on refining weapons, but after all, they were in the same lineage, and with the lower-ranked magic weapons, Yi Qing was still more familiar with them. The use of this lightning-strike wood, this is the case. In the eyes of others, this is a black dead wood, but in the eyes of Yi Qing, this is white money. In order to make sure that all the lightning-strike wood could be taken down, to be on the safe side, Yi Qing directly carried this pole-like deadwood directly on his shoulder, and just walked towards his home. With Yi Qing's current strength as a first-grade pharmacist, carrying the deadwood was effortless, but it was just too noticeable. The rate of return, how high. Good thing that this place is not far from Yi Qing's home, or else tomorrow's news headlines will probably see Yi Qing, a man, in the middle of the night, carrying poles running all over the street. When he returned to his residence, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Before he came to the door, Yi Qing heard some slight quarrels coming from his own yard, which had Chuyu's voice, mixed with the man's voice. Yi Qing slightly froze, raised his eyes and looked. There was also an exaggerated motorcycle parked at the door. Biker party? Yi Qing's brows immediately furrowed. In the courtyard, Chuyu had originally made a good meal and waited for Yi Qing to come back for dinner. But Yi Qing didn't wait, but came 3 straggling youths. This house was originally mine. Now that you're living in my house, there's no reason not to pay something, right? The youth in the lead wore a flowery undershirt, big pants, and had a tuft of yellow hair dyed on his head, and said with a sinister smile on his face, "What are you babbling about? This is clearly Yi Qing's house. How is it yours?" Chuyu said with a slight frown. After saying that, Chuyu slightly retreated a few steps back. In the middle of the night, facing 3 punks, Chuyu was still a little nervous. "I'm not bull ting. This house was originally mine." The youth skimmed his mouth and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you want to stay. How about this? I'll stay here tonight. How about we both sleep together? As long as you agree, this month's rent will be waived for you," the youth said smugly, as if he felt that this was a very cost-effective deal. Chuyu's face changed slightly, once again retreated a few steps back, and said in fear, "My boyfriend also lives here. He will soon come back. If you guys don't go, he will be rude to you if he comes back. Really? So there is a boyfriend? Ah, then I have some expectations. The youth laughed indulgently and directly raised his foot towards the youth. Chuyu was so scared that she lost her color and subconsciously wanted to escape, but the other two youths dodged in front of her, blocking her way. What do you guys want to do? Chuyu fearfully shrinking back, hands environmental protection in the chest, but she does not know this kind of pathetic appearance, but even more so the three youths' evil fire straight. Nothing, just playing around. The youths casually recited a sentence and directly opened their arms and pounced towards Chuyu, but right at this moment, suddenly with a snap, a black pillar-like object directly smashed in front of the youth, isolating the youth from Chuyu and also stopping the youth's movements. The youth was startled, shocked and looked down. His eyes almost stared out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So thick. If this were to hit on the head, think and know what would happen next. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? The youth angrily turned around and roared. He was just about to enjoy the beauty, when a tree smashed down from the sky, almost didn't scare the youth to death. Yi Qing slowly stepped in and clapped his hands. Seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately understood what had happened. Get out. Yi Qing spoke indifferently. Roll out? Oh, brother, the one who rolls out should be you, right? The youth said with a cold smile, as if he hadn't realized how terrifying the brother in front of him was. This is my home. You want me to roll out? Yi Qing said indifferently, walking to the youth's front, carrying the dead wood up once again and throwing it to his doorstep. Throwing it in front of someone else's girl's doorstep. It was always not that big of a deal. Seeing Yi Qing come back, Chuyu was ruthlessly relieved, but seeing Yi Qing just directly carry that pole-like deadwood with one hand, she still couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Of course, the reaction of the three youths was similar. To say that they could carry this dead wood, they could also do it, but to do it so easily and casually as Yi Qing, it was much more difficult. So much strength. Ah, the youth was a little scared in his heart, but still said forcefully, so you're the one who rented the house from my grandmother. Yi Qing raised his eyes and looked at the youth. That old man is your grandmother? Of course. The corner of the youth's mouth rose slightly and smiled. What about the purpose of my coming here today? It's very simple. I think the price that grandma rented to you is too cheap. If you want to continue to live there, just pay double the money again. It's not too late if you roll now. Yi Qing reached out and patted the dust on his shoulder and said casually, looks like brother is not going to pay out? Oh, I won't talk nonsense with you. From today onwards, I will come every day. If you don't pay for a day, I will come once and beat you up once. How about it? The youth said coldly. This was his usual tactic, and he didn't know how many tenants he had forced away. Yi Qing frowned slightly. He didn't even bother to say anything. He directly lifted his foot and walked over. When the three youths saw Yi Qing's appearance, they were happy in their hearts. Without saying a word, they pounced on him with 7 hands and 8 feet, wanting to give Yi Qing a lesson. But while the ideal was beautiful, the display was incomparably cruel. Yi Qing smashed out 2 punches lightning fast, directly putting down 2 youths, then walked over to the guy who led the way, snapped a slap and slapped it out, and opened his mouth. If you want to come every day from now on, I'm incredibly welcome, but it's best to get yourself insured. After saying that, Yi Qing didn't even bother to talk nonsense with these 3 guys, directly lifting the chickens and generally throwing the 3 out. Remember, in the future, when I don't come back, lock the door well. Don't let these scums exploit it. Yi Qing opened his mouth with some fear, thanks to the fact that he came back early today, or else something big would have happened. In order to be on the safe side, Yi Qing also left his phone number to Chuyu. Living under the same roof, Yi Qing had the obligation to ensure Chuyu's safety. Thank you. If you hadn't come back yet, I wouldn't know what to do. Chuyu patted her chest, still somewhat stunned. By the way, what are you carrying a tree back for? Chuyu asked in surprise. She wanted to ask just now, but the timing wasn't right, and now that she was free, she hurriedly opened her mouth. Oh, a bit of use. Yi Qing casually prevaricated. It's not early. You rest early. Chapter 36, Good Imagination. Back in his room, Yi Qing first took out the blackish piece that he had gotten from Liang Shaoji's body back then. This thing was palm-sized, not too light in the hand, presenting an irregular mass. If it wasn't for the fact that there was really a hint of spiritual power fluctuation on it, Yi Qing would have thought that it was a mass of black mud. After studying for half a day and finding nothing, Yi Qing simply gave up and casually threw it aside. This thing is not useful for the time being. When the gang comes back to find themselves again, they will have to ask them what this thing is for. Opposite Chuyu has already turned off the lights and went to bed. Yi Qing carefully dug down a palm-sized piece of wood from the top of the deadwood, before turning around and entering the house again. Early the next morning, the palm-sized piece of wood had disappeared, and in its place were 2 strings of bracelets in Yi Qing's hand. The 2 strings of bracelets were exactly the same, each with 5 blackish beads. each roughly the size of a knuckle. Although the beads didn't look good, the effect was definitely unexpected. Yi Qing had engraved a simple defense formation inside each bead, and infused it with a little bit of spiritual energy to store for backup. When the person wearing this bracelet encountered sudden danger, the beads would instantly respond, creating a simple shield to protect the wearer. With Yi Qing's current strength, the defensive power of the engraved's defensive array defense wasn't very strong. If the opponent was a true cultivator, this bracelet would basically be equivalent to nothing. But on Earth, cultivators were rare after all. Yi Qing believed that those rich people would definitely need this thing, because for them, their lives were worth more than any other. Even how to sell it, Yi Qing had thought about it. There were still 2 days before the opening of the golden tripod auction. Yi Qing planned to go there and try his luck. A real treasure. Only an auction can reflect his value. The highest bidder gets it. Fair and just. Today, the golden tripod auction house is not many people, because there is no opening. Even those who commissioned, but also most of the days before the early appraisal, commission finished. This is also good for the auctioneer to deploy in detail. And other auction houses, think of here to commission the auction. Naturally, to carry out some identification, which is also to ensure that the auction will not appear fake. For the auction house this line, a fake basically to the reputation of the defeat of the light. Moreover, the golden tripod auction house has a deep background, and the appraisers are some of the best experts in various fields in China. When Yi Qing walked into the hall, there were only a few staff members dozing off. The auction was about to start in the past 2 days, and there were a lot fewer consignments to appraise. Yi Qing walked to the desk, reached out and knocked on it, and spoke. Is this the place to appraise the lots? Behind the desk, the fat man who was drooling on the desk seemed to be a little dissatisfied that someone else had disturbed his beauty sleep, frowning and glaring at Yi Qing before he spoke. That's right, what do you want to auction? Yi Qing thought about it, and although he felt that the fat man in front of him couldn't possibly know what he was talking about, he still took out his own string and placed it on the desk. What's this? Jewelry? Brother, you're not teasing me, are you? The fat man said with an odd face. What am I teasing you for? I'm here to let you appraise the lot. Yi Qing said with a slight frown. Alas, tell you this auction, it's rather special. The general lots really don't accept commissions. Nah, this string of yours, even if it's Hainan Wang Wali, he's not qualified enough. Seeing Yi Qing's serious face, the fat man said with some difficulty. But this string of mine has a special role. Yi Qing thought about it and opened his mouth. Before the fat man could reply, in the side room next to him, an old man and a middle-aged man walked out one after another. Behind the old man diagonally, on one side, there was a very pretty-looking girl, and on the other side, there was a man with a cold face and a fierce aura, which seemed to be a bodyguard or something like that, and followed them out as well. Elder Tong, should you reconsider? This time it's really urgent to use the money, otherwise I wouldn't have offered that treasure of mine. The middle-aged man had a helpless look on his face, but still persisted and said to the old man beside him. Tong Lao smiled and spoke. After this auction, your treasure will naturally be fine, but right now, its value is far from enough. But grandpa, I think other people's things are very good, the girl muttered. Tong Lao cried and laughed as he looked at his precious year-old daughter and spoke. Coco, you don't know anything about this line of work, so don't express your opinion. It's also strangely boring here. Why don't you just go and play by yourself? The girl shook her head and spoke. I'm not familiar with Jinghai City either, and I don't have many friends, so I'd rather not. Tong Lao was about to go back to his room, when he suddenly saw Yi Qing standing in front of the counter, and in the spirit of politeness, he opened his mouth and asked, this little brother is also here to appraise the auction? Yi Qing's eyes lit up. This old man's identity at a glance was not comparable to that dozing fat man. His vision was naturally unique. At that moment, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, yes, I'm going to auction off a string. Oh, strings of such things. This time it seems that no one has come to commission. Can you show me? The old man spoke. Yi Qing nodded and touched the string to the old man's face. Tong Lao did not pick it up with his hand. This was the rule. Otherwise, if it fell and broke during the alternation, it would be impossible to tell. At the first glance, Tong Lao was disappointed and opened his mouth. Little brother, this thing of yours is the latest handicraft at first glance of its color, and even the threads used for stringing the beads are wool threads used for weaving sweaters. Are you messing with it? Tong Lao's face looked at Yi Qing oddly, although there were quite a few people who tried to muddle through with fakes, but almost all of them were brushed off by Tong Lao's fiery eyes, like Yi Qing who used a brand new string to make a joke, but it hadn't appeared yet. Yi Qing sighed. It seems that this old man doesn't know his stuff either. This thing of mine has a special effect. Yi Qing struggled to defend himself. Tell me. Tong Lao's face had gone cold. He never had a good face for people who came to make trouble. Wearing this string of mine, if you encounter sudden danger, this string can automatically protect the owner, but the beads are all disposable. 1 bead, can only act once, after it is used up, it will be ruined. With 5 beads, it can be defended a total of 5 times. This statement, the scene of the crowd is the face of odd. You think this is shooting TV? It also automatically defends its owner. Looking at Yi Qing's fussiness, Tong Lao couldn't help but laugh a little. Little brother, your imagination is good, but that thing can't be used for auction. You go. After saying that, Tong Lao was planning to go back to his room directly. With Yi Qing, there was nothing more to say. Yi Qing frowned, looked at the bodyguard who was following behind Tong Lao. Suddenly a plan came to his mind. He violently took a step forward and scurried to Tong Lao's front. At the same time, he reached out and directly put the skewer on Tong Lao's wrist. This sudden action startled everyone. The bodyguard's reaction was quite fast. The first time he swung his fist towards Yi Qing, but Yi Qing had already quickly slipped back. The string was not in Yi Qing's hand anymore, but it was replaced with another thing, a black hole pistol. The bodyguard's face changed drastically. He reached out and touched his waist. His face immediately turned ugly. He had made such a stupid mistake, being directly robbed of the pistol by his opponent. Tong Lao looked down at the string on his wrist, then looked up at Yi Qing. His face changed slightly, because at this moment, Yi Qing even directly raised his pistol up. The black hole of the gun was just pointed at Tong Lao. Chapter 37 Legendary Magic Weapon. Little brother, have a word, Tong Lao said with an ugly expression. At the same time he reached out and pulled the girl beside him, who was already a bit dumbfounded. Behind himself, that bodyguard looked at Yi Qing with a serious expression. His heart was shocked. Yi Qing's momentary lock just now displayed movements. No matter it was the tricky angle or the speed, it avoided the dead angle of the bodyguard's vision, and directly went along with the pistol that he had pinned at the back of his waist. I'm sorry, old man, wanting to prove my lot, I can only do this, Yi Qing said with a shrug. Tong Lao nodded and spoke along with Yi Qing. Don't worry, little brother, I will seriously consider your stuff. Now, can you put the pistol down? Yi Qing sighed and shook his head. Looks like you still don't understand what I mean. In the next second, Yi Qing violently pulled the trigger. Peng's gunshot rang out. Tong Lao's heart instantly raced to his throat. The bodyguard's face even changed drastically. If Tong Lao was killed because of his lack of protection, he was going to be in for a rude awakening. But the next scene caused the entire hall to instantly fall silent. Almost at the instant the gun went off, a violent vibration came from Tong Lao's wrist, and then, a white as if translucent light mask appeared in front of Tong Lao out of thin air. The bullet hit on the light cover, because of the enormous pressure of the crazy spinning, but under the protection of the protective cover, but it is difficult to further into the slightest, and ultimately lost the force of the ding 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 fell to the ground, and that light cover also quietly hidden disappeared. Tong old man violently wearing thick air, eyes more and more bright. Yes, this is the legendary magic weapon. He lifted his wrist with a trembling hand and looked at it. That string now only had 4 left. One of them had already turned into black ash and drifted to the ground, without any effect. Only then did Yi Qing nod his head in satisfaction, casually throwing the pistol well to the bodyguard. The bodyguard turned out the pistol, and without saying a word, aimed the gun at Yi Qing. Xiao Zhang, put down the gun. Tong Lao lightly droned out. His voice was a little shaky with suppression. He turned his head to look around. The only few staff members were also scared silly at this moment. Tong Lao said in a loud voice, whoever dares to spread the word about today's matter, don't blame me for not being polite. After saying that, Tong Lao looked around viciously before smiling at Yi Qing. This little friend, please follow me. Let's go up to the private room. Yi Qing knew that the effect he wanted had been achieved and nodded. The private room wasn't very big, but it was very luxurious. Soft leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, polished floors, making it hard to believe that this was just an office. It seemed that just like what Yi Qing thought, this old man's identity was by no means simple. Little friend, sit. Tong Lao carefully took off the string on his wrist, afraid of breaking the string in general, reluctantly placed it on the coffee table in front of Yi Qing, before continuing to speak. Previously, it was the old man's old eyes that were dim. I didn't think that little friend actually had such a magical artifact, when it is really something. Yi Qing was slightly stunned and surprised. You know about magic weapons? I once saw some legends, but I have never seen them. All along, the old immortal thought that those so-called magic weapons were all fabricated. Now it seems that it is really the old immortal who is ignorant. Tong Lao sighed and said, some magic can use props or chemical reactions to create a special effect, but the scene just now, Tong Lao cannot use science to explain the reason. The string was carried by him, and the bullet also hit him. Therefore, Tong Lao's experience was also the most profound, and he knew how magical things he had experienced in that moment. So, this string of mine can be sold now? Yi Qing thought about it and asked. Of course, Tong Lao agreed with his mouth full. 1 bead can block 1 bullet. 5 beads, that's 5 bullets, and for people of certain status, it can even be said to be 5 lives. This string, it's remarkable, Tong Lao said with full of joy, being able to see such a magical thing with his own eyes. It's really not a wasted trip, but it's just a bit of a pity that I destroyed one just now. Alas, it's also my fault, Tong Lao said with regret. It's okay, that's the only way. If we don't show the function of this bead, I think Tong Lao won't believe it no matter what. Yi Qing waved his hand, not minding, but such a perfect thing is now flawed. What a sin. Yi Qing thought about it, and dug around in his pocket, pulling out a string once again, and spoke. It's okay, there's a complete one here. This one can be auctioned as well, and the one that still has 4 left, I won't sell it. Tong Lao looked dumbfounded at the other string in Yi Qing's hand that looked exactly the same. His eyes went straight. Such a magical thing. There was also a string. That, can I take a closer look? Tong Lao said dumbfounded. Yi Qing nodded and casually threw the string on top of the coffee table, making a banging sound. Slow, slow, slow. Tong Lao's heart was in his throat, and he gave Yi Qing a somewhat reproachful look. Such a precious treasure. How could it be thrown around so casually? After carefully observing it, Tong Lao looked up at Yi Qing. No more problems. This little brother, please don't worry. This one complete string can definitely sell for a heavenly price. Is it worth that much? Yi Qing asked in surprise. Of course. Then I'll bring a few more back, Yi Qing said casually. Anyway, there was still a lot of lightning strike wood. If it was really that valuable, Yi Qing would be rich. Yi Qing's casual remark almost didn't scare Tong Lao to death. And bring over a few more? You were assembly line mass production, ah? Little friend, if you still have this kind of string, I suggest not selling it. Or, just this one this time. Elder Tong spoke after deep thought. Yi Qing was slightly stunned, but he still reacted and nodded. Things are more expensive than they are rare. This truth Yi Qing still understood. Things are good, but in large quantities, they will inevitably depreciate in value, and the loss would outweigh the gain. I will definitely arrange it as soon as possible. The auction will start the day after tomorrow. Little friend will come directly then. I will arrange a good VIP room for little friend. Tong Lao handed over a phone number to Yi Qing and spoke. Little friend come directly to the old immortal at that time is. Yi Qing agreed with his mouth full. He also wanted to see what price this thing of his could fetch. Right, there's another question. Can those 4 beads of yours be removed and given to me one more? Tong Lao seemed to suddenly think of something as he opened his mouth. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. These things were not considered anything valuable to Yi Qing. Giving him one was actually no big deal. Little friend, don't misunderstand. It's just that you also understand that it's really hard to ask those people to believe in the function of this bead. It will definitely affect its value. But if there is a bead as a demonstration, then that's the best illustration. Yi Qing nodded. This was true, so he casually snapped one off and handed it to Tong Lao. Still don't know young friend's name? Yi Qing. Good. Little friend, don't worry. With the addition of this bead, this auction has wasted 2 more of your beads. So let's do it this way. For this auction, I won't charge you a commission. After Yi Qing left, the bodyguard carefully came to Tong Lao's side and asked, Tong Lao, do you want me to send someone to investigate this kid? Tong Lao glared at the bodyguard. Are you crazy? This little brother is able to take out something like this. And looking at the color, it's surprisingly not an old object. The power behind him. Do you dare to think about it? This kind of person, you can only be good with them. Never be an enemy. Remember. Chapter 38, a little embarrassed. It had been more than an hour since he left the auction house, and the dark cyan-colored sports car behind him followed Yi Qing all the way to Tianyi Park in the city center. During that time, he passed through 3 intersections, and after Yi Qing once again crossed the intersection at an extremely fast speed, he finally determined that the car was following him. Yi Qing slowed down. That sports car also slowed down. Yi Qing sped up. That sports car also hurriedly sped up and followed him in a fart. Yi Qing was a bit speechless. It was normal for someone to follow them, but driving a sports car to follow them, it was a bit odd. Yi Qing frowned slightly, so he stood still, turned around, and sat on his butt on the ground. Wanting to get rid of this sports car was simple, but what Yi Qing was curious about was what kind of person was so odd to drive a sports car to follow him. Seeing Yi Qing stop, the sports car also hurriedly stopped, still maintaining a distance from Yi Qing, and the two of them were frozen like this. But Yi Qing suddenly realized that he made a very stupid mistake. He just sat on the ground. Hard ground, cackling buttocks not to mention. The key is not comfortable, but people can comfortably sit in the sports car. According to So Consumed, the loss seems to be their own. But at this moment, the sports car seems to have lost patience, slowly drove to the side of Yi Qing. Get in, the person in the car said in a good-natured manner, and the car window rolled down, revealing a beautiful face. It was actually Yu Shuyao. Yi Qing was slightly stunned and hesitated a little before he patted the dust on his butt and sat in. Is it comfortable to sit on the ground? Yu Shuyao in the main driver's seat looked at Yi Qing with a smile on her face and opened her mouth to ask. It's alright, just a bit but clucking. Yi Qing skimmed his lips and said, then again, how did you find me? Yi Qing spoke while surveying the sports car in front of him. Not to mention, this was the first time Yi Qing sat in such an arrogant sports car. The interior inside was not comparable to a normal car. To the right of the steering wheel of the sports car, a large electronic screen showed a messy pile of things on top. It's not like you deliberately hid your whereabouts. It doesn't seem to be difficult to find you, Yu Shuyao said casually, then hit the steering wheel to turn around. What are you going for? Yi Qing still hadn't figured out what Yu Shuyao was looking for herself for until now. We are now boyfriend and girlfriend. So naturally we are going to do what only boyfriend and girlfriend would do. The corner of Yu Shuyao's mouth rose slightly as she spoke. Yi Qing's heart thumped. Things only male and female friends would do? Could it be that? He gulped down his saliva with a gurgle. Oh my god, happiness came too suddenly right. Yi Qing didn't think that his charm would be so great that a beautiful woman would take the initiative to find herself to throw herself into the arms of a beautiful woman. Why do you have this expression? Yu Shuyao asked with some amusement. This, that, us this progress, isn't it too fast? Yi Qing said with some embarrassment, with an expression that people were not ready yet. The smile on Yu Shuyao's face was even more intense. She slowed down the speed of the car, twisted her head to come in front of Yi Qing. A pretty face in Yi Qing's face kept at a distance of 3 centimeters before she exhaled and said, is it too fast? Yi Qing was a little nervous. That's right, as a medical immortal level figure in his previous life with 10,000 people, he was even nervous now. Still, okay, Yi Qing casually muttered. His body subconsciously leaned back, but the back was already the backrest of the passenger seat, when really, he couldn't run anywhere. Good thing about Yu Shuyao had already sat back at this time. After all, she was still driving. After all, it's rare to go shopping on the street once. You're my boyfriend now, going shopping on the street. There's nothing very strange about it, right? Ha? Yi Qing slightly froze. Shopping? Yeah, what did you expect? Yu Shuyao said thoughtfully. Ah ha ha ha. No, shopping, it's quite good. Yi Qing laughed awkwardly, but suddenly reacted to one of the most basic things. Hey, Yu Shuyao, right? I seem to have said this male and female friend thing with you last time. It's a misunderstanding. Before Yi Qing could finish his words, he saw Yu Shuyao turning her head to look at herself. Her big watery eyes were covered with aggression, and it looked like the beads of tears were about to fall out. Yi Qing's words came to an abrupt end. He sighed deeply and gritted his teeth. It's fine, go shopping. Damn it, completely defenseless. I'm thirsty. I need to drink water. Stop the car and let me go buy water. Yi Qing suddenly opened his mouth. He now kind of regretted getting on the bus. Boring shopping was a torture for Yi Qing, even with a beautiful woman. So it had to be like a way to bug her off. There's a refrigerator next to your seat. Take whatever you want to drink yourself. Yu Shuyao said casually. The refrigerator is all there? Yi Qing twisted his head and looked. On his right side there was indeed a row of buttons. Unfortunately the ones labeled on them were all in English and Yi Qing didn't recognize them. There was a red button that was more conspicuous. Yi Qing thought that it should be this one, and reached out and pressed it. With a click, the front cover of the car suddenly cracked open 2 slits, and 2 transmitter tube-like things just slid out. What are you pressing indiscriminately? Yu Shuyao glared, hastily darkening a certain button next to her, and the transmitter tubes retracted again. This is a rocket launcher? Yi Qing gulped and said, just a toy. Yu Shuyao said casually, how dare you not even recognize English? The drink is on your right-hand side on the 3rd button from the top. Yi Qing nodded and finally found the location and pressed it. A small compartment popped out with some beer and Coke or something like that. Yi Qing casually picked up a bottle of Coke and the compartment shrunk back. But it's really advanced. Yi Qing had the balls to praise, especially the rocket launcher just now. It was simply a sci-fi movie. To be able to afford this kind of car, this Yu Shuyao's identity, was not simple. Taking a sip of cola, Yi Qing suddenly noticed that there was a car behind that seemed to have been following behind the two. Not that Yi Qing was more alert, but the car that was following was a bright white Lamborghini. It was just too conspicuous. It seems like someone is following you, Yi Qing said casually. It's okay, that's my fiancé. Yu Shuyao looked sideways at the rearview mirror and said casually. Put. The cola in Yi Qing's mouth almost didn't spurt out in one gulp, but even so, it still choked Yi Qing and almost took a breath. Fiancé? Yi Qing said incredulously with wide eyes. What a joke. He was now sitting on Yu Shuyao's rip, with someone else's fiancé chasing after him behind him. Yi Qing's face was odd. Suddenly he had the feeling of being caught in bed. Why such a big reaction? Shouldn't I react so loudly? Our two families have been friends for generations. When he and I were not yet born, our families set up a doll's marriage. If we are born as a boy and a girl, we will be married. If we are of the same sex, we will be righteous. or childhood sweethearts? Yi Ching at this time jumped out of the car, a little embarrassed. Then you don't like him? Yi Ching thought about it and asked. He is very good. All aspects are very good. But if there is someone who has grown up with you since childhood, playing and messing around all together, you will still feel that he is very good. But in the end, it can only be a friend. Do you understand? Yi Ching was a bit unsure of how to reply. But what Yu Shuyao said was right. The reasoning he also understood. Growing up together since childhood, it's more of an affectionate thing instead. Chapter 39. The feeling of catching an adulterer in bed. Honestly speaking, Yu Shuyao was really beautiful. It was a kind of beauty that only belonged to a princess, a noble beauty that stood high above the rest, whereas Yi Ching was nothing more than a small bar supervisor. Before Yi Ching had been wondering why Yu Shuyao would find herself and had to be her girlfriend. There was a possibility that it was because Yi Ching had easily killed Liang Xiaojie. Strictly speaking, Yi Ching still thought that only her own strength could hold her. Other than that, Yi Ching didn't think that he could be worthy of Yu Shuyao. At least for now, this was the case. It wasn't that Yi Ching intentionally belittled himself. It was really because Yu Shuyao, this girl, was too perfect. Now it seems that Yu Shuyao found herself, on the one hand, because of her own strength. On the other hand, should be because of this so-called fiancé. The shield cannot be counted. At best, it is considered that Yu Shuyao is looking for a little bit of other stimulation. As for anything else, Yi Ching couldn't think of anything else. Thinking about what? Yu Shuyao stopped the car. Her face was almost coming up to Yi Ching's nose. She seemed to like doing this very much. Yi Ching was startled, instinctively shrinking his body. Suddenly, the car door clicked open. With a poof, Yi Ching directly fell out in a tumble. Yeah! Yu Shuyao was startled, hurriedly opened the car door and spared a walk to Yi Ching's face. Are you alright? It's fine. It's fine. The car door wasn't closed properly. Ha! Yi Ching hurriedly climbed up from the ground, somewhat speechless. In front of Yu Shuyao, he unexpectedly couldn't even do this basic action of keeping his body balanced. Silly egg. Yu Shuyao giggled. For a while, Yi Ching seemed to return to the end of autumn in Jinghai 4 years ago. Once past events came to his mind one by one. He and Wang Yujiao played around. Every day was happy to go to school together. Leisure time, Yi Ching went out to work to earn money. 4 years of college, although it was a hard life, but it was very fulfilling. Dusk on the playground. The sun reflects Wang Yujiao absolutely beautiful with a light fluffy side face. That is the former Yi Ching's most beautiful memories. And now, but also be forever left in the end of the autumn of that Jinghai. Memories are always beautiful, perhaps lost to no cherish. No matter how current events change, the memories of the past have not changed. There will always be a good feeling, reminding us that we once had a. Unfortunately, a white sports car suddenly rushed out, interrupting Yi Ching's memories. The driver's door opened. Just like many movies countless times appeared in the footage. A handsome tall man with a smile on his face out of the limousine. Around the girls as if rehearsal invited a good general. In unison, open mouth popped out of a dragged out of the 8-minute pitch of the word. Wow. The man in front of him had white skin, so white that even the girls were simply not as good as he was. Wearing a lacy white shirt worth a lot of money, with a sunny smile, and a pair of good-looking amber eyes were sizing up Yi Ching beside Yu Shuyao with a little bit of anger in his eyes. The man was handsome, very handsome indeed, as if he was a movie star, attracting the majority of the girls' gazes as soon as he appeared. He lifted his foot and walked to the two of them, once again seriously sizing up Yi Ching before speaking. Shuyao, you actually chose this kid? Yi Ching was not happy at that moment. What do you mean by this kid? It sounded as if he was a delinquent youth coming out from down the ravine. Gu Zili, you actually followed me to Jinghai. Yu Shuyao faintly spoke. Aren't I worried about you? Speaking to Yu Shuyao, Gu Zili immediately became softer. This softness, again, caused the surrounding group of flamboyant girls to drool in unison. Yi Ching couldn't help but nod slightly. He had to say that Yu Shuyao's fiancé was really excellent to the point of explosion. There's no need for you to worry about me. My boyfriend will protect me. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce you. My boyfriend, Yi Ching. As Yu Shuyao said, she reached out and took Yi Ching's arm in an intimate manner. Yi Ching burst into a bitter smile. It seems like he ended up being reduced to a shield in the end. Gu Zili violently turned his head to look at Yi Ching. Glaring, his aura instantly climbed to the peak. The murderous aura in his eyes seemed to shoot towards Yi Ching as if it was a channel of electricity. Yi Ching, right? Very well. From now on, you are my enemy. After saying that, Gu Zili turned around indignantly, and the white sports car left without the slightest hesitation. Yi Ching was helpless for a while. Somehow he had made another enemy, and it was still a rich second generation. It seems that there will be trouble in the future. Let's go shopping. Yu Shuyao let out a cheer, pulled up Yi Ching and left. The painful shopping started. Yi Ching had always known that shopping with girls was a very painful thing. The reason was simple. Usually, the boys were just a bag carrying presents, but Yi Qing had never taken it seriously. It was just a handbag. How heavy could it be? But after half an hour, Yi Qing was defeated. He realized that he had made a very stupid mistake. Yu Shuyao loved shopping and had money. This meant that she couldn't control her innate desire to shop at all. So half an hour later, Yu Shuyao joyfully went on a shopping spree in front of him, while in his wake, he was followed by a mobile shelf. Yes, the mobile shelf, already completely unable to see Yi Qing's person, completely piled up by a variety of shopping bags. Only the remaining face 2 legs can prove that there is a person inside. Yi Qing was now having some difficulty seeing the road. Hey, my Miss Moon, we've also bought almost everything. How about this today? Inside the shopping bag, such a sentence was squeezed out without a head. Yu Shuyao slightly froze, strangely twisted her head to look. After a slight stare, she giggled again. She only focused on shopping. She forgot to turn around and look at Yi Qing, and now that she suddenly saw it, it was only then that she realized that Yi Qing was already so miserable. Just focusing on shopping. I'm really sorry. Yu Shuyao spoke with a smile on her face. It was a good thing that Yu Shuyao finally gave up shopping decisively. Although these shopping bags weren't heavy, they were too much of an obstruction to the line of sight. The places on Yi Qing's entire body where he could hang the shopping bags were already all bursting at the seams. Putting all the shopping bags into the car, Yi Qing was completely relieved. However, just after turning around, he saw that Yu Shuyao was looking at a direction with a grave face. Yi Qing subconsciously raised his eyes and looked over, and was slightly stunned. There was a black sedan parked there, and while Yi Qing was looking at the sedan, the door of the sedan opened and 4 people walked down. Yi Qing's evil King True Eye was instantly activated. His heart was slightly shocked. These 4 people, the middle-aged man at the front, was at the 9th level of Qi refining. The other 3 youths were all at the 6th level of Qi refining. The middle-aged man lifted his feet and walked over in the direction of the 2, eventually stopping not far away and spoke. Yu Shuyao, right? It turned out that he was rushing towards Yu Shuyao. Yu Shuyao was at the 8th level of Qi refining. This middle-aged man was already at the 9th level of Qi refining, plus the 3 youths. If there was no Yi Qing today, Yu Shuyao's situation would be dangerous. Something is wrong? Yu Shuyao said with a slight frown. I didn't expect Miss Yu to be so beautiful. It's a bit of a shame to die, but I'm sorry that I was entrusted with a favor. The middle-aged man smiled, beckoned and said. The 3 youths behind him immediately stepped forward and slowly approached towards Yu Shuyao. Treating me as if I don't exist? Yi Qing could not agree. Hell, let me be the heir. Chapter 40, The First Gift. Minding your own business, you must also die. The middle-aged man said with a sinister expression. But since you've seen it, you're also destined not to live today. Is that so? Yi Qing laughed and took 2 steps forward, suddenly holding Yu Shuyao's hand. Yu Shuyao was slightly stunned. Subconsciously she was about to retract her palm, but right at this moment, she suddenly felt a cold sensation coming from her wrist. Looking down, she was seeing Yi Qing putting an odd string on her wrist. The reason why that string was said to be odd was because there were only 3 beads on it, and it looked empty. Don't take it off. Yi Qing lowered his voice and said, 1 at the 9th level of Qi practicing and 3 at the 6th level of Qi refining. It had to be said that it was a bit tricky. If he dealt with the middle-aged man at the 9th level of Qi cultivation alone, Yi Qing would have no problem, but those 3 guys at the 6th level of Qi refining would give him a great hold. In order to avoid Yu Shuyao from getting hurt, Yi Qing directly put the remaining 3 beads on Yu Shuyao's wrist just in case. However, Yi Qing seemed to have forgotten that Yu Shuyao herself was already at the 8th level of Qi refining, so it wasn't like she didn't have the ability to defend herself. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Yu Shuyao nodded seriously, even though the string looked odd, but after all, it was the first thing that Yi Qing had given to himself. Come on, don't waste time. If you want to show your love, go to hell and show it. The middle-aged man once again lifted his foot and walked over, collecting his hand and not knowing when he already had an extra dagger that was glowing with a cold aura. And those 3 youths at the 6th level of Qi refining also quickly presented an encircling situation towards the 2. The battle was imminent. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and without saying anything, he took the initiative to meet the middle-aged man. Seeing the speed that Yi Qing suddenly displayed, the middle-aged man seemed a little surprised. The speed isn't bad. I just don't know how the kung fu was under his hands. Yi Qing dashed forward while keeping an eye on Yu Shuyao behind him. Those 3 youths were charging towards Yu Shuyao, but unfortunately, Yu Shuyao herself was at the 8th level of Qi refining, and she directly kicked one of the youths out in a single glance. Yi Qing was slightly relieved and came back to his senses. The cold dagger in front of him unexpectedly came directly to Yi Qing's face. Did no one ever tell you to be serious when fighting? The middle-aged man sneered. His movements suddenly sped up, and the dagger wiped towards Yi Qing's neck. The moment he struck, it was a killing move. It seemed that this middle-aged man also knew the strength of Yu Shuyao. and wanted to resolve the youth in the way in front of him as quickly as possible before resolving Yu Shuyao. But what he didn't know was that compared to Yu Shuyao, Yi Qing was the most terrifying. The strength of a first-grade alchemist was no joke. Yi Qing suddenly raised his hand, snapped his hand up, and openly grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist, and then chi energy burst out from the palm of his hand, and the middle-aged man immediately let out a cry of pain. The dagger in his hand couldn't be held, and it was directly snatched away by Yi Qing. The middle-aged man's face changed. He did not expect Yi Qing to have such great strength, snatching his dagger in a single glance. In his heart, he said that it was not good. He decisively stopped his figure and flew back. The mission was secondary. Saving his life was the main thing. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that Yi Qing himself had somewhat underestimated himself. A first-grade alchemist. Although it was only a realm gap with the 9th level of chi cultivation, the power used was worlds apart, and the power was naturally incomparable. Can you walk? Seeing the middle-aged man flying back and retreating, Yi Qing sneered and didn't bother to chase after him. With a flip of his right hand, the dagger in his hand flew out lightning fast as lightning. The middle-aged man subconsciously reached out to stop the dagger, but the dagger infused with spiritual energy was not something he could stop. With a soft plop, the dagger pierced straight through his palm and straight into the middle-aged man's heart. Only then did Yi Qing let out a slight sigh of relief, and suddenly came back to the fact that there were still 3 guys at the 6th level of chi refining behind him, and only then did he hurriedly turn around. Under the siege of 3 opponents at the 6th level of chi refining, Yu Shuyao's situation was precarious, and in a moment of negligence, one of the youths broke through Yu Shuyao's defense and slammed his fist towards Yu Shuyao's chest. Yi Qing immediately stared up. This youth was too inhuman, directly smashing towards someone else's chest. Yi Qing thought sourly in his heart. As Yu Shuyao's boyfriend, he hadn't even had the blessing of touching her chest yet. Although he saw that the youth broke through Yu Shuyao's defense, Yi Qing didn't react too much, but slowly walked over. As expected, in the next second, a white light suddenly shot out from Yu Shuyao's wrist, which immediately unfolded the moment it appeared, forming a protective barrier wrapping Yu Shuyao's body in it. That youth was a bit pathetic. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Yu Shuyao's chest, this white light came out. Caught off guard, the youth slammed a circle on it. Yu Shuyao looked at the scene in front of her with an astonished expression. She was somewhat unable to return to her senses. The youth was blocked by the barrier from the attack. The white defense barrier shattered because it couldn't withstand the attack, while the youth was directly lifted off by the tremendous force of the recoil. The direction, but it was Yi Qing's direction. Yi Qing casually flew out with a kick, kicking the youth who flew in front of him, before he took an arrow step to arrive in front of Yu Shuyao, and in 3 tries, he solved the other 2 guys. Yu Shuyao seemed to have not come back to her senses. Looking down at the string on her wrist, one of the beads had shattered when the white light appeared just now, turning into black ash and disappearing, and now there were only 2 left. Are you alright? Yi Qing asked with concern. Yu Shuyao shook her head and suddenly looked up at Yi Qing and lifted her wrist. This is a magic weapon? Yi Qing nodded. He didn't expect that Yu Shuyao also recognized magic weapons. This magic weapon can automatically protect its owner, and the defense is so amazing. Such a precious magic weapon. You just gave it to me? Yu Shuyao said incredulously. Yi Qing didn't appreciate that this thing was that precious. To him, it was just a piece dug from the lightning strike wood. But eyeing the shocked look on Yu Shuyao's face, Yi Qing probably guessed that on Earth, magic weapons should be extremely rare existences. There was also a point that Yi Qing was a bit teary-eyed. Just letting you wear it in case of an accident. Who said it was going to be given to you? But this naturally could not be said. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Since you are my girlfriend, there is nothing to give. So I will give this to you. But this bead is disposable. One can only be defended once. Just now one has already been wasted. There are 2 left, so you can cherish it. Yi Qing said in a serious manner. Yu Shuyao hurriedly nodded her head and said to Yi Qing with a heart full of joy. Thank you, I love it. Not long after, an old man appeared. He walked in front of Yu Shuyao. If anything, he glanced at Yi Qing before he respectfully said, Young master, I'm late. Elder Lai. It's alright La. Anyway, with Yi Qing around, it's fine. Yu Shuyao waved her hand and said casually. Elder Lai had also seen these guys lying on the ground just now. Other than the middle-aged man who was leading the group being dead, the other 3 were fainted, leaving them alive. Elder Lai naturally had to utilize some of them. Surprisingly, someone dared to assassinate Little Lord. Little Lord, this place is no longer safe. I think we need to leave Jinghai City as soon as possible. Elder Li thought about it and opened his mouth. Yu Shuyao froze slightly and shook her head decisively. But young master, the old master has ordered. I know. Let's wait until the golden tripod auction has passed. Yi Qing twisted his head in surprise and asked, You also know about the golden tripod auction? Chapter 41 Underground Black Casino. Tomorrow was the opening time of the auction. After learning that Yi Qing was really going to the auction, Xia He volunteered to take Yi Qing along. It was naturally good to have the company of a beautiful woman. Yi Qing plopped down in front of the counter. His heart was still thinking about whether or not he could sell his string. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't sell it for a good price. Right at this moment, Xia Xiaobai suddenly did a thief-like look to Yi Qing's ear. Whispered, Yi Qing brother, have money? Lend me some. Xiaobai, why do you need money? Yi Qing rummaged through his pockets, but there were still a few $100, and casually handed it to Xia Xiaobai. Oops, not enough. Xia Xiaobai squirmed and said. Yi Qing slightly froze. Then how much do you want? Xia Xiaobai looked around carefully before he lowered his voice and said, 100,000. Ah, 100,000. Yi Qing was shocked. To him, 100,000 was nothing. However, Xia Xiaobai was only a 17 or 18-year-old girl. What did she need so much money for? Shoo! Xia Xiaobai was shocked. Keep your voice down. I'll be dead if my sister hears me. Yi Qing looked serious and spoke. Then tell me what you want so much money for. If you don't tell me clearly, I will take you to see your sister now. Don't tell my sister. Xia Xiaobai cried and said. I'm just borrowing you for a while. I'll return it to you when I win their money at night and come back. Won their money? What do you mean? Yi Qing raised his eyebrows and asked as if he realized something. Sure enough, Xia Xiaobai squirmed for half a day before telling Yi Qing that she ran off to gamble. At first Xia Xiaobai was just playing casually, but she didn't think that in the end, she didn't know what was going on and played into it, and in the end, she owed the others $100,000. Yi Qing does know Xia Xiaobai recently also not idle. Also nearby punks play very familiar, but that is because everyone knows Xia Xiaobai is Xiaohe's sister, so all in obedience to her only. And about the gambling thing, Yi Qing used his but to think also knew that it was Xia Xiaobai who was being punked. So it's gambling? I thought it was something big. How about this? How about you take me to see it? Yi Qing's eyes turned around and said, how can I get this back? You can play too? Xia Xiaobai said with a light in his eyes. Just kidding. Jinghai City's #1 gambling god Na. Yi Qing said with a loud laugh. Xia Xiaobai gambling place is in the vicinity of an old city, dark alleys, 7 turns. Around the Yi Qing are a little dizzy 2 people before arriving at the destination. Looks like this is an abandoned warehouse. There are a few punks at the door chatting and farting. See Yi Qing and Xia Xiaobai walk over. One of the punks hurriedly came over. Sister Xiaobai, how is it? Did you bring the money? We must kill him today, the gangster said eagerly. Brought it, and there's a lot of it. Yi Qing interjected. The punk froze slightly and looked Yi Qing up and down before wondering. And this is? Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. Big brother, this is my henchman Yang Zai. Yang Zai, this is my big brother Yi Qing. Xia Xiaobai hurriedly introduced. At the same time added to Yi Qing. Last time it was Yang Zai who brought me here to play. At first I earned a lot, but then it was just too much bad luck. Alas, today I must win back. Sister Bai, let's not mention those things. Since we're here, let's go in and play. The gangster known as Yang Zai hurriedly interrupted Xia Xiaobai's words and looked up at Yi Qing before speaking. Yi Qing didn't have much of a reaction on his face, but in his heart, he knew like a mirror. This one called Yang Zai definitely had a ghost. Looked in front of the gleeful Xia Xiaobai. Yi Qing smiled bitterly and rubbed her head. This stupid girl, when will she grow up? Ah, so idiotic bureau can get into the road. Walked into the warehouse. The scene in front of him made Yi Qing dumbfounded. This is simply an underground black casino. Ah, no coming to places like this in the future. Yi Qing said to Xia Xiaobai with a slight frown. Xia Xiaobai squirmed and stood there, muttering, but it's fun. I'm serious. If you come to this kind of place again, I'll immediately tell your sister. Yi Qing said with a serious face. Alright, I know. Xia Xiaobai was startled. Seeing that Yi Qing was serious, she hurriedly opened her mouth. Both of you, follow me. Yang Zai looked at Yi Qing and led the two into the depths of the casino. There was a huge gambling table here, surrounded for a large circle of people. He was the one who gambled with me last time. I still owe him $100,000. Xia Xiaobai came to Yi Qing's ear and spoke, reaching out to point at a man sitting behind the gambling table. The man had a sardonic smile on his face, and was yelling at the people around him to place bets, as if he had also discovered Xia Xiaobai, and shouted with a bright light in front of his eyes. Sister Xiaobai, coming so soon? Ah, do you want to play again? She's a little kid. What's the point? Let me play with you. Before Xia Xiaobai could open her mouth, Yi Qing interjected first. At once, the eyes of everyone around were on Yi Qing, and some people even immediately vacated their seats. Yi Qing and Xia Xiaobai sat across from the man. What is the name of the brother? The man said smilingly. It's just gambling. Do I need to know the name? Yi Qing said indifferently. The man frowned slightly, but didn't show anything, smiled and continued. That's true. What does brother want to play? Anything. Then let's have something simple. How about dice? Can. The man sniffed, and immediately had someone bring over a dice clock, put 3 dice in, and spread it out with one hand. Brother, place your bets. Yi Ching nodded and carefully looked at the countertop, which was labeled with some messy things. After a few seconds, Yi Ching looked up and asked, "How do I play this?" A burst of laughter instantly came from the surroundings. Was this guy here to be funny? The most basic dice play doesn't even know how to play. I say, brother, if you have nothing to do, just go out and do what you need to do. Don't amuse me here, okay? Very busy, the man said somewhat breathlessly. Xiao Xiaobai was also embarrassed, and explained the rules above in detail with Yi Ching. It was actually very simple. Yi Ching placed a bet and the other party shook the dice. There were 3 6-sided dice. Each dice points were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 dice add up. 1 to 10 for small, 11 to 18 for large. Guess the size of the rate of 1 to 1, of course. This is also the most common betting method. But Yi Ching suddenly saw some other small grids next to him. So he opened his mouth and asked, "What about these grids?" "These are betting on leopard. That is, if the 3 dice have the same number of points, it's called leopard. And the odds are also the highest, 1 to 18. Xia Xiaobai patiently explained. She also didn't expect Yi Ching to even know this most basic rule. Xia Xiaobai had a vague feeling of foreboding. Alright then, it's quite fun. Let's just play. Yi Ching opened his mouth, indicating that he already understood the rules. The man's mouth burst into a cold smile. Since such an ingrate had come today, there was no reason not to slaughter him. Only that he didn't know that Yi Ching had already used the evil king's true eyes to look at it as early as when he had entered the arena. The inside of those 3 dice clearly contained lead blocks. "Since you want to play, brother, please place your bets," the man said smilingly. Yi Ching nodded and cheerfully slapped a $100 bill in one of the small compartments. "Okay, then let's start with a $100 one and press a leopard." Chapter 42. Afraid you can't afford to play. Ah, Xia Xiaobai looked at Yi Ching in surprise. Leopard is 3 dice with the same number of points. Yi Ching blinked. "I know, but do you know how small the probability of a leopard is?" Xia Xiaobai wanted to cry. Finished. Not only can't pay back the money today, he may also have to bet here. It's not that it pays out a lot. Yi Ching hemmed and hawed, decisively putting $100 in one of the grids. The man's heart laughed coldly. Not only was it a wrongdoer, it seemed to be a cutie. Yi Ching, a leopard? I can't even shake it even without cheating, right? Brother, you're only playing for $100? The man said dejectedly. Xia Xiaobai can owe me $100,000. What? Can't you play for $100? I'm afraid you can't afford to play with more. Yi Ching raised his eyebrows and said casually. The man skimmed his mouth and nodded his head. Of course I can. Fine. I'll play with you. Buy in. I'll start. After saying that, the man began to shake the dice clock, left and right. It really looked like that. Yi Ching's heart laughed coldly. This dice had a problem. He had seen it a long time ago. This man wanted to play with himself. Then let him see what is meant by god of gambling. Splat. The man slapped the dice clock on the gambling table. Brother, I can give you another chance. You can pick again. Yeah, let's pick again. Xia Xiaobai also hurriedly said. In my opinion, just press big. Quasi-win. No, I believe in my luck. My luck has always been good. Yi Ching said slowly with confidence, rejecting Xia Xiaobai's proposal, reaching out and tapping on the tabletop. Open it. Yes? Then let me see this brother's good luck. The man smiled and lifted the dice clock with one hand. In the next second, everyone froze. In the dice clock, 3 dice were lying quietly inside. The 3 red dots were exceptionally piercing. It's really a leopard. Xia Xiaobai let out an exclamation of surprise, excitedly hugging Yi Ching, and in the process, gave Yi Ching a hard kiss on his face. The surrounding onlookers also exploded. This luck was too good. The man's face was ugly. He looked up at Yi Ching, who was still smiling. His heart was puzzled. Was this really luck? He had been in the casino for so long. He knew exactly how small the chances of a leopard were. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible for the odds to be so high. But now, it was surprising that a leopard really came out. Yeah, it seems like my luck is indeed very good. In that case, are you going to compensate me 18,000? Yi Ching narrowed his eyes and smiled. Speaking, the man's face was ugly, but he still nodded. 1018 was nothing to him. Counting 1018 and placing it in front of Yi Ching, I hope you can always be this lucky. This time, the man was the first to shake the clock, and after a few seconds, slapped it on the gambling table. Thanks for the blessing. Go on. This time, I'll press for 2 leopards. When the money arrived, Yi Ching didn't even count it, and directly pushed 1018 back into the same grid as the 2 leopards. The man couldn't help but be happy. Brother, you're crazy. Once lucky doesn't mean you're lucky every time. Are you sure you still want to press like this? He has been in the casino for so long, he has never seen such a play. After pressing the first leopard, immediately press the second leopard. He has never opened out such points. Yes, for so long, never. I'm sure. Open it. Yi Qing reached out and knocked on the table, speaking faintly. The surrounding crowd also sighed. They lamented the fact that just now a leopard Yi Qing pressed too little. 1 to 18 it, but Yi Qing only pressed 100. Although he lost 18, but it was too much of a loss. But I didn't expect. Yi Qing even immediately pressed on the second leopard again. Is this not willing? The man frowned slightly, seeing Yi Qing's ancient smile, instinctively felt that something was wrong, but this time he was very sure that he had used his means. Everything else could be out. Just the 2 leopards was impossible. Open. The man bellowed softly and lifted the dice clock. 3 dice. 3 deuces neatly lined up as if mocking the man's ignorance. The surroundings exploded. If it was luck to shake out a leopard the first time, then what was the second time? Moreover, this time Yi Qing had pressed 18,000. How much is that going to pay out? Wait, don't get excited. I'll do the math. Xia Xiaobai exclaimed, at the same time breaking her fingers and started counting, obviously telling others to take it easy, but she herself was already excited and about to jump up. Yi Qing laughed, don't count it. $32,400. Don't bother with the change. Give me 30,000. The man gulped and gulped. Surprisingly, he really opened up 2 leopards. What's going on here? This dice is filled with lead blocks. He has been doing this business for a long time. This dice he can shake out the number he wants with his eyes closed. But now, it doesn't work at all. Okay, I admit it. Brother's luck is indeed good. The man gritted his teeth and ordered $30,000. 3 neat stacks of money, and pushed it in front of Yi Qing. Yi Qing didn't even look at it. Once again pushed the 3 stacks of money inside a grid. There, it was pressed for 3 leopards. The whole place was in an uproar. Some of the surrounding spectators seemed to have realized what was going on and kept their mouths shut, but most of the onlookers were still creeped out. This was just a black casino, and most of the people who came here to gamble were not too rich. But right now this youth didn't even know the rules before, and now he dared to press so hard. Brothers come to smash the scene? The man said with a gloomy expression. Daring to press like this? Normally, who would play like this? Aren't you guys a casino here? Yi Qing skimmed his mouth. What? Can't afford to lose? Not allowed to play? The surrounding spectators also started to point their fingers. It's their business if they are lucky. It's your fault if you don't let them play. Good. Continue. The man gritted his teeth and said, looking at the $30,000 that Yi Qing had pressed on the 3 leopards, he gulped and gulped. His arms were trembling when he picked up the dice clock. If the 3 leopards really came out again this time, then the loss would not be a small amount. $30,000, 1 to 18, 540,000. Yi Qing hard laughs. This man has begun to be nervous. With this kind of goods, how to play with himself. This time the man shook it for a much longer time. He was fully concentrated on distinguishing the points inside. After confirming that it couldn't possibly be a triple leopard, only then did he slap the dice clock on the gambling table with a snap. You seem to be nervous. No need to be nervous. Maybe I'm not that lucky. Yi Qing laughed, reaching out and tapping on the table again. Open it. The man stared dead on at the dice clock in front of him. His breathing was a little short. He slowly got up and pressed the dice clock with one hand, somewhat unable to suppress his trembling. Open. It can't be that you don't dare to open it, right? The surrounding good people couldn't help but coax. The man glared at the surrounding spectators, and only then slowly lifted the dice clock. His movements were very careful, afraid that he would accidentally touch the dice and change the points. But the scene in front of him made the youth's face change greatly. 3 dice, 3 threes, 3 leopards. Chapter 43 Rules of the Casino. Wow, it's really 3 leopards. Xia Xiaobai jumped up with a cry of surprise, shouting with joy. Xia Xiaobai felt excited, but the surrounding spectators were not little cuties. They now also saw that in this, there was definitely a ghost. No matter how lucky a person was, they could never be so heaven-defying. I've always been good at math. 540,000. Didn't miscalculate, right? Yi Qing smiled faintly and opened his mouth to ask. The man rose up with an open heart. He was trembling. His face twisted as he looked at Yi Qing. You're cheating. Yi Qing laughed coldly and opened his mouth. From beginning to end, it was you who shook the dice. I didn't even touch it. May I ask, how am I cheating? The man's color engine changed. Yi Qing was right. From beginning to end, Yi Qing didn't even touch the dice. How would he cheat? The surrounding spectators were also confused. They stood right behind Yi Qing. From beginning to end, not to mention touching the dice, Yi Qing didn't even move. You. The man was panting heavily. His face was a bit unaffordable. $30,000. He could afford to lose. 54,000. He could afford to lose. But in just 10 minutes such a huge loss, he could not afford it. Xia Xiaobai contemptuously asked. Hey, I lost $100,000 before, and I didn't blink an eyebrow. You won't be able to afford to lose such a small amount of money, right? Right at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked across to Yi Qing, reached out and patted the man's shoulder and spoke. Sit down. But, sit down. The man hurriedly shut up and sat down. The middle-aged man smiled at Yi Qing and said, this gentleman is indeed lucky. After saying that, the middle-aged man's men immediately brought over a tray with stacks of banknotes on it. The surrounding spectators all had red eyes. This was white money, and this was what people won with $100. The man sat there with some fear, as if he had lost his soul. He finally realized what Yi Qing had said at the beginning. $100 is enough. More than that for fear you can't afford to play. Yeah, $100 he couldn't even afford to play right now. This gentleman, this is the money you won. You count it, the middle-aged man said with a smile. No need, I haven't played enough. Continue. Yi Qing shook his head, reached out and pushed, and spoke. This time, I'll press. 4 leopards. The middle-aged man's eyebrows immediately frowned. Sir, everything in moderation. Today you made money. Your friend owes 100,000. I don't want it. We write it off. Let's all make peace and make money. How about it? What? Can't play? Yi Qing was not like to let them off so easily, smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Even if Xia Xiaobai was stupid enough to realize that something was wrong at this time, because if he continued to play, 54,000 to 18, that would be 9,722,000, close to 10 million. Ah, good. Sir, since you want to play, then let's continue to play. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Qing with a gloomy expression, and gave a wink to his men. Yi Qing saw it but didn't care at all, nodding his head and saying, well, go on. How about this? He can't afford to play anymore. I'll play with you. How about it? The middle-aged man said with a faint smile. Yi Qing casually shrugged. Both are fine. The middle-aged man nodded and picked up the dice bell. The way he shook the dice bell and the amplitude was much more skillful than the man just now. Even if an ordinary expert knew how to listen to the dice, he would be greatly disturbed. But what he didn't know was that Yi Qing simply didn't even listen. When the shaking was done, the evil king's true eye took a look and then reached out. Under the vibration of the qi energy, whatever it takes, for the first time, Yi Qing realized that he actually had the potential to be a god of gamblers. Slap. The dice clock was once again slapped on the gambling table. The middle-aged man made a please posture. Yi Qing reached out and thumped. I have pressed well. For leopard well. Open it. The man slightly stunned. Just a moment ago he had a strange feeling, but not too sure. A slight frown. The man decisively took away the dice clock. As expected. 4 leopards. The surrounding spectators were all a bit numb. Instead, they only felt abnormal when other points appeared. Looks like my luck is not normal. Yi Qing let out a loud laugh. More than $9 million. This was a huge sum of money. Just don't know if these guys could afford to shell out this amount of money? The middle-aged man's complexion twisted up as he raised his eyes to Yi Qing, finally realizing that he had run into a true gambling expert today. What? Can't afford to pay? Yi Qing smiled and said, how about this then? I'll give you a chance. 9,722,000 right. Don't bother with the change. Let's make it 9 million. Go ahead and press. 5 leopards. The middle-aged man's face became even more ugly. 9 million. If it really shook out 5 leopards. 1 to 18. 162 million. Crazy. Really crazy. This could be the biggest bet ever involved in this underground casino. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and suddenly said in a cold voice, clear the court. The surrounding onlookers were all changed in color. Now it definitely seems to be right. Although they don't know what method Yi Qing used in the end, but Tai Cheng was cheating. In order to not let themselves be implicated, these onlookers hurriedly fled in a panic. It didn't take long. There was no one around the gambling table, replaced by a group of casino thugs. The number of these fighters is about 20 to 30, a fierce and vicious. Dare to open an underground casino here. Under the hand can not have some power? Xia Xiaobai was a bit scared and shrunk to Yi Qing's side. Her hands embraced Yi Qing's arms. Big brother, what should we do? Yi Qing patted Xia Xiaobai's hand and spoke. What does this mean? The middle-aged man let out a cold snort, took a deep breath and protruded it slowly before he spoke. Although I don't know exactly what means this brother used to play, but it's obviously cheating, and for the gamblers who cheat, we casinos naturally have our casino's rules. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly as he smiled. What rules? It's very simple. Either you tell me the method you just used, or else, I'll break both of your legs, and the little sister beside you might have to be loved and pampered by these cute thugs of ours. The middle-aged man said arrogantly. The group of thugs behind him also laughed out loud, their eyes glowing as they looked at Xia Xiaobai. Yi Qing's complexion instantly turned grim. He stood up, reached out and took one of the dice. His 2 fingers slightly exerted force. With a snap, the dice was crushed. Yi Qing casually threw the remaining small piece of lead on the gambling table. Is this the rule of your casino? The middle-aged man nodded without surprise. That's right, it's always been like this. But brother, you don't seem to understand the form. Right now, you're in no position to make conditions with me. You know? Yi Qing stood up and spoke. So it's because you can't afford to play. It doesn't matter. Let's do it this way. That $500,000 for me to load up. I'm leaving. Let's stop here today. Chapter 44. I changed my mind. The middle-aged man laughed. Brother, maybe what I just said is not very clear. Then well, I will say one more side. What about the money? You can't take a single penny. Moreover, I also want to break one of your legs as a punishment for your cheating. Which I did you see me cheating? Yi Qing cocked his head and said. The middle-aged man frowned. Truly speaking, he didn't see how Yi Qing cheated. The dice did have problems, but that was for the middle-aged man, and from beginning to end Yi Qing never touched the dice. However, in the middle-aged man's opinion, Yi Qing cheating was already on the cards. 4 leopards in a row, and in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, these kind of chances. It couldn't happen. That has nothing to do with me. All I know is that now you're going to break a leg. The middle-aged man said and gave a wink to his men. A few thugs immediately walked towards Yi Qing with iron bars in hand. Looks like there's no point in talking about it. What's the point of having a casino when you're so unreasonable? Yi Qing smiled and stood up. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. You just said you want to break one of my legs, right? Well then, I won't ask for much. I'll just break one of your legs as well. After saying that, Yi Qing turned around fiercely, and with an open hand, he grabbed an iron bar that was swinging towards his head, and then a foot flew out. And the fighter who was the first to rush in front of Yi Qing was directly kicked by Yi Qing and flew more than 10 meters away, smashing over several tables. A kick could send someone flying over 10 meters. The middle-aged man's heart sank violently. The youth in front of him was not only overly skilled in gambling, his body was unexpectedly so arrogant as well. All of you, whoever breaks one of his legs, I'll give him $100,000. The middle-aged man shouted. Yi Qing smiled faintly and said to Xia Xiaobai, it's much better for you to hide aside first. Oh right. Keep an eye on our money. Don't let anyone take it away. Xia Xiaobai hurriedly nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Got it. The words just fell. Yi Qing took the initiative to attack. The iron mix in his hand waved as if a big fan. Wherever he passed, one by one, all the beaters cried out miserably and fell to the ground struggling. Less than 3 minutes time. The entire casino. There is not a person who can stand. Only then did Yi Qing shake the iron rod in his hand that had been bent with use, and walked towards the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man instinctively wanted to run, but at this time his legs were already out of control. He was trembling all over. When he saw Yi Qing walking over, he plopped down on his knees, crying and begging around. Big brother, don't do it. You seem to have forgotten what I said just now. You wanted to break one of my legs, but you didn't have that ability. Is it my turn now? Yi Qing still said with a smile on his face, but this smiling face looked as if it was a demonic god terrifying to the man. Do you know who covers this venue? If you dare to make a move, you're dead too, the middle-aged man said viciously. Oh, tell me. Yi Qing stopped his own movements and opened his mouth. The middle-aged man said with a smug face, ever heard of Brother Biao? Brother Biao? Yi Qing was slightly stunned, and his expression became a bit odd. The Brother Biao you are talking about, is it called Huang de Biao? So you know that's good. Let's do it this way. You now break one of your own legs yourself, then kneel in front of me and kowtow 3 times. Respectfully call out a grandpa. I'll. Hey. Yi Qing snapped a few times on the man's face with the rail. Is there something wrong with your head? Listen to me finish my sentence, okay? What if your boss is Huang de Biao? Then you'll call him in a while to tell him that I, Yi Qing, have come, and, because you have this relationship with Huang de Biao, I've also changed my attention. What do you mean? The middle-aged man asked doubtfully. Because right now, I'm going to break both of your legs. Yi Qing's complexion suddenly turned sinister. His wrist lifted, and click. One of the middle-aged man's legs was directly smashed by Yi Qing. A pig-killing scream rang out, and the middle-aged man's face was violently twisted from the pain. You dare to do this to me? I won't let you go. Huang de Biao said this to me before, but unfortunately, it's not much use because I broke his legs as well. After saying that, Yi Qing raised his hand again, and the middle-aged man's other leg was also ruined like that. Only then did Yi Qing get up, clapped his hands, and looked towards Xia Xiaobai, but he realized that Xia Xiaobai had already packed up the money in a small sack at some point. Loaded it up? Yi Qing asked with amusement. Loaded. Xia Xiaobai patted the bulging little sack and said contentedly, then let's go. Out of the factory. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. Outside was densely packed with a large number of onlookers. It seemed that they should have been driven out by the love scene just now. However, these guys were all good people. In order to watch the fun, They were obviously unwilling to leave. Seeing Yi Ching and Xia Xiaobai come out in one piece, the crowd all snapped, then applauded in unison. They had been pitched quite a lot of money within this casino, and now that they saw the casino being cleaned up, of course they were relieved. Folks, listen to me, the fighters inside all have no fighting ability now, and there are a lot of you guys. Go in and play casually. Oh yeah, I remember when I came out, there was still a lot of money on the gambling table, Yi Ching said aloud. Immediately, some people's eyes lit up for a while, although there were still some people who didn't quite believe that Yi Ching had cleaned up so many fighters by himself. But at the moment, those who support the bold, starve the timid. And just like what Yi Ching said, there were many of them, even if the fighters inside were intact. Who was afraid of who? Finally, some of the brains turned fast directly to rush inside, as if it is a head general. More and more people shouted loudly rushed into the casino. Yi Ching was a bit helpless, sighed and said, "This casino is also really pathetic." After saying that, he turned back but realized that Xia Xiaobai was looking at himself with a strange look. "What are you doing?" Yi Ching said with a jump in his heart. "Big brother, I didn't realize that not only can you fight, but you are also the god of gambling. You must teach me," Xia Xiaobai said with glowing eyes. "After I learn it, I'll be able to traverse the casino." Yi Ching's expression suddenly became serious. He stood in front of Xia Xiaobai and said word by word, "Xia Xiaobai, listen to me clearly. I'm not joking with you right now. Today is an exception. You owed people. I'm coming back to get back at them, but they themselves are cheating. So forget it. But, if from now on I know that you still enter a place like this, I, Yi Ching, will draw a line with you from now on. Do you understand what I mean?" Xia Xiaobai was startled. He had never seen Yi Ching talking to her so seriously. Xia Xiaobai's eyes immediately turned red, and with her beaming mouth she looked like she was about to cry. Yi Ching couldn't bear it, but for Xia Xiaobai's consideration as a little girl, he still gritted his teeth and said, "It's useless to look like this. I'm only asking if you understand what I'm saying." Xia Xiaobai's aggrieved beads of tears almost fell, but still nodded seriously. "Big brother, don't do this to me. I am afraid." Yi Ching's forcefully pretended up aura instantly fell apart. He let out a long sigh and opened his mouth. "I'm also doing this for your own good. A girl's family? What's the point of running away to a place like this? And those what messed up brothers of yours, they are harming you. Silly girl." Yi Ching dotingly rubbed Xia Xiaobai's head. "Big brother, will you carry me on your back?" The two of them walked forward for a while. Xia Xiaobai suddenly opened her mouth. "This money is so heavy. Carry what? Walk by yourself," Yi Ching said in a bad mood. Making a mistake and still wanting someone to carry it. There is no heavenly reason. But really tired. You carry me. I help you carry the money is not good, Xia Xiaobai said of course. Yi Ching stopped walking and turned his head to look at Xia Xiaobai. "I'm carrying you." "You're carrying the money? Isn't that weight still on me?" Brother Yi Ching, you're the best. Carry me on your back." Xia Xiaobai used a pampering tactic. So, on the empty street, Yi Ching was carrying Xia Xiaobai. Xia Xiaobai was carrying the bulging small sack. Under the streetlight, the silhouettes of the two people were stretched long. Chapter 45, You Don't Have a Chance. That money, Yi Ching and Xia Xiaobai split it in half. In Xia Xiaobai's words, although the money was won back by Yi Ching, but the person who saw it had a share of it, so naturally it should be split 50 to 50. More than 200,000. Yi Ching all threw in his room, also lazy to go to the bank. Sometimes cash is also a little useful. And last time in the Sun family, Sun Lilan gave that bank card. Yi Ching also went to check. Inside the whole million, gave Wan Yujiao 100,000. Now there are 900,000. Yi Ching now do not go to buy those medicinal herbs, so not much use of money. Put it there no matter. Today is the opening day of that special auction. Yi Ching is thinking about his string cannot be sold for a price. Early out of the door. The Golden Tripod Auction House. Legend has it that behind it there are forces in the capital in control. Even if it is some of the big families in Jinghai City, they don't dare to make trouble here. This also maximized the smoothness of the auction. After all, the things to be auctioned today were not something that could be compared to ordinary things. Yi Ching walked on the street, was thinking about whether to stop a car, suddenly heard a burst of car honking behind him. Yi Ching instinctively moved to the side of the road, but that horn sound was still a burst in Yi Ching behind him. Yi Ching frowned, turned back to look, some dismayed to find that this car is actually Xia He's logo car, the Ford Fiesta. Xia He is now sitting in the main driver's seat smiling at Yi Ching. With his amazing eyes, Yi Ching even realized that Xia Xiaobai was also sitting inside. "What are you froze for? Get in the car." Yi Ching hesitated for a moment, but still sat in the car and asked suspiciously, "Where are you guys going?" "Same as you, to the auction house." Yi Ching was slightly stunned and muttered, "How did you know that I'm going to the auction house? Your little mind can still hide from me?" Xia He said smugly, "Today's Xia He, wearing a black tight-fitting one-piece backless dress, big waves of hair casually draped behind her, an absolutely beautiful face slightly powdered, radial earrings glittering, obviously well-dressed. It is clearly a black rose that exudes extreme temptation. Sister Xia is so pretty today, Yi Qing praised from the bottom of his heart. When they got to the neighborhood of the auction house, because the auction started at 10 o'clock, the three of them saw that the time was still early, and Xia he proposed to go around the surrounding flower and bird market first. This flower and bird market, right in front of the auction house, attached to the golden tripod auction house and established inside the mixed fish and dragons. What kind of people have to trade antiques and paintings of the majority? But as with other places, the fake goods are all over the place. If you want a pan for gold in here, it depends on your vision. Speaking of which, this place was somewhat similar to the Tianbao Street where Yi Qing had bought medicine. Of course, the three of them didn't plan to buy anything, they were just casually turning around. But right at this moment, an uninvited guest appeared. This person was dressed in a white suit, elegant, not bad looking, but the corners of his mouth were always hung with an evil smile. Yi Qing casually glanced at it and gave this goods a definition, playboy. And this playboy's target, surprisingly, was still Xia He. I didn't expect to see such a beautiful person in such a place. It's really rare. The man still spoke politely. Xia He raised her eyes to look at the man and laughed. I don't seem to recognize you. Yeah, my sister said she doesn't know you. Xia Xiaobai also interjected from the side, as if a small hedgehog, not allowing anyone to get close to Xia He. A trace of embarrassment swept across the man's face. Of course, I have indeed never met with the young lady, but it is fate to see you today. My name is Li Chang. Aren't we even acquainted? My name is Xia He. Xia He returned out of politeness. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaobai interjected on the side again. Are you trying to pick up my sister? Ha! The man who claimed to be called Li Chang's face was stifled. This purpose was obvious to the discerning eye. Right, but now that it was said so bluntly by Xia Xiaobai, it was a different meaning. Xia He couldn't help but snicker a little. At the critical moment, Xia Xiaobai is still a little useful. Yi Qing also didn't think that this Li Chang had any chance. He followed Xia He's time is not long, but he knows how difficult to deal with Xia He's woman. Of course, not that Xia He's requirements are too high, but Xia He seems to have experienced too many things. To what is a kind of indifference to the attitude? It was also recently that Xia He seemed to have changed a little bit, and in Yi Qing's opinion, a big reason for this was because Xia Xiaobai had returned from abroad. For Xia He's life, Yi Qing didn't know anything about it. Besides Xia Xiaobai, he had never seen any of Xia He's family members. Although he was curious in his heart, Yi Qing didn't bother to ask anything. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Li Chang smiled awkwardly, looked at Xia Xiaobai and laughed. What a cute sister. How old is she this year? Xia Xiaobai glared and said, what do you care how old my mom is? After saying that, she seemed to think of something in general, and pulled Yi Qing next to her. This is my sister's boyfriend. You no longer have a chance. Hurry up and go. Hurry up and go. Yi Qing is beside the nonsense. Did not expect Xia Xiaobai suddenly led the battle to himself. Suddenly a burst of bitter smile. Also do not know how this Li Chang messed with Xia Xiaobai. This little girl seems like a hedgehog general erected defense. Xia He and Yi Qing both froze in unison. Then together they glared fiercely at Xia Xiaobai. When did Xia He and Yi Qing become boyfriend and girlfriend? Li Chang frowned slightly, but it was not easy to come across such a superb girl. He was obviously not willing to give up just because of such a little girl liar. Thus, Li Chang looked up at Yi Qing. What is this brother's name? Yi Qing. There was nothing to hide. Is this beautiful person your girlfriend? Li Chang smiled and opened his mouth to ask. Right. Yi Qing twisted his head to look at Xia He and nodded casually. The purpose of Xia Xiaobai doing this was to not let this Li Chang continue to annoy Xia He. Moreover, looking at Xia He's appearance, it seemed that she was also not a fan of this Li Chang. Since this was the case, Yi Qing simply pretended to be good. It's okay, since it's just a girlfriend, then there's still a chance for me, isn't it? Li Chang said in what he thought was a graceful manner. Well, there is. Yi Qing skimmed his mouth. His heart was a little amused, because in Yi Qing's opinion, this Li Chang had no chance at all. Seeing Yi Qing being so perfunctory, Li Chang felt that he was being belittled, and immediately frowned. He looked Yi Qing up and down, and realized that Yi Qing wasn't the one who looked rich, and only then did he calmly sneer. To deal with Yi Qing, using money was enough. Li Chang immediately turned his head to look at Xia He. Seeing that Miss Xia is strolling around here, she should be fond of antiques and paintings and such things. I wonder if Miss Xia has something she is interested in. I am willing to buy it and give it to Miss. Xia He shook his head, was about to open his mouth. Xia Xiaobai again jumped ahead and said, won't we buy it ourselves? You think you're the only one with money. Let me tell you, my big brother is the one who's really rich. A few $1 million up and down every minute. Stare you to death. Xia Xiaobai obviously remembered yesterday's casino incident. $100 of capital. Minutes to soar to 10 million. Chapter 46, there is a Qianquan inside. Li Chang was also puzzled. He stared at Xia Xiaobai carefully for a few seconds, but he could not remember where he had provoked this little ancestor at all. No need. What we like, we'll buy it ourselves. Xia He smiled and politely refused. This is still Xia He is in a good mood today. If she is in a bad mood, it is estimated that directly a roll word will pop out. Xia Xiaobai found the opportunity to hurriedly interject again. Right, my big brother. No, my brother-in-law will buy it for my sister, so you don't have to worry about it. Yi Qing rubbed his nose. It seems that today this matter really needs to be done by himself. Yi Qing looked around, and suddenly turned the corner and walked to a stall to look at it. This place was similar to Tianbo Street. Stalls could be seen everywhere on the street, but basically all of them were antiques and paintings and such. It was not as miscellaneous as Tianbo Street. Even the dog skin plasters were there. Seeing Yi Qing walk to the stall, Xia He and Xia Xiaobai also followed. Li Chang thought about it, coldly laughed and also followed. It seems that the usual 100 battles he won today was also provoked the arrogance in his heart. Big brother-in-law, what are you looking at? Xia Xiaobai asked curiously. Hearing you say that just now, I'm suddenly enlightened to buy something for your sister. Yi Qing said with a smile. The evil king's true eye was instantly activated, and the stalls in front of him were immediately swept by Yi Qing. Originally, Yi Qing was planning to turn from stall to stall. With the evil king's true eyes, there was no chance that he could really find a treasure. But Yi Qing himself didn't expect that his luck would be so good. The stall in front of him was not too big or small. There were quite a lot of things, but also a lot of miscellaneous. There were no paintings or calligraphy. They were all old objects that looked old. You're not thinking of buying something here to give to MS. Xia, are you? With all due respect, it's a bit too shabby. Li Chang sneered sarcastically. From what Yi Qing was wearing, he decided that if he were to compare his financial strength, Yi Qing would not be able to catch up with himself even if he beat his horse, and he would definitely win today. Gifts are light. You think I'll like something that's expensive? Xia He frowned slightly, seemed to be a bit annoyed. According to Li Chang's words, was she, Xia He, a gold-digging woman? Right. As long as it's something my brother-in-law gave to my sister. My sister likes it. Xia Xiaobai were willing to let go of the good opportunity in front of her. Hurriedly added. Li Chang was startled and hurriedly spoke. No, I don't mean that. The stall owner looked at Yi Qing looking seriously and knew that business was coming. Hurriedly said with a smile on his face, this little brother has a good eye. The things I have here, they are all genuine old objects. Bring them back for collection or auction. It can be a profitable business. Yi Qing glanced at the stall owner and thought, you think I'm stupid. However, Yi Qing still reached out and pointed at a string of Buddha beads and asked, how do you sell this? 3,000. The stall owner said without hesitation. 3,000? Too expensive. Don't want it. Yi Qing shook his head regretfully, then turned his head to look at the Buddha statue on the other side and casually asked, what about this thing? This. Stall owner hesitated. 3,000 are too expensive. Then this is cheaper. 2,005. Ha! Unexpectedly, Yi Qing suddenly and decisively said, okay, I'll buy it. Ha! The stall owner was slightly stunned, and before he could react, he saw that Yi Qing had quickly counted 2005, placed it in front of himself, and then hugged the statue of Buddha. This set of actions was so smooth that the stall owner didn't even react. Nah, I can say clearly the money that is taken out, the water that is thrown out. You have paid the money, the thing is also taken. We are clear, there is a rule for trading here. The thing that is taken out, but it is not refundable. The stall owner hurriedly put the money into his pocket and emphasized, as if he was afraid that Yi Qing would back out. Don't worry, I won't return it. Yi Qing said with a smile. Jokingly, he had looked at this Buddha statue with the evil king's true eye for half a day. There was something very fishy in it. Looking at this Buddha statue again, 50 centimeters high, the whole body was bronze in color. It really looked like an old object. Xia He was also slightly stunned, somewhat surprised why Yi Qing did this, although he also felt that Yi Qing was fooled. But with Yi Qing's character, it seems like he wouldn't do something so impulsive, right? What a big golden Buddha, Xia Xiaobai said with a wooden stool mouth. Li Chang let out a giggle. This brother, you're not expecting to buy the real thing for over $2,000, are you? Maybe it's the real thing? Yi Qing said casually. Right at this moment, the crowd suddenly walked out of a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, imposing, walked in front of Yi Qing, casually glanced at, opened his mouth. Young man, in the future, or be careful a little good. This line, the water is deep, the ancient Buddha in your hand, obviously ready to do the old crowd of chimney wood carving Buddha. But the process is not in place. Turn to do the ancient bronze Buddha. Incongruous, even if it's a craft, is also not worth the money. It is a handicraft. It is also not worth the price. Yi Qing sniffed and secretly nodded. Only a single glance can see this thing. This middle-aged man is a bit of a skill. Yi Qing is also into the hand only to find that this ancient Buddha is actually wooden. Ha ha, what did I say, brother? It's good to be smart in the future, Li Chang said smugly, with a gloating look. But just at this time, the accident happened. Yi Qing, as if he did not hold it steady, snapped. The ancient Buddha fell on the ground on the lapis lazuli pavement. Snapped. The wood broke. A good Buddha statue immediately cracked into several halves. Li Chang is even more complacent. It seems that the brother's luck is not very good. This is only a few minutes. Lost more than $2,000 for nothing. The middle-aged man next to him also hurriedly took 2 steps back. If this kind of thing falls and breaks, it will be troublesome to say when the time comes. Even though he is a guy, the middle-aged man has been in the business for a long time, and has already gotten into the habit of doing so. Yi Qing did not say anything, but looked down, and sure enough, what is this? Yi Qing bent down and rummaged through the wooden pieces, and took out a scroll-like thing that looked a bit old. That middle-aged man was slightly stunned and looked over in surprise. That ancient Buddha had even hidden something inside. This kind of scroll cylindrical. Both ends have a lid cast by the head of a foreign beast, but generally used to protect some words and paintings and things like that and exist. Itself does not have too high a value. The middle-aged man seems to remember something, generally amazed. Little friend, quickly open it to see. Yi Qing sniffed in with a boing. He unscrewed one end of the lid. His right hand poured out, and a calligraphy and painting just fell out. There really is something, the middle-aged man said in surprise. Yi Qing was curious in his heart. He spread the word painting out and looked at it. A picture of 100 flowers. Yi Qing couldn't read it either, but the inscription Yi Qing could still read it. Wang Shiji. Wang Shiji's calligraphy and painting survived in the world is not much. In recent years, with the enhancement of the calligraphy and painting market, the price is also rising. This is still priced. Most collectors are in the hands of the pressure. If this painting is true, then Yi Qing will earn a lot. The middle-aged man looked excited and spoke. Surprisingly, it is still Wang Shiji's inscription. However, I myself am not very deep in the study of calligraphy and painting. Little friend, you might as well go to the front auction house to appraise it. The surrounding onlookers also had a slight change in color. Wang Shiji's calligraphy and painting. Yi Qing nodded. This was also Yi Qing's intention, although Yi Qing was able to see through this thing. But in the end, Yi Qing could not tell if it was real or fake. Li Chang frowned and sneered. Joke, can it be real inside a fake? While Xia He was looking at Yi Qing with a thoughtful expression. She had felt strange about Yi Qing's reaction before, and now it seemed that there was indeed something odd. But if it was before Yi Qing had discovered that there was something odd in it, how did he see it? Xia He remembered very clearly. Yi Qing had never even touched that Buddha statue before he paid. Right at this moment, a figure in the crowd that Yi Qing was somewhat familiar with crossed over and heaved out, opening his mouth to say, "Little friend, how about I come and take a look for you?" Chapter 47, Woe is me. Listening to the voice was a bit familiar. Yi Qing raised his eyes and looked, and suddenly realized that it was actually Tong Lao who had helped him firm up the string before, and behind Tong Lao, there was still that bodyguard from last time. Yi Qing, I didn't expect you to come so early. Why didn't you call me? Tong Lao asked smilingly. It's not time yet. Thought I'd call later. Yi Qing responded politely. Seeing Tong Lao appear, the middle-aged man was also slightly stunned, nodded to Tong Lao, stepped back a few steps to make room for Tong Lao. The surrounding crowd who knew Tong Lao also changed their faces slightly. Can the calligraphy and painting let me take a look? But hands, Tong Lao said with a smile. After finishing, he seemed to be afraid that Yi Qing wouldn't understand and added, you take the word painting and spread it out. I'll just take a look. Yi Qing of course understood what it meant, nodded and did as he was told. Tong Lao took out a strange-looking magnifying glass from his pocket and looked at it seriously. The surrounding crowd also held their breath as they watched. A few minutes later, the child-old man excitedly raised his head. Look shocked, little friend, good luck. This calligraphy and painting is true. This statement, the scene immediately exploded. Wang Shiji's calligraphy and painting, or real, $2,500 to buy. This is afraid that the bird and flower market ever pick up the most exaggerated one. Before the middle-aged man couldn't wait to say, little brother, this painting, I bought, 1 million. I immediately let someone transfer to you. I say old Zhang. You're not mistaken. Wang Shiji's calligraphy and painting. You only offer 1 million? In the crowd, a big-bellied businessman-like middle-aged man walked out, seemingly recognizing the middle-aged man from before. This calligraphy and painting. I'll offer 1.5 million. When the stall behind saw this, his head was confused, his eyes went black, and he fainted. More than $1 million. being their own $2,500 to Hua. The key was that he had specifically emphasized at the end that they would not owe each other once the transaction was completed. Li Chang was also slightly changed face. The jealousy in his heart made his face look a little twisted and ugly. He sneered and ridiculed, an old man and a young man clearly know each other. Plan to cheat you little cuties. Do you believe this? With these words, the bodyguard behind Tong Lao, without saying a word, went up and hit Li Chang with a big mouth, dumbfounding him. The middle-aged man next to him couldn't help but open his mouth. Young man, in the future, it's best to speak through your brain. Be careful of the trouble that comes out of your mouth. The Tong Lao standing in front of you is the chief appraiser of the Golden Tripod Auction House. Yi Ching also looked at Li Chang with a smile and laughed. It seems that my luck is at least much better than yours, don't you think? Li Chang's face twisted, but he still understood what the chief appraiser of the Golden Cauldron Auction House meant. Not even thinking about it, Li Chang hurriedly turned around and ran away ashen. Running late, Tong Lao pursued the matter. The consequences were unimaginable. Little brother, this painting and calligraphy of yours, make a price. The merchant continued to urge again. I'm sorry, this calligraphy and painting I've already agreed to give away. Yi Ching waved his hand and said, then turned around, handing it over to Xia He. Sister Xia, nu it's for you. Xia He was also shocked. This is not just a $2,500 Buddha statue anymore. Now this is an antique worth more than $1 million. This I can't have. Xia He hastily waved his hand and said. The crowd beside him even exclaimed in unison. Such a precious thing, said to give it away? Rich and capricious Tong Lao was also smilingly looking at Yi Ching. Others looking at Yi Ching might think that Yi Ching was just an ordinary person. But right now only Tong Lao knew that Yi Ching's identity was absolutely extraordinary. This kind of calligraphy and painting was definitely considered a treasure to ordinary people. But to Yi Ching, it didn't seem to be important. It was just a casual gift. Sister Xia, just take it. You've taken care of me for so long. You should, Yi Ching said sincerely. But Xia He was also a stubborn nature, and said whatever she wanted. Xia Xiaobai looked left and right, and socketed. Sister, brother-in-law also means well, so you just, shut up. The corner of Yi Ching's mouth rose slightly, suddenly looking at Xia Xiaobai. No, Xiaobai, it's for you. Xia Xiaobai slightly stunned, then a burst of shock, reached out the result. A serious said, brother-in-law rest assured, I will keep it for my sister. Xia, Xiao, Bai, Xia he said through gritted teeth. Xia Xiaobai, however, pretended to be deaf to the appearance of the most look right. Yeah, today there are really many people the weather is also good. Xia Xiaobai's cute appearance amused the surrounding crowd also boomed with bursts of laughter. Tong Lao looked at the several people smilingly and opened his mouth. The time is almost up. The three of you please follow me. I'll let someone arrange a private room for you. Xia he was slightly shocked when he heard this. This Golden Tripod Auction House's private room was not something that ordinary people could enjoy. This Tong Lao even took the initiative to arrange it for Yi Ching. Then thank you Elder Tong. Yi Ching didn't doubt it and nodded his head to thank him. This was Yi Ching's first time to enter the auction house. Once he entered it, the golden splendor shook Yi Ching a little dizzy. In the middle of the hall were rows and rows of neat and luxurious tables and chairs, and there were some alcoholic beverages on the tables in front. The tall platform at the very front was naturally the auction showcase, and in the second floor of the surrounding circle, there is a separate partitioned private room, but there is a thick curtain to cover, and the glass is still the kind of single-sided glass, so the inside can see the outside. The outside cannot see the inside. The waiters inside were also a sight for Yi Ching. The colorful beauty of the young girls and body are all excellent. Appearance is also 1 in 100. The most critical is that they are also wearing exposed bikinis one by one, but it is considered to be a scenic line. In line with the purpose of not see white not see, Yi Ching all the way to the eyes have not been idle. Xia Xiaobai beeped his mouth and said, Sister, a big beauty is standing in front of you. You still look at other people's beauty. Xia he was embarrassed for a while, reached out and knocked Xia Xiaobai's little head, and spoke. It was just acting before, and you're still coming on strong. It's not like there's no such thing as fake theater, and besides, I think you guys are a good match, Xia Xiaobai muttered. When these attendants saw that Yi Ching and his group were brought over by Elder Tong himself, they all looked surprised. Then they threw winks at Yi Ching. If they could be looked at by this kind of big shot, they could really eat and drink without worrying about their life in the future. Alright, this is your private room. It's also closer to the big screen in front, so you can see it a little bit more clearly. If you need anything, just inform me directly. Tong Lao brought the three of them to the private room while instructing. After thanking him, Tong Lao led the people to leave. And in the private room, only Yi Ching, Xia He, and Xia Xiaobai were left. This private room, said big not big, said small not small, but the environment is very well arranged. The internal force decoration luxury? Air conditioning is on. The temperature is just right. There are also some snacks and things like that. This can be responded to Xia Xiaobai's appetite, and immediately open to eat. When did you recognize this Tong Lao again? Xia he couldn't help but ask strangely. Accidentally recognized. Ha! Yi Qing touched his nose and opened his mouth. Xia he blinked her eyes. In Yi Qing's body, it seemed like there would always be things that she couldn't finish discovering. Right at this moment, the door of the private room was once again pushed open. A let Yi Qing feel somewhat familiar girl walked in, and the girl was dressed in a simple casual clothes. Pink face, the style was similar to Xia Xiaobai, belonging to the cute type. Mr. Yi, my name is Tong Coco. Grandpa asked me to come here, because you are coming over for the first time. Grandpa asked me to explain to you some of the details in the auction, the girl said as she owed Yi Qing. Hearing this, Yi Qing suddenly realized that this Tong Cuckoo, wasn't it the same girl who followed Tong Lao when he was appraising the strings? Chapter 48. If you share the same stench, you can call yourself a confidant. Tong Coco's sudden appearance made Yi Qing a little unexpected, but since Tong Lao was able to make such an arrangement, it was naturally for Yi Qing's benefit. Tong Lao could see that it was the first time for Yi Qing to come to this kind of auction house, so in order to let Yi Qing understand the rules of it, he found someone to explain it to Yi Qing, but no one expected that this person explaining it to Yi Qing was actually Tong Lao's own granddaughter. I'm thankful for Elder Tong's arrangement, but we don't need it here, right? Yi Qing said after thinking about it. After all, for Yi Qing, the reason why he was here was to see what price he could sell his string for on one hand, and on the other hand, it was purely to watch the fun. Since he didn't intend to auction anything, there was no need for a lecture. However, just as Yi Qing's words fell, Xia Xiaobai rushed out, arriving in front of Tong Coco with an arrow step, pulling over Tong Coco's wrist, and spoke. Of course it's good yes, it must be explained. Saying that, Xia Xiaobai but pulled Tong Coco to the pile of snacks in front of him, seemingly wanting to share with Tong Coco. With an embarrassed face, Tong Coco twisted her head to look at Yi Qing, and after realizing that Yi Qing had already acquiesced, she was slightly relieved. Yi Qing looked at Xia Xiaobai with an odd face. Before to that Li Chang, Xia Xiaobai was disliking him as soon as she met him, as if the person Li Chang had invited her to mess with her, and to the child Coco in front of her. Xia Xiaobai is also the first time to see, but this attitude, but the sky is the difference. Yi Qing inexplicably recalled a sentence, called, the odor is similar to be called confidant. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yi Qing looked up to the hall outside. At this time with the passage of time, the hall has been one after another people continue to come in. Just now also empty hall at this time even has been overcrowded. It seems that the fame and popularity of this special auction is much more impressive than what Yi Qing had imagined. The rules were actually very simple. At the very top of the hall's booth, there was a huge fluorescent screen. The detailed drawings of the lots as well as some simple information would be displayed on it. That was convenient for the guests in the back rows to take a closer look. And in front of every seat in the hall, there was something similar to a calculator called a bidder. Yi Qing realized that the private room he was in also had the same thing. Yi Qing looked up to the opposite side. There were a total of more than a dozen of such private rooms like the one he was staying in right now. And naturally, all of them were filled with bigwigs who had a big name in Jinghai City. But outside of this, Yi Qing also found that in the direction closest to the booth, there are actually 3 more private rooms that look bigger. What kind of specifics inside Yi Qing can't see, but this area is obviously a more advanced private room. What's going on with those 3 private rooms? Yi Qing couldn't help but turn his head to look at Tong Coco and asked curiously. What made Yi Qing a little disappointed was that Tong Coco also shook her head. I don't know much about this place. After all, it's not our Tong family behind the auction house. I only know that those 3 private rooms have existed since the establishment of the auction house. And every time a special auction starts, there will be people inside. But most of the time, they don't take part in the bidding, and I don't know their identities either. Yi Qing's heart was shocked. Even the Tong family didn't know who the people in those 3 private rooms were? They came every time, but most of the time they didn't participate in the bidding, which meant that the things here, they couldn't see. And right at this moment, Xia He, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke up. They're not the local forces of Jinghai City. It's best not to mess with them if you don't have to. Yi Qing slightly froze, turned his head to look at Xia He. Xia He's identity had always been a mystery. After the previous times, Yi Qing basically had a number in his heart. Although up to now he still didn't know Xia He's true identity, but thought that it would definitely not be simple. He just didn't know what Xia He had gone through to become what she was now. Soon enough, the auction started. But what was on display were things that were not useful in Yi Qing's opinion. Mostly some antiques and such. This was something that Yi Qing understood. The really good things were the finale. Yi Qing was suddenly a little curious about when his own string would be on display. This special auction was also strange to say the least. Every time there was a special auction there would be an ultimate lot, but every time, it wouldn't reveal anything before the opening. What was noteworthy was that what Yi Qing saw was basically the people in the hall raising their prices, but the above booths were a lot quieter. But sometimes there would be some booths looking at their favorite things to bid on. Every time this time, the hall immediately quieted down. Can enter the private room or Jinghai City dignified big names? They do not dare and others spell price. It doesn't matter if they can't compete. The key is not to provoke. At first, Yi Qing also interested in seeing, but later, he also felt a little bored up. Simply sitting on the sofa and Xia Xiaobai began to compete Ken snacks. Tong Koko and Xia Xiaobai is now also a piece of fire. Quite a kind of heroes see each other hate the meaning of the evening. And Xia He, from beginning to end, are as if a lazy cat general nestled inside the sofa, from time to light a cigarette. She seems to like this posture. Yi Qing also liked to see Xia He this posture. Elegant, soft, exudes a kind of lazy extreme beauty. Right at this moment, inside the hall outside, an old voice suddenly rang out. Alright, this auction has also proceeded to the most crucial moment, which is the appearance of the finale item. Grandpa? Tong Koko was slightly stunned and surprised. Yi Qing was also shocked. This voice, it was Tong Lao. But this auction is a bit special this time, because our finale items, this time, are two. One of them is non-trivial. So again, old man will personally preside over it. I hope you all don't mind. Tong Lao smilingly continued. The crowd under the stage as well as the various private rooms were mobilized at this time. This time the finale item, surprisingly, was 2 pieces, and Tong Lao even personally came out to host it. In the end, what is it? Xia He also seemed to have gotten interested. Even Xia Xiaobai ran to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at it. This was, a few attendants carefully brought over a large wooden box and placed it on the stand in front of Elder Tong. This is our first lot of the day. Without further ado, let's appreciate it on our own. Tong Lao smiled and said, while gesturing to a few attendants. One of the attendants nodded his head and went forward. Not knowing what he sat on, the wooden box suddenly clicked and split apart, directly revealing what was inside. Yi Qing was shaken and looked over with a face full of incredulity, because the thing that seemed to be the size of a small bench was clearly an ancient tripod. This tripod has 4 feet and 9 ears. The surface is engraved with some exotic herbs, and there is a faint stream of light floating on it. The appearance of this tripod is more than familiar to Yi Qing, and his body couldn't help but tremble because this is the medicine tripod. I didn't realize that on Earth, there was also the existence of a medicine cauldron. However, Tong Lao did not introduce this ancient tripod in detail, and the information on the screen above was really limited. This is the first finale of the scene, because the original owner of the lot said, only sell the people who have a heart, so I will not do more introduction. This tripod name, Kill Life. The minimum bid is arbitrary. Everyone start bidding. Chapter 49, Killing Life Ancient Cauldron. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Killing Life? Good name. Sure enough, when it was the turn of the finale item, the big shots in the various private rooms couldn't sit still and started bidding. Private room number 4, bidding $2 million. Tong Lao looked at the bidder and opened his mouth. As soon as he exited, the bid soared to $2 million. It was true that a big shot was a big shot. More money than he wanted. Yi Qing frowned slightly. This ancient cauldron of killing life, he had to get his hands on it. For a medicine refiner, medicine tripod is the lifeblood. Just like the swordsman's sword, the knife's knife. Less of these things, the combat power will be greatly reduced. Yi Qing is the same. If there is a medicine tripod in the hand, Yi Qing refining ammunition quality will also be geometrically increased. But Yi Qing has no money. Although the Sun family gave $1 million last time, but now it is only more than 800,000. People directly bid all the way up to 2 million. So what the hell is there to play? Tong Koko heard the offer and opened her mouth to introduce. Room number 4, from the Tang family in Jinghai. Tang family? Yi Qing was slightly stunned. Acquaintance but it's not possible to run over and borrow money. Let's see. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. Today even if it's a robbery, he's going to snatch this ancient tripod back. Room number 7, bidding $3 million, Tong Lao said with a smile, at the same time raising his eyes to look at the top 3 rooms, because he knew that the real big shots hadn't made their bids yet, and these clan small fights weren't much fun. Yi Qing but a burst of sigh, really is not their own to play. Only bid twice. This is 3 million, or 1 million increase. Yi Qing cannot even afford to increase the price. He jerked his head to look at Xia He and spoke. Sister Xia, do you have money? Borrow it. Xia He looked at Yi Qing with slight surprise. You want this ancient tripod? What do you want this thing for? It's naturally useful. There is some money. Then you bid. The highest I can use for you is $10 million. More than that can't be taken out now. Xia He spread his hands and said. Yi Qing was violently stunned. $10 million. Xia he was actually willing to offer himself $10 million. Right at this moment, Tong Coco beside him suddenly spoke up. Mr. Yi, my grandfather said that if you have an auction lot that you have your eye on, you can raise the price as much as you want. The auction house is willing to advance it first, as much as you want. Yi Qing's heart was even more shaken. This Tong Lao dared to do this, wasn't afraid that he would take an item and run away? Right at this moment, Xia he couldn't help but say, but I advise you better not bid, because this thing, today is destined not to belong to you. After saying that, Xia he also seemed to look at the 3 big rooms at the very front, and at this time, the bidding increase outside had soared to $6 million. According to this progress, Xia has $10 million, it seems like it really can't be taken, and for Tong Coco's proposal, Yi Qing is a bit moved. He wants this ancient tripod too much, but Yi Qing at the same time didn't want to owe anyone anything. This was his usual style of doing things. Go ahead and take a look. Yi Qing opened his mouth after pondering for a few seconds. With Tong Coco's continuous introduction, Yi Qing realized that some of the famous Jinghai families he knew had basically come together. The Tang family, the Sun family, the Feng family, and the Mu family, were all amongst them, and within this, the Mu family was the one that had the craziest price increase. Yi Qing had long known that the Mu family was a family of traditional Chinese medicine. For this medicine tripod, it must also be a must-have. And now, the price has been increased to 12 million. The one who bid was naturally the Mu family. In this way, the other families immediately quieted down. Perhaps for them, the finale item is naturally a good thing, regardless of whether or not, first to get together. But now, this thing has completely exceeded the price of their heart estimate. Naturally do not fight. After all, on its practicality, they cannot use this thing. The Mu family was very pleased. This medicine tripod, they must get their hands on it. Inside the Mu family's private room, the Mu Beisheng that Yi Qing had met, that youth was among them. Beside the Mu Beisheng, was the Mu old man, known as the sage of Chinese medicine, Mu Yunzheng. This medicine cauldron, it must be our Mu family's, Mu Yunzheng said triumphantly. He bid $12 million, aiming to seal off other people's bids and take this medicine cauldron. Old master, although we are a family of traditional Chinese medicine, but our skills in refining medicines are not yet up to snuff. This medicine cauldron, is it really that Chinese medicine for us? Mu Beisheng couldn't help but ask. Of course, with the medicine cauldron, our Mu family's alchemists will also obtain a great enhancement in the phase of the medicines they refine. The Mu family's current position is rather embarrassing. In terms of business, not as good as the Tang family. In terms of power, not as good as the Sun family. If we don't find out a little bit of a way out, we'll soon be eaten up by the other families, Mu Yunzheng said with a serious expression. But just as his words left his mouth, suddenly, Tong Lao shouted with some excitement. Second private room, bid $20 million. The moment these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. The number 1, 2 and 3 private rooms were the top 3 private rooms. They had been silent for a noon, and now they finally made a bid. Xia he sighed. What she thought was really right. Inside there was really someone from that family. Yi Qing was even more shocked to see, directly raising the price by $8 million. Is this playing house? That's a lot of money for nothing. These rich bastards, Yi Qing muttered through gritted teeth. Mu Yunzhong frowned and picked up the meter without saying a word, but was stopped by Mu Beisheng on the side. Master. No, have you forgotten what the family had said before we came out? Mu Yunzhong slightly froze, suddenly remembered what General Heart alarmed looked at the direction of the second private room, only then resentfully put down the meter. Right at this moment, Tong Lao opened his mouth again. Private room number 1, bidding $30 million. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth was twitching, raising the price by $10 million. Just like playing, today there is really nothing for himself. The words just fell. Tong Lao immediately followed by shouting. The second private room, bid $50 million, directly increased the price of $20 million. The whole scene was in an uproar, including the family in those rooms, now also have nothing to do with them, now completely into the existence of watching. Inside the first private room, a black-clothed old man laughed loudly and opened his mouth. That old man Lu today is also rare to come across a piece of their favorite things. A pity, I also said, and he played, but the old man is so anxious, really boring, forget about it, just let it to him. The first private room stopped raising the price. Tong Lao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was afraid of this situation. The people in those 3 private rooms must have known each other, and they wouldn't fight too fiercely. On the contrary, it was those small clans who fought so hard. $50 million. It didn't reach Tong Lao's heart estimation at all. He looked up at the third booth. From beginning to end, the third booth has never bid, and since the auction was established so long time, can let the third booth bid for things seem to be only a few. Also do not know the people in the third booth in the end is which party forces. Although the price of this ancient tripod was not very satisfactory to Ton Lao, but thinking that there was another superb item on the stage next, Ton Lao immediately came back to the spirit. In the end, the ancient tripod was taken away by the second private room at a price of $50 million. Yi Qing was watching a burst of red eyes. The heart silently note down the second private room. The ancient tripod. Must get his hands on it. Chapter 50, Shoot at Me. After a short silence, the auction continued. This time, even Ton Lao was a bit agitated. Although that ancient tripod was famous, it was only more precious to certain families. To others, it was at most an antique. Everyone be quiet. Ton Lao cleared his throat and attracted everyone's attention before continuing to speak. The next item to appear is the last finale lot of the show. After saying that, Ton Lao rubbed his palms together. This last lot. He was also a little excited. He had been an appraiser for a lifetime, and had never seen a real magic weapon. Hearing that it was the last sub-axis lot, everyone was excited. The hall was quiet. Everyone was staring at the entrance of a revealing female waitress. It wasn't because of how good the waitress's body was or how great her looks were, but because in the waitress's hands, she was carrying a tray. The tray was covered with a black square cloth, and Ton Lao winked at the waitress, but didn't let the waitress leave, instead letting her wait on the sidelines. Only after this did Ton Lao take a deep breath and exhale it slowly, unveiling the square step with a trembling hand, and above the big screen, a close-up shot of a string of hands also appeared. But, this is, a string? What kind of wood? Surprisingly placed in the final finale lot. It looks very ordinary. It can't be a mistake, right? For a while, there were many different opinions. After all, the string looked a little too ordinary. Xia he originally had a great interest in the last lot as well, but seeing this he also shook his head with some disappointment. So it's just a string? I don't see any characteristics. Tong Coco, who had been standing beside Yi Qing and explaining to him, twisted her head to look at Yi Qing. She was a little strange. It seemed that Yi Qing's friends didn't know that this string was commissioned by Yi Qing for auction. And there is also a little strange is that on the big screen, in addition to this string, originally there should be some simple information introduction, such as the age, characteristics, selling points and so on, but at this time on the big screen, in addition to close-up shots of the string, there is no longer anything. Ton Lao looked around. After realizing that everyone had an unbelievable expression, he nodded slightly. This reaction, in his expectation, Yi Qing then secretly sighed at the means of Ton Lao. If he didn't individually hand over a bead to Ton Lao to experiment with, it would be difficult for this lot to fetch a high price. After all, there is no proof by word of mouth. I think everyone may have some doubts in their hearts. As the final finale item of the special auction, why is it an item that looks so ordinary? Ton Lao said smilingly. Above the big screen was originally going to write some simple information, but helplessly, I really can't think of words how to express the magic of this item. But fortunately the gentleman who commissioned this lot, gifted me a separate bead, counting it as a demonstration, so we all will know it once we take a look at it. After saying that, Ton Lao pulled out a scented bag from his pocket, and then carefully pulled out a bead from it that looked exactly the same as the one on the string. Ton Lao's heart was dripping blood. Such an expensive and magical thing. To destroy it by doing a demonstration now is really an outrage. But right now, it seems like this is the only way. Inside the third private room, Yu Shuyao, who was already a bit drowsy, suddenly woke up the moment she saw the string. Her eyes glowed for a while and she rose up, incredibly looking at the big screen above. That's right, the string above was exactly the same as the one she was wearing on her wrist right now. However, there were only 2 beads left on the string on her wrist now, having used up one of them the last time someone assassinated her. The middle-aged butler beside Yu Shuyao saw that Yu Shuyao looked strange and couldn't help but ask, "Young lord, what's wrong?" Yu Shuyao shook her head and did not say anything, but Yi Qing's appearance surfaced in her mind. Could it be that this string was also commissioned by Yi Qing for the auction? On the stage, Elder Tong simply said a few words, then he grasped the bead tightly in his hand, while pulling out a black pistol from his pocket and handing it over to the attendant next to him. Seeing the pistol, everyone was shocked, and they didn't know what Ton Lao was going to do. The attendant was also not informed of anything before, and now that she saw Ton Lao suddenly stuff a pistol in her hand, she was also startled. Ton Lao, what are you doing? Ton Lao took 2 steps back, pointed to his chest and spoke, "Shoot at me." Ha! The waiter was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. The many guests under the stage also changed their faces, not knowing what Ton Lao was doing. The attendant was trembling, looking at Ton Lao incredulously. She knew too well what Ton Lao's status was. Where would she have the guts to charge Ton Lao and shoot him? This is an order. Shoot, Ton Lao said with a slight frown, but although the words say so, Ton Lao's heart is actually also very nervous. Last time, although he has seen the power of the beads, but who knows whether the beads will not make mistakes. If the time does not play a role, he can be a complete joke. The waiter's face was ugly, not knowing what to do. Don't worry about it, since I let you shoot, I have certainty that you won't get hurt. Moreover, I have already explained beforehand, even if I get hurt, it won't be blamed on you. Shoot. Tong Lao's voice eased down and spoke again. The waiter is now a little difficult to ride the tiger, but look at the child old man, a calm look. Should not be no reason to do stupid things. Things should have a protective measure. In the waiter's opinion, the child old man's clothes under the likely to have a piece of the legendary gold silk armor or something like that able to defend against the bullet shot. The waiter slowly lifted his pistol. The black hole of the gun pointed at the boy old man. Yi Qing secretly nodded in his heart. He had to say. Yi Qing also did not expect that the cover-up that Tong Lao said was actually done with himself. This boldness was not something that an ordinary person would be able to do. Seeing the black hole of the gun aimed at himself, Tong Lao's heart couldn't help but thump. His nervous breathing was out of rhythm. He spread his palm flat on his chest. Close-up camera immediately followed. Above the big screen, Tong Lao's palm, the gray beads look as if the spotlight clown. Inside the third private room, the middle-aged steward also couldn't help but shout in surprise. What the hell is this Tong Lao up to? Watch on, you'll soon find out, Yu Shuyao said with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Right now in the auction house, other than Tong Lao and Yi Qing, Yu Shuyao was probably the only one who knew the ability of this bead. It was definitely a miracle. Other than that, the guests present, all the major rooms, including the number 1 and number 2 rooms, all had a shocked expression, not knowing what medicine was being sold in Tong Lao's gourd. Quickly shoot. Seeing that the waiter was still hesitating, Tong Lao couldn't help but frown slightly and urged. Only then did the attendant shudder, gritted his teeth, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 51 The Billionaire. The bang of a gunshot was exceptionally shocking under the effect of the loudspeaker, and the entire hall seemed to vibrate slightly. Everyone held their breath as they looked at Tong Lao on the stage, and even some of the less courageous women directly covered their eyes. But next, the scene that happened in front of them made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Under the eyes of all the people, in front of the child old man, lightning light burst out of a white light fog. This layer of light fog once appeared, immediately condensed into a layer of semi-transparent protective film blocked in front of the child old man. The bullet was fixed in mid-air, high-speed rotation, but no matter how can not go forward again in the slightest. A bullet, so magically stopped in front of the child old man. A few seconds later, finally lack of strength, when the sound fell on the floor, the layer of light fog to complete the task of blocking, but also quietly dissipated in the air, and above the big screen, the bead in the old man's hand, as if it was instantly drained of water, slowly gray scorched black, and finally thumped into a puddle of black powder along the old man's fingers and sprinkled down. The whole audience stood up, staring at the tray of the string. A seemingly ordinary beads can produce such a magical effect? This is the legendary magic weapon. Of course, just now that bead is only used to do the demonstration. And the tray, the string above, there are 5 intact beads. The people inside the 3 large rooms were also shocked, incredibly looking at the scene in front of them, their eyes burning. Seeing that the beads really produced an effect, Tong Lao also ruthlessly breathed a sigh of relief, although he had already seen the power of the beads before. But at the moment, he still couldn't help but tremble, and the excitement in his heart was almost impossible to express in words. Good, so powerful. Xia Xiaobai opened her mouth in a flowery manner. The role of this bead had already exceeded her knowledge of science. Even Xia He also had a rare look of surprise. Yi Qing but rarely saw Xia He move because of anything. I believe everyone has seen the power of this bead. The one just now is just for cover. Right now, on this string, there are still 5 intact beads, although a bead can only work once, but there can be 5 here. The ones here today are not ordinary people. I think they should understand the key to this, right? Tong Lao said smilingly. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly. It was a good point. All the people here today are big shots, even those guests in the hall. They are all either rich or noble. Since they are rich, they tend to value their own lives very highly, and this string, in a sense, but can save life 5 times the artifact. Without further ado, the bidding begins. Starting price, $5 million. Tong Lao looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction, before speaking faintly. 5 million, just a starting price. The emphasis is on participation. Tong Lao knows this business too well. $10 million. The Tang family made a bid, and the first bid was $10 million, but no one present would think that $10 million was the limit. Sure enough, right after that, the Sun family also made a move. $20 million. For a time, the big rooms began to bid frequently. Sitting in the hall, guests can be embarrassed. On the financial strength, they cannot be compared with these big families. Today it seems that can only be to see the fun. but it seems that every time to the final Asian auction time, they have nothing to do. The price climbed up and soon reached the 50 million mark, which was the previous auction price for the ancient tripod. But looking at the momentum, it was far more than 50 million. Yi Ching gulped. He didn't expect his string to be such a bestseller. It soared to $50 million in a minute. To know, in Yi Ching's yard, there is still so a large piece of lightning wood to come, that if all made into a string words, Yi Ching's eyes had already sprouted stars. Although Yi Ching had no concept of money, but instantly becoming a billionaire should be the dream of every youth, right? Yi Ching looked up to the three big rooms, where the three big men have not yet bid. Now these rooms bid against each other is just a warm-up. Right at this moment, suddenly, the bidding price displayed on the big screen suddenly jumped, and everyone froze slightly, staring dumbfounded at the string of zeros. Tong Lao swallowed his saliva. The corner of his mouth flashed a smile. Said aloud, the second private room, bid 100 million. The whole room was in an uproar. This second private room even directly soared the price from 50 million to 100 million. This time, immediately brushed most of the families down. Although certain families have deep pockets, 100 million can be taken out, but the family industry will definitely be affected. Non-trivial. And the first private room is not willing to be lonely. Immediately after the price increase of 10 million to 110 million high price, inside the number 2 private room, a tang-suited old man sneered and opened his mouth. What my Lu family sees, there is really no one who dares to grab it with me. No one. The second private room, bidding $150 million. It seems to be the will to win. The price is rising. Yi Ching is a slight frown. This number 2 booth is the booth that previously auctioned away the ancient cauldron of killing life. I did not expect that it is now staring at their own strings, but strangely enough, no matter how the number 1 private room number 2 bid, the number 3 private room was indifferent. That middle-aged steward also seemed to be a bit anxious and spoke. Young master, this lot should be a legendary magic weapon. Are we sure we won't bid? With a smile on her lips, Yu Shuyao nodded and said, no bidding, just watch the show. Seeing that burst of white light just now, Yu Shuyao knew that this thing had a great relationship with Yi Ching, and Yi Ching was nominally her boyfriend. If she auctioned it off, wouldn't that be cheaper for Yi Ching? She wouldn't do that. Soon, the price of the number 1 and number 2 rooms soared to $300 million, and every time, it was the number 2 room that ruthlessly pressed the other party by a large margin. Inside the second private room, the old man in a tang suit was full of smugness. In terms of financial power, how can he surnamed Qin compare to my Lu family? Beside the old man in the tang suit, sat a handsome young man. Heard here, couldn't help but open his mouth. Grandpa, the price of 300 million. Our side is also a little tight. If we force the auction, the family industry may be greatly affected. Don't worry about it, it's not in the way. We are all strained. That surname Qin's estimated pants are thrown in. Ha ha. The old man in the tang suit laughed loudly and opened his mouth. And in the no. 1 private room. The black-clothed old man has long been stormy, this surnamed Lu. Thanks to the old man just let the ancient tripod to him. He is so to me. Black-clothed old man some fire. But no matter what, this 300 million price, he cannot follow again. This treasure, also can only watch the second private room to take away. Tong Lao look at the price war almost quiet down. The heart also has an idea. 300 million price. He has been very satisfied. This is also considered a record high in recent years of the auction house. But let the old man some curiosity is. The third room since the beginning has never bid. Is not even this string cannot see? And in the child old ready to drop the hammer. Suddenly the hand side of the meter drip ringing want. The child old slightly stunned. A few seconds later, shocked to open the mouth. 11 rooms. Bid 500 million. Chapter 52. A way to deal with ordinary people. Tong Lao's words startled everyone. Just now, the price soared to 300 million was basically the end of the line. But now, there was actually someone bidding 500 million. And this bidding wasn't even from the 3 big rooms, but from the small rooms. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 11th room. Xiaohe was slightly stunned and suddenly remembered. Wasn't the 11th private room exactly this private room of theirs? Yi Ching, you shot this? Xiaohe asked in surprise. Yi Ching nodded slightly and turned his head to look at Tong Coco and opened his mouth to ask. Your grandfather said before that the things I commissioned for auction. In the end, I am not charged a commission, right? Tong Coco nodded. Her grandfather did say that. However, she somewhat didn't quite understand why Yi Ching had commissioned the auction, but now she was bidding for it herself. Was she trying to inflate the price? But it shouldn't be. 300 million has basically come to a head. He directly added 200 million. This posture clearly wants to shoot down the string of hands. Yi Ching breathed a sigh of relief. His heart was more confident. In that case, no matter how much he bids anyway, in the end, it is not a penny loss, not a penny gain. Xiaohe, who was on the side, was even more surprised. That string or you commissioned the auction. Xiaohe finally understood why Elder Ton was so nice to Yi Qing, and even arranged a separate private room. That's right, the second private room took the ancient tripod I wanted. How could I possibly let them have the string again? Yi Qing said with a naive smile at the corner of his mouth. Xiaohe narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed after a few seconds. So you want to trade the string for the ancient tripod? Yi Qing looked back at Xiaohe in surprise, as if he didn't expect her to be able to notice his intentions so quickly. Although right now the value of the string seemed to be much higher than the ancient cauldron, but to Yi Qing, that string was the trash. The medicine cauldron's role to Yi Qing was much more important and must be taken. Although it's a bit inappropriate to say this, I advise you that it's best not to mess with the people in the second private room. Xiaohe said with a complicated expression. I didn't want to mess with them, I just wanted to switch it up a bit. I think they should know how to make trade-offs. Yi Qing laughed. Inside the second private room, the old man in the tang suit rose up with an open heart, slamming his palm hard on the table, his eyes staring dead in the direction of the 11th private room below, the corners of his mouth twitching. Who is the person in this 11th private room? Dare to rob something with my Lu family? The handsome young man at the side also looked grave. I'll send someone to find out. The old man in the tang suit gasped a few mouthfuls of rough air and violently picked up the price counter. The youth hurriedly spoke. Grandpa, the price of 300 million is already a burden for us. 500 million. We can't afford to play with it. No matter, this magic weapon is not trivial. Even if the industry shrinks, we must take it down. The tang-suited old man insisted to, while pressing the meter again. But even then, he only increased the price by 100 million. The old man in tang looked embarrassed as he announced the new price. Of course he knew who the person in the 11th room was, and he was also a bit confused as to why Yi Qing himself had commissioned the auction item, but he himself had to shoot it down. In doing so the guests were also a bit unbelievable. There was a small booth that dared to bid against the second booth, and it was still a price of 500 million. This was not something that an ordinary family could support. Yi Qing laughed, casually picked up the meter. The second private room did not know that Yi Qing is the client of the string. On the bidding, the second private room did not have the slightest chance. The meter once again ticked. Tong Lao picked it up and looked at it, gulped, and said aloud with a serious look, the 11th private room, bidding, $1 billion. Snap. The teacup in the hands of the old man in tang suit was angrily slammed on the ground by him. 1 billion. He really can't afford it anymore. And the hearts of those guests were even more shocking waves. 510 million bids. This 11th private room even directly increased the price to 1 billion. Is his money blowing in the wind? In the end, the hammer fell. Yi Qing shot his own thing. The waiter quickly sent the thing to Yi Qing's private room. Yi Qing held the string in his hand, thinking carefully about his next move. Xiaohe opened his mouth and asked, what are you going to do? Go for the second private room now? Yi Qing nodded. It seemed like this was the only way now. Xiaohe sighed and spoke. This move of yours has completely angered the second private room. Yi Qing opened his mouth and was about to open his mouth to say something, when suddenly a knock sounded at the door and a waiter walked in and respectfully said to Yi Qing, Sir, the valued guest of the second private room has an invitation. Looks like it's impossible to hide. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth curved slightly. He didn't expect that the second private room would be so indolent. Do you want me to accompany you? Xiaohe said worriedly. She knew who the people in the second private room were, and she was worried that Yi Qing would be in danger if he was alone. No, I'm fine alone. You and Xiaobai go back first. I'll go back when I'm done. Yi Qing thought about it and said. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Tong Coco. Say thank you to your grandfather on my behalf. Thank him for today. Inside the second private room, the youth was holding a highball glass, sipping the high-grade red wine inside. Listening to his men's report, he said with some incredulity, You mean, that guy in the 11th private room, is a young man, and the identity is just a small supervisor of a bar? The henchman nodded his head in response. If Yi Qing was here at this moment, he would be shocked. This person in the second private room didn't know what his identity was, but he actually used such a fast speed to find out Yi Qing's identity. There is one more thing. This one called Yi Qing. He previously killed the 4 directions at Lei Tai's reception, and there are 4 other clans that forcefully protect Yi Qing, but his identity is indeed very usual. About this, my subordinate doesn't know why. According to the rumors, his personal strength is very strong. The old man in tang suit sneered and said, even if the personal force is strong, it's only one person, wanting to fight against our Lu family, that's looking for death. Qingfeng, how do you think we should handle this? Lu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, took a sip of the red wine in his cup and spoke. It's very simple. Since it's just an ordinary person, then just use the same method of dealing with ordinary people. Also, the auction item this time, that is, the string, seems to have been commissioned by this Yi Qing as well. The henchman once again broke out a shocking piece of news. The old man in the tang suit directly couldn't help himself as he glared angrily at his subordinate and spoke. To auction back what you commissioned yourself. This is clearly going against our Lu family. Hearing this news, Lu Qingfeng was also slightly stunned. Then he reacted, laughed and spoke. Grandpa, don't be in a hurry. What's going on? We'll see in a while. Leave everything to me. Chapter 53 Robbing in the Open. When Yi Qing came to the second private room, before he even entered the door, he saw several black-clad strong men standing outside the room. Rich families always like to have these bodyguards or whatever, although they look strong and sturdy, but most of the time they are just used to support the scene, and are not useful at all. Yi Qing walked to the door and reached out, ready to knock on the door, but one of the bodyguards dodged in front of Yi Qing and looked at him playfully with a provocative gaze. He didn't directly stop Yi Qing, but instead blocked in front of Yi Qing. That meant that at least he had already received notification that Yi Qing would be coming. As for why he was blocking Yi Qing, the reason was very simple. It was nothing more than the people inside wanting to give Yi Qing a downward spiral. This kind of mindset was really a bit ridiculous. Yi Qing laughed and spoke. You guys are the ones who told me to come. What are you blocking me for? I'm not blocking you. If you want to go in, just squeeze inside. The burly man shrugged his shoulders and said move. The other bodyguards on the side also burst into laughter. Yi Qing nodded solemnly. I see. I didn't expect you guys to have this kind of argument. It's me who is ignorant. After saying that, Yi Qing really squeezed towards the big man's side. That bodyguard was slightly stunned and let out a cold smile. His tower-like body was motionless as he waited for Yi Qing's action. In the next second, Yi Qing's shoulder had already pushed against the other party's side. Yi Qing's internal chi burst out, with a slight force, with a loud snap. That bodyguard's body was directly sent flying by Yi Qing, ruthlessly hitting the wall on one side, making a loud thud. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to be so weak. I haven't even used it yet. How come you flew out? Yi Qing spoke with feigned surprise. The other few bodyguards saw this also froze in place one by one. When they reacted, they immediately swarmed up to surround Yi Qing inside, staring viciously at Yi Qing, but no one made a move. Just kidding. Just now Yi Qing's action they saw very clearly. People just shoulder gently bump. Their side of the bodyguard was directly knocked away. This power simply can be called perverted. Right at this moment, the door of the room opened. A middle-aged man walked out. Seeing the scene in front of him, especially the bodyguard who couldn't stand up for half a day leaning against the wall, he was also shocked in his heart, but he covered it up well. His face instantly regained its calmness. Sorry, Yi Qing, right? These underlings of ours are negligent and may not have a very good attitude. I hope you'll bear with us, the middle-aged man said casually to Yi Qing. Attitude is okay, just a bit weaker. If you didn't say bodyguard, I thought it was a maid, Yi Qing said smilingly. One sentence immediately made the other few bodyguards blush one by one. They had always prided themselves on being the elites of the bodyguard world, and now that they were openly insulted by Yi Qing as maids, they checkpoint to collectively storm out. But reason eventually prevailed. Yi Qing had just slightly displayed his strength and knocked their companion off his feet, and now he wasn't even standing up. Even if they were to make a move, they wouldn't necessarily be able to curry any favors if they were to do it together. Alright, let's not talk about that now. Come in with me. Yi Qing followed the middle-aged man into the room. This room was much more upscale than Yi Qing's previous private room. The area was also much larger. Inside the bathroom, mahogany furniture, wine cabinet, everything. In the location of the private room near the hall, like the other small private rooms, there was also a floor-to-ceiling window. The light curtains were casually draped. The light in the room did not appear to be so bright, but it was not quite gray, very soft. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, there were a few sofas, one of which had a handsome young man sitting on it, while on the other was an old man in a tang suit. While Yi Qing was sizing up the other, these two were also scrutinizing Yi Qing. There was nothing noteworthy about these two people, but a man behind the youth caught Yi Qing's attention. This man was dressed in a suit. His body wasn't very strong and he wasn't very tall. He looked like an ordinary man that could be seen anywhere on the street. But Yi Qing realized that this man actually had the realm of the 8th level of chi refining. When Yi Qing looked at the man also seemed to glance at Yi Qing in a desperate manner, but then immediately turned his head back, seemingly without the slightest interest in Yi Qing. You're the Yi Qing from room number 11? The one who auctioned off that string? Lu Qingfeng picked up the red wine in his hand and casually asked. That's right, looking for me for something? Yi Qing asked, then very consciously made his way to the sofa on the side, raising his eyes to the coffee table in front of him, on which the ancient cauldron of killing life was being placed. It was thought that when they finished auctioning the ancient cauldron, the auctioneer sent over the stuff. Seeing Yi Qing's such a self-congratulatory action, Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly and directly opened the door and said, to commission something yourself and then auction it yourself. Could it be that your excellency has a stigma against my Lu family? Prejudice doesn't count. Yi Qing shook his head and withdrew his sight from above the ancient tripod before continuing. Just want to do a deal with you guys. Oh, tell me about it. Lu Qingfeng was slightly stunned, looking at Yi Qing with surprise. So far, Yi Qing's performance was enough to make him surprised. One must know that at this age, not anyone who meets a big shot can be as calm and natural as Yi Qing. Lu Qingfeng could tell that this calmness was not feigned. You guys auctioned off the ancient cauldron of killing life before and spent $50 million. This string, you guys were planning to spend $300 million. Oh no, it's $500 million to auction it off before, right? Yi Qing asked. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Say on, then it's very simple. How about we make an exchange? The string, which I'll put here, goes to you guys, and this ancient tripod goes to me. Yi Qing pulled out the string from his pocket, casually placed it on the coffee table and opened his mouth. Lu Qingfeng suddenly froze. This was something he hadn't thought about at all. For them, the role of the string was much greater than the ancient tripod. But this ancient tripod, the auction back was to honor the people over there. If the people over there were happy, only then would they be able to have smooth sailing for the Lu family. Therefore, this ancient tripod cannot be exchanged. Not a bad deal, but unfortunately, this ancient tripod is of great use to us and cannot be exchanged. Lu Qingfeng shook his head and said indifferently. Yi Qing frowned slightly. He thought that the other party would refuse, but he did not expect such a dry refusal. How about this? The ancient cauldron is still ours. The string, you also stay. Then, you can leave. Lu Qingfeng suddenly opened his mouth and filled a cup of wine for himself, smilingly looking at Yi Qing. The short man behind him also took a few steps out, looking at Yi Qing indifferently. Yi Qing was slightly stunned, but in his heart, he was relieved. Yi Qing was thinking before that if the other party didn't exchange it, he could only rob it with his hands, but it wasn't good to rob it the hard way after all. But he didn't expect. Yi Qing hadn't even started to rob, but the other party had already done it first. In this way, it gave Yi Qing a reason to snatch the ancient tripod over in an honorable manner. Seeing that Yi Qing didn't say anything, the expression on Lu Qingfeng's face became even more smug. I'm not asking you to think about it. I'm just informing you. There's nothing else to do, so you can leave. Oh yeah, remember my name. My name is Lu Qingfeng. Good. Yi Qing got up and nodded his head expressionlessly in response, then turned around and left. This was an auction house. Making a move here was definitely not a wise decision. To rob, there was no rush for a moment. Chapter 54, Taking Back What's Yours. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he got up and left with a decisiveness that was a bit unbelievable. He just agreed so easily? The old man in tang suit said in surprise, watching Yi Qing's back disappear in front of the entrance of the private room. He still felt a little unbelievable. Lu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he drank the wine in his cup and spoke. Do you think it's strange? There has never been anything that our Lu family wants to get that we can't get, and we've done this kind of thing more than once. But this fellow, it seems like he won't give up so easily. The middle-aged steward beside Lu Qingfeng said worriedly. Lu Qingfeng pondered for a few seconds and suddenly turned his head to the short man behind him and asked, "What do you think?" The man thought for a moment and said truthfully, "He's been here for less than 20 minutes. His posture hasn't changed, and his position, one of the easiest to make a counterattack, is not like being restrained, but more like being cautious, with a deep mind and a strong sense of wariness. At least it's a smart person." Lu Qingfeng nodded. "Forget it, don't mention him, it's just a small supervisor, can't turn over any waves, but someone who can commission an auction for something like this doesn't seem like an ordinary person." The middle-aged supervisor was still a little worried as he looked at the string on the coffee table. At the mention of the string, Lu Qingfeng immediately became interested. He raised his hand and picked up the string, putting it away solemnly before he spoke. "Such a magical thing. Do you think he made it with his own hands? In my opinion, it's just that he got lucky and didn't know where he plucked it from." The Lu family's party left the auction house and left directly, but no one knew that secretly, a pair of eyes were closely watching their whereabouts. 5 cars, 4 of which were specially modified off-road vehicles, huffed and puffed in front and behind, and in the center was a commercial vehicle. From the traces of the car's tires on the ground, it was easy to tell that the car had also been specially modified. Suburban Ring City Highway. 5 cars' speed is not particularly fast but very stable driving. 4 or 2 bodyguards off-road vehicle always in the middle of the business car to maintain a suitable distance. If an accident occurs, they can be the fastest speed to react to protect the middle of the vehicle. When the car traveled to a section of sparsely populated highway, suddenly a silhouette fell from the sky, a jackhammer directly in the middle of the front of the car. This person was naturally Yi Qing, who had been waiting for a long time. Yi Qing dared to rob his own things. If Yi Qing didn't get back his offense, that would not be Yi Qing's style. Yi Qing's arrogant figure, as if the Tower of Iron General ruthlessly smashed down. Hands snapped on the front cover of the commercial car. A loud bang. The front cover of the car was directly smashed out of a big pit. The engine inside was also directly by Yi Qing hands slapped into a pile of scrap metal. The car under high speed received the impact. The strong inertia immediately lifted the car up, flew out heavily, scratched with long sparks and finally stopped. Lu Qingfeng in the car was dizzy. The strong dizziness made him have the urge to vomit, while Elder Lu almost didn't swallow his breath directly by Yi Qing. At this moment, his face was also pale, and his body was trembling like a spasm. Yi Qing had a smile on his lips, clapped his hands, and raised his feet to walk over without any haste, and the 4 bodyguard SUV's reaction was also considered fast. Almost at the moment the car flipped out they stopped together. The door opened. A group of bodyguards couldn't care less about Yi Qing, rushed to the business car that flipped over. Yi Qing until the beginning was just standing not far away as an onlooker, waiting for Lu Qingfeng and Elder Lu to be pulled out from inside the car by the bodyguards before Yi Qing smiled. "How does it feel?" "It's you," Lu Qingfeng said through gritted teeth. His originally meticulously combed hairstyle also seemed like a chicken's nest at this moment, and the clothes on his body were torn several times, making him look wretched. "It's me." Yi Qing shrugged and laughed, turning his head to look. Elder Lu had fainted at some point. After all, he was a handful of years old, and that middle-aged steward's body was still alive. At this time there was still some sanity. Amongst these people, probably the only one who was intact right now was that short man at the 8th level of chi refining. At this time, the short man is still guarding at the side of Lu Qingfeng, looking at Yi Qing with a guarded look. Just now Yi Qing descended from the sky and directly used his own body to knock over the high-speed form of the commercial vehicle. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Lu Qingfeng had thought that Yi Qing wouldn't stop, but he didn't expect it to come so fast. "I'll cut the crap and get to the point. I'm here to get my stuff back." Yi Qing raised his feet towards Lu Qingfeng while speaking. Lu Qingfeng let out a cold smile and looked towards Yi Qing. The corner of his mouth hooked. "There's nothing wrong with wanting to get your things back, but are you sure you have the strength to get your things back?" After saying that, without hesitation, Lu Qingfeng droned to the group of bodyguards around him. "Kill him." Lu Qingfeng looked hideous. Those who knew him knew that at this moment, Lu Qingfeng was already in a state of violent anger. The surrounding bodyguards heard the order and without hesitation, they all pulled out pistols from their waists. A dozen or so people, a dozen or so pistols. The black holes of the guns were aimed at Yi Qing, as if they would turn Yi Qing into a hornet's nest at any moment. "Now do you still think you can get your things back?" Lu Qingfeng said with a loud laugh, sweeping away the previous gloom. Being able to see his opponent die in front of him in such a cowardly manner, Lu Qingfeng had always enjoyed this feeling. "It seems like it's a bit difficult, but I want to try." As soon as Yi Qing's words fell, Lu Qingfeng also spoke. "Shoot!" Bang! When the first shot rang out, Yi Qing's figure had already disappeared in place, dragging a long residual shadow. Yi Qing charged towards the group of bodyguards without retreating. The sound of gunshots were endless, but Yi Qing seemed like a loach weaving through the rain of bullets, and not a single bullet was able to hit Yi Qing. The short man's face changed drastically. With his current realm strength, if he prepared with all his might and focused all his attention, he could also dodge the bullets, but it was limited to just one. And what Yi Qing was doing right now, even he couldn't do it. Yi Qing's heart was also slightly relieved. The number of these bodyguards and pistols were not too many and not too few, just enough to allow Yi Qing to narrowly dodge under his peak speed. If the number of people was a bit more, Yi Qing guessed that there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Yi Qing had already rushed into the crowd. In this way, in order to avoid accidental injuries, these bodyguards couldn't shoot, and had chosen to fight in close combat. But with their strength to fight Yi Qing, it was a joke. Yi Qing rushed into the crowd, both fists waved, killing in all directions. Under the chi enhancement, each of Yi Qing's punches seemed like an iron hammer, but all the bodyguards that Yi Qing was cautious of were all led over on the ground in an instant, and never had the strength to get up again. In a short period of 5 minutes, Yi Qing stopped, and on the highway, a group of bodyguards were all lying on the ground. Chapter 55, both of them, a dozen or so tall bodyguards, all of them were now lying on the ground. They were rolling around in pain and howling miserably, but none of them were able to stand up, and even some of them had fainted to death when Yi Qing didn't have control over the force. Yi Qing smiled as he stood there, not even breathing heavily, as if he had just done nothing more than an insignificant thing. "Now, do you think I'm qualified?" Yi Qing said with a smile, but that smile looked as if a devil in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. The information that his men had gotten from before had mentioned that Yi Qing's personal combat power was very strong, but he had never imagined that Yi Qing's combat power would be so powerful to such an extent no matter what. It could be called perverted. A dozen or so burly as an ox bodyguards, each equipped with a gun, were actually unable to defeat Yi Qing with his bare hands. "Oh my god, what is this guy's identity in the end?" Lu Qingfeng looked unsightly. He couldn't even speak anymore. while the short man behind him stood out at this moment. "Young master, you go first, I'll stall him." The short man spoke indifferently, while rapidly condensing his power to its peak. Against Yi Qing, he was unsure. Lu Qingfeng was slightly stunned, gulped and struggled to get up, seeing that the middle-aged steward had already wrapped up the fainted elder Lu. Before he nodded his head and said, "All right, try to stall him as much as you can, and you'll be rewarded heavily in the future." Yi Qing didn't stop and didn't say anything, directly lifting his foot towards Lu Qingfeng. "If you want to pass, pass me first." After the short man finished speaking, he took an arrow step and blocked in front of Lu Qingfeng, staring at the Yi Qing in front of him with a deadly stare. At the same time, he slammed his fist towards Yi Qing. It seemed like he really wanted to stall Yi Qing. Yi Qing sighed, casually raised his hand and grabbed the shorter man's fist. The other party immediately realized that the force from his fist was poured out cleanly in an instant. Afterwards, with a click, Yi Qing directly twisted his wrist, and with a casual fling, the short man's body was directly thrown out by Yi Qing, and crashed into an off-road vehicle on the side with a loud bang. The strong impact caused the buggy to almost get smashed over, and the short man also fainted directly. Yi Qing's power at his peak state was as terrifying as this. With one hand and one move, he had solved the martial artist at the 8th level of Qi refining. "You're not so good at this level either." Yi Qing skimmed his mouth. At this time, Lu Qingfeng was ready to get on the car. It was one of the bodyguard's SUVs. As long as he got on the car without any problems, he was confident that Yi Qing wouldn't be able to catch up with him. But right at this moment, he also heard that loud bang of Pang, and subconsciously turned his head to look. But he was right in front of Yi Qing's face that was close at hand. Lu Qingfeng exclaimed in shock, stomping behind the king back. In his arms, he was still holding the ancient cauldron of killing life that he had previously placed in the trunk of the car. It was ridiculous to say that at a time like this, Lu Qingfeng actually did not forget about his treasure. If he hadn't gone to that overturned business car to fetch the ancient tripod, maybe now Lu Qingfeng would have gotten into the car. But just now, it had also been his last chance. "Where's the string?" Yi Qing faintly opened his mouth, while stretching out a hand. Where did Lu Qingfeng dare to hesitate? He hurriedly reached into his pocket and pulled out a scented capsule, handing it over to Yi Qing's hand. Yi Qing didn't even look at it before putting the scented capsule into his pocket. The string inside. Yi Qing, evil king's true, I could feel the scent as soon as he swept it. It couldn't be faked. I things have given you. You let me go. It was my fault before. Wait, when did you give me the stuff? Yi Qing said teasingly with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Qingfeng was slightly stunned and suddenly reacted to something in general, immediately tightening the ancient tripod in his arms. Either give me the ancient cauldron, or I kill you and take it myself. You choose. Yi Qing spoke without haste, but my patience is limited. The time left for you to consider may not be much. Make good use of it. Lu Qingfeng's face was ugly for a while. He had already seen Yi Qing's methods. If he didn't give it to Yi Qing, it was hard to guarantee that Yi Qing would not really kill him. All right, I'll give it to you. Lu Qingfeng shouted and decisively handed the ancient tripod in his arms to Yi Qing. Right choice. Yi Qing smiled, reached out and took the ancient tripod, turned around and left. He had no intention of killing Lu Qingfeng. Oh right, remember my name. My name is Yi Qing. Yi Qing said emphatically after what Lu Qingfeng had said to himself in the private room earlier. Looking at Yi Qing's departing back, Lu Qingfeng's complexion was hideously twisted. His teeth were clenched. His body was trembling violently. Humiliation and anger made Lu Qingfeng almost go crazy. Lu Qingfeng looked up to the sky and let out a roar. Kill! I must kill you! Yi Qing! Young master! What now? The middle-aged steward looked at Lu Qingfeng with some fear. It had been a long time since he had seen someone who could push Lu Qingfeng to such an extent. Lu Qingfeng twisted his head to look at the still unconscious elder Lu. Go back first. Yi Qing knew that Lu Qingfeng would surely hate him to the bone, but didn't care in the slightest. He was alone. If Lu Qingfeng was going to come against him, he would just take it all, taking the ancient tripod back to his own residence. At this time the sky is still early. Chuyu is still not back. After thinking about it, Yi Qing put the ancient tripod in his room, then took the piece of lightning strike wood that was casually thrown outside by Yi Qing and brought it to the house. Kidding aside, it was more or less wrong to have such a valuable thing outside in the sun and wind. The Dan furnace was also available, and Yi Qing had now reached the first grade realm, and was considered to be able to refine some real pills. But what made Yi Qing a bit distressed was that the medicinal ingredients he needed were not available. The medicinal herbs needed to refine a true elixir were not something that could be compared to those ordinary medicinal herbs sold by the caddy in the herb store. Where to go to take care of the herbs? Yi Qing was a little bitter. He had only seen one pine roses grass enough for his requirements up to now, but last time it was also used up by Yi Qing because he wanted to advance. Now Yi Qing was empty of a Dan furnace, but no matching herbs. This made Yi Qing a little toothy. thinking about the momentary glory of his previous life. When did he ever worry about medicinal herbs? Anyone? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Yi Qing quizzically turned his head to look, and was seeing a youth probing his head towards the inside. Something wrong? Yi Qing asked casually. The youth sniffed before walking into the courtyard, looked around and said with a puzzled face, I want to ask, does Chuyu live here? Hearing the other party mention Chuyu, only then did Yi Qing take a serious look at the youth in front of him. This youth was lean and the clothes on his body were deliberately dressed as a gangster. Yi Qing's brows immediately furrowed. You're looking for Chuyu for something? She really lives here? The youth's eyes lit up. Great. Then where is she? You haven't answered my words. Yi Qing spoke indifferently. In Yi Qing's opinion, this was a punk staring at Chuyu. The youth seemed to notice Yi Qing's hostility, immediately reacted after a slight freeze, and spoke with a slap on the head. Right. Sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chu Chen. I'm Chuyu's younger brother. Is my sister not here? Chapter 56. Maybe I can help you. Chu Chen? Or Chuyu's younger brother? Yi Qing raised his eyes and looked carefully for a few moments. The two of them really did have a few similarities in their appearance, and only then did Yi Qing relax his guard. She's not off duty yet, Yi Qing said casually, counting the time and continued. But it's almost time. You wait here for her. Chu Chen nodded, looked Yi Qing up and down, and asked, Are you, brother-in-law, HM? Yi Qing was slightly stunned. Do you all live here? Chu Chen continued to ask. Yes. Wow, you guys really live together, Chu Chen exclaimed. Wrong, we're just sharing a room. Your sister and I, we're just friends, Yi Qing explained. He didn't want this bastard to misunderstand anything. Chu Chen, however, did not take it seriously and said, Hey no, ordinary friends, but just temporary, right? Ha. I have never seen my sister and others share a rent. She can do so, clearly from the brother you can share a sha. Yi Qing brain door floated over a trace of black line, once again emphasized, I and your sister really is not what you think. Then tell me, do you have a girlfriend? Chu Chen asked undeterred. Yi Qing thought about it, although nominally he was now boyfriend and girlfriend with Yu Shuyao, but that was just a misunderstanding, and Yu Shuyao was just fooling around. It couldn't be true, so he opened his mouth and said, No, that's not it, as long as it's a normal man, and my sister under the same roof, how can it not be moved? Could it be that you like men? Chu Chen seems to find a new continent generally shouted. You're the one who likes men. Just at this time, Chuyu suddenly came in from outside. Seeing Chu Chen, her eyebrows immediately frowned, a long way away. I heard you chirping and whimpering. Why did you come? Sister, you're back. Chu Chen greeted with a hefty smile. Chuyu looked at Yi Qing, and then looked at Chu Chen, frowning. You look for me quasi no good. Say it, why come? Hey, sis, I want to borrow you a little more money. No, Chuyu categorically said. Sister, why so stingy? I'm not pay back. When I became our club's hall master, that can be the big brother level. You that a little money, sooner or later back to you law. Chuyu laughed, opened, I'll give you a calculation. Not counting the one that I went to school to manage your food expenses, you borrowed me a total of more than 70,000. What do you take back? Social big brother. Chu Chen looked embarrassed and stood in place. He also did not think all borrowed so much. I want to borrow is not much, just $30,000 well. Chu Chen insisted. Chuyu rolled her eyes. You kill me. Yi Qing on the side was also curious. He knew that Chuyu's condition was not good, but now it seemed that most of it was used to succor this younger brother. $30,000. Of course Chuyu couldn't take it out. What do you need that much money for? Yi Qing asked casually. If it was an emergency, Yi Qing would be able to help. But the next Chu Chen's answer directly dispelled Yi Qing's idea. Brother-in-law. It's like this. What about our club? Want to move up the ranks? I'll be able to climb up to the position of the hall master, under the hands of at least 100 little brothers. Think about it. How awesome. And when the hall master, light hand protection fee, that is a sure thing business. Yi Qing's mouth corner twitched. Never heard of which club's hall master has to be bought with money. Can you stop messing around with these things? Not doing your job all day, is that something you should be doing? Chuyu said angrily. You weren't honest when you went to school, and now you still don't have a long memory. Those people are cheating you out of your money. It won't be another 30,000 short and I'll be a hall master. You'll know the truth by then. Chu Chen shook his head and said with a determined look. It seemed that he was quite poisoned. Nowadays, these youngsters, graduated from school, stepped into the society, received the influence of the Gojiao series of movies. In their head all day long is to become a big brother in society. To ask them to work pragmatically, that's don't even want to think about it. Seeing that Chuyu still looked angry, Chu Chen looked at Yi Qing with some embarrassment. Brother-in-law, You help me persuade my sister. When I'm developed, if my brother-in-law is in trouble, my little brother will stick his knife in both sides. What brother-in-law? Chuyu was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. That, misunderstanding, ha. Yi Qing touched his nose and said, then suddenly looked at Chu Chen, without your sister, maybe I can give you a hand. Ha. Chu Chen slightly froze, his eyes brightened up, and he excitedly said, really? If I can say it, it's naturally true. However, I'm going to go with you, Yi Qing said after some thought. Chuyu on the side anxiously said, Yi Qing, why are you also following him blindly? He's just fooling around and being cheated. Don't worry about it, leave it to me. Yi Qing confidently smiled at Chuyu, then pulled Chu Chen and went out. Brother-in-law, you really want to go with me? Chu Chen asked with some surprise. Well, when I see your big brother, I'll personally give him money and you'll be promoted. Yi Qing casually prevaricated. As soon as the promotion was mentioned, Chu Chen immediately had the spirit, nodding his head like a chicken pecking rice, then straddling his second-hand motorcycle, all the way to the dust with black smoke. In the end, Chu Chen brought Yi Qing to stop at the entrance of a bar. The scale of the bar looked good, but entering inside made Yi Qing's brows immediately wrinkle. In terms of area, this bar was about the same size as Xiaohi's bar, but inside it was pandemonium, cigarettes mixed with the rushing alcohol fumes, causing Yi Qing to immediately feel like he wanted to vomit. Brother Chen. The few gangsters passing by greeted Chu Chen. Chu Chen seemed to be very proud. This is our hall. I'm new to the hall for a short time, but I'm mixing pretty well. Yi Qing's heart laughed. It seemed that this one really wasn't a general brainwashed. Just a short while after the two left, a few of the gangsters were talking, but it's just a too little cutie. He really thinks he's a big brother. Just bear with it. When Brother Yang has drained this kid, then it's not too late to teach him a lesson. Deep inside the bar was a long corridor, and at the end of the corridor was a staircase leading to the second floor. According to Chu Chen, the first floor of this bar was for business, while the second floor was a private place, and the big brother Chu Chen worshipped was up there, known as Brother Yang. Brother Yang has a face in this area, basically covered. Brother-in-law, you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Chu Chen patted his chest and said, bringing Yi Qing to the second floor. Take a look, Yi Qing said casually. There were still some punks on patrol and such. Seeing Chu Chen and Yi Qing, they didn't ask too many questions, greeted them and let them go. Inside a luxurious suite on the second floor, Yi Qing met the young brother in Chu Chen's mouth. Chapter 57, Big Brother Becomes a Dog. Brother Yang, full name Wang Yang, was also a famous gangster in the neighborhood, but Yi Qing had never heard of it as all. Chu Chen is here. When Wang Yang saw Chu Chen, he immediately brightened up and hurriedly greeted him. Brother Yang. Chu Chen smiled and greeted, then pulled Yi Qing to make it to the sofa on the side. This brother is? Oh, this is my brother-in-law, Chu Chen introduced. Brother-in-law? Wang Yang was slightly stunned, not knowing what Chu Chen was up to, but he still smiled and said, since it's your brother-in-law, then it's your own brother. Come and play often in the future. That's natural. I also hope that in the future, Brother Yang will cover more, Chu Chen said smilingly. Yi Qing casually swept a glance. This big brother, there is no big brother look, rather like a drug addict, thin and pitiful. In addition to this, there are several tattooed little brothers standing aside. Right, how is the thing that I discussed with you last time? Wang Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, as long as you pay another $30,000, I'll give you a position as a hall master. Mentioning this, Chu Chen immediately came energized, nodded his head excitedly and said, Brother Yang, I came here today just for this matter. My brother-in-law said that he has money. He helped me pay this money, and I'll return it to him when I receive the protection fee. Oh, Wang Yang's eyes lit up as he looked at Yi Qing. What is this brother's name? Yi Qing smiled and spoke. It doesn't matter what my name is. What matters is that I don't have any money. Ha! Chu Chen and Wang Yang both looked at Yi Qing with Chu Chen, what does this mean? You came to trick me? Wang Yang seemed a bit huffy and frowned. Chu Chen was also startled and hurriedly said to Yi Qing, brother-in-law, what are you doing? You didn't say this when you came before. Say whatever you want. I don't have any money anyway. Yi Qing leaned on the sofa with a big horse and casually said, brother-in-law, you'll get me killed like this. Chu Chen was so anxious that he was about to cry. Wang Yang immediately stood up after hearing this. He gazed at Yi Qing for a few seconds, then turned his head to look at Chu Chen and sneered coldly. Chu Chen, you should know what happens when you fool me. Today, $30,000 paid enough. No matter what happens to you, either break your leg, you choose. Chu Chen's face instantly went pale for a while. He once again turned his head to look at Yi Qing and spoke. Brother-in-law, no matter what, you help me pay the money first. I'll pay you back when I've had enough of the protection money. Really, don't fool me like this. It'll kill someone. Yi Qing ignored Chu Chen, but but looked up at Wang Yang and asked, "How much did you charge him in total?" "More than 70,000. "Why?" Wang Yang said casually without any doubt. "More than 70,000. Yi Qing nodded slightly. It seemed like Chu Chen had handed over all the money he borrowed from his sister. Before, Yi Qing wondered why Chi lived that tight. It is reasonable to say that a girl so tight, now this society, casually good a post salary is also enough for Chu Yu to spend. Now it seems that it is entirely because she has Chu Chen, this stupid brother. "Nothing. Return all the money you took from Chu Chen now, and I'll pretend that today's matter hasn't happened." Yi Qing's complexion had gone cold. Wang Yang hadn't said anything yet, but Chu Chen was in a hurry. "Brother-in-law, you can't take it back. I still have to be the hall master." Snap. Chu Chen's words hadn't finished yet. It was directly interrupted by Yi Qing's slap. Chu Chen was a little confused, looked up at Yi Qing. Those eyes full of killing aura made Chu Chen's heart tremble fiercely. Thinking about how hard Chu Yu lived, the money that was not easy to earn was all spoiled by this stupid brother to these punks who were also stupid. Yi Qing had the urge to strangle him, a slap thrown out. Chu Chen also honest. He was a little afraid to look at Yi Qing. Yi Qing's eyes just now let him now feel cold. Wang Yang laughed out loud and said, "Brother, this is one of the funniest jokes I've heard today. Can you say it again?" "Yes, return the money you took from Chu Chen now in its entirety," Yi Qing said coldly, and added at the end, "I'm only going to say it twice. You better not make me repeat it a third time." "Oh, interesting. Unfortunately, I still didn't hear it. Now, please say it a third time," Wang Yang said unhurriedly, and the few punks around him were also looking at Yi Qing with unfavorable expressions. Yi Qing nodded and directly lifted his foot towards Wang Yang. He knew that in this situation, it was useless to say more. The only way to solve the problem was to use his fists. A few punks saw this. Where could they allow Yi Qing to act recklessly? They pounced towards Yi Qing in unison. Yi Qing did not fear to face. A fist smashed in the chest of the gangster. The gangster let out a cry of pain. The whole person just flew out more than 10 meters, before heavily smashed on the side of the liquor cabinet. With a loud bang, the wine cabinet was smashed over, and the wine was scattered all over the place. A few other gangsters looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. A punch can send people flying more than 10 meters. What concept is this? In the time they were stunned, Yi Qing had already walked in front of Wang Yang. Wang Yang looked at the murderous Yi Qing in front of him with some fear. His voice trembled a little and said, "You, what do you want to do?" Yi Qing didn't say anything, directly reached out and grabbed Wang Yang's hair, then vigorously pressed down, directly slapping Wang Yang's head on the glass coffee table in front of him. Yi Qing with anger shot. The force was naturally not small. With a loud bang, that coffee table was directly split into pieces. Wang Yang's head was also a bloody mess. It looked creepy. Such a ruthless means to make the crowd present all changed their faces greatly. Chu Chen was also a little scared, although he had always believed in the set of the kooks on weekdays, but now that he had seen Yi Qing's thunderous means with his own eyes, as well as Wang Yang's bloody head, Chu Chen's heart was filled with a burst of fear. A gangster closest to the door saw this and knew that he had hit a hard spot today, and rushed out without saying a word. Yi Qing noticed but didn't stop it. He would beat up as many of these jerks that came today. "This is the big brother you worship?" Yi Qing teasingly looked at Chu Chen and asked, while lifting Wang Yang's head up. Zhang Chang's mouth was foaming with blood. His speech was a little slurred, and he looked miserable. Chu Chen stammered, half unable to speak. In the past, in Chu Chen's concept, Wang Yang had always been a ruthless social big brother, but now he was casually put together by Yi Qing as a dog. Yi Qing lifted Wang Yang's head in front of himself and said with his ear, "Do you still want to hear me say it a third time now?" "No, no more, no more." Wang Yang's voice was a bit hoarse, and his entire body was still in a state of confusion. "Very well, then return the money." Yi Qing nodded and said in a serious manner, but right at this moment, a thunderous voice rang out from outside the door. "Damn, who dares to cause trouble in my territory?" Chapter 58, Big Brother's Big Brother's Big Brother. Hearing this voice, Yi Qing was also slightly stunned, and then, a heavy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, because this voice was actually Huang Debiao's voice. Huang Debiao was also annoyed. This sub is also considered to be under his hand. It has been a long time since he came. In the past few days, one of the legs that was broken by Yi Qing happened to be almost recovered, so he came to take a look, but I did not expect to just open to hear someone in their own field trouble. If he does not care, in the future Wang Yang how to obediently pay him? Entering the door, Huang Debiao saw Wang Yang who was being carried by Yi Qing at a glance, and he was also startled. But at this time, Yi Qing's back was facing him. He didn't see Yi Qing's appearance. He just felt that the other party's back seemed somewhat familiar, but Huang Debiao didn't take it seriously. After seeing that Yi Qing was just a person, he was relieved in his heart. No matter how hard the point is, it's just a person who dares to come and make trouble. "Do you think you're Yi Qing, brother? A little heavy-handed." right? Dare to make trouble in my venue. I think you're tired of living, Huang Debiao said with a fierce smile, and the group of gangsters behind him hollered and surrounded him. Next to him, Chu Chen's face was already white and bloodless. The Huang Debiao in front of him, he had seen it before. It was Wang Yang's big brother. It's over. It's over. It's going to be planted here today, Chu Chen said with a crying face. He rushed out with an arrow step, blocking in front of Yi Qing, and spoke, Brother Biao, today's matter, the responsibility is all on me. It has nothing to do with my brother-in-law. Just let him go. No matter what you do to me, I admit it. Even if it breaks both of my legs, I admit it, Chu Chen said through clenched teeth. Yi Qing was a little surprised. This goods at the critical moment actually still have this figure, also considered rare. Huang Debiao looked at Chu Chen and frowned. Which onion are you? Get the hell out of here. What I'm looking for today is this asshole who dares to come and cause trouble. Saying that, he directly barred Chu Chen and kicked him aside. And just as the group of punks were about to rush towards Yi Qing suddenly turned around slowly, a smile on his face, a warm breeze and warmth, and said in a fluttering voice, Huang Debiao ah, long time no see. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, and then seeing that face that appeared in his nightmares every night, Huang Debiao actually involuntarily screamed. Those gangsters were startled. They were surprised to look at Huang Debiao. What is a good scream? New way? To scare each other? Right. Yes. It must be like this. Yi Qing. No. Yi brother. Huang Debiao's face instantly became ugly. Without saying a word, he plopped down and kowtowed a few times to Yi Qing before speaking. Today's matter really has nothing to do with me. I'm also completely unaware of it. Get up and speak. Yi Qing casually threw the dead dog like Wang Yang to the side of the sofa and spoke. But how could Huang Debiao dare to get up? One of his legs had just recovered, and now that he saw Yi Qing it seemed to hurt again. I said get up and talk. Didn't you understand? Yi Qing said with a slight frown. With a swish, Huang Debiao scurried up. Yo, that leg has recovered well. It can even jump. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes and smiled. Still, okay. Huang Debiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing a group of gangsters still dazedly surrounding Yi Qing and looking at himself, he immediately roared. Still surrounding to you ah? Can't you see that this is Brother Yi? All get lost. Joking. Yi Qing even Lei Gang and Lei Tai dared to go head on, and up to now are intact. This is not something he can deal with. In Huang Debiao's concept, Yi Qing is the kind of hand to kill their own are not much of an absolute big brother. Actually not much trouble. This one called Chu Chen is the brother of a friend of mine. He was cheated of $70,000 here. I came to collect the money to come. Yi Qing thought about it and said, since Huang Debiao had shown up, there was no need to continue inking with Wang Yang. Chu Chen stood aside and heard his name, which was a shock to react. But what is the scene in front of him? Huang Debiao was the big brother's big brother. When he saw Yi Qing, he even directly knelt down to Yi Qing. Then what is the identity of Yi Qing? That is more than the big brother of the big brother of the big brother ah. Huang Debiao was slightly stunned, although the details of it weren't very clear, but he didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly shouted, prepare 100,000 for Brother Yi to bring over. Hurry. No. Yi Qing waved his hand. I just came to get my 70,000 back. Don't want more. That's good. Hurry up. Still ing ink. Prepare 70,000 over. Huang Debiao continued to roar. Soon, there were henchmen trembling to bring over a neat 7 stacks of money. That is, $70,000. Brother Yi, look, this is 70,000, and there's 10,000 for me to personally honor you. Huang Debiao pushed the 70,000 in front of Yi Qing and took out another 10,000 fawningly. Yi Qing turned out 10,000 and casually threw it onto Wang Yang's body. Give him this 10,000 to send to the hospital. Chu Chen, bring the money. Let's go. Before leaving the door, Yi Qing seemed to think of something in general, turned his head and said, Huang Debiao, we actually have no grudges and no hatred. At that time in the bar, just because you insulted Sister Xia, so I was scared of the heavy hand, but it is a little sorry. Today's matter had Huang Debiao's handling, but it was a lot simpler, reasonably speaking, to be thankful. Huang Debiao was shocked and said with fear and trepidation, dare not dare. Brother Yi's lesson is. Yi Qing nodded and was about to turn around when Huang Debiao suddenly shouted, Brother Yi, wait, can I borrow a step to talk? Yi Qing hesitated for a few seconds, but still nodded. The two walked to the side of a separate private room with only 2 people. Huang Debiao confirmed that no one was eavesdropping outside the door. Only then did he speak in a low voice, Brother Yi, even though my position is not enough to reach certain levels, but recently, from Lei Gang's mouth, I still heard some movements. Lei Gang's older brother, that is, the Lei Tai you've seen before, seems to be joining forces with other big names to deal with Brother Yi. It's best for Brother Yi to be more careful. Oh, Yi Qing looked at Huang Debiao with surprise. What he was surprised about was not that Lei Tai wanted to deal with himself. After all, when he had beaten Lei Tai's face alive in front of so many clans, and also killed Lei Tai's subordinate Liang Xiaojie, this kind of thing was something that an individual would probably not be able to let go of. Please also surprised that Huang Debiao would tell himself these things. I also just heard Lei Gang mention some, but I didn't ask more. You also know, doing our line of work, knowing more is not a good thing. Huang Debiao sighed and said, then why are you telling me this? This was what Yi Qing was most curious about. Huang Debiao choked violently, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. I want to follow you. With me? Yi Qing immediately reflected, smiled oddly and spoke. I'm not a social big brother. Forget it. Chapter 59, Sister and Brother. On the way back, Shu Chen straddled his second-hand motorcycle, bursting with black smoke. He straightened his body and didn't dare to move. Yi Qing sitting behind him made him feel like he was on pins and needles. Arriving at the door of the house, Yi Qing was about to enter the door. Suddenly heard Shu Chen stammering, that, brother-in-law. Well, no, brother Yi, can I follow you? Yi Qing was slightly stunned, and jerked his head to look at Shu Chen, who looked bland, completely unable to see what was on Yi Qing's mind at the moment. Follow me for what? Yi Qing spoke faintly. You're the social big brother. Of course I have to follow you, Shu Chen said thoughtfully. First, I'm not a big brother of society. Second, if you want to gain status, it's not the only way. I'm not a big brother of society, but I can make those big brothers of society treat me with respect. That's ability. Understand? Yi Qing said in a serious tone. But I still want to follow you. Become a social big brother. How scenic. His words have not finished. Suddenly was Yi Qing grabbed the front lapel. Shu Chen was shocked, surprised to look at Yi Qing. Yi Qing did not say anything, directly dragged Shu Chen to the courtyard. At this time it was late, but Shu Yu did not rest. She was worried about Yi Qing and Shu Chen. Seeing the two men come in, Shu Yu was relieved, but seeing the two men like this, she was still shocked. Yi Qing, Shu Chen, you, what are you doing? Yi Qing didn't answer Chu Yu's words, dragging Shu Chen to the table with several plates of Chu Yu's fried dishes on it. Look at what your sister eats every day. Green vegetables, radish, not even a bit of oil stars. How about you? Good wine and meat every day. Have you thought about your sister's feelings? Yi Qing yelled at Shu Chen. Shu Chen was stunned by Yi Qing's yelling. Looking down, he was also surprised, looking at several plates of dishes, but using the cheapest dishes in the market right now. Sis, didn't you say you're living a good life? Shu Chen Aaron said. His throat seemed to be clogged with something in general. Good, oh, Yi Qing sneered. In today's society, how much income can a job bring your sister? The money that she saves up every day. All of them were hobbled by you to those scum. When your sister first came here to rent an apartment, she couldn't even afford to pay a few $100s of rent a month. Do you know that? Saying this, Yi Qing even couldn't help but to throw another slap. In fact, treating this kind of goods, if it wasn't for the fact that he was Chu Yu's younger brother, Yi Qing would have kicked him away long ago. Where would he still talk nonsense with him? Shu Chen opened his mouth, his heart trembling. Chu Yu sat where she was a little embarrassed. Indeed, the meal in front of her was indeed a little sketchy. However, what Yi Qing said was also true. She only had this one brother. Her parents died early. She didn't care who cared. You intermittently from your sister here took $70,000. But you know this $70,000 need your sister how hard to earn back? Don't you have any feelings at all? Those bastards are cheating you. Yi Qing continued to roar, and certain things that were suppressed in his heart were vented by Yi Qing without restraint. Shu Chen's eyes moistened. He took 2 steps forward and handed over the package in his hand to Chu Yu's hand. Then with a plop, he knelt down. Shu Chen, what are you doing? Chu Yu was startled and hurriedly tried to prop Shu Chen up. Sister, don't mind me, just let me kneel. For so many years, it's all because I'm too willful. I didn't estimate your feelings at all. It's my fault. It's my fault, Shu Chen said with a crying face. Chu Yu didn't know what to say, but she was still very happy that Shu Chen could behave like this now. There's a saying called the return of the prodigal son. You're still young now. There's still a long road behind you. We'll just start over. Shu Yu reached out and touched Shu Chen's head. You will always be my favorite brother. These words caused Shu Chen to no longer be able to hold back a wow and burst into tears. A big man, just so bluntly cried out. His heart was incomparably remorseful. Yi Qing continued to speak beside him. Also, I'm not a social big brother, and I definitely won't let you follow me. But if I know you're fooling around with those people again, I'll break your legs. Is that clear? Shu Chen hurriedly nodded. Brother-in-law. I know. I won't dare anymore. What brother-in-law? What are you talking blindly about? Chu Yu shouted strangely. Aren't you guys boyfriend and girlfriend? Shu Chen was slightly stunned and asked in surprise. Of course not. Yi Qing jumped the gun and said with a speechless face. Shu Yu's complexion was lost for a moment, but returned to normal in an instant. Alright, not to talk about those things, what did you give me this package for? Puzzled, Shu Yu opened it and looked at it, and was shocked. Where did you get so much money from? It's the money I gave to those punks before. Today brother-in-law brought me here to get this money back. Sis, I'll give him back to you. Shu Chen thought about it and said. Shu Yu looked at Yi Qing in amazement. Yi Qing had actually brought Shu Chen to break into the other party's territory and even asked for the money back. And they didn't make things difficult for you? Shu Yu asked strangely. No. Shu Chen shook his head. Mentioning this, he immediately became excited. Sister, you don't know how powerful brother-in-law is. At that time, that big brother. Speaking here, Shu Chen suddenly saw Yi Qing's eyes that faintly looked at himself, and immediately his heart snapped, awkwardly scratched his head, and said, Sis doesn't allow me to say it. I won't say it. Anyway, in short, brother-in-law is very powerful just right. Come on, this title of brother-in-law, it was kind of called smooth, it was hard to change it over. Yi Qing waved his hand. Forget it, just let him be. Yi Qing, thanks for today, Shu Yu said to Yi Qing with a smile, a pair of eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. It was the first time Yi Qing had seen Shu Yu so happy, and he followed suit. Tonight it was already late. That bar Shu Chen couldn't go, so he could only temporarily stay on Yi Qing's side tonight. Yi Qing's room, but not messy, after all, Yi Qing most of the time are not in the room, even in the room, but also as cultivation, do not do anything. Furnishings are also less pathetic. In addition to an old table, is a bed, 2 people squeezed, then, barely able to make do. But Yi Qing didn't intend to make do. He planned to go back to the Green Harvest bar. After the auction house, it was time to go back to the bar to have a look. Wow, brother-in-law, you still have antiques here. Shu Chen looked at the life-killing ancient tripod on the table in surprise and said in amazement. It's fine to sleep here, don't touch my things, got it? After Yi Qing finished speaking, he smoothly put the blackish thing on the table back into his pocket. This thing that those men in black desperately wanted to chase back last time, it was definitely not something ordinary. Just what exactly does it do? Yi Qing hadn't researched it yet. Okay, Shu Chen hurriedly agreed. In Shu Chen's mind, Yi Qing was a big brother that even Jiang Hu big brother had to kneel down when he saw him. It was his Shu Chen's idol, and he listened to Yi Qing's words. Chapter 63 Little Tales. Seeing Yi Qing return, the bartenders and security guards in the bar greeted each other. Although Yi Qing is now a supervisor, but unlike Zhang Chang at the time, Yi Qing is kind and gentle to everyone, not the slightest bit of shelf. People are not bad. Yi Qing didn't even ask, went straight to Xia He's office. If no surprise, Xia He must be in the office. In Yi Qing's memory, it seems that except for the office, Xia He has never been to other places. Sister Xia, still not resting. Yi Qing knocked on the door and pushed in after getting permission, casually asking, have you ever seen me rest so early? Xia He skimmed her mouth and said. After saying that, Xia He subconsciously picked up the cigarette case and habitually took one in his mouth. But before he had the chance to light it, he was snatched by Yi Qing who grabbed the lighter, and at the same time, incidentally, even the cigarette that was in Xia He's mouth was snatched over. Xia He slightly froze, looking at Yi Qing as if nothing had happened. Will be stained with their own saliva of cigarettes without a care in the mouth. It was not easy to come back to the spirit, only then pulled out another cigarette in the mouth, and then looked at Yi Qing. Her lighter was still in Yi Qing's hand. Yi Qing casually lit it, and then casually threw the lighter in the trash can with a poof. Xia He was depressed for half a day. Then she gave Yi Qing a grudging look, and resentfully put the cigarette back into the cigarette case. In fact, she didn't really want to smoke. Very often, smoking was just a habit. This cigarette is good, but smoking is harmful to health. You'd better smoke less. Yi Qing puffed for a while before speaking. Never seen you smoke. Don't you never smoke? Xia He asked. Suddenly I want to smoke. When he was in college, Yi Qing also smoked, but then because of Wang Yujiao, Yi Qing hardened and quit. After all, smoking is still very costly. You came to find me more than just to grab me a cigarette and lose my Zippo Collector's Edition lighter. Xia He casually asked. Yi Qing slightly stunned, surprised, looked down at the trash can. He also did not expect that lighter so precious. There's really something to consult with Sister Xia. Say it. Yi Qing thought for a moment and extinguished the cigarette in his hand before asking. Sister Xia has been in Jinghai City for so long. Have you ever heard of where there are good medicinal herbs? Herbs? What do you want those for? Xia He asked oddly. Naturally there is a use for it. Does Sister Xia know? Xia He lazily whisked the messy hair in front of her forehead, thought for a moment and opened her mouth. There really is such a place, but it's been a long time since I've been there. I don't know if I still remember the road. Oh, what place? Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He was out of ideas. so he wanted to ask Xiaohe if he knew such a place. In Yi Qing's opinion, Xiaohe was also considered a reigning figure in Jinghai City back then, so maybe there would be clues too. Xiaohe glanced at Yi Qing and spoke, "That's a medicine garden, but it's late today. Tomorrow I'll drive you there. That place, ordinary people can't get in." "Okay, then I'll come back tomorrow morning." Yi Qing nodded. Since this was the case, it would have to be. If he could find the right medicinal herbs, that would be really great. After Yi Qing left, Xiaohe nestled her body into the soft seat again, picking up the cigarette case with her hand, but immediately put it down again resentfully. The lighter had all been thrown into the trash by Yi Qing just now. She was too lazy to pick it up. That night, Yi Qing was on duty at the bar. By the next morning, Yi Qing appeared in Xiaohe's office again. Xiaohe's body was nestled within the sofa, lazily as if a kitten. "You were here all night?" Yi Qing said in surprise. "Aha," Xiaohe answered, squinted her eyes and stood up from the seat, stretching her delicate body before continuing. "Let's go." It was still Xiaohe's favorite red Ford Mustang, and this time, Yi Qing sat in the passenger seat. "Didn't see Xiaobai. Where did she go?" Yi Qing couldn't help but ask. During this period of time, Xiaobai was tired of Xiaohe's sight almost every day. Last night until now he didn't even see her. "I don't know where to go to play crazy," Xiaohe said casually. Xiaohe previously mentioned the medicine garden, the full name of the South Medicine Garden. According to Xiaohe said, the South Medicine Garden also belongs to a large family's industry, which specializes in planting medicinal herbs, but also focuses on cultivating a lot of valuable medicinal herbs. Hearing the valuable medicinal herbs, Yi Qing got energized. His purpose is this: today's weather is good. The morning sunshine through the car window into the car. Yi Qing comfortable nestled into the seat, inhaled the nose, suddenly determined. Last time in the car smelled the light body fragrance. Absolutely belongs to Xiaohe. Xiaohe did not change clothes, still wearing his favorite black discreet ultra-short skirt, slightly red long hair casually scattered, eyes always in a kind of lazy drowsy state. If Xiaohe went to a nightclub to play, she was definitely the nightclub princess who hijacked the whole place. "It really smells good," Yi Qing said with a smile. "What?" Xiaohe asked casually. "Body fragrance. Sister Xia's body fragrance. Nowadays these days, there aren't many girls with body fragrance," Yi Qing said with a hefty smile. Xiaohe body a burst, face slightly red, but did not say. Yi Qing or the first time to see Xiaohe blush. The original this no matter what happens to what are not shocked by the girl. There is also a shy side. Actually this is the real you. Very pretty, Yi Qing said seriously. Xiaohe still didn't say anything, but her heart was still a little joyful. There is a saying, called 1,000 where a horse's ass does not wear. Even if it is Xiaohe, also enjoy the feeling of other people's compliments. Of course, this compliments must be the person Xiaohe trusts. If it was an outsider, who dared to molest Xiaohe like this, Xiaohe would have already smacked his big mouth over. Right at this moment, Yi Qing suddenly saw a black commercial car sneaking from the rearview mirror. Xiaohe's car speed is not fast, but after that commercial car quickly approaching, it does not overtake, but slows down and hangs behind Xiaohe's car. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly and sneered. Could it be Lei Tai's people? I didn't expect that Huang Debiao had just warned himself and this attack came so quickly. 5 minutes later, the black commercial vehicles had increased to 3, and by the looks of it, it also seemed like these were the only 3. Sister Xia, there are a few tails behind us. The car drove for a few more minutes and got onto the main road. Yi Qing suddenly shouted. Yes? Xiaohe slightly froze, subconsciously said, then twisted her head to look at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, 3 black commercial vehicles were dead center in the back. Xiaohe frowned slightly. I'll lose them. No, since people have come to the door, it doesn't seem polite not to entertain them. Yi Qing shook his head. Is it necessary? Xiaohe said with a slight frown. Don't you want to know who sent these people? Xiaohe thought about it and stopped the car, turning his head and said, do you need my help? It's going to be alright. They seem to have come prepared. No need. 5 minutes. Be back soon. You wait for me in front. Yi Qing smiled, refused Xiaohe's offer and opened the car door. Chapter 61, Southern Medicine Garden. Getting out of the car and turning into the bushes by the roadside. Yi Qing's figure was like electricity. His figure instantly disappeared. On the other side of the corner of the highway, Yi Qing stuck his hands in his pants pockets and lazily stood in the center of the main road. Big brother, there's a guy in front of us blocking the road. It seems like he's still our mission target. In the black business car at the head, someone reminded. That's just right. Crashed through. The commercial car was very fast, completely charging towards Yi Qing with a desperate stance. But just a second before the collision, Yi Qing's body twisted strangely and managed to dodge the other party's impact. In the moment when the car and Yi Qing brushed against each other, Yi Qing suddenly swung out a straight punch lightning fast. The glass of the driver's seat instantly crumbled. and one of Yi Qing's hands probed in, grabbing the lapel of the black-clothed man in the driver's seat, and directly pulling him out. That's not all. When the man in black hadn't come back to his senses, Yi Qing swung his one hand vigorously, as if dunking him into the windshield of the second commercial vehicle. This series of actions are flowing. At this time the road section is just a sharp turn. The two cars lost control, directly hit the side of the cliff. Smoke. The third car reacted quickly, a sharp brake and stopped, and Yi Qing also came to the front of the third car at the right time and stopped. The car door opened. 4 or 5 men in black came down in a row, each holding a machete and staring viciously at Yi Qing. A bald man came down last, looked at the two cars with black smoke, and said in a low voice, "Kill him." The corner of Yi Qing's mouth hooked. Without waiting for them to make a move, he bullied his way up. His two fists interlocked with each other lightning fast, and he solved a few knife-wielding men in 3 strokes. The bald head opened his mouth wide in surprise, incredulously looking at the scene in front of him. Is this ing still human fighting power? Tell me, who asked you to come? Yi Qing clapped his hands as if he had done something insignificant. I won't say even if you kill me. The bald man opened his mouth with a cold smile. Yi Qing nodded, looked down at the time on his wristwatch and spoke. Then I'm really sorry. I don't have enough time. Since you're not willing to talk, then go to hell. The time he guaranteed with Xiaohe was 5 minutes, and at this moment it was more than 3 minutes past. After saying that, Yi Qing instantly bullied his way up and directly cut off the other party's windpipe with a palm blade, then turned around and left. I'm back. Yi Qing pulled open the passenger's exit door, sat in with one butt, looked at his wristwatch, and said prettily, exactly 4 minutes and 50 seconds. There's still a surplus of 10 seconds. Shortly after the two left, an explosion rang out, and the 3 commercial vehicles had been transformed into 3 huge fireballs. On a hill that Yi Qing didn't notice, a man looked at the cars that had turned into 3 fireballs and dialed a phone with a gloomy expression. Failed. On the other end of the phone was a sorrowful voice. Of course it will fail. With these 3-legged cats, naturally they can't deal with Yi Qing. Go on. Follow the plan. Yes. The man nodded respectfully and hung up the phone. Regarding the Southern Medicine Garden, Xiaohe didn't know much about it. She just knew such a place. Looking at Yi Qing's question, she said it. In Jinghai City, it seems like there is only such a medicine garden. Xiaohe looked up to see that he was almost there before he said. Even Xiaohe didn't know who the owner of this Southern Medicine Garden was. The scale of the medicine garden is very large, located near the Yinshan mountain, occupying a small valley. The climate conditions in the valley are good. Modern equipment is also relatively easy to control. So the medicinal herbs here have always been the existence of the major medicinal herb companies as if they were treasures. At the entrance of the medicine garden, a few simple guards stood where the sun in broad daylight made a few guards a little dizzy. The two of them stopped the car outside the medicinal garden and just got off the car, when suddenly an ear-splitting brake sounded, and a suited and booted youth swaggered down from a sports car. Glancing at Xiaohe, the youth's eyes instantly lit up. With Xiaohe's looks, it was an absolutely eye-catching existence when placed there. Not to mention this nightclub queen's outfit. Yo, I didn't expect to see a beautiful woman here. It's really rare, the youth said playfully, looking at the red Ford behind Xiaohe. The smile on his face became even more intense. Xiaohe didn't have the time to pay attention to this kind of goods. He didn't even look at the other party. He directly said to Yi Qing, let's go in. Let's see if there are any medicinal herbs that you need. The youth sneered and murmured, playing innocent with me? Well then, I'll see how long you can pretend. When he entered the medicinal garden, he was greeted by an old man who was busy with a hoe in a few nearby medicinal fields, and seemed to notice someone coming in, which made him look up. Yi Qing was slightly stunned, seemed to notice something in general, twisted his head to look at the old man. This old man was dressed in a gray uniform, a worker's dress, seemed to be really hoeing, a kind smile on his face. The reason why he noticed this old man, because Yi Qing suddenly noticed that the old man in front of him even had the cultivation of the 5th layer of qi refining. Although this kind of cultivation was nothing, as long as one was able to step into the qi refining stage, he was definitely not an ordinary person, and it was even more unlikely that he would be reduced to being a worker weeding in a medicinal field. Dare I ask, old sir, is this a place where medicinal herbs are sold? Yi Qing thought about it and casually asked. Xiaohe was a bit strange. In the center of the medicinal field, there was a piece of building, where it should be the management area of the medicinal garden. Even if it was to talk about business, how could it not be with the old man in front of him? The old man straightened up, reached out and patted his waist before laughing. Alas, a handful of years old, body and bones are somewhat unable to keep up with the pace. Ha, as you can see, here is indeed a medicinal garden, but to buy medicinal herbs, it may be. The old man's words have not finished, but the youth who followed behind him interjected, it may not be sold to you. The youth took a step out and stood in front of the two men, smiling at Xiaohe in passing. before looking at Yi Qing with a provocative face. Why can't you sell it to us? Yi Qing spoke indifferently. Don't even look at what status you are yourself? Those who come here to purchase medicinal herbs are all people from major medicinal herb companies. Individuals are not allowed to purchase medicinal herbs here. Don't you know that? The youth casually said. Oh right, there is one more thing. The medicinal herbs produced here every year, our company has to acquire 30% of them, and it seems that there is no share for you either. The old man behind him glanced at the youth and asked, are you guys from Hong Ruweikong Pharmaceutical Company? Of course, the chairman of Hong Ruweikong is my father, the youth said proudly. In the pharmaceutical industry, Hong Ruweikong was a marvelous existence, especially in Jinghai City, almost dominating the entire pharmaceutical industry in Jinghai. This youth did have proud capital. Unfortunately, Yi Cheng and Xia He were both characters who were completely ignorant of this area, and did not have any reaction when they heard the youth's words. Even if it's someone from Hong Ruweikong, he can't give the word in place of our medicinal garden, right? Individuals coming to acquire medicinal herbs. If the conditions are right, it's also possible, the old man said smilingly. Chapter 62, is there anything else? Unexpectedly, the youth sniffed but turned his head to look angrily at the old man. When is it your turn to interrupt when this young master speaks? Our company has been acquiring herbs here for such a long time. What rules can I not know? The youth seemed a bit annoyed that this old man dared to ruin his plans. The old man was slightly stunned, his brows immediately furrowed, but he did not reply. Instead he turned his head towards Yi Qing and spoke. This little brother, first go to the office in front and wait. There will soon be a staff member to contact you. The specifics, you talk to them is. After saying that, the old man continued to busy himself with his weeding business. Yi Qing nodded slightly to the old man, before turning around and walking towards the office. Wait, the youth suddenly shouted. Something wrong? Yi Qing asked indifferently. Of course there's nothing with you, but this beautiful woman. If you want to purchase herbs, maybe I can help. The youth directly turned his head to Xia He and said. Xia He didn't even look at the youth and casually said, no need. After saying that, he turned his head and walked away. The youth looked a little embarrassed, but after a moment it turned to gloom. A man behind him attached his ear and said to the youth, young master, do you want me to send someone to teach that kid a lesson? A lesson is naturally necessary, but not right now. Dare to go against me. They won't be able to procure medicinal herbs today, the youth said with a cold smile while lifting his foot to chase after him. Inside the office, Yi Qing quickly met the person in charge, a girl with eyes and a svelte look. Wang Jingjing was also in a hurry to run over. The old master had just personally explained that this guest had to be received properly. She didn't dare to be negligent. I'm sorry sir, I'll keep you waiting. My name is Wang Jingjing. Just tell me what herbs you need. Wang Jingjing said apologetically. No harm, we are here to buy herbs. What herbs do you have here? Yi Qing smiled and asked right to the point. If herbs, there are a lot of them. They are all over the medicinal fields outside. I don't know which kind of herbs do you need, sir? Wang Jingjing reached out and held her eyes and asked. Yi Qing shook his head. Those are just the most common herbs. They are useless. I need better herbs. Do you have any? Right at this moment, a sound of laughter rang out from outside the door. Joke, as long as it's someone in this industry, who doesn't know that the South Medicine Garden's herbs are the best? Looking at the whole country, I'm afraid there aren't a few medicinal gardens that can compare to it. How much better herbs do you need? Wang Jingjing was slightly stunned and looked at the youth who walked in with surprise. Cheng Xiao, why are you here too? Haven't been here for a long time. Came to see. How are the medicinal herbs prepared for this season? The youth said chastely. It's almost done. Just a few more days and I'll be able to send it over to you, Wang Jingjing said after thinking about it. Yi Qing looked at the youth in front of him with a slight frown on his face. This girl is sick in the head. Why is she always having a hard time with herself? What herbs I buy has something to do with you? Yi Qing asked casually. It doesn't matter, but I simply don't like you, so I don't want to sell it to you. The youth shrugged and said, but you guys are lucky. I'm a bit interested in this beauty. If this beauty is willing to spend the night with me, I'll be the one to make the decision on what medicinal herbs you're buying today. Xia He raised his eyes to look at the youth and said coldly, shut up if you don't want to die. Yo, still a hot chick. I like it, just don't know if it's in bed. Pa. Before he finished his words, Yi Qing directly threw out a slap. Sometimes dealing with this kind of more nonsense is useless. It's more painful to directly get on with it. Say one more dirty word, I'll break your dog's legs. Yi Qing faintly opened his mouth. The youth was dumbfounded. The few bodyguards behind him were also dumbfounded. No one expected Yi Qing to directly strike, not dragging his feet in the slightest. You dare to hit me? The youth roared with a fierce expression. Wang Jingjing's face also changed slightly. Just now Yi Qing's strike was too decisive. She didn't even react. But then again, The youth's words just now were indeed a bit too much. Wang Jingjing couldn't even listen to it anymore. Just Wang Jingjing herself alone had been harassed by this youth several times, and if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Jingjing was a staff member here, she would probably have been annoyed to death. Today the youth had run into a tough guy, and he had asked for it. Manager Wang, someone beat me up here in your place. What are you going to do about it? The youth looked fiercely at Wang Jingjing and opened his mouth to ask. Wang Jingjing's face was a bit difficult. After all, this was a valued guest that the old master had named to be properly entertained. How could she handle it? I'm sorry, this is a private matter between you guys. It has nothing to do with our southern medicine garden, Wang Jingjing said with a difficult expression. Is that so? The youth sneered and beckoned. A group of bodyguards behind him immediately went up and surrounded Yi Qing. Wang Jingjing was startled. This was a VIP guest named by the old master. If something happened here, she would have to suffer. Chang Xiao, don't be impulsive, Wang Jingjing anxiously shouted. Shut up. If I remember correctly, you also said just now that this is our private matter and has nothing to do with your medicine garden, right? The youth roared angrily. One of his faces was now completely swollen. A large slap mark was exceptionally obvious. Yi Qing and Xia He stood in the center of the encircling circle. They didn't feel half of it at all. Xia He was aware of how strong Yi Qing really was. This point of the bodyguards, it really wasn't enough to look at. The youth finished and looked at Yi Qing again, with a crazy look. Not only am I going to teach you a good lesson today, the girl beside you will also be ravaged by me. Moreover, you guys won't be able to buy a single herb today. Buying medicinal herbs is a matter for our medicinal garden. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with young Chang, does it? Wang Jingjing also couldn't help but say with a slight frown on her brow. She had long since looked at this fellow with displeasure. The youth sneered and said, indeed it has nothing to do with it. However, if you sell him a single herb today, we, Hong Rui Kong, will sever our partnership with your medicinal garden. In that case, do you still want to sell it to him? Wang Jingjing opened her mouth, but finally closed it. Hong Rui Kong had to purchase 30% of the medicinal herbs from the medicinal garden every year. It was a large transaction. She couldn't make the decision. Now get on me. Break this kid's leg first. The youth sneered and yelled. Sister Xia, wait for me on the side, Yi Qing said to Xia He, then took a step out. His body floated lightly through the group of bodyguards as if he was a willow. Several bodyguards tried their best to catch Yi Qing, but a big living person standing in front of them was like a loach. No matter what, they couldn't catch him. Instead they were knocked over by Yi Qing's punch from time to time. In less than a minute's time, Yi Qing stopped. His entire somewhat messy clothes, looked up at the youth, faintly asked, is there anything else? The youth was violently stunned. His face instantly went pale. After half a day of fighting, Yi Qing was unharmed, and these bodyguards that he had brought with him, all of them fell to the ground without exception. Chapter 63 Ridiculous Threat. The youth looked hideous. He knew that he had kicked the iron plate today. Without saying anything, he directly reached out and fished out a pistol from his waist. The black hole of the gun was pointed at Yi Qing. Aren't you very powerful? Can you be more powerful than my bullets? Ha! The youth laughed openly. Yi Qing was unperturbed. Looking at the youth indifferently, a touch of murderous aura rose from the depths of his eyes, and his voice was as cold as if it came from the 9 specters. There are a lot of people who point their guns at me, but they all end up regretting it. Is that so? The youth let out a cold smile. One finger was directly placed on the trigger. As long as he pulled the trigger, he was confident that Yi Qing would be directly shot by him. But right at this moment, without warning, the youth suddenly glimpsed a flash of cold light, followed by a click. The pistol in his hand directly snapped into two. The barrel portion of the pistol directly fell to the ground, and the youth was left with only a gun handle in his hand. Everyone was slightly stunned, including Yi Qing. Yi Qing cannot yet do it, but, just now that sword chi, so familiar feeling, this feeling, is, Nan Wu Yu. Yi Qing openly twisted his head to look at the doorway of the office, just in time to see Nan Wu Yu's upright stance slowly appear. In his hand, he was holding a thin sword. Dare to harm Yi Qing, looking for death. Nan Wu Yu's always kind smile had completely disappeared at this moment, replaced by a strong killing aura. The youth was so startled that the handle of the gun in his hand fell to the ground. Who are you? Wang Jingjing's face was happy, and she hurriedly greeted. Boss, you're back. The youth's face became even more ugly. You are the boss of the Southern Medicine Garden. Southern Pill Garden. Nan Wu Yu. Nan. Xia He muttered. So that's how it is. I didn't even know that the boss behind the Southern Pill Garden is Nan Wu Yu. The youth was slightly stunned. This handsome to somewhat demonic fellow in front of him was actually the boss of the Southern Pill Garden. Immediately after, a scene that made the youth even more shocked appeared. Nan Wu Yu walked straight to Yi Qing's face. The murderous aura on his face instantly converged. He first bowed towards Yi Qing before he spoke. I'm sorry Yi Qing, I'm late. No. Yi Qing smiled awkwardly. Nan Wuyu was still so courteous. It's just that up until now Yi Qing didn't understand how Nan Wuyu was on such good terms with himself. And what shocked the youth even more was still behind. Outside the office once again walked in an old man. Looking at the dress, it was the same old man who was hoeing the grass before. Moonless is here, the old man said smilingly to Nan Wuyu. Elder Jean. Nan Wuyu bowed at the old man. You went down to the medicine field again? The old man nodded. There is nothing to do like activities, but this body is afraid that it will not be able to. A little busy for a while on the back pain. Alas, it seems to be old. Yi Qing's eyes brightened slightly. Surprised, he turned his head to look at Jean Lao. He had felt that this old man was not simple before. Looking at Nan Wuyu's attitude towards the old man, it was true. Elder Jean smiled at Yi Qing and didn't look at those bodyguards on the ground. He twisted his head to look at the youth and spoke. Why are you still here? Why can't I be here? Oh, I see. You guys are a gang. It seems like I need to consider thinking about the cooperation between us, the youth said with a cold smile. What cooperation? Nan Wuyu asked suspiciously. Young Chang is from Manhwa Pharmaceutical Company. Their company eats 30% of our medicinal herbs from our medicinal garden every year. They are considered our biggest partner. Wang Jingjing hurriedly introduced. You are not in the management of the medicinal garden, so you may not be too clear about this. Oh, Nan Wuyu nodded. Then let's cancel the cooperation. Wang Jingjing and the youth had widened their eyes, looking incredulously at Nan Wuyu, one of the biggest customers of the Southern Pill Garden. And now the partnership was directly cancelled by Nan Wuyu. Those who dared to harm Yi Qing are not qualified to do business with me, Nan Wuyu said casually. Elder Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Yi Qing in surprise. He had only felt that Yi Qing was polite before, and that he still had some of his familiar aura on him, but he didn't expect that he actually knew Nan Wuyu. And more than that, the relationship seemed to be extraordinary. This isn't too good, Yi Qing said awkwardly. After all, this Manhwa Pharmaceutical Company was the biggest partner of the pharmaceutical garden. Canceling the cooperation just because of himself, Yi Qing was worried that it would bring trouble to Nan Wuyu. It's okay, Nan Wuyu said to Yi Qing with a smile. Nan Wuyu's mind was simple. He wouldn't think of so many things. To him, Yi Qing was his friend, but anyone who wanted to harm Yi Qing was his enemy. Since he was an enemy, naturally there was no need for cooperation. The logic was very simple. Do you really want to cancel the cooperation? The youth said with an ugly expression. Do you want to know how many medicinal herbs our company has to eat from your medicinal garden every year? Don't know and don't care. Nan Wuyu responded indifferently. Ha ha. You will definitely regret it. Want to cancel the cooperation? Fine. From now on, we, Manhwa Pharmaceutical Company, will never acquire any of your medicinal herbs from your medicinal garden again. Saying this, Elder Jean on the side suddenly let out a giggle. What are you laughing at? The youth frowned. You weren't the one who procured herbs in the past, were you? Elder Jean didn't answer, but asked in return. The youth subconsciously nodded. So what? The person who procured them in the past was naturally someone from our Manhwa company as well. I knew it. Then, the person who signed the contract in the beginning wasn't you either, right? Elder Jean continued to ask. What do you mean? The youth asked. Seeing Jean Lao's odd expression, the youth suddenly felt a little uneasy. Jean Lao's face instantly turned cold and said with a cold snort. The meaning is very simple. The South Medicine Garden is the only medicine garden in Jinghai City, and it is also a famous one in the whole country. In the same way, you may not know that the South Medicine Garden is also the biggest supplier of your company. The reason why some of the medicines of your company can have such a good evaluation, to a large extent, it is largely related to the use of herbs that are produced by the South Medicine Garden. There is a relationship. The youth froze slightly, his head reeling a bit. Over the years, there have been countless pharmaceutical companies that wanted to cooperate with the Southern Medicine Garden, and the partnership as well as the purchasing share was obtained using a bidding process. At the same time, our medicine garden has the power to unilaterally destroy the contract. Elder Jean continued his introduction. I still don't understand. The youth seemed to react to something, but couldn't believe it. Elder Jean laughed, spread his hands and said, Still don't understand? Then I'll put it in layman's terms. The reason why your company was able to obtain the right to purchase our medicinal herbs, that was because your father had put his life on the line in the first place, squeezing out countless pharmaceutical companies in exchange. But alas, it's now been ruined by you, so I hope that your father won't be angry. The youth's face instantly turned ugly, the depths of his brain going blank as if it was an explosion. If that was really the case, the threat he had just made was simply a joke. He had always felt that it was an honor for the Southern Pill Garden for him to come and purchase the herbs from the Southern Pill Garden, but he didn't even know that this qualification was all because his father had fought for his life in exchange for it. But now, it was completely spoiled by him. South Medicine Garden was the largest supplier of herbs to their family company, and also the one with the best color. If the cooperation was interrupted, the herbs couldn't be produced. All kinds of orders were stranded. Breach of contract, compensation, and under the chain reaction, even the pharmaceutical company would be directly paralyzed. Chapter 64, Cave Heavenly Bliss. Obviously it was a partnership that was hard to come by, but he squandered it recklessly. His mind was so eager and twisted, it was really ridiculous. The youth was very remorseful in his heart. He finally came back to his senses, destroying the partnership and putting the company in trouble. When he went back, his father would have to break his legs. Elder Jean, I know I'm wrong, don't cancel the partnership, okay? The youth plopped down on his knees, crying and begging. Elder Jean sneered and spoke. It's useless for you to beg me. Moonless is the boss here. The youth immediately turned his head to look at Nan Wuyu again. Boss, I really know I'm wrong. Don't cancel the partnership. I'll leave immediately now. No way. Nan Wuyu said firmly. The youth's face turned white. He twisted his head to look at Yi Qing again, but Yi Qing had already twisted his head first. Wuyu was angry because he was protecting himself. Yi Qing was angry because he was protecting Xiaohe. Both had their own insistence. Daring to insult Xiaohe, not killing him was already Yi Qing's grace. The youth stood up and walked towards Yi Qing. He couldn't give up. This mistake was too fatal. He couldn't afford it. But unfortunately before he could walk in front of Yi Qing, a cold light flashed. A sword was already across his face. It was Nan Wuyu. Nan Wuyu said with an icy expression. Intending to harm Yi Qing is Wuyu's enemy. If Yi Qing says no, then it's no. No need to say more. With the cold sword in his throat, the youth didn't dare to speak. Standing in place, it was neither a good idea to leave nor a good idea to stay. The murderous aura in Nan Wuyu's eyes. The youth felt that the other party's longsword would directly wipe over his neck if he made any more movements. Someone come, drive this person out. Elder Jean frowned and shouted. Immediately, there were security guards from the medicine garden who drove the youth out, and those bodyguards on the ground were also driven out. Yi Qing, I didn't expect you to come. Are you here to find me? Nan Wuyu turned her head to look at Yi Qing and immediately became excited, her eyes glowing as she looked at Yi Qing. Me? I'm here to buy herbs, Yi Qing said awkwardly, towards Nan Wuyu. Yi Qing had always had a strange feeling. Nan Wuyu's kindness towards him always gave Yi Qing a feeling of being flattered. Oh, Nan Wuyu answered and seemed a little disappointed. If you want to buy herbs, it's all outside. Just take whatever you want. No, what I want is not these herbs. What I want is the finest herbs. The herbs here do not fit my requirements. Yi Qing sighed and said. Although the herbs outside were much better than the ones in the herb store in terms of specification and quality, they were still far from enough for Yi Qing. Top quality herbs? Elder Jean slightly froze and looked at Yi Qing in surprise, only to continue a few seconds later. Follow me. I really do have some top quality herbs here. In the small valley at the back of the medicinal garden, there was also a large expanse of medicinal fields. The medicinal herbs here were much better than those in the fields outside, but it was still not enough. Yi Qing slightly shook his head and looked at Elder Jean who was in front of him, but he realized that Elder Jean was still leading the way without the intention of stopping. Yi Qing's heart snapped. Could it be that it wasn't these? Soon, since he had walked to a corner of the valley, above the cliff wall, there was a small hole that had been artificially carved out. Without saying a word, Jean Lao lowered his head and walked in. Nan Wuyu seemed a bit surprised. Although he was the boss here, he was not here most of the time, so he really didn't know anything about the things in the medicine garden. And he didn't know that there was another world here. Passing through the narrow small hole, there was a naturally formed pit inside. The air in the pit was slightly warm and humid. The huge open sinkhole above. Next to it was the mountain springs that slowly flowed through. Yi Qing's eyes brightened slightly. What a heavenly paradise. The area of this land wasn't very large, but there were some small compartments planned out in detail on it, all of which contained some medicinal herbs. Yi Qing casually glanced at it, and was instantly shaken, and his eyes lit up for a moment. Song Luo grass, dragon ambergris fruit, empyrean grass. Some of the spiritual herbs that Yi Qing could name were all here. I didn't expect that there would be herbs of this level on Earth. It was truly considered a miracle. These herbs are all the ones I've been lucky enough to get from traveling to barren rivers over the years. Part of them I couldn't name, but with the feeling that they should be considered medicinal herbs, and they're top quality herbs, so I transplanted them back. But sadly, some of them are really far away, and they dried up during the transplanting process. Elder Jean opened his mouth and introduced to Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded slightly. As a medical immortal, Yi Qing knew all the medicinal herbs like the back of his hand. Some of them could not be transplanted, leaving the original soil and environment. They would become very fragile. But even so, the stock in front of him made Yi Qing excited. Although some of them were not vintage enough, there were still ones that could be used, especially for a realm like Yi Qing's now. Great, there are a few of these herbs that I can use. Just that, being so precious, I'm afraid the price isn't cheap, right? Yi Qing asked carefully. General herbs that were more precious could be sold at sky-high prices, let alone these spiritual herbs. The key Yi Qing now has no money. Last time Sun Lilan gave 1 million, there are still a few 100,000 left, but it seems to be far from enough. If at that time in the auction really shot out the string of hands, Yi Qing has the bottom line. After all, it was a huge sum of several $100 million. This medicine garden is Wu Yu's. If you want the herbs here, feel free to take them away. How can Wu Yu charge you money? Nan Wu Yu said excitedly, as if Yi Qing was insulting him by talking to him about money. Yi Qing looked at Nan Wu Yu with some embarrassment, although he had the intention to insist, but looking at Nan Wu Yu's appearance, if he insisted anymore, he would probably really flip out with himself, so he closed his mouth resentfully, and didn't know what to say for a while. Jean old man let out a laugh, opened his mouth. Wu Yu, this child as I grew up to see big, haven't seen him to someone so good, think you guys should be good brothers. As Wu Yu said, this medicine garden is Wu Yu's. I just have nothing to do before digging these things, not to be ashamed. I myself weekdays also refining some medicinal pills, but here are a lot of herbs I can't use. You want, just take it, I don't know what to say. If you want, just take them. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Jean Lao to be so forthcoming as well, but hearing Jean Lao talk about how he also refined pills in his normal life, Yi Qing was a bit surprised. Then, Yi Qing suddenly thought that last time when he sold pills in Tianbao Street, there was still one left, so he hurriedly rummaged through his pocket. Luckily, this elixir had been placed in Yi Qing's pocket all this time, and now it came out with a rummage. Yi Qing handed the elixir to Elder Jean. I want these herbs, also for the purpose of refining the elixir. This was refined some time ago. Since you guys don't want to charge money, just take this elixir. Chapter 65, Car Bomb. Elder Jean heard this and looked at Yi Qing with surprise. He didn't expect Yi Qing to know alchemy even at his young age. It was very rare. Not bad. Young people nowadays, very few people touch this thing. Since you are interested, it's also a good thing. In the future, if there are any problems in the alchemy process, you can always come and ask me for advice, Elder Jean said in an old-fashioned manner. With a pleased look on his face, he was looking at Yi Qing more and more favorably now. Reaching out to take the black clay pill in Yi Qing's hand, Elder Jean casually glanced at it twice before placing it under his nose and sniffing it. Suddenly, Elder Jin's face changed drastically, staring dumbfounded at the clay pill in front of him. This is what you refined? Jean Lao said incredulously. Yi Qing nodded slightly and said with embarrassment, it's been a while, and I didn't keep it much. Oh my god, it still has such strong medicinal power even without much preservation. Good stuff. Elder Jean snapped his head up to look at Yi Qing. Genius. Who is your master? My master said that he can't just tell others his name. So, Yi Qing said in a credulous manner. Xiahe on the side was a strange face. When Yi Qing will also alchemize Dan? There was also a master that appeared. Right. High-profile people are usually like this. It's me who is abrupt. Alas, I was just talking out loud about teaching you. It's really a shame. It turns out that you are the real high-profile person, Elder Jean said with some embarrassment, his old face slightly red. Elder Jean is flattered. Yi Qing was also a little embarrassed by the compliment and spoke. No, not overpraise. Old me has been encroaching on alchemy for half a lifetime already, and I have never seen such a superior quality. To be away from such an abundant elixir. Nan Wu Yu on the side also couldn't help but ask, does this elixir serve any purpose? Not much of a role. If a normal person has a minor illness or disaster, this elixir still has a miraculous effect. Yi Qing thought about it and said, he still knew that he couldn't talk too full. This elixir has reached this kind of quality. It's already a work of art. I'm fortunate to be gifted by little friend today. I can't thank you enough, Elder Jean said excitedly, rightly assuming that Yi Qing was being modest. But even so, when Yi Qing left, he only took 2 spirit herbs, a pine luo grass. Although the vintage was not as good as the one Yi Qing got last time, but it was valuable because it was fresh. The other plant was the dragon ambergris fruit, which had the magical effect of quenching the strength of the body. After leaving the gate of the medicinal garden, Yi Qing was still somewhat lovingly observing the elixir in his hand. When did you know how to refine pills? He couldn't hold it in and asked with an odd expression. Yi Qing's heart snapped, but his face didn't show it. He stole it halfway. Stolen learning is also so powerful? He said in a puzzled manner. Just now she had seen clearly the appearance of Jean Lao. People had been refining for half a lifetime, but they were shocked by the pills that Yi Qing had learned to refine by stealing. Maybe I'm a genius. Ha ha. Yi Qing said with a loud laugh. He was in a good mood. He carefully wrapped the herbs together and put them in his pocket. before he sat in the co-pilot's seat. Looking at the side, the sports car had already disappeared. Obviously the pretentious man from earlier had already left. On the highway, the 3 balls of fire from earlier had already disappeared. Yi Qing's heart laughed coldly. This group of people wiped their asses quite quickly. The car seems a little strange. Xia He suddenly frowned and said, What's strange? The brakes seem to be unresponsive. Xia He said with an awkward look, and at this time, he didn't know why. The speed of the car was still getting faster and faster. Yi Qing, slightly stunned, thought of the previous assassination, suddenly thought of something in general, violently lowered his head. Evil King's true eyes instantly launched. The car's everything was all clearly seen by Yi Qing. Damn! Yi Qing suddenly realized that the car had been tampered with. The braking system was completely destroyed. The speed of the car was also debugged, and now it couldn't come down at all. That's not all. In front of Yi Qing's eyes, underneath Xia He's main driver's seat, a black square box was flickering with dots of red light. A countdown number on it was exceptionally obvious. There was a bomb. Yi Qing's heart was in his throat. The countdown of this bomb was now left for more than 10 seconds. If there was no reminder from Xia He, maybe it would have exploded by now. If it was Yi Qing in his previous life, he would not be afraid of this bomb at all. The key now is that Yi Qing hasn't grown up yet. If the bomb explodes at such a close distance, Yi Qing would definitely end up dead. Moreover, Xia He couldn't be spared either. Yi Qing looked up at Xia He and spoke, Sister Xia, open the car door, quick. What's the point of opening the door when the speed is already 150 now? Xia He asked in surprise, but looking at Yi Qing's anxious look, she still did as she was told. The car door just opened. Yi Qing directly grabbed one of Xia He's hands, then pulled out the previous string from his pocket and directly set it on Xia He's wrist. Subsequently, Yi Qing's waist exerted force, one foot against Xia He's body, kicked fiercely. By using the reaction force, in the moment when Xia He was kicked out of the main driver, Yi Qing also flew out from the passenger's seat. Xia He let out a cry of surprise, kicked out of the car under high speed. This kind of exciting feeling can be imagined. Xia He flew in mid-air, saw the car speed unabated, still flew out, and Yi Qing also rolled out from the co-pilot. And just in the moment Yi Qing flew out, suddenly boom, a violent explosion sound. Xia He watched his favorite red Ford turned into a violently burning fireball, crashed into the side of the mound above, bubbling black smoke. Under the high speed, Yi Qing's body could not control the stability, rolling on the ground one after another for a long time, and finally snapped and crashed into a big tree before coming to a stop. As for Xia He, the moment he landed on the ground, his wrist suddenly vibrated slightly, and then a white light shield wrapped Xia He's body in it and smashed on the ground, instantly dumping all the forward force cleanly. Xia He just slowly floated down to the ground unharmed. The moment she landed on the ground, Xia He couldn't react in time to what exactly was going on with her, and hurriedly climbed up and ran towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing, how are you? Seeing Yi Qing, who was covered in bloodstains by the big tree, Xia He panicked and shouted anxiously. Yi Qing coughed a few times, gasped violently for a few mouthfuls of rough air, grimaced and said, Damn, it's killing the pro. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. When he rolled on the ground just now, Yi Qing had already tried very hard to stabilize his body, but the speed of the car was too fast, and Yi Qing was still a bit overwhelmed. But fortunately, in the end, he survived. It was a fluke. Seeing that Yi Qing is still conscious, Xia He is slightly relieved. Just now the scene Xia He also reflected. It turns out that at that time Yi Qing found the bomb. Now it seems that Yi Qing's action before the close call, but also at that time the best way to deal with it. But such a dangerous thing. Xia He looked down at the string on his wrist, and sure enough, one of them had already turned into black ash and disappeared. Yi Qing had put this string on her hand at the last critical moment, while Yi Qing herself flew out unprotected, tumbling on the ground for such a long distance before hitting the tree. If she was unlucky, it was possible that she would be directly killed by the fall. Xia He's heart suddenly surged with a stream of complicated thoughts. She froze and looked at Yi Qing in front of her. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly for a few moments, and in her beautiful eyes, a layer of water mist seemed to diffuse. Chapter 66. Can you call me sis? This place was still a long way from the city. Yi Qing couldn't walk in his current state. Xia He called his men and asked them to send someone to drive over to pick him up. Yi Qing and Xia He sat on top of the mound, facing the breeze, each with their own thoughts. Yi Qing was now a little fired up. Indeed, a little fired up, because he suddenly realized that he was no longer in his previous life. In this life, he was no longer alone. He had friends, things he cared about, and this world was no longer the old world where force was supreme. Sometimes, hot weapons were still able to threaten the current Yi Qing, just like today's car bomb. If Yi Qing hadn't found it in time, he probably would have been blown up by now. Yi Qing's heart was scared afterward, and he had almost dragged Xia He into it. which could never be forgiven. Thinking about something? Xiaohe suddenly asked. Who do you think moved? Yi Qing asked. Xiaohe shook her head. Yi Qing had a few guesses in his heart, but none of them were sure. What he could be sure of was that there were a few people who had a grudge against him right now. Lu Qingfeng definitely counted as one. Having been robbed of the ancient tripod by Yi Qing and brutally beaten up, that kind of big family's son would never let it go. The second one was Lei Tai. The scene at the cocktail party had caused Lei Tai to lose a lot of face. Yi Qing had also killed the number one general under Lei Tai's command, and Huang Debiao had clearly warned Yi Qing that Lei Tai was plotting against him. Then there are others. There are some small fishes and shrimps. There are too many. Yi Qing knows that a big tree attracts the wind. Just like in his previous life, he will always set up a lot of enemies. But in his previous life, Yi Qing was alone and didn't need to estimate anything. This life was different. Both of them fell silent. Somehow running into this kind of thing, probably anyone would be in a bad mood. Do you have ideals? Xiaohe suddenly asked. Yi Qing slightly froze, puzzled and twisted his head to look at Xiaohe. Xiaohe's eyes were confused. Also looking at Yi Qing. Yi Qing felt that Xiaohe's appearance at this moment was very strange, but after thinking about it, he still nodded his head and said, There is, anyone has an ideal. What is your ideal? Xiaohe continued to ask. My ideal. Yi Qing murmured and suddenly spoke. Guarding my own world. That's right, guarding one's own world. If it was said that before, Yi Qing's ideal was to return to the peak and take control of everything, but now Yi Qing didn't think that way. The peak. Yi Qing was close to the peak in his previous life, but what it brought to Yi Qing was only loneliness. In this life, Yi Qing wanted to live well for once, to work hard for what he loved, to guard everything he loved. Guard your world. So, in your world, is there me? Shaha's voice drifted a bit. Of course there is, Yi Qing said in a serious manner. Whoever dares to touch Sister Xia, that's to cross the line with me. I have to beat the hell out of him. Yi Qing laughed loudly and said. Xiaohe's face also surfaced a smile. Yi Qing twisted his head to look at the mound, reflecting the slanting sun. Xiaohe's absolutely beautiful side face can still see the fine velvet. This scene became the most beautiful scenery Yi Qing had ever seen at the end of that fall. Can you call me a sister? Xiaohe lowered her head and unconsciously fiddled with the small stones by her feet with her hand. Her voice was so small that it seemed that only she herself could hear it. Sister Xia, what are you talking about? Haven't I always called you sister? Yi Qing smiled mischievously and said subconsciously. Xiaohe shook her head and suddenly raised her eyes to Yi Qing. It's different. Many years later. Many years later. You'll still have to call me sis, the pro-sister brother kind. Yi Qing froze in place. He looked at Xiaohe. Xiaohe's eyes were clear and serious. That was the seriousness that never existed in Xiaohe. Weekdays Shaha. Lazy as if a kitten. Seems to be a lazy reaction to all things. Heartless and jealous. But just at this moment, Yi Qing felt in Shaha is buried in the deepest emotions of her heart. Sister. Yi Qing called out with a smile. Xiaohe smiled. The slanting sun and breeze intertwined on Xiaohe's face and body, dressing her up as a princess clad in a golden veil. Right, this is returned to you. Xiaohe suddenly remembered that Yi Qing's string from before was still being worn on her hand, so she hurriedly tried to take it off. But before she could take it off, she was stopped by Yi Qing. Wear it. It was originally planned to be given to you. But, this is too expensive, Xiaohe said with difficulty. When in the auction house, this string but someone wants $500 million to shoot away. So expensive things, how can she say to be? We are siblings. Well, the younger brother gave your sister something. Is not very normal? Unless you don't take me as a brother. Yi Qing said like 205. This, well, thank you. Xiaohe then nodded with joy, and considered it accepted. Sister, in fact, I have always been very curious. Once you should be the man of the hour in Jinghai City. Right, and then what exactly happened that you became like this now? Yi Qing suddenly twisted his head and asked. This question had been held in Yi Qing's heart for a long time, but Yi Qing had never dared to ask, and now that the time was almost right, Yi Qing mustered up the courage to ask. As soon as the words left Yi Qing's mouth, he regretted it, because Xiaohe's complexion suddenly darkened. It's actually okay if I don't have to say it, I'm just casually asking. Yi Qing hurriedly remedied the situation. Xiaohe shook her head and looked at Yi Qing. I don't want to talk about those things yet. I'll tell you later if I have the chance. Seeing that Xiaohe had recovered slightly, Yi Qing was relieved and hurriedly nodded. When they returned to the bar, it was already close to evening. At this time, Xiaohe suddenly received a phone call. Although he didn't know what the content of the phone call was, but he could tell that Xiaohe's complexion looked very bad. Someone wants to kill you. Xiaohe hung up the phone and pulled Yi Qing to his office before saying with a frown. After saying that, Xiaohe subconsciously wanted to smoke. This was her habit for so many years now. Idly liked to hold one in her mouth, but just after touching the cigarette case, Xia He looked up at Yi Qing in front of her, and then put it down again. I know before the bomb is not it, but also almost even got you involved. They want to kill me, just come to kill well, I'll take it all, Yi Qing said indifferently. It's not the same, the person who wants to kill you this time, is called Tang Xuan, and the phone call just now, is Tang Xuan calling. Xia He shook his head and said with a serious look, Tang Xuan? Someone from the Tang family? Yi Qing was slightly stunned and asked in surprise. No, he doesn't have any relationship with the Tang family, he just has the surname Tang. What did he call you for? A long time ago, because of certain things, I had some friendship with Tang Xuan. This time, it was someone who commissioned Tang Xuan to come and kill you. He knew that you were my person, that's why he called. He wanted to see you. Xia He said. Then let's meet. Yi Qing thought about it and spoke. Chapter 67, Killer Tang Xuan. According to Xia He, this Tang Xuan, too, was no ordinary person. In Jinghai City, there was a force that had been hiding in the shadows, paying close attention to the winds and grasses of the entire city, and the owner of this force was called Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan was a famous assassin in his early years, but then he seemed to have retired and established his current organization. This Tang Xuan was also considered a genius. In just a few years' time, he had managed the organization to its current point, with an intelligence network spread throughout the entire Jinghai City, and at a certain level in Jinghai City, there was a saying circulating that as long as the person you wanted to kill was in Jinghai City, and the price offered was reasonable, that person would surely die. Oh, quite an interesting person, Yi Qing said smilingly. Are you really going to meet him? Xia He was still a little worried. Of course, a person who is going to kill me but calls to inform before killing me. I like this way. Do you want me to accompany you? Although I have some friendship with Tang Xuan, this person's likes and dislikes and his style of doing things is confusing. I'm worried that this is a trap. No, I'm enough on my own. And, sis, don't worry, no one can kill me, Yi Qing said confidently. After getting the address, Yi Qing directly went out of the bar. It was still early in the day, so it was just time to go and meet this Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan himself had a cosmetic company. Of course, the company was just a front. The purpose was to allow his organization to have a legitimate place to run. And not surprisingly, Tang Xuan was in the company right now. The doorman of the building let Yi Qing in without saying anything, but the security guards in the building stopped Yi Qing. Yi Qing was able to feel that these few guys dressed in security uniforms, who looked ordinary, were all killers, and on their bodies, they all carried a faintly undisguised aura of killing. But then, it seemed that they had been informed by their superiors, and they let Yi Qing go. However, starting from the first floor, Yi Qing began to receive layers of checks. Almost every time he went up a layer, someone would come and search Yi Qing, making sure that Yi Qing was not carrying a weapon before releasing him. By the time he reached the top floor, Yi Qing's body, except for his underwear that hadn't been turned over, had basically been searched all over, and even his watch and cell phone had been detained downstairs. Out of the elevator on the top floor, Yi Qing was slightly stunned. The entire first floor of the top floor had been transformed into a four-person residence. Luxurious decorations. There was a small private pool in the center of the hall. Standard rich man enjoyment. On the other side of the hall, a man in a robe with a cup of red wine in his hand was lying on the railing blowing the wind. Yi Qing also did not speak, stood in place and quietly waited. A few minutes later, the wine in the glass was finished before the man turned around and smiled. Here it comes. Your security measures are not bad. Yi Qing smiled and said seriously. Alas, even as an assassin, I'm afraid of being killed. You also know that in my line of work, there are too many people who want to kill me. The man said smilingly. Don't be polite. Come, sit. After the man finished speaking, he was the first to do so on the row of sofas in the center of the hall. Yi Qing nodded, but there was no formality, so he sat opposite the man. Know what I asked you to come for, right? The man narrowed his eyes and said smilingly to Yi Qing. Yi Qing was silent for a few seconds and suddenly looked up at the man and said coldly, You're not Tang Xuan. What? The man was slightly stunned. Yi Qing got up and looked at a room door on the other side of the hall. I came to see you because of that phone call you made to Sister Xia. If you don't want to see me, I can leave now. The man's face changed and he rose up with a bright look, looking at Yi Qing with a guarded expression. After a short silence, the door to that room opened and what appeared in front of Yi Qing was a youth dressed in a dark green suit. The youth was very handsome. His hair was meticulously combed. His body was straight. It was a billet of a male son. The youth's eyes carried a glint of essence, and the corner of his mouth seemed to always be an evil smile. Out of the doorway, the youth looked at Yi Qing, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Have you seen me? No, Yi Qing truthfully said. Then why did you see at a glance that he wasn't real? I didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his behavior, the youth asked suspiciously. Feelings. Yi Qing's reply was equally concise. People who believe in their feelings are not ordinary people. So do you think I'm real? The youth smiled and walked down, sitting on the sofa to the side. Yi Qing similarly sat down and spoke. A long-famous assassin can't hide the aura of killing in his body. After saying that, Yi Qing reached out and pointed at the man from before. The killing aura on his body. There is, but it's not enough. At best, he's just a novice. Ha ha. Well said. I feel more and more that I shouldn't take on this task of killing you. Tang Chuan laughed out loud and said, then looked at the man from before and faintly said, go down. Only after the man left did Tang Chuan take out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, and filled a glass for himself and Yi Qing respectively. Have a taste. Something that has been treasured for a long time, and no one has accompanied me to drink it. It's rare that I come across one that interests me today. Yi Qing nodded, picked up the cup and drank it without any hesitation. Tang Chuan's eyes were slightly bright as he looked at Yi Qing. From the time Yi Qing came here, his performance had always surprised Tang Chuan. Even that red wine, he drank it without hesitation, and that red wine was still poured for him by a top assassin. This boldness, Tang Chuan very much appreciate. Tang Chuan similarly drank the red wine in the cup in one go before continuing. I have a bit of friendship with Xia He, and you are Xia He's person. So for this mission, I want to meet the target before I say anything. How does it feel? Yi Qing laughed. Tang Chuan shrugged. Not bad, at least I've decided not to kill you. Well, then there's nothing else. I'll leave first. Yi Qing nodded and said. A black line floated across Tang Chuan's face. Wait, don't you want to know who the person who commissioned the mission is? Yi Qing was slightly stunned. Don't general assassins have rules that they can't tell the target who their employer is? There are rules, but they're just things that don't matter. And besides, I've already decided to give up on this mission, so the employer doesn't have much to do with me anymore. Tang Chuan skimmed his lips and said, actually, you don't need to leave in such a hurry. Maybe we can become friends. Being friends with me is very demanding. Yi Qing paused and said, ha ha, then let's see if I fulfill these requirements. Tang Chuan laughed out loud and said, after saying yes, he took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly before continuing. Back to the topic. There is more than one mission entrusted to me to kill you in these few days. The first one is the Lu family, the second one is Lei Tai, and the third one is Qinzhen. Chapter 68 Xia Xiaobai's plan. Yi Qing froze and asked suspiciously, who is Qin Zhang? The Lu family and Lei Tai were all fine. Where did this Qin Zing come from? Also wanting to kill himself, and not hesitating to use killers. Tang Chuan shook his head. This Qin Zhang, I'm not very clear. It seems that he's not from Jinghai City, otherwise it's impossible for me to not have his information. But the Lu family and Lei Tai are still relatively clear. Lei Tai doesn't need to say much, just a gangster head. Now the power has grown a lot, but the essence hasn't changed. With your ability, naturally you don't need to worry. But the Lu family, you'd better pay attention to it. Even if I don't take on this mission, the Lu family has a lot of tactics to deal with you. Moreover, believe me, the Lu family is a very tricky opponent. Thanks for the reminder. Yi Qing nodded and said sincerely. For Tang Chuan to tell him this, Yi Qing was still very grateful. You're welcome. I still think we can be friends, Tang Chuan said smilingly. Maybe. Yi Qing turned around and walked into the elevator, leaving behind a sentence. Yi Qing's figure disappeared in the elevator entrance for a long time before Tang Chuan slowly got up. His complexion instantly iced over as the man from before reappeared by Tang Chuan's side. Sir, do you want me to check his information? The man asked in a small voice. Why? We're friends now. Tang Chuan shook the red wine in his cup, and said with a smile on his face. However, it seems that this time, the Lu family has also encountered a rare opponent. Really looking forward to Jinghai City hasn't been this lively for a long time. Let's see. The last time it was so lively was because of Xia He. Yes, it's Xia He. Sir, I don't understand. The man thought about it but still opened his mouth to ask. Tell me. This one called Yi Qing. The degree of meticulousness is indeed out of my expectation, but we haven't really seen his stance. Just based on this alone, it seems a bit too hasty for Mr. to give up on the mission. Tang Chuan suddenly laughed. He turned his head to look at the man, took a deep breath and said, how many years have you been following me? The man was slightly stunned, and after some thought, he still said, 11 years. Surprisingly, it's all been so long. Tang Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, walking over to the table and pouring himself a bit of red wine once again before continuing. A person's force is even stronger. He can fight 10 in 1. So what about 100? What about 1,000? For an assassin, any strong person has a chance to be killed by us? It's easy to hide from a clear shot and hard to prevent a dark arrow. The man looked at Tang Chuan suspiciously, not knowing why Tang Chuan said this. You are still too young. I know too well what Xia He is. The person who can be forcefully protected by Xia He definitely won't be a martial artist. Moreover, the Lu family is a big family. Yi Qing can force the Lu family to come and commission me to kill Yi Qing. This person is definitely not as simple as you and I think, but, no buts, recently it's really too boring. Now it's hard to come up with an interesting guy. Don't you think it's more interesting to watch a good show? Tang Chuan said with a smile on his face. The man nodded thoughtfully. As if he thought of something, he asked again. Right, there's also that Xia He. I've always wondered before. Mr. seems to have a high opinion of Xia He, but in our intelligence network, Xia He is just a simple bar owner. Moderate. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy about him. Mentioning Xia He, Tang Chuan seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly became a bit ugly. I'm warning you, in Jinghai City, you can touch anyone, but Xia He, you'd better not hit her attention. It's not that we don't have Xia He's information in our intelligence network, it's that from the beginning to the end, I didn't dare to record any of Xia He's information. Understand what I mean? Tang Chuan's voice was low, carrying a hint of gravity that the man had never seen before. Subordinate understands. The man hurriedly nodded and said, very well, during this period of time, pay close attention to the movements of the Lu family as well as Lei Tai. Then how about that one called Qin Zhang? Tang Chuan frowned slightly, thinking for a long time before speaking. This person's identity isn't simple either. But in Jinghai City, we don't need to fear anyone. Send someone to investigate his information. Yes, the man nodded and answered. When Yi Qing returned to the bar, the sky had completely darkened, and this was the time when the bar's business was at its peak. Yi Qing walked to the lobby of the bar, and like always, he went straight to the counter and ordered a drink. He needed to be alone to sort out the things that had happened in the past few days. The car bomb had touched Yi Qing a lot. Yi Qing knew that he couldn't remain passive. This would be perceived by his opponents as his weakness, thus intensifying the situation. Moreover, the most taboo point for Yi Qing was that these retaliations by his opponents against him would most likely hurt the people around him. This was what Yi Qing couldn't stand the most. And just as Yi Qing was frowning and thinking carefully, suddenly, a soft body directly pounced onto Yi Qing's body. Caught off guard, Yi Qing was also startled. Big brother, what are you doing? It seems like you're not happy. Oh, Xia Xiaobai muttered and said, wrapping her hands around Yi Qing's arm, while rubbing her not-so-full chest. Yi Qing laughed bitterly for a while, but in his heart, he was relieved, and spoke with a reproachful tone. Where did you go crazy? You didn't come back for a few days. If Xia Xiaobai didn't come back again, Yi Qing even suspected if it was Lu Qingfeng and other rivals who kidnapped Xia Xiaobai, but now it seemed that it was Yi Qing who was overly concerned. People go out to turn around. Stay in the bar every day is so boring. Oh, sister is also always bored in the bar. Or next time we go to the beach to play it? How about it? Xia Xiaobai said without thinking. At Xia Xiaobai's age, it is the time to play the most high. All day is stuffy in the bar naturally can't trap her. However, when he heard Xia Xiaobai's proposal, Yi Qing's expression immediately became odd. I naturally have no problem going out to play. But your sister, it's hard to say. Xia Xiaobai's complexion immediately darkened again. Her eyes turned and she opened her mouth. Actually, there is a way to let my sister go out to play. But this way needs you to help. Oh, what method? Tell me. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask if it was really possible to let Xia He go out for a break. Yi Qing also felt it was good. After all, a big beautiful woman was just bored in the bar all day. Yi Qing's heart was a little heartbroken. Xia Xiaobai looked around thievishly, then attached his ear and muttered in Yi Qing's ear for a while. No way. After hearing this, Yi Qing said decisively. Why? This is clearly a pitfall for me. Xia Xiaobai blinked. Right. Yi Qing sprayed out a mouthful of wine. Still right. Anyway, just trust me, there won't be any accidents. Xia Xiaobai spat out her tongue and said. Yi Qing seriously thought about it and finally gritted his teeth and said, that's fine, next time we'll plan it out. Yi Qing sort of agreed. Xiaobai was a little kid. Anyway, no matter what, in the end, he still had to take the blame himself, but if he could really let Xia go out to play, Yi Qing felt it was worth it. Chapter 69 Yi Qing's father. Early the next morning, the bar was also closed for business, and Yi Qing was also off work. After stretching his waist, Yi Qing planned to go straight home. The herbs that he brought back from the southern medicine garden last time, Yi Qing needed to study them. This was an opportunity to enhance one's strength. No sloppiness. Yi Qing? A somewhat careful voice sounded not far in front of Yi Qing, and Yi Qing jerked his head up to look over. He hadn't gone far from the bar just now. It wasn't strange that someone could recognize him. However, after taking a close look at the standard outfit of the seemingly dead salesman in front of him, Yi Qing was a bit strange. Because of the inheritance of the memories of the previous Yi Qing, a lot of things were fuzzy, and even though this youth in front of him looked a bit familiar, he couldn't recall it for a while. It's me. Zhang Peng. You don't remember me? The youth looked at Yi Qing's confused face and came a little closer to speak. Yi Qing suddenly remembered. This youth named Zhang Peng used to be in the university and his own dormitory, but then Yi Qing went out for a part-time job, his grades fell, and this Zhang Peng was also considered to be hardworking, and soon mixed well in the school. The two were not familiar with each other. In this way, they were even more not people along the way. It's you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Where have you been getting rich lately? Yi Qing smiled and exchanged pleasantries. How to say it is also an old classmate. But in school when Zhang Peng's connections and academics are good, a lot of people out of the school door Zhang Peng quasi-consort. Did not expect. Now also mixed to this point. Hey, don't mention it. Out of school only to know how hard the society is now doing a property sales department sales staff. Hard a little. But if you work hard, there are 7 or 8,000 a month. Barely mixed to subsistence. Ha! Zhang Chang awkwardly scratched his head and said the first time I saw him, he was a man of the world. Once the man of the hour is now also mixed to this point. Yi Qing is also sighing. Once Zhang Peng high and mighty, but right now, perhaps contact with the sales industry for a long time. People are also a lot of goodwill. How about you? Still working outside? Ah. Zhang Peng looked up and down at Yi Qing's dress and couldn't help but ask. Well, bar work. Yi Qing said casually. Truly speaking, he was indeed working in a bar now. Zhang Peng's eyes lit up, hurriedly took out a business card from his satchel and handed it to Yi Qing, saying, there are a lot of rich people who go to the bar to play. Come on, here's the business card for you. More friends and more paths. How do you say that we're also old classmates? Yi Qing had a smile on his lips. Of course he knew what Zhang Peng was playing at, but it all made sense. Yi Qing didn't say anything and accepted the business card. Right. How is your dad's leg injury? Zhang Peng suddenly asked with concern. Ha! Yi Qing froze violently. The word dad was very unfamiliar to Yi Qing, but after a little recollection, Yi Qing remembered violently. That's right, he did have a father, but it wasn't his real father. It was his stepfather. Yi Qing's real father died when he wasn't even born yet, and then his mother remarried with Yi Qing, which led to his stepfather later on. However, this stepfather is a violent temper, drinking and gambling every day. The days are miserable, but when he was a child he was still good to Yi Qing. But later, when Yi Qing went to junior high school, I don't know whose problem it was, but Yi Qing's mother and stepfather didn't have any children of their own after all. Since then, this stepfather's temper is getting worse and worse. Yi Qing's days are also getting more and more bitter. And then it was hard to make it to the university. Yi Qing's mother also died due to illness. Since then, Yi Qing had never contacted this stepfather. And to Yi Qing, there was no emotion to speak of between them. You don't know? Zhang Peng asked suspiciously. Indeed I don't know. What leg injury? Yi Qing asked. It turned out that Yi Qing's stepfather was now a construction worker who happened to be working in one of the buildings under Zhang Peng's jurisdiction. But last week, he accidentally fell off the scaffolding and fractured one of his legs. According to reason, this kind of thing should be regarded as a work injury. But these days, no one to care about the things in this. Foremen and so on hate to squeeze these workers to the bone. Work injury compensation is even more impossible. For this reason, Yi Qing's stepfather went to find the site several times, but each time was bombed out. To now, leg injury is not good, but was beaten out of a new injury. Speaking of this, Zhang Peng sighed, alas, this matter can be understood by anyone. But these days, this workers' compensation, but it's really no good. Where is your construction site? Yi Qing suddenly opened his mouth and asked, although he didn't have a good impression of this stepfather, but when he was a child, he did help Yi Qing and Yi Qing's mom a lot. As a cultivator, one repayment for another. Yi Qing couldn't just stand by and watch since he knew about this matter. You want to go see your father? Good. Then I'll take you there. It's not far anyway. My electric car is over there. Zhang Peng was flabbergasted for a moment and hurriedly spoke. Thanks then. Yi Qing opened his mouth to say thank you. This construction site was considered to be at the end of the project. The building was almost finished, but because there were still a lot of odd jobs, some workers could be seen busy everywhere. Yi Qing raised his eyes and looked. Some of the workers were working at high altitude, but there was no protection at all. Such bad weather, such hard work, but in the end, there was no protection. This society, that's how it is. You wait here for a while, I'll look for your dad is usually in a few tents around here, Zhang Peng said to Yi Qing. But at this moment, suddenly a few workers hurried past the two. One of them shouted anxiously, hurry up and take a look. Old Jia has gone to find the foreman again. Old Jia. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. That's right, his stepfather was surnamed Jia, after Yi Qing's mom remarried, but Yi Qing didn't change his surname. The two looked at each other and hurriedly followed. In the middle of a piece of buildings, there were a few simple houses built up with insulated boards. This was the foreman's office area. It was many times better than the tents the workers lived in. Before he came close, he heard a thick voice yelling, "I've told you many times. You broke your leg accidentally by yourself. It has nothing to do with our construction site. Screw your work injury." Yi Ching raised his eyes and looked. The one who spoke was a stout fat man with a bald head, a cross-faced and fierce face. In front of him, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes was pushed to the ground. One of his legs obviously couldn't move. Trying to climb up at this time was also impossible. "Working for you guys and falling down. How is it not considered a work injury? If you don't accompany me today, I won't leave. I won't leave even if I die," the middle-aged man shouted angrily. The workers around him all came together to persuade him. "Old Jia, go back first. This is useless. Don't try to persuade me. I've given up today, and I've also called the police. Anyway, it's a cheap life. If you don't give compensation, I'll die here today. See what you say to the police then." The middle-aged man pushed away the workers around him and roared. Chapter 70 I Let You Go? Yi Ching's stepfather. Full name Jiaguaning. Authentic farmers. These years, land planning. Land is gone. Money is gone. Can only come out as a migrant laborer? Scribbling days. Counting. Yi Ching and this stepfather also have 3 or 4 years have not seen. I did not expect this Zhang Peng still remember. "Ha, police? You think I will be afraid of the police?" The foreman laughed loudly and opened his mouth, completely unmoved. Jiaguaning's face was ugly for a while. He moved out the police just to scare the foreman, but did not expect the foreman to be completely unafraid. Zhang Peng sighed and said to Yi Ching with his ear, "This foreman is not a good thing. There is a nickname called Fatty. Used to be a gangster. And then, I don't know how to mix up a foreman as, and it is said that there is still a big brother behind this fatty in the backing. Punk?" Yi Ching frowned slightly. This fat boy's appearance is not a good thing at a glance. I did not think that in the past it was a gangster. Fatty walked out 2 steps, looked around, and continued to yell at Jiaguaning, "I'm really telling you today. Your leg does count as a workplace injury, but I'm just not going to compensate you. What can you do? How can you do this?" Jiaguaning's face was a burst of red and white, but he knew he couldn't argue with this foreman, and for a while he was a little unsure of what to do. "I've already warned you. It's you who didn't listen. How can I, Fatty, also have a famous name, since you're not willing to leave? Then I'm sorry. Come on people, break his other leg as well," Fatty said with a cold smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, a few roving youths behind Fatty immediately stepped forward, casually pulling an iron pipe from the nearby ruins and heading towards Jiaguaning. Jiaguaning's face turned even paler. He struggled to stand up, but with one leg being inconvenient, coupled with the fear in his heart, he couldn't stand up for half a day. Yi Ching slightly sighed, lifted his feet and walked to Jiaguaning and helped him up. Yi Ching?" Jiaguaning shouted in surprise, incredulously looking at the person in front of him who was assisting him. "Aha," Yi Ching faintly answered. The other workers also reacted, rushed over 2 people to assist Jiaguaning to the side. "Where did you come from again?" Fatty shouted with a slight frown. Yi Ching turned his head, coldly looked at the fatty in front of him. Before he could say anything, Zhang Peng suddenly took an arrow step and blocked the middle of the 2, brother Fatty. "It's been a long time." Fatty glanced at Zhang Peng and casually said, "Which one are you again?" "It's me, Xiao Zhang from the sales department." "Zhang Peng, brother Fatty is really a nobleman." Zhang Peng smiled fawningly. "Oh, what is the sales department doing here? Go away, don't get in the way." "Wait, brother Fatty, is so? This kid is my classmate. That old Jia is his father. You also know, this matter put on the body of anyone who are not good is not it? Brother Fatty, you just take today as a misunderstanding. Let them go. I'll treat you to dinner some other day." Zhang Peng nodded and said. Fatty looked at the Zhang Peng in front of him with satisfaction, and laughed. "Still you kid will do things. Okay, I will sell you a face, but you remember well, please eat this thing, don't forget, the cheap little pavilion. You don't mention it to me." Zhang Peng was slightly relieved, patted his chest and assured, "That's a must. With Fatty Brothers' identity, of course I can't just find a restaurant to get rid of." Only then was Fatty satisfied and turned towards the office, but just as he turned around, he heard a cold voice. "Did I let you go?" Everyone present was startled. Zhang Peng even jumped in front of Yi Ching as if he had stepped on a rabbit's tail, tugging on Yi Ching's arm and said in a low voice, "Yi Ching, you figure out what's going on right now. This Fatty brother is not something we little people can mess with. Can't afford to mess with it?" "Oh." Yi Ching's mouth corners spread a cold smile. A hand reached out and pushed Zhang Peng aside. "Continue to speak. My father's work injury compensation. You give the calculation. Calculate it accurately. The money is given. You can only go." Fatty froze in place for a few seconds before he suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed back in anger, looking incredulously at Yi Ching who was not far away, and spoke, still really a rash "Ah, do you know who you are talking to? You're not afraid of me?" Yi Qing shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression. Do I need to be afraid of a dead fat man? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Peng's face changed. He knew that there was no turning back on today's matter, because one of the characteristics that this fatty was notorious for was that he was most afraid of people calling him a dead fatty. The corners of Fatty's mouth twitched slightly, and a few of his men also looked at Yi Qing with gloomy expressions, their clothes gloating. Old Jia, is he your son? What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and drag him back. You still don't know what kind of temper the foreman has. If it goes on, your son will be finished. The workers on the side couldn't help but urge. Jia Guaning sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. He finally came back to his senses, but his legs and feet were unchanged. He could only shout at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, you don't care about it. Let's not compensate for this work injury. Yi Qing was unmoved, still looking at the foreman indifferently. Zhang Peng had the heart to say something, but the foreman suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng was terrified, hurriedly shut up, turned his head to look at Yi Qing, sighed, and retreated to the side. There was only so much he could do, and if he helped any further, he was going to be hitched in too. What did you just call me? Can you repeat it? Fatty said to Yi Qing with a leathery smile. The scowl on his face seemed to be able to wring out oil. It's fine if you were not listening. I called you dead fatty. Do you hear me clearly? Yi Qing nodded and spoke. Fatty laughed twice and nodded. Hear me clearly. You are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Do you really think you can ask for compensation? Also please shook his head and frowned. I don't want a bull **** with you. If you have sick ears, then I'll say one more time. Workman's compensation. Count it. Bring it over in 1 point, and I can let you go. I'll go to your ing compensation. And I fat boy want compensation? Fatty cursed angrily, beckoned and greeted. Break both legs of this kid. Zhang Peng sighed fiercely. He was not very familiar with Yi Qing when he was in school, but Yi Qing he still had some understanding of. Basically working off campus for 4 years in college, honest to the core of a person, and now also drilled into the bull's eye. He really cannot understand Yi Qing in the community to fight longer than their own. How this eye strength or not it. Now it's good. Messed with the fat boy. Yi Qing today is bound to be good not to mention the workers' compensation. Even Yi Qing himself is expected to be planted here. Zhang Peng is now looking forward to the fat boy can be a little bit of mercy. Do not make a human life. After all, Yi Qing was brought by him. When the accident he cannot get out of it. Looking at the few punks who were wielding iron bars and rushing towards him, the smile at the corner of Yi Qing's mouth became more and more intense. Chapter 71, I want to solve it by myself. This world is like this. A single tolerance will not make your opponent pity you. It will only make your opponent intensify. It was like this in the previous life, and it is also like this in this life. The world of the weak and the strong. If you don't have the ability, then be honest and be your own waste. If you have the ability, then let everyone be waste. The surrounding workers were all pale, looking at a group of punks holding iron bars rushing towards Yi Qing. They could almost predict what would happen next. Jia Guaning was also trembling, but in the very next second, Yi Qing suddenly made a forward dash, not retreating but advancing, crashing into the front of one of the first punks to rush in front of him. Caught off guard, the other party was directly knocked off balance by Yi Qing and fell behind him. Yi Qing smoothly copied the iron rod in the other party's hand and nonchalantly smashed the rod on the other party's head. With a miserable scream, a killing kicked off. No, it couldn't be called a killing, because it was simply a one-sided massacre. Yi Qing was holding an iron stick, as if he was a god of killing charging into the crowd. He was athletic and agile, as if he was a ghost. Several punks couldn't even capture Yi Qing's figure, let alone attack him, while they themselves fell to the ground one by one. 3 minutes later, Yi Qing stopped. At this time, Yi Qing, drenched in blood, the iron rod in his hand was almost bent. The atmosphere at the scene was dead silent, and under the blazing sun, there was a field of punks lying at Yi Qing's feet. The surrounding workers and Jia Guaning, including Zhang Peng who had retreated to the side before, were all dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. What kind of stance was this? A martial arts master? Fatty gulped, seeing Yi Qing walking towards himself with an iron rod in his hand. His heart thumped. Without saying a word, he pulled out his cell phone with a trembling hand to make a call. But I don't know if it was because of fear or what, but half a day couldn't press the number. Yi Qing stood his feet, sat on a small bench in front of the office, and opened his mouth. Calling is it? Don't be in a hurry. Don't be afraid. Take your time. I'll wait for you. Zhang Peng bumped his guts and walked to Yi Qing's side, lowered his head and said, Yi Qing, see what's good. Let's go. Go? Why? The compensation issue hasn't been resolved yet, Yi Qing said casually, with a relaxed face, turning his head to look at Fatty. At this time, he had already dialed the phone, and was shouting anxiously into the phone, Big brother, come to some construction sites. someone is messing with things, and beat up a few of our brothers. I know you can fight, but Fatty is now calling his big brother. That is a real triad. When the time comes, it's not so few people. You wanna go can not go, Zhang Pang said anxiously. If you're scared, just go first, Yi Qing said. Fatty was slightly relieved after making the call, and said to Yi Qing with a big laugh, pretending to be a good guy, are you? Good, just wait for me. I'll see how much you can fight. Yi Qing didn't say anything, just raised his eyes and gave Fatty a cold look. Fatty's body shook and hurriedly shut up. No matter how powerful he was in a while, now he didn't have a little brother by his side. Yi Qing could beat him up at any time. The workers all came over to persuade Yi Qing to leave. Zhao Guaning stood not far away, looking at Yi Qing with a complex expression. He also did not expect that Yi Qing, who was once scolded by himself, would be so powerful. Yi Qing turned a deaf ear, always keeping a smile. After waiting for a few minutes, the people called by Fatty did not come, but the police came. A police car stopped next to the construction site and casually came down with 3 people. These 3 people were police officers. 2 of them were youths, and the one in the lead was actually a girl. Yi Qing looked up in surprise. The girl didn't look too old, and was extremely good looking. Big watery eyes, light nose, light red lips, quite a watery beauty. With a uniform, it was a different flavor. Ling Jie, we didn't come to the wrong place, right? The young policeman looked at the struggling and wailing punks all over the place. His heart was shocked, and he asked suspiciously. Ling Wei was also strange in her heart. The security she received was that the foreman wanted to hack the workers' compensation payment, so she ran to settle the dispute. But she didn't expect to come here and see such a scene. What the hell is going on here? Ling Wei frowned and droned, but no one answered Ling Wei's words. Those workers naturally couldn't intervene. Fatty was waiting for his big brother to bring someone. Yi Qing and Fatty's purpose was quite similar. Ling Wei frowned even more. Looking around, she soon saw Yi Qing sitting on a small bench. Yi Qing was holding an iron bar in his hand. His body was covered in blood. Did you just get into a fight here? Ling Wei asked. Yi Qing didn't shy away from anything and nodded. Did you beat up all these people? Yi Qing nodded again. You put them all down by yourself? Ling Wei said incredulously. Is that strange? Ling Wei froze for a moment, pulled out handcuffs from her waist and spoke directly. Then I'm sorry. You have to come back with us. Zhang Peng was startled and hurriedly shouted. Officer, wait. You've arrested the wrong person. Zhang Peng had also gotten up the nerve at this point, and told Ling Wei everything that had just happened. Ling Wei looked at Yi Qing with an odd expression. According to Zhang Peng's explanation, Yi Qing was the victimized party, but the scene she saw in front of her, it was clear that those punks were the victimized party. Although you are on the victimized side, but it's always bad for you to lay such a heavy hand on them. Go back with me and make a statement. Ling Wei sighed and said, going back with you is fine. However, my matter is still unresolved. Yi Qing shook his head and said indifferently. His tone was not to be questioned. I know what kind of dispute you guys are in. Go back with me, and our bureau will naturally help you with your dispute. No, I want to handle it myself. You. Ling Wei still wanted to say something. Suddenly a few piercing brakes sounded behind her. Ling Wei twisted her head to look in confusion, and was suddenly shocked, only to see a few black cars, and 7 or 8 vans will be a large piece of open space on the construction site are crowded. All shapes and sizes of gangsters rush down in a swarm. Each person's hand is holding a weapon, or a stick, or a machete. What is this? A triad firefight? Without saying a word, Ling Wei pulled out a pistol from her waist and aimed it at the group of punks, while shouting, stop right there, what are you doing? At the front of the gangsters, a man with a thin scar on his face glanced at Ling Wei, laughed, and walked over with his men regardless, completely disregarding Ling Wei. Brother Hao, you're here, it's this kid, he's the one who beat up all these brothers on the ground. Fatty cheered cheerfully, with someone backing up Fatty. Fatty finally got tough. Chapter 72, This is the Big Brother. This was the first time Ling Wei had seen so many gangsters. No, this could no longer be called a mere gangster. At this scale, it was already considered a club, and that man with the scar on his face should be the boss of the gang. What the hell are you doing? I'm warning you, I'm a police officer. You, shut up. Brother Hao let out a roar and glared at Ling Wei so hard that he almost didn't scare the gun out of Ling Wei's hand. Although she was now holding a gun, her heart was not at all bottomless, and the 2 youths behind him had long since turned white, as if they had been cast a fixation spell and stood there. Ling Wei does not know this how. They can recognize the absolute big brother of the nearby ground. Seeing that Ling Wei was quiet, only then did Brother Hao turn his head to look at Yi Qing, but at this time, Yi Qing slightly lowered his head, and he couldn't see Yi Qing's appearance clearly. You can dare to move my brethren in my territory, not a little bold. Brother Hao sneered and said, speaking of you, head up, look at me. Fatty also looked at Yi Ching with a sardonic smile on his face. Didn't you want to wait? Fine. What's the result now? Let me see if you're still that capable of fighting. Yi Ching sniffed and really slowly raised his head to look at the other party. But the next second, Brother Hao was slightly stunned. Then his legs went soft and he plopped down on the ground. Yi, so it's you, kid. Yi Ching was also somewhat crying and laughing. It seems that Qinghai City is really a small city, where one can run into acquaintances. Isn't this the same Zhang Tianhao from the big stall back then? I didn't expect to see him again today. Yes, it's me, Zhang Tianhao said with a smile, while turning his head and yelling, "What are you doing? You don't greet Brother Yi when you see him? Brother Yi! Brother Yi!" For a while, cries rose in all directions, and when all the gangsters shouted out Brother Yi in unison, the scene was quite shocking. At the same time, Fatty's heart sank to the bottom. A loud and clear Brother Yi seemed to have crashed into Fatty's heart, constantly shaking until it shattered. Fatty knew that he had been planted today, completely planted, and in the hands of a big shot that he didn't even dare to think about. A big shot that even Zhang Tianhao had to kneel down when they met. Zhang Peng was right next to Yi Ching. Seeing all the punks in front of him in this state, Zhang Peng's heart turned over. He turned his head to look at the side of Yi Ching's face. Is this still the weak and honest Yi Ching from the university? Zhang Peng finally knew why he dared to call the shots with Fatty. So, Yi Ching's identity was so great. Ling Wei swallowed her saliva and immediately aimed her gun at Yi Ching. Before she thought that this was a victim. At best he could fight, but now it seemed that he was the social big brother. Yi Ching slowly stood up, startling Ling Wei. You, don't move. I tell you, bullets don't have long eyes. You'd better go back with me to be investigated. Ling Wei's voice was trembling a little. Zhang Tianhao frowned, twisted his head and cursed. Damn, no end is not it? Let our brother Yi follow you. Yi Ching raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Tianhao's words, looked at Ling Wei, and casually said, I've already said it before. I can go back with you, but I have to finish my business first. Understand? Ling Wei didn't know what to say. She could only nod her head blankly. Yi Ching smiled faintly. Thank you. As soon as the words fell, Yi Ching turned around violently. His arm wheeled round and slapped Fatty's face, then kicked out. Fatty's rounded body smashed hard against the wall of the simple house, almost not knocking the house down. Ignoring the pain on his body, Fatty slid to the ground and hurriedly climbed up to kneel on the ground, kowtowing to Yi Ching frequently. Although Zhang Tianhao didn't quite understand what happened, he guessed pretty much at a glance. Fatty, you, no eyesight? Don't you know what to do yourself? Zhang Tianhao scolded angrily. No. Fatty hurriedly raised his head and shouted, I'll compensate. I'll definitely compensate. According to the contract, I should compensate 70,000. I'll compensate 1 point no less. No. More than that, I'll compensate 100,000. Yes, 100,000. Zhang Tianhao was slightly relieved, turned his head to look at Yi Ching, carefully said, Brother Yi, you see, joking, Yi Ching and Sun family close relationship. Sun family is in control of the army, to abolish them these social tumors, and play. And Fatty at this time also from the office hurriedly took out a small bag, inside neatly $100 bills, a fawning face handed over to Zhao Guaning's hand. Zhao Guaning stared blankly at the small bag in his hand and the money inside. Suddenly awakening, he looked up at Yi Ching. Before looking at Fatty, he had been asking for so long without any results. Yi Ching had even taken care of it so simply. And, looking at the scene in front of him, just how much of an identity did Yi Ching have now? It's okay. Yi Ching then smiled before turning his head to look at Ling Wei. Do you still want me to go back and investigate? I'll leave if I don't need to. Of course you do, Ling Wei said through gritted teeth. The two youths behind her were repenting. They were also idle and followed Ling Wei out. Ling Wei even wanted to bring Yi Ching back now. What would such a great god bring back? What's the point of bringing such a god back? That, Sister Ling, why don't we forget about it? The young cop said carefully. What do you mean? Forget it? We've injured so many gangsters here. Why don't we just forget about it? Take those punks back as well. Ling Wei glared and said. Not far away. Zhao Guaning suddenly let his workmates help him walk to Yi Ching. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. And finally in a hurry, he pulled out a few stacks of money from his bag and handed it to Yi Ching. Yi Ching, this 30,000 is extra. I'm already happy that you can help me. Take this back. Yi Ching didn't reach out and didn't look at Zhao Guaning. Instead he spoke. No need. You take it, no matter what. When you were a child, you helped me and my mom. I won't mention what happened later. Since you helped us, I'll help you out now as well. One repayment for another. From now on, we don't owe each other. After saying that, Yi Ching had no more lingering feelings, lifted his foot and followed Ling Wei to the police car. Zhao Guaning's wrist shook and his face went a few shades of white again. But in the end, he still nodded. Zhang Tianhao looked at the direction Yi Qing left, thought for a moment, and turned his head to look at Fatty. Those men of yours were also brought in. Do you still need me to teach you what to do this time? Fatty hastily straightened his face and spoke. Don't worry brother Hao, I know what to do. Only then did Zhang Tianhao nod his head in satisfaction. Anyway, Yi Qing would be thankful if he didn't end up taking his anger out on him. After the crowd dispersed, Zhang Peng was still frozen in place, somewhat at a loss for words. At this time, he suddenly felt that he and Yi Qing were not people of the same world. Yi Qing was high up in the world, while he, however, was just a wage earner at the bottom of the society. Chapter 73. Not very good temper. Empty airtight room. In front of a grill iron door sealing one side. This is a detention center. Some social delinquent youths are usually locked up here. Yi Qing is also the same. Hey, beautiful girl, don't have to do this, but also lock me up. Yi Qing said breathlessly. Originally thought that he was just brought here to ask a question. Ling Wei glared at Yi Qing and spoke. Coming here can't be up to you. Fighting and brawling. Not locking you up for a few days. What is this society going to be like? After saying that, Ling Wei backhandedly locked the railing gate while instructing Yi Qing. Don't make a mess here. I'm going to ask questions. Right and wrong twists and turns. We'll know soon enough. Two young police officers followed behind Ling Wei as a face of embarrassment. People, no matter how to say, is also a big brother of the community. Okay, do look, even if. Ling Wei even moved the real thing. Sister Ling, you're serious? Of course, Ling Wei said righteously. Inside another room, the group of punks that Yi Qing had beaten down earlier were now standing in a state of disarray. Some of them were directly sitting on the floor. There was no way. There weren't that many stools here. This is a police station. What does it look like to be slumped over? Stand up for me, Ling Wei shouted coldly. The gangsters were a bit reluctant, but here, they really didn't have much of a choice. They could only do as they were told. Give me a clear account of the details of your fight earlier. How did that Yi Qing bully you? Tell me the original story and I will find justice for you. Ling Wei opened her mouth and said, if Yi Qing was here right now, he would probably be vomiting blood. How did it become him bullying these punks? Yi Qing felt like he should be the victim. Yi Qing? Don't recognize. One of the leading punks spoke up. He was also one of the first to be ed over by Yi Qing. Don't recognize? It's the one who was brought back with you guys earlier. Ling Wei frowned and said, oh, that one. Don't recognize. The punk looked like he violently remembered something, but then immediately shook his head. You guys only just fought, and now you don't recognize each other? There was no fight. Beautiful girl, you've got it wrong. Be serious. Ling Wei frowned. I got it wrong? You guys are draped in red. Are you not ketchup? Oh, you mean this? Just now, I accidentally fell at the construction site. That's all, the gangster said casually. The group of punks behind him similarly chimed in. Yes, wrestled and fell like this. Ling Wei's lungs were about to explode. This was clearly teasing her. A group of you wrestling together for fun? There's nothing to do. This would be a personal hobby. Officer, you guys are in charge of this too. You guys just got hurt in a fight. Did you see it, officer? No, I didn't. Oh, that's wrestling. You guys. Ling Wei gritted her teeth and looked at the group of punks in front of her. After interrogating them for half a day, they balked at the fact that the injuries on their bodies were from their own wrestling, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. Although Ling Wei was very sure that it was Yi Qing who had beaten them out, and Yi Qing himself had admitted it before. But now, she had no evidence, and she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, which was troublesome. According to reason, she should release Yi Qing now, but the moment she remembered that guy's streak of stinky farts, completely disregarding herself, Ling Wei had a bellyful of fire. So first forget about it. Lock him up for a few hours before saying anything. Inside the guard room, Yi Qing was lying on the railing and looking at the corridor outside in boredom, and didn't know when he would be able to go out. At this moment, suddenly a hand patted on Yi Qing's shoulder. Brother, how did you get in? Yi Qing turned his head to look. A burly bald youth was standing behind himself, covered in tattoos, with a face of horizontal meat. Not a good thing at a glance. Caught the wrong one coming in, Yi Qing said casually. There were a total of 7 or 8 people locked up in this guard room, and they all laughed at the words. 9 out of 10 people who come here say they were caught in the wrong place, the bald youth said with a loud laugh. Oh, Yi Qing answered and didn't bother with him anymore. The bald youth frowned and continued. New here, right? Don't know the rules here? Rules? Don't really know. Tell me. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly as he opened his mouth and asked. I'm a regular here. Thanks to the various brothers who look up to me and call me Brother Chang. The rules here are also very simple. Newcomers, pay $1,000 first, but this money is not for nothing. When I go out, incidentally, I'll also fish you out. How about it? Yi Qing glanced at the bald guy and casually said, thanks, no need. It's not up to you. the bald youth said with a fierce smile, and the others behind him quickly surrounded him. Yi Ching suddenly turned his head to look at the bald youth and said doubtfully, "This is a police station. Can you fight? Ha ha. You think the police station can protect you? Brother, you are also too naive. Right, here, have the strength. How you want to fight? How to fight? Who dares to say a word of no?" The bald youth said arrogantly. "So, if you're smart, you'd better pay up obediently. In that case, then I know." Yi Ching nodded, and with a lift of his foot, he directly kicked the bald youth in the chest. The strong man, who was nearly 1 meter 8, was directly sent flying by Yi Ching's kick, and heavily smashed into a bench at the back. With a loud boom, the bench was also smashed apart. Yi Ching crooked his neck and said in a cold voice, "Since you can fight, you guys stay away from me. I don't have a good temper." "Brother Chang, are you alright?" A few people walked to Brother Chang and asked in fear. The bald head was a little confused, slowly getting up in the middle of a pile of wreckage. Looking up at Yi Ching, this kick made him completely realize Yi Ching's strength. It was too perverted. However, there were many of them, so they might not be afraid of Yi Ching. The bald man didn't say anything, and winked at the others, and a few of them surrounded towards Yi Ching, intending to attack him as a group. But just at this moment, a large group of people suddenly came over from outside the corridor. This group of people were all gangsters. The leader of the group was Zhang Tianhao. The police officers in the corridor all had a slight change in color. They had been working here as police officers for so long. What kind of person Zhang Tianhao was they naturally knew clearly. Zhang Tianhao walked to Yi Ching's guardroom and stopped. The cadre of gangsters led by the bald head all had their faces changed drastically. Zhang Tianhao was the absolute big brother of the neighborhood. How did he come here? In the next second, bald head's jaw almost didn't drop. "Brother Yi, are you alright?" Zhang Tianhao bowed to Yi Ching and spoke. Yi Ching also froze for a moment, not expecting that Zhang Tianhao had followed him to the police station. "It's fine. Brother Yi, don't worry. I've explained to my brothers. They fell by their own carelessness. You'll be out soon." Zhang Tianhao nodded and said, "Then thanks a lot." Yi Ching laughed. It was naturally best to be able to get out. Right at this moment, Yi Ching's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Ching pulled it out and looked at it, then pressed the answer button. "Sister Xia, looking for me?" On the other side of the phone, Xia He's voice was extraordinarily serious. "Yi Ching, Xiaobai is missing." Chapter 74. Xiaobai was kidnapped. Xia He's voice even brought a hint of crying. Yi Ching's face changed abruptly. "Xiaobai was missing? Don't be anxious, wait for me to go back." Yi Ching finished and hung up the phone. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Zhang Tianhao asked nervously. Yi Ching shook his head and didn't say anything. Instead, he shouted to the police officer on duty in the corridor, "Can you let me out now?" "This, Sister Ling hasn't given the word yet." "So," the young policeman said with some embarrassment. "Yi Ching can't wait to ink with them here." Directly grasping the gate in front of him with both hands, 2 iron rods. Between the chi drumming, a clicking sound came. That gate was directly torn open by Yi Ching, a big mouth. The eyes of the surrounding gangsters were almost glazed over. The steel gate was directly torn open by Yi Ching. The guards in the corridor also turned pale when they saw the scene and hurriedly ran to find Ling Wei. Before Yi Ching could go out, Yi Ching saw Ling Wei walking towards him. "How did you come out?" Ling Wei exclaimed. "Get out of the way," Yi Ching said coldly. The murderous aura in his eyes seemed to condense into substance. Ling Wei's heart shook and she didn't even dare to meet Yi Ching's eyes. "You're criminally liable for escaping privately," Ling Wei shouted with her mouth open. "I'm guilty?" Yi Ching asked. "This is not." Ling Wei gritted her teeth and said, "Just now those punks had said that they fell and hurt themselves, so Yi Ching was naturally not guilty. Then can I say that you are illegally detained?" Yi Ching sneered and left a sentence, and without any further hesitation, rushed out of the police station. When he rushed back to the bar, it was already half an hour later. "What's going on? Didn't she come back last night?" Yi Ching asked with a gloomy expression. "I don't know. I heard the bartender say that he went out after midnight last night. I called her phone today, but it was turned off." "You know, she never turns off her phone," Xiaoha said anxiously. Her voice had dulled a hint of crying. "Could it be that she lost her cell phone while playing madly?" Yi Ching asked tentatively. After all, Xiaobai's playfulness was notorious, and it was quite possible that she lost her cell phone. Right at this moment, Yi Ching's cell phone suddenly rang, and the number displayed on it was none other than Xiaobai. Yi Ching let out a fierce sigh of relief, picked up the phone and yelled, "What the hell? How dare you turn off your cell phone? Do you know?" Said here, Yi Ching's voice came to an abrupt end. "Looks like you're very excited. I really want to see your expression right now. So pitiful." On the other end of the phone was a slightly teasing voice. Yi Ching's heart instantly sank to the bottom. This voice, it was Lu Qingfeng. "Lu Qingfeng, where is Xiaobai?" Yi Ching gritted his teeth and said. His breathing was a little short. The killing intent inside him was rapidly churning up. she's safe now, but it's not necessarily. It depends on you, Lu Qingfeng said. What do you want? Yi Qing asked with a gloomy expression. What are you pretending to be confused about? Is my Lu Qingfeng stuff that easy to rob? Lu Qingfeng laughed out loud and said, I can return the ancient tripod to you. No, 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 I want more than just the ancient cauldron. What else do you want? A string? I can also give it to you. Let me think about it. See you later. After saying that, Lu Qingfeng directly hung up the phone. When Yi Qing called again, it was turned off again. Xia Xiaobai's cell phone was in Lu Qingfeng's hands. It seemed right. Lu Qingfeng was now in control of the chips. He was hanging on to Yi Qing, wanting to let Yi Qing dry out for a while first. But Yi Qing was completely clueless. His eyes were covered in blood. His murderous aura was rising like substance. If he had known this, he should have just killed Lu Qingfeng in the first place. Or he was too soft-hearted. After learning that it was the Lu family that kidnapped Xia Xiaobai, Xia He's face also changed. With her current power to deal with the Lu family, she simply couldn't do it. Do you know where the Lu family is? Yi Qing twisted his head and asked. But Xia He shook her head. The Lu family acts in secret, I think, and I don't have any interactions with the Lu family, so naturally I don't know. For the first time, Yi Qing felt a bit powerless. In his previous life, as a medical immortal, Yi Qing was calling the shots and had countless followers. In this life, even though he was all light-hearted, when it came to certain times, Yi Qing was a bit frazzled. Like now, for example, Yi Qing didn't even have the most basic information, and even if he sacrificed something to bring Xia Xiaobai back this time, what about later? Xia He, Shu Yu, and so on. Some of the people Yi Qing knew could receive harm, cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. And now, what Yi Qing needs the most is his own forces that can protect the important people around him instead of himself. Right now, the first thing Yi Qing needed to know was the location of the Lu family. But where was he going to ask now? Right at this moment, Yi Qing suddenly had a flash of light. He knew who he should look for. In the luxurious residence on the top floor of the building, Tang Xuan was sitting on the sofa, constantly combing through the information he had obtained in the past few days. Obviously, the Lu family had already made their move, and before this, Yi Qing didn't seem to have made any moves against the Lu family. But now, Yi Qing should be in a hurry, right? The corner of Tang Xuan's mouth rose slightly. He subconsciously raised his hand to pour himself a glass of red wine, but he realized that the bottle was empty at some point. He got up and walked towards the wine cabinet, but just as he turned around, Tang Xuan stiffened violently, turning his head openly towards the balcony. A straight figure was leaning on the railing, looking in Tang Xuan's direction. Yi Qing? Oh, long time no see, Tang Xuan said with a smile, while walking to the wine cabinet as if nothing had happened and taking out a bottle of red wine. Since you're here, accompany me to drink a few cups, Tang Xuan said with a smile, but in his heart, he was shocked beyond measure. The security measures of this building had always been one of Tang Xuan's most complacent points, but now, with no reaction from his security measures, Yi Qing appeared in the middle of his room, which was a fatal mistake. If Yi Qing had assassinated him just now, he would have died by now. Yi Qing got down from the railing, lifted his feet and walked towards Tang Xuan's direction. While speaking, there is an alarm device in the wine cabinet. When you took the red wine just now, you have already quietly pressed the alarm device. In less than 3 minutes, the entire top floor will be surrounded by your men, right? Tang Xuan's hand that was pouring the wine shook slightly. Such a device is in this room. There are a total of 13 places. Oh right, maybe you haven't used such a thing for too long. You forgot that under the coffee table in front of you, there is likewise such a button. You don't need to walk to the wine cabinet, Yi Qing continued, then sat across from Tang Xuan with a big grin. Tang Xuan laughed dryly twice and sat up straight to look at Yi Qing. Yi Qing reached out and brought the glass of wine Tang Xuan had just poured in front of himself, and took a beautiful sip before continuing. You have a military dagger in your waist, 2 pistols, and a dagger in your sleeve, but I'd advise you to better not take this note. Tang Xuan gulped. Cold sweat had come down. He knew that he still underestimated this guy. Chapter 75, each takes what he needs. Under the evil king's true eye, everything here Yi Qing knew like the back of his hand. The wine is good. It's a pity that I don't know red wine. Yi Qing skimmed his mouth. The flavor was okay, but to say it was good, Yi Qing really didn't have that feeling. It seems like you really don't know red wine. In foreign countries, this bottle can be sold for $100,000. Tang Xuan forced a smile. Yi Qing nodded and looked up at Tang Xuan. Those men of yours have arrived. They are right outside. Tell them to spread out. Tang Xuan laughed dryly twice, got up and headed towards the door. But just as he got up, Yi Qing spoke again. No need to go over there. The watch on your left hand has an intercom function. And besides, do you really think you can walk? Tang Xuan's face turned slightly white. At this moment, the feeling Yi Qing gave him was too scary. as if in front of Yi Qing, he no longer had anything to hide. For an assassin, this feeling of being completely exposed without a trace was too bad. Tang Chuan twisted his head and gave Yi Qing a serious look before he raised his hand to his wrist and said, "It's fine here. All disperse." After saying that, Tang Chuan once again looked at Yi Qing. "You came to find me, more than just to troll me, right? What exactly is the matter?" Xia Xiaobai was arrested. Yi Qing got himself another glass of wine, took a sip and said casually. Tang Chuan was slightly stunned and hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding. "I know." Yi Qing looked at Tang Chuan in surprise. "It seems like your intelligence is quite fast. That's good. I need you to help me. The Lu family isn't easy to deal with. And besides, why would I help you?" Tang Chuan sneered. "We can exchange," Yi Qing said. "Exchange?" Tang Chuan flinched. "I don't understand what you mean." "You help me and I'll exchange desire with you." A meaningful smile swept across the corner of Yi Qing's mouth. "Desire? Oh, are you teasing me?" Tang Chuan said coldly. The moment the words fell, Yi Qing on the sofa suddenly disappeared into thin air, and when he appeared in the next second, Yi Qing had already appeared in front of Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan's face abruptly changed. So fast. Out of instinct, Tang Chuan subconsciously reached out to touch his waist, but at that moment, he happened to catch a glimpse of Yi Qing casually throwing 2 guns as well as 2 daggers on the sofa aside. Those were precisely Tang Chuan's favorite hand weapons. Tang Chuan gulped. When did Yi Qing take away his personal weapons? Surprisingly, he didn't feel it halfway. Yi Qing twisted his head, came to Tang Chuan's ear, slightly narrowed his eyes and murmured, "I know what you need. I can satisfy you. I just need you to follow me." Joke. I Tang Chuan want money and power. I don't lack anything. No, I can see that you have a big heart. This small organization is not your ultimate goal, being an assassin, but retired at the peak and founded the current organization. What you want is not comfort, but a wildstorm. You've been silent for too long. You crave to kill. You crave to dominate. Yi Qing's voice carried a burst of compelling power. Tang Chuan's face grew pale as his body began to tremble. Yi Qing's voice continued to ring out. "But your forces are not strong enough. Although Jinghai City is small, but all the big clans are restraining each other. It's hard for you to develop. You're waiting for an opportunity. When I appeared, you thought that I'm your opportunity. You hope that I'll stir up Jinghai City and break the deadlock in front of you. And you go with the flow." Tang Chuan's face changed drastically, stomping back a few steps, looking at the Yi Qing in front of him with a terrified expression. Yi Qing even knew this. This person, too terrifying. Seeing Tang Chuan's expression, the smile at the corner of Yi Qing's mouth became even more intense as he continued. "So, I can help you. I need your intelligence network and manpower. You need me to help you grow your power. You crave for killing. You crave for domination. I can fulfill you. Let you stand at the top of the world. You'll become the emperor of the underground world." Yi Qing drank the wine in the quilt in one go and said aloud. At this moment, a strong confidence and a gust of regal and powerful pressure emerged from Yi Qing. This was from the lofty and untamed imperial aura of the world of the former world's medical immortal. Tang Chuan's eyes brightened slightly, and he admitted that he was somewhat moved. True to Yi Qing's words, his purpose was indeed the same. Tang Chuan was a person with great ambition. He certainly wasn't willing to nestle in Jinghai City. He longed for development. He longed to stand up to a higher world to dominate everything, just as a killer dominated other people's lives. As an accomplished assassin, he missed that feeling too much. "I admit, your argument is tempting, but what makes me believe that you can help me?" Tang Chuan smiled, his eyes looking straight at Yi Qing as he asked. He no longer hid anything. If it was an opportunity in front of him, Tang Chuan was going to grab it, but Tang Chuan was curious. What did Yi Qing take to help himself? "With my strength." Yi Qing shrugged and said, "I know that your fighting prowess is strong, but so what? I've killed countless experts. What makes you think you're different from them?" Tang Chuan laughed and spoke. Tang Chuan was a little disappointed. If it was just strength, it was far from enough. For Tang Chuan, personal force was even stronger. It was all empty words. It was easy to hide from the open spears and hard to prevent the dark arrows. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly. He slowly deep a hand, flat out, palm to one side of the wall. Tang Chuan was slightly stunned, looking at Yi Qing suspiciously, not knowing what Yi Qing wanted to do. The next second, Yi Qing's right hand palm suddenly spewed out a dazzling white sharp. This white sharp instantly shuttled out, as if a cannonball out of a cannon instantly exploded. A loud boom. Everything in front of Yi Qing's right hand was instantly reduced to powder. The entire top floor of the building, half of the floor disappeared, as if it had been chopped off by something hard. Yi Qing slowly lowered his arm, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. "This is my confidence." The entire building was half slapped off by Yi Qing. There was a cold wind pouring in. Tang Chuan shivered and woke up suddenly, mechanically turning his head. Tang Chuan's face had a shock that was hard to hide. A single reach cut down a floor. This kind of power. It was no longer within the realm of what humans could manage. This person. What exactly is his identity? It's too scary. The building was destroyed. But Tang Chuan was not the least bit distressed. Looking at the wreckage in front of him, Tang Chuan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. His breathing was a little short. Perhaps Yi Qing could really help himself. Okay, I promise you. Tang Chuan turned his head violently and said through gritted teeth. The arc of Yi Qing's mouth grew wider and wider. He turned around with a loud laugh and spoke. Good then. Tonight, the Lu family is the start of your killing. You want me to kill Lu Qingfeng? Tang Chuan froze slightly and asked suspiciously. No, after tonight, Jinghai City, there will be no more Lu family.